One day, if the company someone works for suddenly went bankrupt, that person would probably feel anger, despair, sadness, and even a sense of uselessness all at the same time. That was exactly how Chan felt as he repeatedly called his former boss and received no response. He was on the verge of losing his mind, irritated at not being answered, and furious about the situation he had been left in. 6 weeks later, reality had gotten worse. Chan was rejected from a job interview simply because he was considered too old. After hanging up the phone, he let out a heavy sigh, realizing that even a part-time job was hard to get because of his age. More than a month had passed, and he had not found even temporary work. When he did the math, he realized that after paying that month's expenses, he would be completely broke, and the next month's rent was still waiting for him. While walking down the street, Chan passed by a brightly lit store and found it strange that he did not remember seeing it there before. He wondered since when there had been a convenience store in that spot. That was when he noticed a flyer that caught his attention, announcing they were hiring part-time workers and that all genders and ages were welcome. It seemed perfect for him, so he decided to go in immediately. When he reached the counter, Chan mentioned that he had seen the ad and wanted to know if they were still hiring. The woman behind the counter looked surprised for a moment, as if she had been caught off guard, but quickly confirmed that they were, and explained that she was the manager. Chan felt confused because she looked like a high school student, far too young to seem like a manager. Curiously, the manager seemed more nervous about the interview than Chan himself. She stood up, offered him a drink, and he asked for an espresso. Then she requested his personal information. Chan introduced himself, said he was 29 years old, and lived nearby. When asked about experience in a convenience store, he stated that he had worked in the field before. The manager became excited, saying he was perfect for the job. With the ideal age and experience, exactly the kind of person she was looking for. She even commented that she was older than Chan, and asked if she could speak to him more informally. He agreed, although he still thought she looked very young. Before finalizing everything, the manager explained that the job included a basic one-year contract. The shifts would be overnight, from 10 at night to 10 in the morning, while she would handle the rest of the store's schedule. Chan realized his sleep would be completely disrupted. Then she informed him that the salary was 20,000 won. Before hearing any further details, Chan decided to accept on the spot. The manager was surprised that he did not want to know anything else, but he said he could start immediately. She looked visibly happy, suggested they sign the contract, and soon after handed him the uniform so he could begin training that same day. 3 hours later, the manager was already leaving, but warned him that suppliers might arrive during the early morning. Chan asked if that was also her working schedule, and she explained that she only came in at that time for urgent situations. She said she would take care of organizing things, and that he would only need to receive the deliveries. She also emphasized that it was very important to deal properly with suspicious customers. Chan said he was used to handling suspicious people, so it would not be a problem. The manager said goodbye and wished him good luck on his first shift, and Chan, waving back, felt that he would finally be able to pay his rent. He began doing mental calculations. Working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, with weekly pay of 1 million won, he could earn between 6.7 million and 8.4 million won per month. He then realized that the 20,000 won mentioned earlier was per hour, not per month. If he worked there for a year, he would earn the equivalent of the minimum salary of a veteran at a large corporation. Just 1 month would cover all his expenses. To him, it seemed like a golden opportunity, and he decided he needed to stay in that job. That was when the first customer walked into the store. Chan greeted him normally but froze when he saw the man. The customer had the head of a chihuahua. He stood completely paralyzed, unable to believe what he was seeing. The man, irritated, demanded to know where the toothbrushes were, complaining about the delay in the response. Still confused, Chan managed to point out that they were at the end of the 4th aisle. The customer grumbled that he should have said that sooner, and kept complaining as he walked away. While the man examined the toothbrushes, Chan tried to rationalize what was happening. He wondered if it was makeup or special effects from a movie being filmed nearby. Nothing made sense. When the customer went to the register, he paid for the product, but left without taking his change. When informed, he responded irritably that Chan could keep the change for him and simply walked out. Alone behind the counter again, Chan stood there trying to understand what had just happened. He wondered if that fit into the category of suspicious customer mentioned by the manager. Deep down, he still tried to convince himself that it had to be makeup or some kind of performance, because accepting any other explanation seemed impossible. It was far too realistic to be just his imagination. Chan thought that the first customer not only looked like a dog, but had even let out a soft bark while complaining. He was still trying to rationalize everything when the next customer walked into the store, carrying a sack completely filled with coins. It was no exaggeration. The bag was truly packed. The man pulled out a coin, showed it to Chan, and asked if he could exchange it for bills, but that customer was simply a goblin. At that moment, Chan was completely shocked. He froze, standing motionless without any reaction. Then he slowly turned his head, picked up the phone, and called the manager. On the other end of the line, she asked if something had happened. Still in disbelief, Chan explained that there was a goblin inside the store. Sometime later, the goblin left happily with his exchanged money, while Chan remained shaken behind the counter. He was certain it was not a dream. It was definitely a goblin. While counting the coins, the customer had stared at him with that strange and uncomfortable expression. Chan had counted 145 coins of 100 won and 31 coins of 500 won over nearly 20 minutes. The manager asked over the phone if the customer had already left, and Chan replied that he was starting to think he was going crazy. He said said the customers' appearances were far too strange. The first had the head of a chihuahua and seemed angry at life. The second was a goblin, who made him exchange 30,000 won in coins. The manager replied casually that there was nothing strange about what he was describing. She explained that the teleportation point of that store was right in the center of the city, so it was normal to have a high proportion of kobolds and goblins appearing there. Chan immediately interrupted, trying to understand what he had just heard. He repeated the word teleportation in confusion and asked why a convenience store would have something like that. The manager explained simply that it was to reach more customers. Chan asked what she meant by teleportation and whether she was a store manager or a mage. She replied that she was both, that she was a mage, and that the store was enchanted with teleportation magic, a spell she herself had created. Thanks to that, the store operated in several places at the same time. At that moment, Chan fell completely silent. He slowly walked to the store door, while the manager said she would explain all the details the next day. When he opened the door, he was completely stunned. Outside, various races were walking around normally. He saw angels, goblins, kobolds, beast-like creatures, orcs, minotaurs, as well as zombies and even robots walking down the street. He simply could not form any words. The manager commented that he looked like someone from another world, and that it would be funny if that were true. Chan slowly closed the door and replied that he thought he really was from another world. He said that where he came from there were no different species, much less magic. The manager looked confused, trying to process that information. Suddenly, someone began banging hard on the glass door of the store. The manager asked what that noise was. On the other side was an extremely frightening girl staring through the glass, which terrified Chan. She kept knocking for a few moments. Later, however, everything seemed normal again, and that same customer was calmly shopping inside the store. The manager explained that Chan had probably crossed over into that world, although she truly did not know how it had happened. While she spoke, Chan hid from the customer, far too suspicious to act naturally. He asked how he should deal with each species, because at that very moment, there was a very disturbing girl crawling across the store floor, laughing and muttering incomprehensible things. The manager asked him to describe the customer's physical features. Chan said she had horns on her head and small bat wings. The manager explained that she was a succubus and that she was not particularly dangerous, so he did not need to worry so much. For now, he should find the curse detector located under the counter. It would be easy to spot because it was very colorful. Chan started looking and found it strange that she had emphasized that it was colorful. He quickly found it because it was literally a bright pink and yellow magic wand that was extremely flashy. He confirmed that he had found the object and asked if that noisy and shiny toy was really the curse detector. The manager confirmed that it was. He questioned why it looked so exaggerated. The manager explained that people affected by curses are usually sad and depressed, so she made the object colorful to cheer them up. Chan thought that it would probably make anyone even more depressed. The manager instructed him that to use the detector, he just had to press it against an exposed part of the customer's skin and push the button. At that exact moment, the succubus began climbing over the counter in a terrifying way. Chan, nervous and unsure of what to do, ended up pressing the button out of reflex. Suddenly, a rod shot out from the wand and struck the succubus directly on the forehead, knocking the creature to the ground. He was completely confused about what had just happened. After a few seconds, the succubus lay sprawled on the floor while Chan stood there holding that enormous rod, trying to understand how his life had turned upside down in a single work shift. After the impact, the detector did its job on its own. The rod retracted back into the wand, and the little heart at the tip began to glow. Chan slowly pulled himself together and carefully walked toward the succubus to check on her. She was completely knocked out on the floor. Immediately, he thought he had killed the customer. He called the manager, and she asked whether the customer had been hit by the detector. Chan replied that she had, and more than just a little. The manager explained that everything was fine, and that the device worked that way. Then she asked what the detection result was. Chan said it was glowing purple, a strong violet color. The manager instructed him to grab a curse remedy from the shelf above the gum section, called homesickness medicine. He just needed to put 2 pills in the customer's mouth, and the effect would be immediate. After a while, the succubus woke up. Chan was still afraid of her, so he decided to observe from a distance before approaching. He asked if she was feeling better, and told her to take the medicine because she would feel much better quickly. When he finally took a proper look at her face, he realized her appearance was very different from before. It was not that she had become prettier, it was as if she looked more normal. Suddenly she felt a strong wave of nausea and began vomiting on the store floor. She threw up quite a lot, then sighed and said she felt much better now. Even so, Chan was already irritated. He asked that if she was finished, she should leave. The succubus looked at him and commented that he was being too cold. Tired, she simply lay down next to her own vomit, as if she were going to sleep. Chan stared at the scene in disbelief. At that moment, another customer entered the store and saw everything. He asked what was going on. Chan, trying to maintain composure, greeted him normally and asked what he needed. The customer asked if they had 17-degree blood bags. Later, while grabbing products from the shelves, Chan told the manager over the phone that he would give the medicine to the succubus as soon as the new customer left. The manager explained that unfortunately the store only sold blood bags of 15 degrees or lower, not 17. She asked whether the customer looking for them was a vampire. Chan said that judging by his appearance it seemed so. The manager explained that vampires have long lifespans and always youthful appearances, so they tend to renew their identities periodically. Sometimes they present expired IDs with an X stamp on them, usually when they they are already adults. She reminded him that the store had a magical alarm, so he could inspect the customer's ID. The vampire came to the register with a basket full of products. Chan informed him that they did not have 17-degree blood bags. The vampire replied that it was fine, and that he would just buy what was available. When it was time to complete the purchase, he also asked for a pack of cigarettes. Chan asked which brand, and the vampire looked confused, pointing in several directions before choosing one at random. At that moment, Chan began to grow suspicious. They stared at each other, and the vampire seemed nervous. Chan asked for his ID to confirm his age. The vampire said he was in the process of renewing it, and only had the expired one. Chan explained that it was just to verify his age. The vampire complained, placed the ID on the counter, and asked them to hurry up because his friends were waiting outside. As he examined the document, Chan realized it looked very similar to the IDs he knew from Korea, but it did indeed have an expired stamp. Then he noticed a strange glow around the photo. When he looked more closely, he realized there was a sticker placed on top of it. As he peeled off the sticker, several rainbows spread throughout the store. He had no idea what was going on. The glow began chasing the vampire, who tried to dodge it by running around the store. The vampire asked what Chan had done, and Chan replied that it was not his fault. The ID belonged to him. After a few seconds of chaos, the glow vanished. The original photo became visible, and revealed it was a completely different person. The vampire had really been pretending to be someone older to buy restricted products. Chan held up the document and stated that it was illegal, identity fraud. He asked the manager if he was right, and she confirmed that she would call the police. At that moment, the vampire grabbed the ID and ran out of the store. The manager asked if he had escaped, and Chan confirmed that he had. Later, while reorganizing the store again, Chan commented that, just as he had suspected, it was someone impersonating another person. The manager asked how he knew, since he had not even heard the magical alarm. Chan explained that the customer had handed over an ID with a magical sticker on the front, trying to falsify the information. The manager asked if he had noticed that with the naked eye. Chan replied that he had seen something similar before. She was surprised because in that world security was strict, and forgery was extremely difficult. Forgeries were skilled professionals in illusion magic, almost impossible to detect without special equipment. Even so, Chan had noticed just by looking. She then asked how he had managed to identify it without any tools. Chan thought more carefully about the vampire, and realized he had been very nervous at that moment. Besides, the sticker on the ID had looked poorly placed, as if it had been stuck on in a hurry. Even so, the manager suddenly changed the direction of the conversation, and suggested that maybe it would be better to terminate his contract. Immediately, Chan felt the ground drop beneath him. He asked why, thinking he had done something wrong. The manager explained that it was not that. On the contrary, he was doing very well. The problem was that he was someone from another world who had ended up there by accident, and she was worried that something dangerous might happen to him. Chan replied that it was fine, that despite everything it was not as if he was completely terrified, and that he wanted to keep working there. He asked if that was not acceptable to her. The manager fell silent for a few seconds, and Chan began to wonder if he had said something wrong. Deep down, he knew he desperately needed that job. If he lost that opportunity, he would not be able to pay his bills, and would literally end up living under a bridge. After thinking for a while, the manager said it was fine, but that he would not be allowed to complain later. Chan commented that she was almost shouting, and asked if possible, she could stay on the phone with him to provide support. The manager replied that she had been thinking the same thing. She asked if he had already given the medicine to the succubus. Chan said he would do it right away. He put the powder into her mouth, even though she was still sleeping peacefully like an angel. Then he informed the manager over the phone that he had administered the medicine, but had not yet seen any reaction. The manager explained that she would soon return to normal, although she might feel nauseous and possibly vomit again. She also asked if the succubus seemed dizzy or confused. Chan said that actually she did not, so the manager suggested using the curse detector again to check if any lingering effect remained. After the test, the wand did not glow or make any sound. Chan asked if that meant she was in bad condition. The manager replied that not exactly, only that her state was a bit peculiar. Suddenly, a huge crash echoed from outside the store. Chan thought that maybe a meteor had fallen. He ran to the door and came face to face with a literal wall made of stacked boxes. While trying to understand what was happening, someone announced that the delivery had arrived. It was a woman riding a Pegasus. She asked if he was the new part-time worker her sister had mentioned. She said it was a pleasure to meet him. Chan asked for a moment and told the manager over the phone that there was a person riding a Pegasus with a mountain of boxes, asking if that was the logistics she had mentioned earlier. The manager confirmed that it was, that her name was Yunha, and that she was responsible for that day's delivery. Yunhei introduced herself formally, and said that now that they were properly introduced, he could step aside. Chan opened the store doors to make it easier to bring in the boxes. She asked him to sign the delivery receipt. When he looked at the document, he asked the manager how to write that, since he was not yet familiar with the writing system of that world. The manager said she would sort that out with Yunhei later, and that for now he just needed to sign. When he asked what items had arrived, the manager replied that they were drinks, snacks, and dragon scales. She commented that they had been difficult to obtain, but Yunha had managed to secure them. Right after that, she seemed to realize something, and asked whether dragons did not exist in Chan's world. She answered her own question, saying that it made sense, since there were no magical species there, and remarked that it sounded like a very backward world. Chan asked her not to talk about it like that. Meanwhile, the succubus slowly began to get up. Chan commented that she had finally woken up and said he would calculate her bill. However, However, as soon as she stood up, she asked what love was. Chan was left speechless and decided to call a taxi for her. Later, the taxi arrived. He helped the still drowsy succubus get into the car. He handed her the card and the receipt, but she could barely hold them properly. The driver asked if she was intoxicated. Chan explained that she was not, that she was just medicated and therefore dizzy. He asked the driver to take her safely. Before the car left, the succubus asked once again what love was. She said that even when you think about it, it remains indescribable. Chan replied that love was something you want but cannot have. They looked at each other for a moment, very close to one another. Then he corrected himself and told her to forget what he had said. The taxi drove away, and Chan finally felt a bit of relief. He was exhausted and commented that he hoped he would never see that customer again. For the first time that night, it seemed like he might have a few minutes of peace. But suddenly, Yoonha appeared, nearly breaking down the store door. Chan asked what had happened and why she was acting like that. Yoonha then turned to him and told him to inform the manager that she was going to return the dragon scales because something was wrong with them. Later, Chan began to find it strange how long Yoonha and the manager had been talking. It had been far too long. He started thinking that maybe the problem was really serious. That reminded him of when he used to work part-time as a waiter, when people would argue over anything at the restaurant. And even if there was an issue with a product or a customer, what could he, as just a part-time worker, do? Nothing. So he thought it would be best to stay quiet and observe while his superiors handled the situation. Suddenly, Yoonha approached him and turned the phone around, showing a video call with the manager, saying that she wanted to speak with him. The manager asked if Chan could check the dragon scales together with Yoonha, but he did not understand why he had been chosen for that. Even so, he followed her to the storage room, and when he stepped through the door, he was confronted with a massive staircase that looked like it belonged in a dungeon. He began to wonder if this was still a convenience store, because the place looked like a setting where 1,000 people had been tortured. Yoonha asked if it was his first time in a place like that, and he confirmed that it was. She explained that he would get used to it, because she had also been shocked the first time, but that her sister had rather peculiar taste for this kind of thing. The manager commented that it was none of their business, but Yoonha insisted that it was still very bizarre. They went down to the bottom and arrived in a room filled with boxes. Yoonha said she would fetch the scales because the place was very dirty. Meanwhile, Chan informed the manager over the phone that he was already in the warehouse and asked what exactly he needed to do. The manager replied that he just had to follow instructions because she already had a plan. When Yoonha turned on the light, Chan saw slime spread across the ceiling and the floor and realized it was coming from the dragon scales. He was visibly disgusted. The manager commented that the situation was somewhat serious, and Chan asked what that substance was. She explained that it was dragon scale pus, basically contaminated magical power. When the purification process is not done properly, that is what happens. Chan also asked if that shell that looked like a turtle carapace was really a dragon scale, and Yoonha confirmed that it was. She explained that she had heard the demand was low, so she took advantage of the low price to buy them. But the reason for the low price was precisely that purification flaw. She said that if they cleaned the pus around it, they could still use it. The problem was that the company responsible for purification was already closed, since it was 3:12 in the morning. The manager says that was exactly why she called Chan and asks if he can touch the pus for a moment. At that instant, he starts rethinking every decision he has ever made in his life. Yoonha scoops up some of the slime and asks him to touch it, while the manager assures him that nothing will happen. Even so, Chan is afraid of catching some kind of disease, but the manager offers a 100,000 won bonus if he touches it. Money speaks louder, so he agrees. Shaking and terrified, he moves closer, but when he tries to touch it, the pus simply moves away. He tries again, and the slime keeps retreating, as if it were alive. He asks if it has a will of its own, and the manager explains that it is nothing more than a mass of magical power. Yoonha comments that it really does look like the slime is avoiding Chan, but tells him to ignore that and just touch it. He takes a deep breath and places his hand on the slime all at once. In the same instant, a magical glow fills the room and leaves everyone stunned. The pus is purified right there. Yoonha says it happened exactly as her sister had explained, but the manager tells her to calm down and says it is still too early to celebrate. She tells Chan to place the curse wand on the purified slime. When he touches it, nothing happens. The manager says that is great, because it means the purification was done correctly, since there was no reaction. She states that just as she suspected, her prediction was right. According to her, Chan has an anti-magic constitution. Yoonha simplifies it by saying that magic simply does not work on his body. The manager then says she wants to talk to Chan more carefully, and asks if he remembers the test they did earlier, when his body made a strange sound. She explains that there are only two cases in which that can happen. The first is when a person has absolutely no magical power, which in that world would be extremely dangerous. But since Chan came from another world, it is unlikely that he has no magic at all. That leaves the second possibility, which is that his body has a natural resistance to magic. That was why she asked him to check the dragon scales. She says she will give more details when they return to the shop. Meanwhile, Chan is completely lost, trying to understand everything that is happening to him. The feeling is as if he had been thrown into a Percy Jackson book and suddenly discovered that he might not be an ordinary person. At that moment, Yoonha approaches him and places her hands very close, with so much force that the wall behind them cracks. She asks him for a favor, wondering if he can help purify the scales. Chan is confused and asks if she is serious. if he would have to purify all of that by himself. Yoonha confirms and says she believes he has potential. The manager also calls his attention through a video call and makes an expression clearly asking for help. The two of them are looking at him in that way that makes it impossible to refuse. Chan starts thinking that he has truly gotten himself into a huge problem. Even so, he says he will do it, but only if they guide him step by step. The manager thanks him and explains that the method is simple. Yoonha adds that he just has to stick his arm into that hole full of pus. At that moment, Chan immediately regrets it. He says he does not want to continue because it looks far too dangerous. Yoonha assures him that nothing will happen, but he insists that he does not have the courage. Then the manager steps in and offers a generous bonus if he puts his arm in there. Suddenly he feels an absurd amount of motivation to try. Up close, the slime looks even more disgusting, but he thinks about the money he needs. Driven purely by the bonus, he thrusts his arm straight into the pus, but it is much deeper than he imagined. Yoonha asks if he is okay. Chan answers yes because he does not feel any pain at all, but comments that it feels like something is pulling him inward. Yoonha immediately decides to pull him back. As she pulls, the purification glow begins to appear. All the pus that is being removed vanishes instantly, completely purified. After a few minutes, the scale is entirely clean, and the whole room has no trace of slime left. Chan pulls himself together and comments that everything was extremely chaotic for a first day of work. At that moment, Yoonha realizes that he is practically on top of her because of the pull and tells him to get off. He apologizes immediately and asks if she is okay. She confirms that everything is fine and asks if he is also okay. He says he did not feel anything during the purification, and that thanks to the way she pulled him, he did not hit his head on the floor. Changing the subject, she asks about the scales. Chan takes the curse wand, touches the scales, and there is no reaction at all. Yoonha celebrates, saying that this is great and that the purification worked. She thanks Chan very much because he avoided a huge loss for the shop. He even feels embarrassed by the gratitude. When Yoonha is already leaving mounted on her Pegasus, she says he did a great job and that he does not need to worry because this problem should not happen again. Chan asks if she does not show up at the shop every day. She explains that she does not because it is complicated to deal with deliveries involving magical creatures. She also asks him to stop being so formal since she is younger than him. Meanwhile, the manager continues happily at home following everything. Yoonha puts on her glasses, says goodbye, and flies off on the Pegasus. Chan looks at the sky and realizes that it is already dawn. Soon after, another customer shows up in a hurry, saying she needs to catch a bus. She pays, does not even take her change, and runs off. Right after that, a line of very strange customers appears. After a few hours, Chan is completely exhausted. All he wants is to lie down and pass out on his bed. The manager sends a message asking if he is not sleepy. He replies that he is fine. She says she is on her way to bring his payment, and asks if he is really okay, because she thought he would be destroyed after the night he had. At that moment, the door makes its usual sound, signaling that another customer has entered. Chan looks but does not see anyone. He assumes the person must have left too quickly, and goes back to his phone. The manager comments that she might prepare a sleep potion for him so he can rest during the day. Chan immediately thinks that he would never take a magic potion in his life. Suddenly, someone calls his attention. When he looks again, he realizes the person had not left. She was just very short. It was a little girl. She politely asks if he has colored paper. She also asks if he has scissors and other school supplies. Chan says he does, but they are on a shelf that is too high for her. He goes to get them, but the girl says she can manage on her own. He watches and notices that she seems quite smart. However, she is very pale, almost as if she were albino, and he starts drifting into the thought that she even looks like a reptile. Meanwhile, she tries to reach the items but cannot, and begins to cry. Chan quickly steps in, grabs the colored paper and the scissors, and hands them to her. The girl thanks him politely. Even so, Chan keeps wondering if she belongs to some kind of reptilian race, and imagines that, if she were to release a dragon breath inside the shop, she could destroy the entire place. But then she looks at the price and says she cannot buy the scissors because she only has 5,000 won, and it is not enough to pay for everything. Chan says she is only 101 short, and offers to cover the difference. The little girl refuses, explaining that her mother taught her never to accept money from strangers. He then asks what she needs the materials for. The girl replies that Mother's Day is coming up and she wants to prepare a gift. She learned about the date in kindergarten, and since she always receives a present on Children's Day, she thinks it is only fair to give her mother a gift too. Chan is genuinely moved by the little girl's attitude. He suggests that she could make origami instead of cutting the paper, but she explains that this is exactly the problem. He does not understand at first, until she shows him her small claws. She says that if she uses just a little more strength, she ends up tearing the paper by accident. Chan comments that paper is probably not the only thing she can tear, and starts to think that it must really be impossible to make origami with those hands. Even if he pays for the scissors for her, she probably would not accept, and since it is supposed to be a surprise gift for her mother, the situation becomes even more complicated. Then Chan gets an idea and says he can lend her the scissors. He takes a sheet of paper with flower drawings and explains that she can cut them out and glue them onto the colored paper. The little girl thanks him excitedly. As she starts making the gift, Chan watches in silence and feels that it has become something important to him as well. He thinks that maybe he should step out soon and leave her there to finish, but it also does not seem right for a child to stay alone in the shop for that long. She must live nearby. At the same time, he remembers that the manager will show up at any moment and starts imagining what she will say. Suddenly, the little girl runs to a shelf, grabs a chocolate bar, and asks how much it costs. Chan answers that it is 2,001 and asks if she wants to take it. She pays properly. He comments that she can eat it now, but she stops, breaks the chocolate in half, and hands one half to him, saying they can eat while they work. Chan says he does not need it, that the chocolate is hers, and she should keep the bigger piece. The girl replies that he is bigger than her, so it makes more sense for him to eat more. She also mentions that her mother said that if you eat too much chocolate, your teeth rot and fall out. Chan thinks about his own teeth for a second, but she insists so much that he accepts sharing it. At that moment, the manager arrives cheerfully, wishing Chan good morning, and commenting that he must be tired. He almost chokes on the chocolate and responds awkwardly. The manager asks who the girl is. Chan explains that he lent her the scissors because she did not have enough money to buy them and wanted to make a gift. He apologizes for making that decision on his own, and comments that she is taking a little while to finish. The manager says she understands, but observes that the girl seems shy. Chan thinks that is normal for her age. Then the manager reveals that the girl belongs to a special race, a pure-blood dragon. She explains that dragons spend 3 years developing inside the egg before being born. During that time, besides their physical body, they develop a horn, an organ capable of detecting magical power. It is not an ordinary horn, but something that works as a magical sensor. Young dragons can see the magical power of people as different colors. Each person has their own color. The problem is that when they are still young, they do not know how to control this ability very well. Sometimes the detection fails, or they cannot properly distinguish the colors. That is why they should not rely only on the horn to decide whether someone is good or bad. That kind of judgment must come from life experience. That is also why dragon parents are so protective, especially when it comes to pure blood, which is extremely rare. At that moment, the little dragon comes back happily saying she finished the flower. The manager praises her, but the girl hides behind Chan. The manager even feels slightly offended but calmly explains that he needs to go home and rest because he worked all night. She asks if the girl can come back another day. The girl looks at Chan, who smiles and says he will keep what she has already made and that she can come back whenever she wants. She asks if that is true. The manager confirms that she is always welcome. The little dragon thanks uncle and aunt. The manager immediately corrects her, asking to be called big sister instead of aunt. Chan decides it is better never to comment on age near his boss. The little dragon leaves. The manager then locks the door and says she will take over the shift so Chan can rest. She asks him to grab something from the cabinet in the front. He does not understand what it is until he sees a desk globe, the kind with a world map. The manager explains that it is the teleportation machine, responsible for moving the shop to different locations. Chan is impressed. The manager comments that she created it herself and that it is exclusive to her shop. However, she warns him to be careful because she programs specific areas where the shop can operate. If he handles it incorrectly, he might end up teleporting to a completely random place. Chan says he will remember that. The manager explains that it is simple to use. He just needs to type the desired address on the screen. Even so, he starts typing with some fear, imagining where that machine might send him. The manager explains that if she were the one to type the address, there would be a risk that the shop would not go to his world. Chan asks how she managed before. She answers that for teleportation to work, 2 things are essential: clear information and willpower. If the person does not have a real desire to go to that place, the magic fails. Since she knows nothing about his world, she would not be able to guide the process correctly. That is why he needs to operate the machine himself. Chan remembers that she said magic does not work on his body and questions whether it will work anyway. The manager tells him to trust her, guarantees that it will work, and says she is certain of it. He decides to believe her. He begins typing the address, still a bit tense. The manager reinforces that besides writing the address, he needs to strongly think about wanting to return home. It can be a good memory or a bad one, but it has to be strong. So Chan thinks about his own world. Even though he was betrayed by the company where he worked and considers that place cruel, it is still the world where he was once happy. He remembers when he was a child, the games, the simple things. His world is full of ironies, but it is still his home. When he opens his eyes, the manager tells him to step outside the shop and see for himself what happened. He pushes the door and is completely stunned. He is back in Korea. He recognizes his own neighborhood. In a matter of seconds, he was transported from one world to another. The manager says that now everything has become clear to her as well. Apparently, he managed to control his own anti-magic constitution. At the moment he purified the scales, he truly wanted to purify them. If magic simply did not work on him at all, that would not have happened. But it did. That means his will influences how his anti-magic reacts. Chan realizes what that implies and asks if she made him purify all that pus based only on a hypothesis. The manager replies yes, naturally. She continues saying that, in the end they can conclude that he might be able to control that constitution however he wants. Maybe that is what made him find the shop. He really wanted a job, so the shop appeared to him. Even so, she says she still needs to observe him for a while longer. She hands him his payment and also a sleep potion, so he can rest. Chan returns to his small apartment and looks around, thinking that even though it is a simple and somewhat cramped place, it is his home. He considers setting an alarm because he needs to work at night, but then he remembers the potion. He acknowledges that his boss was thoughtful. Even so, he wonders whether it really works. Since she made it herself, it probably does. But if he sleeps too deeply, he might not hear the alarm. He takes just a single drop. The next instant, he wakes up at night, exactly when the alarm goes off. He realizes the potion motivation is truly powerful. He stretches and walks toward the shop, telling himself he slept really well. On the way, he wonders whether the shop will actually be there, but when he arrives, it is in the exact same place as before. Now he is sure it was not a dream. He just does not understand why he is the only one who can see that shop. As soon as he steps inside, he notices a bald customer with a shiny head arguing with the manager. The man is trying to negotiate over the empty bottle of a drink, saying that if he returns the bottle, he should get a discount. The manager is clearly running out of patience. The bald elf says he can quickly drink it right there and hand over the bottle afterward. Chan thinks he really wishes this were still a dream. The manager replies that drinking inside a convenience store is illegal, so he needs to pay and leave with the beverage. The elf complains that the rule is strange, asking why it is illegal to drink where alcohol is sold. At that moment, Chan steps in and explains that by law, convenience stores are classified as restaurants, which is why drinking inside is not allowed. It is also not allowed to drink right outside. The correct way is to buy it and consume it at home. The manager looks surprised and asks when he arrived. He says he just showed up. The elf starts arguing with him, asking who he thinks he is to interrupt. Chan replies that he works there. The elf accuses him of disrespecting a customer just because he is an elf. He claims he is being discriminated against by two humans. Suddenly, he throws himself on the floor and starts shouting that he is a victim of racism. Chan tries to calm the situation, asking him to stop because it is dangerous to act like that. The manager, already exhausted, presses the button to call the police. Sometime later, the officers arrive, and the bald elf is taken away. A police officer, who is also an elf, goes over what happened, asking if he refused to pay the full amount and began accusing the shop of discrimination. The manager confirms and says she can show the camera footage. When the officer enters the security room, she says she will check it alone. Meanwhile, Chan comments that the elves in that world are very different from the ones he knew. The manager, curious, asks how elves are portrayed in his world. Chan explains that in his world, elves have always been depicted as beautiful, majestic figures full of magic. He says he always imagined them as noble and elegant, but after what he just saw, that image has been somewhat shaken. The manager replies that they truly used to be like that before the war. She begins to explain that decades ago, that world went through enormous scientific progress. Various artifacts and technologies were developed, making life much more practical for many species. Humans led this progress. Many species accepted these changes well because they were able to live more comfortably thanks to science. However, to sustain this new lifestyle, cities and factories began expanding, which ended up destroying a large part of nature. The elves, who had always lived in harmony with nature, could not accept this. For them, it meant the destruction of their very home. As a race deeply connected to the environment, they could not simply stand by and watch the devastation. So they started rebellions, attacking factories and sabotaging cities. Other species were forced to choose a side, to support humans and scientific advancement, or to stand with the elves and the preservation of nature. In the end, most sided with the humans. Even so, the elves were numerous and strong, so the war dragged on for a long time. After years of conflict, humans and elves finally made peace. However, the cost was enormous. The populations on both sides decreased drastically. After the war ended, the surviving elves began to face heavy discrimination. Although that has decreased significantly in recent times, it still happens. The manager comments that even that elf police officer probably had to work very hard to earn her position. She advises Chan to treat elf customers well. He asks whether he should treat well even someone like the bald man from earlier. The manager replies no. Rude people do not deserve special treatment. If they shout or disrespect him, he can throw them out without fear. Chan comments that it is already time for her to go rest, since she worked a lot. The manager says she will leave after the officer finishes checking everything. Soon after, the officer returns saying she has reviewed the footage. The manager says she is heading out as well and asks if they can talk on the way. The two of them leave together, leaving Chan in charge of the shop. Before going, the manager tells him that if anything happens, he can contact her. The officer thanks them for the cooperation. Chan replies politely. Once he is alone, he rests his head on the counter and realizes he is completely exhausted. The second day of work has barely started, and he already feels like he needs to adapt quickly to this new job. At that moment, the door chimes, announcing another customer. It is the man with the chihuahua head, who asks why he has his head down and whether he is not going to serve him. Inside, Chan thinks another customer he would love to throw out has just appeared. Even so, he straightens up and asks if he is looking for something specific. The chihuahua replies that he wants toothpaste. Chan points and says it is next to the toothbrushes, in the same place as yesterday. The customer complains about the way he said it, claiming he sounds lazy and should explain better. So Chan stands up and says he will show him personally. The customer comments that this is better. They walk to the shelf and Chan presents the available options. The chihuahua asks which one is the best. Chan replies that he does not know. The customer reacts indignantly, asking how he works there and cannot recommend a toothpaste. Chan thinks that man really enjoys giving orders. While looking at the packages, Chan notices a buy one get one free promotion. The customer says he does not need two, but Chan explains that he only benefits from the offer. The chihuahua considers it for a few seconds and decides to take both after all. Chan rings up the purchase and offers a bag. The customer with the chihuahua head also grabs a candy, saying he will take it. Chan mentions that the candy is on a 2-for-1 promotion and that he can grab another. The chihuahua replies that he does not need two and says Chan can keep the other one. He pays and pushes pushes the extra candy toward him. Chan even asks if he can really keep it, but the customer says he does not mind and tells him to just take it because he is already leaving. When the man leaves, Chan thinks it was kindness delivered in the most aggressive way possible. He also realizes that the chihuahua seems to work nearby, so he will probably show up there every day. Not long after, another customer enters. It is the same succubus from the other day. Chan tenses up immediately. She asks if they sell resignation letters. He instantly sends a message to the manager saying the succubus is back. The manager asks how she looks. Chan replies that she seems to have had a little to drink, but she is much calmer than before. The manager recommends that as a precaution, he use the curse detector to check her condition. He says he will do it and call back later, but inside he is terrified she might lose control again. Even so, he remembers the bonus, remembers the money, takes a deep breath, and goes. He politely explains that for her to remain in the shop, he needs to check her condition. She agrees without any problem. He thanks her, but at that moment she begins talking about what happened the day before. She looks visibly embarrassed and apologizes. Chan asks if she is apologizing for throwing up. She becomes even more embarrassed and asks him not to bring that up. She explains that she was not herself because she drank too much, but that does not justify anything. She says she was very stressed because of work. Chan asks what kind of job leaves someone in that state. She says she works at a pharmaceutical company and is involved in a love potion project. He asks if that sort of thing is not done by mages, but she explains that when it comes to love potions, succubi are the best. After all, they are naturally talented at charming and captivating. Many work in pharmaceutical companies or as psychiatrists, advising people on romantic problems. It makes sense, since their species is deeply connected to the concept of love. The problem is that she is doing terribly at her job. She apologizes again for what she did. Chan begins to realize that the succubi of that world are not like he imagined, so he asks why she wants to resign if the job suits her so well. She replies that she has never dated anyone in her life. She has never had any kind of relationship. She does not know what love is. She does not understand the meaning of love well enough to create a potion that represents it. Chan is shocked to realize that she is a succubus who has never had any romantic experience. She explains that she has always been very focused on her studies and ended up living a solitary life. Since she does not know what love is, she feels she does not have the ability to make a love potion. She asks what love is, but quickly admits that explaining it in words is not simple. She says that job is no longer compatible with her and that she truly intends to resign. Chan recognizes that it is a big problem. He tries to cheer her up by saying that everyone faces difficulties when starting a new job. Maybe she should see it as experience rather than failure. She replies that, to be honest, she came there because she remembered what he said in the taxi. He had said that love is something you want but cannot have. Chan says he only said that without thinking, but she stands up and says she was deeply impacted by that sentence. Everyone usually says that love is something beautiful, joyful, or painful. His answer was different, more complex. She had never heard anything like that before, so she directly asks what love means to him. He becomes slightly hypnotized by her glow. Then he admits that he does not understand much about love. To be honest, he has never dated anyone either. She asks why. He answers that the problem is written all over his face, saying he must look like a boring person. The two remain silent for a few seconds. Chan turns his face away and thinks he just wants the client to leave, so he will not suffer any more on that subject. But shortly after, the succubus already has a small notebook and a pen in her hand, ready to write down everything he says. The succubus opens the notebook and says she will conduct a small interview with Chan. She assures him that everything he says there will remain between the two of them and asks him to simply answer the questions. Chan already thinks he is the least suitable person for this. He is 29 years old and has never dated. Even so, he tries to shift the focus of the conversation and asks why, instead of interviewing others, she herself does not try to enter a relationship. He admits it is a bit embarrassing to say that, but comments that she could simply meet someone since she has never lived that experience. The succubus replies that she has had opportunities, but always ran away because she felt afraid. She studied hard to enter the company where she works now. In all the books and conversations, she heard that love is something wonderful, yet no one can explain exactly what it is. Each person feels it in a different way, and that scares her. She thinks that maybe love is different from what she imagines, and fears being disappointed. She herself recognizes that it is strange. A succubus afraid of love. Chan says it is not strange. People usually fear what they cannot see or understand. Feelings are already complicated on their own, and love is probably the most complex of all. He suggests that since her job involves love, maybe she should approach it more lightly. She asks what he means by lightly. He explains that she treats love as something enormous, almost unattainable, but maybe it is not like that. Even though he has never dated, he has a close friend who is married. When that friend started dating, everything was new, exciting, full of anxiety and enthusiasm. But after the wedding, the arguments, conflicts, and problems began. The friend himself has already said that sometimes he regrets getting married because everything changed. The succubus observes that maybe his friend and the wife are very different. Chan agrees and says the friend seemed to prefer the phase when everything was new. He comments that by observing people around him, he realized that love changes according to the situation. If it were something absolute and unchanging, it would not change so much. For him, love is made up of several emotions mixed together. That is why he thinks she should deal with it more calmly. But he also warns that love can be dangerous. She asks how. He explains that there are at least two types of complicated situations. The first is one-sided love, when one person loves deeply and the other does not feel the same. The second involves obsession, like people who develop intense feelings for someone who barely knows they exist. He makes it clear that the greater danger is not for the target of those feelings, but for the one who loves alone, because that person can get deeply hurt. For him, there are many types of love, but ideally it should be mutual and reciprocated. If it is not, maybe it should not even be called love. He advises her to be careful about that. While he speaks, she writes everything down carefully. She comments that maybe she would not be able to enter a relationship like that because she considers herself somewhat frustrating as a person. Chan disagrees and says she is attractive. Maybe she is a bit too direct sometimes, but he believes that if she asked someone out, she would hardly be rejected. He realizes what he just said and apologizes, calling her a client again. She replies that she was not offended. In fact, she finds it funny to be receiving love advice from someone who has never dated anyone and has been single his entire life. That remark hits Chan's pride a little, but he hides it and asks if she should not be heading to work. She checks the time and says the bus is about to arrive. Before leaving, she sincerely thanks him for the conversation. Chan replies that he hopes he helped. Then he gives her the chocolate he received from the previous client. He says it is to lighten the mood. Maybe it will make her day less stressful. She accepts it and thanks him again. Before leaving, she asks if she can come back to talk other times, if it would not be a bother. Later, when the manager arrives in the morning, she asks if he really said it was fine for the succubus to come back. She warns him to be careful, because some species can easily develop obsessions. Chan asks if that is really serious. The manager confirms that it is, and says he could end up in serious trouble if he is not careful. She tells him to be more cautious next time. The manager also comments that the little dragon did not show up that day. Chan says he knows, but believes she must still be busy finishing the gift for her mother. At that moment, someone riding a bicycle in front of the store suddenly falls to the ground. The noise is loud, the sound of metal hitting hard, and everyone runs to see what happened. The manager immediately gets worried and asks if the person is all right. When they get closer, they realize that the one who fell is a robot. She asks if the robotic mechanic is all right, and he replies that everything is fine and thanks her for the concern. Even so, the manager insists, saying the noise was very loud, and asks again if he is really okay. The robot apologizes for the loud crash and thanks them for the help. The manager asks what caused the fall, and the robot explains that it was unexpected because the bicycle pedal suddenly stopped working. That is when Chan realizes what happened. He notices that the bicycle chain slipped out of place. The manager and the robot look confused, not fully understanding, and Chan explains that the gears probably got tangled in the chain, which caused the pedal to jam and led to the fall. Then he crouches down, puts the chain back in place, adjusts everything carefully, and says it is ready. The manager and the robot are impressed by his skill. She comments that he was impressive, and the robot thanks him a lot for the help. The manager adds that he is quite talented at that. Chan, already blushing, explains that he only knows how to fix it because he rode bicycles a lot during his childhood. Very grateful, the robot hands Chan a card and says that if he ever needs any service, he can get in touch and it will be free. He specializes in eliminating monstrous creatures and guarantees that his service is excellent. Even so, Chan says he does not need it. The robot insists, saying he is truly very grateful, then waves goodbye and rides away. The manager tells him to ride safely and then says to Chan that he should already be home resting because the next day will be tough. It is Friday. If he does not rest properly, he will practically die at work. Chan thinks she is right. Friday is the worst day for someone who works at a convenience store. Friday, the famous craziest day of the week, is when everyone decides to relieve the stress of the past 5 days, and usually they relieve it with alcohol. Because of that, the store becomes chaotic and the customers act completely differently. Inside the store, there is already someone holding soju, a guy sitting on the floor eating chips and drinking, another acting like Elvis Presley and singing loudly. There is even a person with large wings dancing in the middle of the store. Meanwhile, Chan stands behind the counter, looking at all of it and wondering why he accepted that job. He then takes the bottle of soju, collects the bag of chips, and explains to the customers that he understands they are drunk, but they need to pay before consuming. The customers apologize and the situation seems to calm down until someone appears asking for help. It is a harpy woman who suddenly throws herself on top of Chan, who is not expecting it. The customers are impressed because he manages to catch her. The woman says she has finally become a swan, completely out of touch with reality. Chan holds her carefully and explains that she cannot do that inside the store. Suddenly, a huge crash echoed through the place. A minotaur entered the store, smashing through the glass door. A piece of the door was stuck on his horn, and he looked confused, trying to understand where he was. Chan stood up and saw the damage. The minotaur asked what he had crushed, and Chan thought he had destroyed the entire store door. Later, the manager called Chan and asked if he was still alive. He asked for help, almost begging her to save him, but she replied that she could not even stand up either. She said that day had been especially bad, with very unexpected customers. She mentioned a goblin who wanted to split the payment across several cards while a huge line formed behind him, and that afterward the customers started fighting among themselves. She made it clear the day had been far too heavy. Chan realized the manager had also suffered a lot, and concluded he would have to endure the rest of the shift alone. Even so, she asked if he was really okay, because he sounded exhausted on the phone. He looked at the improvised cardboard door he had made to cover the hole, and stayed silent for a moment. enrollment. The manager asked if something had happened. Chan explained that the Minotaur had destroyed the door, but assured her he was completely fine and had not been hurt by the glass. He added that he had gotten the Minotaur's contact information and that he had promised to pay for the damage, but for now he had to improvise. After that, he stayed quiet, thinking he would be scolded and imagining that the manager was angry. Her silence made him nervous, wondering if she had gone into shock. But then the manager said she had a great tool to help him on days like that. She mentioned that she had been thinking about it for some time and that she would prepare everything for him as soon as possible. Chan said he did not need the tool. The manager explained that every species in that world possessed some type of magical power, some weaker, others stronger, and that each one reacted differently to magic. In addition, each species had a specific physical attribute. Elves, for example, stayed young for a long time and had long lifespans. Succubi could easily captivate people, and there were many other species, each with their own abilities. She made it clear that Chan was at great risk living in that world because it was completely different from the place he had come from. Luckily, he had an anti-magic constitution. If he could one day learn to control it, he would be able to protect himself better. The problem was that this resistance did not work against extreme magical powers. That was why she wanted to prepare that tool, thinking about his safety. Chan ended up feeling a little embarrassed, but agreed and said he was counting on her. The manager said she would try to arrange it as soon as possible, but that he could keep working normally. Chan had already realized she was a good person, but at that moment it became even clearer that she truly cared about him, even though he was only a part-time employee. He even thought that one day he might pay for dinner as a way to thank her. Soon after, another customer appeared asking for a cigarette that was kept behind the counter. He also asked for help with a small thing. When it was time to pay, Chan noticed the man had a very visible scar and accidentally commented on it out loud. He apologized immediately. The man said it was fine, that it was actually rare to see that kind of scar nowadays, and that there was nothing wrong with being curious. He was a mature-looking kobold, with one ear partially destroyed, as if it had been bitten or torn off by something. Even so, he had a gentle smile. The kobold asked if he could rest there for a while. Chan replied that of course he could, and thought that he was the first truly kind customer to appear like that. The kobold stepped aside and began using his phone. Chan imagined he must be a busy person, well dressed like that, at that hour of the night. Maybe he worked in an office. It was just a guess. So Chan asked if he was checking the stock market. The man replied that he was not, that at that moment he was working. He said he drove for a ride service, but a more refined kind, practically a chauffeur. At that hour, the streets were completely congested. Chan found that concerning, but looked at the kobold and thought he seemed far too calm, using the app as if nothing was happening. The store was also strangely peaceful. No new customers were coming in. For the first time, he was starting to enjoy his working hours. Suddenly, the kobold approached, showing the map on his phone, and asked if Chan knew what place that was. Chan replied that he did not know the area very well, since he had started working there only a short time ago. The kobold thanked him anyway, and commented that he was not very familiar with that area either. Then he asked how Chan's experience had been so far. Chan said it had been good, at least until the previous day, when a minotaur had destroyed the store's glass door. The kobold mentioned that he had found the improvised door strange when he saw it, and now understood what had happened. At that moment, an extremely loud noise echoed through the street. It sounded like an accident. It was a crash involving cars, with a kobold and two orcs. The two orcs were arguing and insulting each other, asking if the other had even bought a driving license. Meanwhile, the kobold involved looked completely terrified. Several people stopped to watch, including Chan and the kobold beside him. Chan thought that fight could become more serious than it should. The two orcs were already on the ground, trading blows, one applying an arm lock and then a leg lock. Some people passed by and commented that they were the usual orcs, as if that were completely normal. Chan wondered if that kind of thing was common there. It truly was a very different world. The kobold beside him asked if that was not bad for the store, since it could scare customers away. Chan replied that it was, but that there was not much he could do. The fight continued, and only made the situation worse. Then the kobold started walking toward the two orcs. He asked them to stop, saying it was good to see two orcs so energetic, but that it was already time to end that meaningless fight. The orcs looked at him and asked what that old wolf was doing there, telling him to stop interfering. At that moment, the kobold focused strength into his fist and threw a single punch at one of the orcs. The impact was so strong that the orc fell unconscious immediately. The people around were already recording everything on their phones and were completely shocked by the scene. The other orc looked indignantly at his fallen companion and questioned how he could have passed out from just one punch. Right after that, he charged at the wolf, but the werewolf easily dodged at the last second, spun his body, and delivered a kick straight to the orc's neck, who also fell to the ground. The werewolf commented that things were better that way and called the kobold who had been involved in the accident. Still shaken, he said that now he could call the police and the insurance company. The kobold thanked him very much for the help. When the werewolf returned near the store, Chan asked what he used to do before becoming a chauffeur, and also what his species was. The man explained that he was a werewolf, but it was hard to notice because it was not a full moon night. He said that before becoming a chauffeur he had worked in many different things, and that now he was practically retired. Chan thought that guy was really very cool. Looking at the scars, the posture, and the way he fought, it was clear he was not someone ordinary. Before leaving, the werewolf thanked Chan for letting him rest inside the store. Before he left, Chan asked if he had a business card. He explained that many drunk customers showed up there, and that his service could be useful. Besides that, whenever he needed a chauffeur, he could also call him. The werewolf felt flattered and handed him the card. After a calmer moment in the store, Chan carefully examined the card. It looked completely normal, without any strange magic like the other vampire. He thought that the werewolf truly did not seem like a scammer, but rather a trustworthy guy. Soon after, another customer entered wearing Crocs. Beside him came a small dog. When he saw that, Chan explained that it was not allowed to bring animals into the store. The man, who was a humanoid pufferfish, said that his little baby would never make a mess, and that it would only be for a moment. He assured that the dog did not bark and stayed quiet, and that after buying what he needed, he would leave. Somewhat reluctant, Chan agreed, but made it clear it would only be for a short time. While the pufferfish was looking at the products, Chan received a message from the manager asking about the equipment she was preparing for him, and whether there was anything specific he wanted. Chan thought for a moment, and replied that he wanted a giant floor squeegee for cleaning. The manager was a little surprised, but said that was fine. She asked if there was anything else. Chan answered that she could decide, that he would be grateful for anything she prepared. At that moment, the pufferfish came to the register with beers, and asked for cigarettes as well. When Chan ran the card, the purchase was declined because the limit had been exceeded. The pufferfish complained that this was bad, and said he did not have another card with him. Chan explained that he could make a bank transfer, but the pufferfish replied that he had not brought his phone either. With few options, the pufferfish said he would have to leave his little baby there and go home to get the card. He asked Chan to take good care of him in the meantime. Chan was completely confused by the situation. The pufferfish assured him that the dog did not bite and was well behaved, that he would be back quickly. Still stunned, Chan asked him to come back soon. The man walked away calmly, without any rush. Chan stared in disbelief, thinking the guy had really left his own dog with a stranger. He looked at the little dog and began petting him, commenting that his life must be difficult with an owner like that. He said that if he could talk, he would probably complain a lot. To Chan's surprise, the dog replied that he actually did have something to say. He commented that he was not sure if it would be appropriate to speak out loud. Chan was shocked and fell backward when he realized the dog had spoken. The animal asked if it was alright to talk to him. Still stunned, Chan asked if he could really speak, and the dog replied that he could, asking if there was a problem with that. Chan questioned why he had not spoken in front of his owner, since he could have avoided that situation. The dog explained that he normally did not talk, especially near his owner, because the man hated his voice for being too high-pitched. He said the owner had already threatened to remove his vocal cords through surgery if he spoke again. Chan felt indignant, thinking the owner was truly awful. Then he asked the dog's name and age. While receiving pets, he introduced himself as Puppy, and said he was 2 years old. Chan commented that he seemed very mature for only 2 years. Puppy explained that his breed matured very quickly, and that in dog years, he was already considered an adult. Chan said he did not understand much about dogs, but he was curious and asked if Puppy had ever met another dog that could talk as well. Puppy replied that he had not. He explained that other dogs only barked at their owners and seemed happy, but he had never found one who conversed like he did. He even wondered if maybe the others could talk too, but were afraid of losing their vocal cords just like him, and therefore remained silent. Then Puppy asked if he was weird. Chan replied that he was not sure, because he truly did not know much about dogs, but he said that people normally adored dogs. He mentioned that there were people who even took their dogs on airplane trips. Puppy said he would really like to do something like that one day. Chan then asked if that kind of treatment happened often, because his owner seemed to treat him like an object. Puppy said he did not like to talk much about that, because just thinking about it already made him tired. He explained that the owner argued a lot with his wife because of him, and that when he drank too much he became even stranger and more aggressive. Even so, the owner still gave him food and a place to sleep, so he ended up enduring the situation. He admitted that he had already thought about running away. Chan suggested that he try talking to his owner. Puppy immediately asked about his vocal cords, worried about the threat. Chan explained that the owner had said that because he did not know Puppy could actually speak. He also commented that, to be honest, his owner seemed to have a terrible temper. Even so, running away could make everything much harder because the life of a stray dog was extremely complicated. The best path might be to try to talk and improve the situation. Puppy thought that made sense, and said he could try. Chan commented that the owner had said he would be back in 10 minutes, but quite a lot of time had already passed. Puppy replied that he had waited for hours like that before. Chan realized he had already gone through a lot because of that man. Before ending the subject, Puppy said he wanted to ask one more thing. He asked what neutering was. Chan froze completely for a moment. Puppy explained that he had heard his owner talking to his wife about it, and wanted to understand what it meant and why he would have to go through that. Chan took a deep breath, stood up, grabbed a sheet of paper and a pen, placed them on the counter, and said he would explain with drawings. He asked Puppy to stay calm while he organized the explanation. It is explained that in this generation where many people have pets at home, neutering surgery has become something very important for owners. Neutering helps prevent cancer and tumors, and in the case of females, it also reduces the risk of breast and ovarian cancer. Because of this, many owners choose to have the procedure done so their pets can stay healthy for longer. But that does not mean that every pet necessarily needs to go through this surgery. Some owners prefer that their dogs have a litter of puppies and form a big happy family. That is also a choice made by people who love their animals, and precisely because they love them so much, many owners feel undecided between neutering or finding a partner for their dog. The problem is that Chan starts imagining what would happen if a dog knew what neutering was and could give an opinion. In this case, voice, the dog makes it very clear that he does not want to go through that. He says he would rather die than lose his little balls, and starts wondering what he did to deserve that. He thinks about whether he stole food from other dogs or did his business on his owner's bed, but soon realizes it is not about punishment. Puppy, after hearing all of this, becomes even more scared. He says he would never allow anyone to take his little balls, and asks whether Chan would accept such a surgery if he were in his place. Chan admits that he would not, and realizes that Puppy's point of view makes sense. For Puppy, no one would want to go through something like that because it is something terrible. He begins to wonder if that would be his fate, even without ever having met a partner or formed a family. For him, the dream ended far too quickly. Chan realizes that maybe he should not have explained in so much detail what neutering was, since Puppy became desperate, so he tries to calm him down, and Puppy says he is already more relaxed, and even apologizes for his panic. Even so, he still finds everything very frightening. Chan suggests that now that Puppy knows what the surgery is, maybe he could try to show that he does not want to go through it, and perhaps the owner would understand. But Puppy reveals that he has never really been happy in his relationship with his owner since he was born. Because of that, he decides he wants to do what he believes is right for his own life. He says he will cut ties and thanks Chan for helping him make that decision. Chan tries to ask him to calm down and says they can talk a little more, but Puppy insists there is no need. Chan then warns that life on the streets is much harder than inside a home. Even so, Puppy replies that he does not care, because he would rather suffer outside than inside the house, especially if he has to lose his little peanuts. He believes staying outside is better for him. Chan admits that from Puppy's point of view, the decision seems plausible. Puppy thanks him again and asks Chan to remove his collar. When the collar is taken off, he says he feels free. Chan asks if he can help with anything else, and Puppy says yes. Before leaving, he wants help to talk to his owner. Chan asks if he wants to say goodbye, and Puppy confirms that he does. He acknowledges that it was not a good relationship, but it was still a relationship, and therefore it deserves a farewell. When Byaku finally comes back, he is surprised to see the dog without a collar, and asks what is going on. Chan explains that the dog has something important to say. Byaku does not understand until Puppy begins to express himself. He asks his owner not to answer because he has already made his decision, but he asks a direct question. He wants to know whether his owner really went home to get his wallet, or if he went to schedule the neutering surgery. From Byaku's reaction, Puppy understands the answer. Even so, he thanks him for the honesty shown at that moment. Then he states that from now on he will live his own life. Before leaving, he asks Chan if he can come back later, and Chan replies that yes, he can come back whenever he wants. Puppy thanks him and says he hopes the shop prospers a lot. Byaku starts trembling and does not understand what is happening. Then he begins to cry and calls out for Puppy. Later, Chan is taking out the trash and comments that now everything is clean and peaceful. He remembers that the customer ran after the little puppy. Maybe he truly felt guilty for what he was about to do. Maybe he really loves his pet. While Chan stretches, he hears someone sneezing beside him. When he looks, he realizes it is the little dragon, who appears greeting him. Later, Chan grabs a small cup, pours water into it, and starts looking for something around the shop, until he finally finds what he wanted. He hands the medicine to the little dragon, and tells her to take it with the water. He explains that if she takes everything properly, she can get a little chocolate as a reward. But the little dragon says she does not want to take the medicine, and right at that moment, her nose starts running, making it clear that she is really not feeling well. She comments that she does not have money to buy medicine, trying to come up with an excuse. Chan notices that she is full of justifications, and warns her that if she does not take the medicine now, she might end up needing an injection later. With little choice, the little dragon agrees, and takes the medicine. While she is taking it, Chan asks why she did not show up on Friday to make her mother's gift. The little dragon explains that every Friday morning she has piano class, and cannot miss it. Chan finds it impressive how dedicated she is to her own activities. Even so, she says that today she also does not want to make the gift because she is sick, and is afraid of sneezing on the paper and accidentally burning everything. She says she only came to say hello. The little dragon comments that convenience stores sell everything, but she does not have much money, so she needs to save. Chan asks how much she plans to save, and she answers that she wants to save 2,001 because her mother gives her 500 per day. Chan quickly does the math, and realizes that Mother's Day is already close, yet she still started planning in advance. It becomes clear to him that she is truly worried about the gift. He decides that he does not want to make a child spend money in the store, so he thinks he can let her make the gift without paying anything, but without her realizing it. To do that, he grabs 2 lollipops and decides to turn them into a reward. Chan says that because she took all the medicine, she earned a lollipop. Then he asks how much money she has at that moment, and she replies that she has exactly 501. He then says that coincidentally, those 2 lollipops cost 501, and explains that the store has several candies at that price. That way, whenever she wants, she can buy something there from him. The little dragon accepts and takes the 2 lollipops, but stares at them for a while. Chan asks if she did not like the flavor or if she prefers another candy. Then she asks which flavor he likes. Chan says there is no need to share because the lollipop is hers, but she explains that her mother always says that if she eats too much candy, she could get diabetes. Chan thinks that before the concern used to be about teeth, and now it has become diabetes. Even so, she says that shared food tastes better. Chan realizes there is no way to refuse something like that coming from a child, and ends up sharing the flavors with her. Meanwhile, he thinks thinks it almost feels like he is stealing candy from a kid. He wonders if all children these days are like that, and remembers that at his age, a child like her would be considered extremely pure. He also recalls that the manager once mentioned that dragons are very pure in childhood, which can make them fall into bad situations because they are too naive. Even so, he believes that the little dragon is smart and would not fall into the hands of just anyone with bad intentions. Suddenly, the little dragon asks if he lives nearby. Chan answers that yes, he lives only 3 minutes away from the store. She thinks that is very close, and he asks if she also lives around there. She explains that she does not, that she needs to take the subway to get there. When he asks why she frequents that place, she says that her school is nearby, and that several friends also live in the area. Besides that, her mother works close by. Chan asks if she came by bicycle that day, and she confirms. Then the two of them leave the store, and she points to a large building, saying that her mother works there. Chan comments that it is a huge company, and asks if she likes her mother's job. The little dragon replies that she loves it, especially now that she knows Chan lives nearby, and that she will be able to see him more often. She becomes very happy about that. Chan lets out a small laugh and explains that he does not intend to work at that store for very long. Upon hearing that, the little dragon is clearly discouraged, as if her small dreams had been broken. Chan thinks that the job is truly difficult. Despite providing rare experiences, he has already dealt with all kinds of magic, creatures, and species, and even gave romantic advice to a succubus. Even so, he knows he cannot stay in a convenience store forever. He begins to wonder if he was too honest, and ended up making her sad. So he gently pats the little dragon on the head and tells her not to be upset because he will still be there for quite a while and does not intend to leave anytime soon. He also says that if she ever needs anything, she can talk to him. Then he reinforces that she should not stay close to strangers because it is not safe. He explains that unknown adults may not have good intentions, and that he says this thinking about her safety. The little dragon, however, becomes playful and reminds him that he helped with the Mother's Day gift and even gave her medicine. To her, that proves that he is a good adult, maybe even a great one. Later, the manager finally arrives at the store. As soon as she walks in, she notices that the door is really broken and comments that it must have been a tough night for Chan. Since he worked hard, she decides to show him something she prepared especially for him. It is a new artifact, a fully equipped phone that she assembled herself at home. She explains that she already made all the necessary arrangements to register the device, but it is clear that she did not sleep at all to finish it. Even though she is tired, the manager begins explaining each function of the phone. It has a magical defense application, and also a very specific application that can help repair the door. It works like a camera, but when he takes a picture, the device can rewind time back to the recorded moment. Chan says he thinks he understands, and the manager suggests that he test it. He opens the application, carefully aims at the broken door, and asks if he just needs to press the button. The manager warns him that he must remain completely still while using the magic, because any movement can interfere. Chan positions himself properly, holds the phone steady, and presses the button. When he activates the rewind function, the scenes begin playing before his eyes, as if everything had been recorded. It is not exactly a video, but the images start moving backward until they reach the moment when the door was still intact. Chan is impressed, because it feels like everything was truly captured. The manager then says that now he just needs to press another button to restore it. When he presses play, a powerful magic appears in front of them. A magical circle forms in the air and begins reconstructing the glass door. The fragments align perfectly, as if they are being pulled together by an invisible force. In a short time, the door is completely intact, as if it had never been broken. Chensuj is left speechless. The manager observes carefully and confirms that everything seems fine. Chan, still thoughtful, asks if there is any risk in using that magic. He mentions that in the scene he saw while rewinding, some customers appeared, and he worries whether the magic could also influence people, perhaps altering their memories. The manager quickly reassures him and explains that the magic does not affect living beings. According to her, a spell capable of altering so many minds at once is still extremely complex and has not been developed. Chan feels great relief upon hearing that. The manager comments that mages are researching that type of magic, but there has not been any significant progress yet. Therefore, he can use the application with confidence. Chan thanks her, a bit embarrassed, and asks if he can really keep the phone. The manager says yes. After all, she spent the whole night working on it. She explains that to use a magical device like that, it is normally necessary to register it with the magical department and deal with a lot of bureaucracy. Chan asks if phones like that are common, and the manager says no, because that model is equipped with a special magical stone. This stone allows magical formulas to be downloaded like applications, but the downloads are heavy and require a Wi-Fi connection. Chan praises the manager and asks where she got the device. She says she received it from an acquaintance some time ago, ended up forgetting about it, and later decided to upgrade it before giving it to him. Then she asks if he has any more questions. Chan then asks an unexpected question. He wants to know if dogs in that world can talk. After hearing the whole story, the manager asks if that dog was like a magical familiar. Chan replies that if a familiar is an animal with extraordinary powers, then probably yes. The manager explains that the concept of a magical familiar is practically the same in both worlds. Animals with special abilities are called familiars, regardless of the type of power they possess. Some are extremely intelligent, capable of understanding human language, and even speaking fluently. However, familiars that naturally speak the language of humans or other species are rare. She also explains that their abilities are not only mental, some familiars use their powers instinctively, as if they were part of their own bodies. After hearing all of that, the manager comments that she believes the dog will return to the store, but she shows some concern. The reason is simple. Familiars are very rare and extremely valuable. Depending on their abilities, someone could capture him and sell him for something like 1 billion. Chan thinks that Byaku must be regretting everything right now. At the same time, the manager imagines that he might be in danger in the future. Chan decides that if he hears anything again, he will let her know. The manager asks him to keep her updated and wishes him a good night. Later, during work hours, Chan stands staring at the storefront while heavy rain pours down. He thinks that on days like that, customers always walk in with soaked shoes, make a mess everywhere, and he has to mop the floor over and over again. In the middle of that, he receives a message on his new phone. It is the manager, letting him know that the device also has a translator in case he needs it. She mentions that at that moment she is drinking beer and eating seafood. Chan feels a small pang of envy and smiles to himself. He thinks that his boss truly has no equal because she gave up sleep just to deliver a new phone to him, who is only an employee. Then he starts wondering what he could buy for her when he receives his first paycheck. At that moment, a customer shows up asking where the umbrella stand is and questions why Chan is standing there staring at the glass. The customer, a kobold with the face of a chihuahua, says he will not come inside until Chan brings the umbrella holder. Later, he points at a drink and asks if it is good. Chan replies that he does not know, which starts to irritate the chihuahua. Sensing the tension rising, Chan repeats a mantra in his head to calm himself down. He explains that the product is on a buy one get one promotion. The chihuahua says he does not need two. Even so, Chan insists that he loses nothing. The chihuahua suggests that Chan could drink the other can, but Chan replies that he cannot drink inside the establishment. When he realizes that it is alcohol and not soda, he reinforces that he does not drink during work. The chihuahua asks if he never drinks there. Chan says no, because it does not make sense for an employee to do that. The chihuahua comments that he sometimes drinks, blaming his boss for making him work too much, even on weekends, and says that at least he needs to be drunk to endure it. Later, flying over the store, Yunha appears riding her Pegasus. She lands and tells the Pegasus to wait. Cheerful, she announces that she came to visit her brother and asks how he is doing. When she notices his thoughtful expression, she sees that he is staring at a beer can the chihuahua left behind. She asks if he is drinking. Chan explains that he is not, that the customer left the can, and that he was just thinking. He also says that he is worried about the customer, afraid that he might get fired for drinking at work. Yuna finds that concern curious and comments that Chan is really good at what he does, since he even worries about customers. She says that she once worked there, but it did not go very well. Despite the short time, she learned a lot, including that it was common to deal with absurd situations, like customers who cursed inside the store. She recalls a case where someone tried to request a refund for a pack of cookies that had already been eaten, claiming a stomachache afterward. That made her furious, and she almost resorted to violence, but thanks to her sister, the orc involved did not get beaten. In the end, the job only brought her headaches, and she decided to leave. Chan says he understands very well how she felt, but asks why she came that day, since there is no scheduled delivery. Yunha explains that she needs his help. When she shows him the reason, he is shocked, because she is literally holding a heart. She reveals that it is a demonic core and asks if he can touch it. Chan immediately refuses. Yunha explains that it has already been purified, but he replies that it does not matter whether it is dangerous or not. He does not want to touch something so disgusting. Then she explains that demons are creatures that come out of portals, and that the core is like their heart, a mass of concentrated pure magical energy, so powerful that it can even be used as fuel. She adds that it is also related to a product their sister asked to be delivered. Chan asks if it was the manager who requested it. Yunha clarifies that not exactly, and reminds him of the dragon scale he purified before. This time, the manager asked for a stuffed demon, and purification is essential in the process. Since she does not trust the people who handled the previous purification, which was poorly done, she decided to ask for his help. According to her, the core should react the same way the scale reacted, because of the anti-magic constitution that Chan possesses. So Chan stares at the core and decides he will only touch it for a brief moment. The instant he makes contact, everything goes wrong. The entire store is engulfed in a strange, heavy mist with a horrible smell. The smoke spreads quickly, and the two of them have to run outside, coughing non-stop. Outside, Chan complains that Yunha said it was not dangerous. In the middle of the chaos, she bumps into something and explodes in anger, questioning whether that company thinks this kind of work is a joke. She declares that she will destroy them and storms off, saying she will be right back because she is going to call the company immediately. While she turns the corner to make the call, Chan thinks she is really furious, and honestly, it makes sense. The situation is absurd. The shop is reeking, filled with smoke, and there is no way to receive customers like that. At that moment, someone approaches and asks why there is a demonic core inside the shop. Chan recognizes the voice and realizes it is the robot who fell off his bicycle out front the other day. The robot confirms and thanks him for remembering. He looks at the smoke and comments that the smell and the haze are typical of a demonic core undergoing purification. He asks if the shop works with that kind of thing. Chan thinks that is more or less the case, but explains that in its current current state he cannot serve him, and that he should look for another shop for now. Meanwhile, Yoonha is on the phone, shouting at the company and demanding compensation for the damage, threatening to destroy everything if they do not fix it. When she hangs up, she says she will handle it herself, and irritated punches the wall, leaving a crack. Then she takes a deep breath and tries to calm down. Chan asks if she is okay. Yoonha apologizes and explains that she got angry because the company guaranteed the service was done correctly, but clearly it was not. Chan thinks anyone could tell that company looks illegal. He then asks how they are going to deal with the horrible smell and the smoke, but Yoonha remembers that businesses are closed because it is the weekend. The robot, who has been watching everything in silence, says he can take a look and solve the situation immediately. He explains that he wants to do it because he felt grateful for the help he received during the bicycle accident and wants to repay that debt. He says he is very good at handling unexpected situations and asks them to leave it to him. Chan and Yoonha stay outside, watching as the robot enters the shop. She asks if he is a frequent customer. Chan explains that he is not a regular, but he has shown up before and that they helped him when he had the accident out front. Inside the shop, the robot begins analyzing the demonic core. He scans data rapidly and picks up the heart as if it weighs nothing. Chan comments that he must work with that kind of creature. Yoonha concludes that explains his confidence, because robots specialized in that kind of service tend to be extremely precise. Then the robot releases an electric discharge directly into the core. The entire shop lights up with bolts coming out of the demonic heart. Chan and Yoonha are stunned by the intensity of the energy. After a few seconds, the robot walks out of the shop, saying the process has been completed 100%. Yoonha calls him incredible. Chan asks if he is okay, because the discharge was massive. The robot replies that everything is fine and that it is standard procedure. Chan asks if it is normal for the color of the core to have changed like that. The robot confirms and explains that when purification is complete, that is exactly the expected color. He advises Yoonha to immediately replace the company she was dealing with before. According to his analysis, the previous purification was only 80% complete. If he had not intervened, the core could have exploded within minutes. He also comments that this kind of poorly done service is usually carried out in illegal laboratories, with no safety measures at all, just to save money. When she hears that, Yoonha becomes even more irritated and promises she will deal with those responsible. The robot says he understands that feeling. Chan asks what is going on with him. The robot explains that business is not going well, that there is not much demand, and that his factory has not had clients for a month. That is why he has been frustrated. Chan replies that he does not need to worry, because Yoonha is already considering hiring him as a new partner. Yoonha confirms that there is a lot of work ahead and asks if they can sign a contract. The robot immediately accepts and thanks them for the opportunity. Excited, Yoonha tells him to get on Pegasus. Before leaving, however, the robot asks a question. He wants to know how the previous purification was done inside the shop, since he did not see any specialized equipment there. He shows curiosity about the method they used. Chan thinks he cannot talk about his anti-magic constitution. Before the robot insists, Yoonha cuts him off and says it is a secret, reinforcing that he should not ask again because it is a state secret. Later, after they leave, Chan stays behind fixing the cracked wall Yoonha caused. While he works, he thinks he will never have a truly peaceful day in that shop. In the middle of it, he receives a message from her, saying she got his number from the manager. She thanks him very much for what happened that day, and praises his anti-magic constitution. This makes Chan think. He starts to wonder if Yoonha is really just a delivery worker. She talks about monsters so casually. She is extremely strong, and she has clearly dealt with dangerous things before. She does not seem like an ordinary person. He even wonders if, in that world, every delivery worker is secretly super powerful. In the end, he decides he will ask her another time. He then comments to himself that he can finally go back inside the shop because the bad smell is gone. While standing out front, he sees someone passing by and asks if everything is alright. The person says yes and adds that he must be surprised to see her there. She apologizes for showing up while he is working and says she does not want to disturb him. It is the succubus, this time all dressed up. She apologizes for appearing out of nowhere and explains that she went to a club with people from work. They ended up ignoring her and disappearing, leaving her alone. She does not understand how they could do that. Chan notices that she looks very different from usual. He even thinks that maybe this is what people call a feminine transformation. Then he asks why she came there, since she could have tried to enjoy herself alone at the club, or even take the opportunity to learn more about the love she so badly wants to find. The succubus explains that it was her first time at that club, and that she was practically forced to go by her senior co-workers. She only wanted to hang out casually with her friends, but she was dragged there instead. Once she arrived, she was completely alone because the seniors vanished. To make things worse, an octopus man started bothering her, while the other two were having fun like true succubi. Soon after, several men began approaching her at the same time, which left her extremely embarrassed. Chan thinks that must have been really hard for her. He asks if the seniors did not give her any warning beforehand. The succubus says they mentioned a few things, but nothing very clear. That reminds Chan of his own friends, who also like to party and do not always explain things properly. He suggests that maybe next time she should try going somewhere quieter with fewer people. Then the succubus says that one of the seniors recommended a dating app to her. It is her first time using something like that, so she does not really know how it works. Chan asks to take a look. The first thing he says is that she needs a good profile picture. At that moment, the succubus becomes serious. He explains that she can smile, because it is not a resume photo. She replies that she gets nervous just taking pictures, and thinks her makeup is not that good, and also says she is not very photogenic. Chan casually tells her that she is pretty, and that she can relax. He comments that she looks even more beautiful today than the last time she came to the shop, so all she has to do is smile, and it will work out. She becomes very shy, but she smiles, and the photo turns out great. After that, Chan tells her to fill in her profile information, and let the app handle the rest by automatically finding someone. She completes everything, and presses the button to find love. Soon, the profile of an incubus appears, the same species as her. Curious, she shows it to Chan, and asks what he thinks. When he sees the picture, Chan feels slightly disgusted. The guy is covered in gold, wearing sunglasses, with metal spread across his face, and he is even posing next to another woman in the photo. He asks what his tattoo means, wondering if it is written in a language only succubi understand. The succubus explains that yes, it is a language used between succubi and incubi, and that the phrase means something like true love. She even thinks it is kind of cute. Without saying anything, Chan takes her phone. She looks confused and asks what he is doing. At that moment, he cancels everything and closes the app. Then he asks if the senior who recommended it usually plays pranks on her, or secretly dislikes her. The succubus looks surprised, and asks how he knows. Then she admits that yes, that senior is always playing pranks on her. Every time she got angry, the senior would say she looked even cuter like that. She also mentioned that one of the seniors at the club that night had actually been that same woman. Chan started thinking that now everything made sense. The whole club situation had probably just been another prank at her expense, so he decided to change the subject. He asked the succubus what kind of person she liked. She found the question strange and asked why he was bringing that up. Chan explained that he was just trying to help her find a romantic partner. He said that if she already knew the type of person she wanted to be with, everything would become much easier. The succubus began imagining the perfect person for her, someone who understood her feelings, someone she could be intimate with and talk about anything, a good listener who would simply accept her for who she was. Then, suddenly, she realized that maybe that person was Chan himself. She froze in silence. The scene cuts to dawn. Chan is sweeping the sidewalk, thinking about what happened. He finds it strange how the succubus suddenly became so embarrassed and left the shop like that. He starts wondering if he said something wrong. He also thinks that maybe he should not be giving romantic advice, since he has never dated anyone. Suddenly, the little dragon appears. Chan comments that this time she brought the paper, but at that exact moment, she trips and falls flat on her face. He quickly helps her up and asks if she is okay. A woman approaches, concerned, and asks if his daughter is alright. She even offers some medicine and asks if she can give it to the girl. Chan is confused, realizing the woman thinks the little dragon is his daughter. As customers start arriving that morning, they all repeat the same thing. They say his daughter is very cute, that it is adorable. He brings her to work. An elderly man even comments that he finds it lovely that the little girl stays there helping her father. Chan realizes that everyone truly believes she is his daughter. Even so, the little dragon ends up receiving several small gifts from customers. He thinks that considering her apparent age, it makes sense that people would assume that. At one point, the little dragon apologizes to Chan. He asks why. She says she is getting in the way, and that he is busy. But he explains that it is actually the opposite. Her presence has increased sales. He comments that this is typical of Mondays, when people seem like zombies because of what is called Monday syndrome. Adults carry the weight of the start of the week and feel tired and unmotivated. But when they see the little dragon, their mood instantly improves. He says that if she waves and smiles, it will help even more. She replies that she will, and that she will work hard. Chan thanks her, and says he will put everything she is holding into a bag. Soon after, a customer walks in, asking if they have medicine for a hangover. Chan says of course they do. While she is looking for the medicine, she notices the little dragon, who gives her an adorable little wave. The customer practically melts from the cuteness. She says the child is adorable, and that her heart can barely handle it. She once again comments that Chan has a very cute daughter. After paying, she says that thanks to the little girl, she is already feeling much better. When she leaves, Chan realizes that the little girl is genuinely improving everyone's mood. Her effect is incredible, so he suggests they start making the gift for her mother. He asks if she brought the materials. Later, the two of them place everything on the table. Chan suggests drawing a background first, maybe a plane or some beautiful scenery. The little dragon says she wants a flower field with a blue sky. He agrees and says she can draw on the paper and that he will help if she needs it. At that moment, another customer enters the shop. It is an orange cat. Chan thinks that anyone who has one knows how much trouble they can cause. The customer asks where the snacks are, and Chan shows the way. As the cat walked through the shop, Chan thought the day felt almost too peaceful. Maybe because of the little dragon's presence, everything seemed lighter. Suddenly, the little dragon seemed to notice something strange. Chan asked what was wrong. She said that the cat was completely black around him. He did not understand, and asked what she meant. Since the cat was orange-brown, he thought she might be talking about a black shirt or something something like that, but she explained that it was not that. She said it was like his heart was black. Chan started observing the customer more carefully and asked if she meant that he was a bad person. The little dragon confirmed. She explained that when black magic appears around someone, it means that person is about to do something very bad. He asked how she knew that. She replied that she watches many people. Chan commented that she was truly special. Up until that moment, he had not noticed anything suspicious about the customer, but he remembered that the manager once said dragons can see the magic surrounding people, so he decided to believe her. He asked the little dragon to stay still for a moment and picked up the mop. Then he started cleaning the floor near the cat, pretending he was just doing his job while carefully watching everything. Chan began thinking that the cat was about to do something bad, maybe try to steal something or pull some kind of scam. He was already prepared and decided that if the cat made any suspicious move, he would use the famous mop of justice right on his face. But the cat simply walked up to the counter and said he wanted to buy that product. Chan was confused. The customer had not done anything wrong so far. Even so, he stayed alert. He started imagining that the cat might pull out a weapon and announce a robbery. If that happened, he was not even sure what he would do. Then Chan noticed something strange about the cat's wallet. There was something odd about it. Without thinking too much, he grabbed the customer's arm and apologized, saying he needed to see his wallet for a moment. The cat became nervous and confused, asking why, but Chan insisted that he only wanted a quick look. He found the wallet extremely suspicious. Maybe it was something like that magical ID the vampire had used before. He was certain there was some kind of magic involved. The cat grew irritated, asking what his problem was and telling him to let go of his arm. So Chan quickly improvised an excuse. He said the wallet looked very nice and that he wanted to buy one just like it, so he wanted to take a closer look. The cat replied that he would not show anything and threatened to call the police. Chan tried to calm the situation, saying there was no need for that and that he just wanted to see the wallet. At that moment, the little dragon joined the conversation and said she also really wanted to see the wallet, asking why he would not show it. The cat was caught off guard by her cuteness and in his distraction ended up dropping the wallet. Chan seized the opportunity and grabbed it. He even thought the little dragon had helped a lot just then, but as soon as he held the wallet, he felt something strange, something heavy and unstable. He was startled and almost dropped it. Suddenly the wallet began to glow and expand, like an inflatable mattress filling with air. The cat panicked, not understanding what was happening. A bright light filled the shop, and Chan immediately hugged the little dragon to protect her. When the light began to fade, he noticed several items from the shop scattered across the floor. That was when he understood everything. The cat had been using that magical wallet to store the products and steal from the shop without anyone noticing. Chan told the little dragon to stay still for a moment. He grabbed the mop of justice and slammed it on the floor right in front of the cat, making it clear he was serious. He said he would be straightforward. If the cat left right then, there would be no punishment, but if he insisted on staying, he would experience the power of the mop. The cat did not think twice and ran out of the shop. Chan let out a sigh, already imagining the work he would have to do to organize everything again. The little dragon walked over and asked if he was okay. He said he was, and asked if she had gotten hurt. She replied that she was perfectly fine. Chan felt relieved and thanked her sincerely for the help. If it had not been for her warning, the shop would have been robbed, but the little dragon said that he was the one who defeated the thief. At that moment, the manager appeared. Chan only noticed her presence afterward and felt a little embarrassed. She asked him to explain what had happened. After listening to the whole story, she asked whether all the stolen items had been inside that wallet. Chan confirmed, but said he had no idea how or when the cat had put everything in there. He even thought it might have been some kind of teleportation. The manager agreed that it was very likely. That wallet was clearly a magical tool with teleportation and spatial expansion spells. However, the shop's magical security system had interfered and broken the effect. She then asked how he had noticed it. Chan replied that it was thanks to the little dragon. The manager approached her, saying she was very special and thanking her for the help. But the little dragon hid behind Chan, which made the manager a little sad. She tried to explain that she was not a bad person. Chan attempted to ease the situation, telling his boss not to feel that way. Then he remembered that it was almost time for the little dragon's school. He said he would gather everything she had received into a bag and hand her the presents. He also mentioned that next time they would finish the gift for her mother. The little dragon agreed enthusiastically. She left all tidy, waved goodbye, and carefully went on her way. After that, the manager asked Chan if he had dealt with the wallet because of his special constitution. He confirmed. The moment he saw the wallet, he sensed magical instability around it and immediately knew something was wrong. The manager commented that his anti-magic constitution was improving every day. Just as mages grow stronger the more they use magic, perhaps his body worked the same way. He was absorbing many things from that world, and that special state might be evolving. She said they could talk more about it that night, but before that, they still had to deal with the little thief from earlier. Chan asked how they were going to handle it, since the thief had probably run far away by now. Later, the same police officer from before appeared again, the elf Iruel. She wanted more details about the incident and began gathering all the information. The event had started around 9 in the morning. The stolen items were basic products, such as cookies and snacks, and all of them had been transferred into a wallet with magical space. The manager confirmed that everything was correct. She also mentioned that everything had been resolved thanks to Chan. Praising him in front of the officer, Iruel agreed that he seemed to be a good employee. After that, she went to the security camera room to review the footage. The manager said she could call her if anything anything came up. In the meantime, she received a notification on her phone. It was a message informing her that Yoonha had sent money to Chan, apparently a bonus for helping purify the demonic core. Chan apologized for acting without informing her beforehand, but the manager said it was fine. Everyone there needed to help each other. She only asked that if he ever planned to work somewhere else, he should let her know in advance. She commented that she had hired part-time employees before, but it never worked out. She was afraid that if Chan suddenly left, the business would suffer. He replied that he had no intention of leaving, even if he wanted to try something different in that world. He did not know how to do anything else besides working at that convenience store, and in truth, he liked working there with her. He found it fun and comfortable. He said he would stay. The manager looked a little embarrassed, but said it was good to know that he kept his word. Then she added that they needed to think about a strategy regarding his anti-magic constitution. At that moment, Officer Iro left the camera room. The manager asked if she had gotten what she needed. Iro confirmed and thanked her for the cooperation. She said they had already identified some suspects and that the investigation would probably move forward quickly. She then mentioned something to Chan. According to the recordings, that wallet had several active spells, but after he touched it, all the magic simply disappeared. She asked if that had anything to do with him. Chan thought about what to say. Should he talk about anti-magic? He started to say he would explain, but the manager made it clear that he should not lie. Even so, he did not know exactly what to say, so he only said that when he touched the wallet, it ended up exploding. Irul asked if he was saying that he touched the wallet and it simply exploded. Chan replied that he was not sure. He did not understand much about magic. He just felt something suspicious and touched it. The manager then commented that it might have been some kind of automatic dissipation magic. Illegal tools usually have security systems that erase spells when they detect interference. Irul asked if the manager was a mage. She confirmed that she was, and said she could provide more technical details if necessary. The officer thanked her again for the cooperation, and asked if there were any other questions. Chan said no, but the manager raised her hand excitedly, and said she had a question. She wanted to know if the officer usually slept well. Irul replied that she slept very well, about 30 minutes per day. Chan was completely shocked inside, wondering if that was healthy. The manager commented that with so little sleep, driving could be dangerous. She said that next time the officer came to the store, she could offer a portion of sleep. The officer thanked her for the concern, but commented that it sounded a little outside the regulations. The manager then made a promotional offer, 3 for 30,000, saying she was giving a discount because she was genuinely concerned about the officer's well-being. She even glanced at Chan. He confirmed that he had already tried the potion, and that it was very good. It tasted like strawberry, and he had fallen asleep immediately after drinking it. Because of that, Irul gave in a little, and said that maybe she would try it when the investigation was over. Then, when she left in the police car, Chan began to think about what would have happened if he had told the whole truth from the beginning. The manager commented that she might even have recommended that he become a police officer as well, because within the police, the army, and even the special forces there are several people with anti-magic constitutions. From the way she talks about regulations and the serious way she acts at work, she seems to be an extremely dedicated officer, almost too strict. Chan starts to wonder if she is afraid of making mistakes, and maybe that is why she barely sleeps, resting only 30 minutes per night. The manager makes it clear that this is just her opinion, but even so, it is easy to see that she takes her job very seriously. While thinking about it, Chan remembers the past, the war, and how all of that still seems hard to understand. The elves were persecuted for a long time, and the marks of that are still present. At that moment, an elf bumps into a kobold, and the two start arguing, because the elf accuses him of doing it on purpose, and threatens to call the police. Watching the scene, Chan thinks that maybe elves still suffer discrimination, and that part of it might come from the way they behave, since many of them have personalities that others consider strange. Soon after, the manager receives a message from Yoonha, saying she will stop by that night. Chan asks if some job came up, but the manager explains that it did not. In fact, she talked the day before with her sister about his anti-magic constitution, and found out that there is a good method to deal with it. Even so, she is afraid, so she thinks it is better that Chan first listen to everything calmly before making any decision. Later that night, Yoonha appears at the counter and explains that he should get an anti-magic certification. According to her, he has a great chance of passing on the first try and receiving several benefits. Chan asks what exactly that certification is, and the manager explains over the phone that it is a national qualification that allows someone to officially work in professions related to magic and anti-magic. Even so, he shows insecurity and questions whether someone who came from another world can take this test. The manager assures him that she will handle that part, and will do her best to prepare everything, asking only that he relax. Worried, Chan asks if Yoonha knows that he is from another world, but the manager replies that it is not good for people to know that. To avoid suspicion, she said that he came from a very remote land outside that continent. After that, Chan decides to speak directly with Yoonha. When he approaches, she asks if he now understands what it is about, and he confirms, thanking her for waiting. Yoonha explains that now they can really talk, and says that he should not hide his constitution. Resistance to magic is not that rare, but in his case it is special because it is extremely powerful. He can nullify spells, purify things, and even notice details that go unnoticed by ordinary eyes. She says that she and her sister have already met professionals who work with anti-magic, and that this field exists in a structured way. Chan asks if his constitution might be under research, and Yoonha Yunha tells him to think carefully, reminding him that he is special and that sooner or later other people will notice it. If that happens, he can use this ability to help those who need it. He then asks if the certificate would really solve his problems. Yunha explains that it would, because since he works part-time, if people discover his constitution without an official certification, they might start requesting him all the time, causing trouble for the manager. With the certificate, he could officially act as an anti-magic professional within his own job, functioning as if he had two roles at the same time, as long as one of them is linked to his constitution. Chan admits that it is a smart solution, but Yunha reminds him that there is a problem. Any race can take the exam as long as they are from that world. When he hears that, he understands that this is the real issue. He came to that world without even knowing it existed. Since he arrived, he has barely left the shop and has never walked more than a few steps beyond it. If he decides to take the exam, it will literally be his first official step in that world. He will have to take transportation, find the exam location, and take a test alongside races that until recently he did not even know existed. He feels like an intruder, a complete stranger. Even if he gets the certificate, he has no idea what he will do afterward, or if he will even manage to pass. Noticing his inner conflict, Yunha explains that the manager is very worried. Since he started working there, she talks about him all the time, and that morning she seemed even more anxious. According to Yunha, there is something that prevents the manager from directly suggesting that he get the certificate, so she decided to come speak to him herself, and from the look she saw on her sister's face, she had never seen that expression before. She then asks why Chan does not simply try. At that moment, the manager appears, bringing dinner for everyone. Yunha finds it strange and asks why she is still awake, and the manager replies that sleep is not a priority on days like that. That is when Chan makes his decision. He says that he will take the test. If he can handle every strange customer who walks into that shop every day, then he can pass this exam as well. He asks them not to worry about him. Later, the manager opens the backpack she brought, and everyone is amazed by how many items are inside. They ask what all of that is, and she casually replies that they are amulets to help him pass the test. Yunha comments that all of that is expensive, but the manager ignores that detail and tells Chan that from that moment on, he is officially on vacation. He does not need to work until after the exam. He asks if she will be fine alone, and she assures him that she will. She says that when a special person is about to take an important test, she does everything she can to help. Yunha interrupts the mood, however, and reminds him that he does not need that much preparation because the exam is tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The revelation leaves both of them completely shocked. When morning comes, Chan looks at the place where he has been taken and asks if that building is near the train station. The manager confirms and comments that a new station will be built there. She says it was a good idea to place a teleport point so close. Chan notices that every building around them is impressive, and the manager explains that those structures were built by several races together a long time ago. They survived the war and today are symbols of peace in that society. The place was renovated and transformed into an educational institution. He asks where the test will be, and she points to a building right ahead. Chan realizes that he was teleported very close to the entrance, and the manager admits that it is the first time he will truly step into that world beyond the shop. So she wanted to make things easier. She asks if he is ready. He says he feels strange, as if he is becoming a student again. The manager asks him to call when he finishes, and says she will pick him up. Before he goes in, she calls his name and tells him not to be anxious, just to do the best he can. He replies that he will, and that he will be back soon. Meanwhile, at the shop, the manager continues working as usual. Yunha sends a message asking if he arrived safely. The manager calculates that the test is about to begin in a few minutes, and starts wondering if he will be alright. It is his first real experience in that world, but she believes that being inside the exam room should keep him safe from any problems. Inside the room, Chan approaches another candidate, an orc, and asks if he can take a photo of his notes because he missed the last test and had to leave in a hurry. The orc adjusts his glasses, stares at him for a moment, and allows it. Chan thanks him and offers a small candy from the shop as a gesture of gratitude. He realizes that he barely prepared at all. Looking around, he notices people of every imaginable species, but no other human besides him. He uses his phone with a translator and begins reviewing questions from previous exams. One of them mentions a creature called arachne, something he has no idea how to handle. The next question involves a troll's electricity, high voltage, and percentage of magical power, terms that make no sense to him. There is also a question about disarming a magical bomb, and another about a freezing spell that reaches 512 kilometers per hour. Chan feels panic rising. He thinks he is completely lost, and that he is going to disappoint everyone. He starts to understand why someone had to take that test twice. Passing on the first try seems impossible. He realizes that anti-magic specialists work in extremely broad fields, far more than he had imagined. At that moment, an elegant man enters the room. He announces that there are 5 minutes left before the exam begins, and introduces himself as Supervisor Deckard. He explains that the test starts exactly at 9 o'clock and lasts 60 minutes. The exam consists of 1 comprehension question and 79 multiple-choice questions, worth up to 200 points in total. He also makes it clear that any attempt at cheating will result in suspension, not only from that exam but from any similar certification across the entire country. Shortly before the start, the supervisor hands out the answer sheet and a blank page for the written question. Since no one asks anything, he authorizes the beginning of the test. Chan takes a deep breath and starts analyzing the first part. That is when he notices something unexpected. The comprehension question consists of listening to a children's song. The song talks about the Carvalho family, where the father is strong, the mother is also strong, but the son is weak. Even so, together they form a strong family. Chan starts to wonder if that was really what he was supposed to do. The exam feels far too strange. Even so, he decides to call the instructor to clarify his doubt. The instructor approaches and asks what happened, and Chan explains that the question seemed odd and that he wanted to know if it was actually correct. From his point of view, it did not seem right. The instructor replies that there is nothing strange and that if there is a problem, it is probably with him. He then tells Chan to focus and complete the test in silence. Time passes and the entire room remains quiet. Some people look almost on the verge of losing control trying to finish the exam, but the question is extremely simple. It asks for the name of the child mentioned in the song. Chan finds it too easy. The previous test he reviewed was extremely difficult, so why is this one so simple? There are even basic addition questions. He starts to suspect that something is wrong. Why is everything so easy, and why did the supervisor speak to him like that? He keeps answering everything, but the doubt does not leave his mind. If all those ridiculously easy questions are truly like that, then what is the real purpose of the test? Before he realizes it, it is already 9:15 and he has finished everything. When he leaves, the manager asks if he is already done. Chan takes the opportunity to ask whether it is normal for a certification test to feel like an elementary school exam. He mentions the comprehension question about the song and says the rest was also far too simple. The manager asks if it was really that easy, and Chan confirms that it was. He even asked the supervisor, but apparently there was nothing wrong, so he simply finished and left. The manager stays silent for a few seconds and suddenly bursts into loud laughter. Chan becomes confused and calls out to her, finding her reaction strange. She apologizes and says it was just too funny. Then she asks if he did not notice anything strange in the room. Chan admits that he did think the situation felt odd. That is when she reveals that there was a spell spread throughout the entire room, a distortion spell created specifically to prevent candidates from properly solving their own test. Most of them were struggling because of that. But because Chan has an anti-magic constitution, the real test was not the paper itself, but resisting the spell. Whoever could ignore the distortion and solve everything normally would prove they had the profile they were looking for. The real exam was keeping a clear mind under magical influence. The manager comments that this year's test was brilliant. Chan, however, questions whether people were prepared for something like that, and whether there would be many complaints. She explains that there would not be, because there was a written instruction indicating the minimum score required. It was not necessary to get everything right, only to reach the basic score to pass the first phase. Solving everything worked as a bonus, something that showed a level above what was expected. She also says they realized many candidates were not prepared for a direct practical test. If they announced that it would be extremely difficult and full of magic, many people would not even participate. Besides, magic is unpredictable, so it is impossible to fully anticipate its effects. After that, she asks if she can pick him up now. Chan says he is there waiting. The manager replies that she will finish helping a customer and soon teleport to the shop. Chan tells her not to rush. While waiting, Chan overhears a conversation between two children. From what he understands, two students had fought in the classroom. He thinks that is normal. Children are competitive, but then he hears that the fight was because of a competition to see who was the cutest in the class. The ones competing were an otter and a red panda, and the two kept launching real cuteness attacks at each other. The other child asks who won, and the answer is that they could not decide because a dragon girl from another class showed up and interrupted everything. The conversation continues, and one of the girls says there is also a dragon girl in her own class, but she is very different. According to her, whenever this dragon girl appears, the atmosphere becomes heavy, almost frozen, as if the environment turns empty. She is not like the other dragons who are more lively. At that moment, the children notice that Chan has been listening and ask what he is doing there. Before he can answer, the manager calls him, saying she has arrived and asking where he is. Chan says goodbye to the children, wishing them a good day at school. As he walks, he thinks he was almost caught listening to gossip. Even so, he feels curious. A dragon child with that strange presence might be exactly the one he knows. Chan approaches the shop and thinks that this kind of coincidence can simply happen. It is not impossible. Later that night, he prepares for another work shift. On the day he took the test, he had the day off, but now he is back to his routine. He thinks his boss is really decisive and always knows what she wants. As soon as he arrives, the manager greets him enthusiastically and congratulates him. Chan looks confused and asks for what. She then shows him her phone. There it is, the test result. Maximum score, 200 points. Chan is surprised because during the exam he thought something was wrong. Even so, he did not miss a single question. The manager comments that she was also surprised by the result, but she quickly explains that the time for him to prepare for the next practical test is very short. Chan replies that if it continues like that, he will not have enough time. The manager counters by saying he can start right now. Then she takes a magical artifact and says he can begin training immediately. Chan looks at the object and asks what it is. He touches the sphere, which had several small beads inside, until only one red bead remains. Suddenly, that bead starts bouncing everywhere, ricocheting all over the shop. Confused, he asks what is happening. The manager simply tells him to catch the ball and says he can see it clearly, so he needs to focus. He begins tracking the movement of the bead, trying to predict where it will land. He observes the trajectory, calculates the next bounce, and at the right moment jumps and manages to grab it. As soon as he holds it, the bead shines and disappears. Chan asks if it was originally like that, and the manager explains that it is just a prototype. She herself placed a spell on the bead. From that point on, she says she will teach him the basics needed for the practical test. She comments that as expected, he can also dissipate magical barriers, something she had already imagined. Chan then asks what exactly that bouncing bead is. The manager explains that it is meant to train his control for the test. The bead has 3 types of magic applied to it: automatic magical activity, sound magic, and color change magic. Among those 3, he needs to deactivate only 2, the automatic activity and the sound magic. The color change must remain intact. Chan asks what that has to do with the test. The manager explains that an anti-magic professional must be a specialist in dispersing any type of magic, but cannot simply deactivate everything at the same time. She explains that many machines use magic to function safely. Trains and subways, for example, run on electricity or fuel, but they also have magical components to prevent overheating or loss of control. If Chan touches something and indiscriminately deactivates all magic, he could cause serious accidents, like a train derailing. In addition, the cost of restoring those magical systems would be high, and naturally the blame would fall on him. In that case, he would never be able to work as an anti-magic specialist again. Chan then asks if in that case he can really pass the test, since he deactivated all 3 spells on the bead at the same time. The manager says that does not necessarily mean failure. She had already mentioned that he seems capable of controlling his own magical constitution. If he had no control, the purified scales would not have reacted the way they did. He also would not have been able to return home carrying an active magical artifact, because the magic would not function properly around his body. What he needs to practice now is precisely controlling his magical constitution, so he can deactivate only the magic he chooses, one at a time, understanding each type. He must not only identify which magic is present, but also feel the difference between them. Chan accepts the challenge and says he will do his best. The manager becomes excited and says she has already prepared more training material. She made several identical beads and stored them all in the cabinet. There is an entire jar full of them. Chan asks if she made all of that in a single day. The manager says yes. After all, she promised to help him, and she intends to keep that promise. She says she could prepare something more complex, but for now, this is what she can manage. Even so, she apologizes and encourages Chan, telling him he can do it. During his shift, he begins practicing intensely. He touches the beads from the jar, trying to deactivate only the correct spells. He watches each trajectory, waits for the right moment, and tries to act with precision. In one attempt, he catches the bead at the exact right time, but ends up deactivating the color change magic as well. He fails again. It is already the 50th bead. Beside him there is a box filled with completely black beads, all failed attempts from the training. Chan realizes that simply thinking about deactivating the correct spells is not working. There are only 3 beads left. He feels that he does not have many chances. He remembers the manager words that willpower controls his constitution. That means his determination must be stronger and more focused. At that moment, the shop door opens, and a customer walks in. Chan turns to see who it is, and recognizes the werewolf, who has not appeared in quite some time. The werewolf comments that he did not expect Chan to still remember him. Chan replies that it is impossible to forget someone who left such a strong impression, and asks how his work is going, whether he is operating in another region now. The werewolf confirms that he is, working in other places through recommendations from friends, exploring new horizons and expanding his opportunities. Then he asks how Chan is doing. Chan says it is a long story, but before he can explain, someone else rushes into the shop. The presence of this new person completely changes the atmosphere. Just by standing there, she emits an intense feeling of cold, as if the air around her has frozen. The young woman who radiates cold enters crying and asks, in a trembling voice, where the tissues are. Chan replies that they are in the aisle to the right. She thanks him and walks away. As soon as she moves farther inside, Chan asks the werewolf what species she is exactly. The werewolf says he did not get a good look, but he thinks she is a snow doll. Chan finds that strange and asks whether snow dolls usually cry like that. Suddenly her sobbing grows even louder, and the cold around her intensifies, freezing part of the shop. Chan asks why that is happening. The werewolf explains that snow dolls naturally emit cold wherever they go, but the intensity depends on their emotions, and clearly, that snow doll is deeply upset. Chan realizes he needs to calm her down, but he has no idea what to say. The werewolf tells him not to worry, that he can help. Chan replies that it is not necessary, since it is his job to deal with customers. The werewolf insists that it is fine. He admits he is also curious, and that the more people trying to help, the easier it will be to resolve the situation. Chan thinks that makes sense, and decides to trust him, since the werewolf seems experienced and probably knows how to communicate better. So Chan approaches carefully, and asks for permission to speak, saying he understands she is going through a difficult moment, but the cold is freezing the entire store. Hearing that, the snow doll starts crying even harder and apologizes, saying she is causing trouble and asking if she should just leave. Chan quickly says it is fine, and that she can stay. Even so, she says she will will leave in 3 minutes. At that moment, the werewolf steps forward politely and asks what happened for her to be in that state. He says that no matter how hard a situation may be, there is always a way to deal with it, so perhaps it would be better for her to share what happened. The snow doll begins to explain that she has a boyfriend, but he cheated on her. Chan tenses up when he hears that, and realizes the situation is more serious than he thought. She says that earlier that day, her boyfriend told her he would have to work late, so she decided to go to the movies alone. When she arrived, she saw him there with another woman, and even worse, it was a co-worker of hers. Chan comments that it sounds like a soap opera, and asks if she confronted him. The snow doll says she ended up fighting the other woman, and they even pulled each other hair. She felt intense pain and ran away, but not before provoking her, saying he was hers and that she would split the other woman in half. Chan thinks this no longer sounds like a romantic comedy, but almost like a horror movie. She continues, saying it was ridiculous, and that she went blind with rage because that co-worker was always causing problems for her, and now she had even stolen her boyfriend, acting completely confident about it. Chan feels the atmosphere growing heavy again, but the werewolf calmly intervenes. He says he cannot claim to fully understand what she is feeling, but from the way she talks, it seems she still loves that man. He then asks why she does not talk directly to her co-worker to resolve everything. The snow doll replies that she does not want to deal with someone so disgusting. The werewolf says he understands that feeling, but it seems there are unresolved emotions inside her. If she simply ignores them, the regret might be even worse in the future. That weight could follow her for a long time. He explains that it will be painful to face it now, but it is better to resolve it while it is still fresh, so that later she can live more lightly and happily. The snow doll takes a deep breath and admits he is right. If she lets it go, she will regret it later. She does not want to be trapped in those thoughts, or end up pulling hair again in another uncontrolled fight. But if necessary, this time she will not run away. She will settle everything today. She thanks both of them for listening and comforting her. Chan says it is no problem and that she can come back anytime she needs. He even asks if she wants them to call the police in case things get out of control. She says no, it is fine. Suddenly, a car stops right in front of the store. A woman steps out and in a mocking tone asks if the snow doll came to beg for help or if she is looking for another man to flirt with. The woman continues, saying she always shows her pathetic side. The snow doll immediately stares at the newcomer and asks how she dares to show up in front of her like that. The woman with flaming hair says she is not there to listen to that kind of complaint. She claims that love is like that, disappointing, and that it would be better for the snow doll to give up on that man once and for all. Hearing this, the snow doll releases even more cold around her body, making the air heavy and sharp. Chan immediately realizes that this is not just uncontrolled emotion, it is magic being activated. He thinks that if this continues, a fight will break out right there inside the shop. Trying to prevent the worst, Chan decides to intervene peacefully. He addresses the flaming-haired woman and says she cannot park in front of the store, asking if she could move the car somewhere else. The woman tells him to shut up, saying that if he keeps talking, he might end up in the hospital. The tension rises even more. The snow doll declares that this time she will not let it slide. She says she will not allow the other woman to take her man. The cold intensifies, and the floor begins to form sharp ice spikes. When the fight seems inevitable, Chan instinctively steps back. Before any real attack is launched, the werewolf calmly appears and delivers a precise strike to the snow doll neck. She loses consciousness instantly. The flaming-haired woman is startled and asks who he is and how he appeared so fast. She also questions Chan, asking if that man is his friend. But before the situation can escalate, she too collapses, knocked out with the same precision. The werewolf apologizes, saying he would have preferred for everything to be resolved through conversation, but since that was not possible, he had to intervene, holding the girl in his arms. He asks if Chan is alright. Chan says he is, and then asks if he can really be that fast while working only as a driver. The werewolf replies that in traffic, reflexes and quick movements are essential, along with knowing how to defend yourself, since the world can be dangerous. Chan starts wondering if he is really just an ordinary chauffeur. The werewolf then points out that the ice spikes scattered across the shop are a problem. Chan asks if they will not simply melt. The werewolf explains that objects created by magic do not disappear so easily, especially magical ice, which can preserve itself for a long time. He adds that magical objects usually require the intervention of an anti-magic specialist to be properly dissipated. Hearing that, Chan immediately thinks about his test. If he cannot handle something like this, he will never pass the practical exam. He needs to control his constitution better. Focusing deeply, he directs his will with precision and begins neutralizing the ice around him. Within moments, all the spikes dissolve. The werewolf watches in amazement and says that was fascinating. He asks if Chan is anti-magic. Chan replies that he is, a little, and that he is still learning. He then asks if it is possible to tell someone is anti-magic just by looking. The werewolf says that for him it is, but only because he goes to the hospital every 2 weeks and is used to seeing anti-magic specialists who work there. Chan is surprised to hear that there are professionals in that field, even in hospitals. Carefully, so as not to sound intrusive, he asks if the werewolf could explain more about those visits. The werewolf asks why he wants to know. Chan explains that he is studying to obtain his anti-magic certification. He already passed the written exam, but the practical test will be more complicated, and perhaps his experience could help. The werewolf looks surprised and comments that from what he has seen, Chan already seems very skilled. Chan downplays it, saying he is still just an amateur. Then the werewolf lightly pulls up his sleeve and says says that in that case, it is easier to show than to explain. He reveals on his wrist a tattoo shaped like a chain, deeply marked into his skin. The werewolf explains to Chan that what he uses is a magical suppression spell. He says he needs to go to the hospital regularly because he has extremely sensitive senses and strong impulses when the full moon appears. The spell exists precisely to prevent him from fully transforming by suppressing his werewolf instincts before they take over. He receives a medical prescription, and every month he has to renew the spell. According to him, the most important ability for an anti-magic specialist today is casting magic gently. If the spell is not applied that way, the senses can become too weak, leading even to a vegetative state, or too strong to the point that the person cannot even look at the sky because of the influence of the full moon. In short, what the doctor does is weaken the strong characteristics of his race. The spell must be powerful enough to contain the instincts, but gentle and balanced enough not to interfere with daily life. When Chan hears this, he realizes that in his case, he would also have to constantly renew the magic, and he begins to see the problem. Chan's anti-magic constitution is different from that of any specialist in that world. He cannot even properly use magic because he is not originally from that world. He starts wondering what he can do, and whether there is some kind of countermeasure. At that moment, the werewolf asks how he controls his own power. Chan replies that he controls it through his will, that it is part of his constitution, and that apparently it has always been that way since birth. The werewolf says he understands, and comments that in that sense Chan has a body similar to his. To demonstrate, he transforms only one arm into a werewolf arm. Chan is shocked by the partial transformation, but the werewolf assures him it is safe, as long as he does not move the arm too much. He explains that thanks to current magic and technology he no longer suffers as he once did. In the past he had to struggle greatly to suppress his instincts, and the result of all that effort is the controlled body he has today. Chan realizes that it was precisely because of that past effort that he can now control his own constitution freely, and he asks what kind of training he went through back then. The werewolf says that one of the most common exercises was leaving raw meat out of reach while he remained chained. Whenever he tried to move on impulse, the shackles would dig into his own flesh. He learned to resist through pain, forcing his body and mind to endure the instincts. While explaining this, he notices that Chan is trembling. He then asks what exactly he intends to do with this special constitution. Chan replies that he wants to obtain the anti-magic specialist certification. The werewolf corrects him, saying that this is not something he simply wants, but something he feels he needs to do. To explain better, he reveals that he is a war veteran who served in a special unit. Back then, he constantly fought for his life, and the power of a werewolf under the full moon was greater than that of any other species. It was that brutal reality that forced him to live that way. When the war ended and peace came, he and his comrades had to adapt, but their instincts remained far too strong. They had to struggle greatly to adjust. He reveals that ironically, the more he tried to suppress his instincts, the harder it became. He ended up hurting both his body and mind in the process. Chan points out that in the end, he found a solution. Since today he can control himself. The werewolf confirms this, and says everything changed when his daughter was born. The moment he held her in his arms for the first time, he realized he wanted to embrace her with human arms, not beastly ones. On the first full moon after her birth, he managed to prevent the transformation of the upper part of his body so he could hold her safely. He explains that at that moment it felt as if a key had turned inside his head. For the first time, he truly wanted to win that internal battle, and that is why he succeeded. It was not only physical effort, it was purpose. With that, Chan understands that he also needs to find his own starting point, something that will turn the key inside him. He remains silent for a moment, reflecting deeply, until he realizes he finally understands. He sincerely thanks the werewolf for everything he has explained. Then the werewolf changes the subject, and asks what they should do about the two young women who were lying there unconscious. Chan asks how long it will take for them to wake up. The werewolf replies that in about 20 minutes they should already be conscious. He also asks whether Chan wants to file a police report, since even though they did not hurt anyone, attempting to injure someone with magic is a crime, and by law they should be judged. Regardless of their intention, they broke the law. The werewolf asks what Chan intends to do. Chan thinks that no one was truly hurt, and that a greater disaster was avoided only because of the werewolf's intervention. He decides to let it go this time, although he admits he does not know what might happen if they wake up and try to fight again. The werewolf simply smiles faintly, confident that they will understand the consideration they were given. Later at dawn, the two girls leave without starting another fight. The werewolf also says he is heading out. Before parting ways, Chan thanks him again for the help, both for preventing a bigger problem and for explaining everything about anti-magic and controlling one's own constitution. The werewolf says it was nothing, that it was actually a different experience for him as well, and that he ended up enjoying the conversation. Before leaving, he remembers one last thing and wishes Chan good luck on the anti-magic certification test. He confidently states that he is sure Chan will succeed. After that, he leaves. Alone again, Chan returns to thinking about the problem. The test is that very afternoon, and so far he has not found any concrete solution. Meanwhile, the little dragon is sitting beside him, drawing with full concentration. Chan realizes that time is passing too quickly, and that he still has no answer. The little dragon looks at him and asks if everything is okay because he looks very tired. Chan replies that he is fine, he just has a few things on his mind. She comments that he has seemed like this for days, and asks if he is sick. Chan says no, but thanks her for the concern. concern. To change the subject, he compliments her drawing and asks if the figure on the paper is her mother. The little dragon confirms that it is. Chan says she draws very well and that her mother will love the gift. The little dragon then says she wants to draw Chan too. He immediately refuses, saying there is no need. She asks why not, since he helped her. Chan explains that he feels embarrassed when someone draws him. She looks visibly upset, but insists and asks if she can draw him as if he were a butterfly, very tiny. She starts begging, repeating several times that she wants to draw him. Chan feels as if he is being attacked by a wave of cuteness and wonders why he always ends up in situations like this. After so much insistence, he finally gives in and allows her to draw him, even while pretending to resist. Deep down, he is happy about it. The little dragon finishes the drawing, takes the flowers she had cut earlier, applies glue, and begins attaching everything to the landscape she created. When she finishes, she says it is now ready. Chan praises her work and says it turned out great. She asks if her mother will like it. He replies that of course she will love it because she worked very hard. He comments that it is good they finished before Mother's Day and that now they need to wrap it well so the gift does not get damaged. She says everything is ready and comments that technically there is no more reason to come back there. Even so, she starts thinking of an excuse to return. At that moment, Chan remembers the thief she helped stop from robbing the store. He explains that the total amount the thief tried to steal was 50,000 won and asks if she knows what that means. He does the math simply, saying that would be 500 won per day for 100 days. In other words, he owes her help for 100 days. He says that if she has any homework or anything she needs to do, she can count on him. The little dragon asks if he can really help. Chan replies that he can, as long as it is something he knows how to do. Then she takes out a sheet of paper and shows him that it is homework. The problem is that she would have to do it while sleeping, which clearly makes no sense to him. Chan takes his phone and uses a translator to understand better. The homework is to write about what her dream is and talk about it with her parents. The little dragon asks if a dream is not something that happens while sleeping. Chan explains that in this case, dream means something she wants to be or do in the future, not a literal dream while sleeping. He says that unfortunately, he cannot do this assignment with her because it specifically says it must be done with her mother. The little dragon explains that her mother is on a business trip and will only return at 11 at night the following day, and even then she is usually late because she is always busy. Chan realizes that the situation is more complicated than it seems. He suggests that she at least start writing about what she wants for the future. The little dragon then asks what Chan's dream is. He replies that the assignment is hers, not his. He explains that she does not need to overthink it. She just has to write something she truly wants to do, something she still cannot do right now. He says that is what dreams are like. She begins to write and reveals that she wants to make friends and play with them. Then she explains that at kindergarten some children were playing when the ball fell near her. She picked up the ball and said she would return it, but she also wanted to play with them. However, whenever she approaches, the other children become nervous. She says that every time she asks to play, the magic of the other children turns black. To her, that means they do not want to play. Chan asks if she is being bullied. She answers no. The children simply do not want to play with her. He asks if her mother knows about this. She says yes, but the solution her mother suggested was transferring her to another school. The problem is that if she changes schools, she will not be able to see Chan anymore. When he hears that, he almost hits his head on the table out of frustration. He starts wondering how a child can have no friends. Chan reflects that in that world, many species live together. The fact that someone is different should not be a reason for exclusion, because everyone is different in some way. The little dragon then admits that she is afraid to talk to the other children. She has tried several times to approach them, but she always ends up being rejected, and because of that, she is becoming more and more insecure. She explains that whenever she makes eye contact with someone, the colors of their magic change, and she begins to believe that it is her fault. Because of that, she becomes afraid even to ask if she can play. Chan listens carefully, and then asks something different. He asks if, in case she could no longer see people's colors, she would have the courage to approach the other children. He says he has a special talent, and that maybe he can use it to help, trying to temporarily erase those flames she sees. She replies that the doctor already said that this will never disappear. It is explained that the dragon species is extremely rare. Their appearance shows up in movies and works like majestic dragons, but to live normally in daily life, they take on a semi-human form. Young dragons still cannot fully control the magical transformation on their own, so she needs to go to the doctor at least every 2 weeks to keep the transformation magic stable. According to the doctor, her fire is developing very well, but with current technology, there is no way to remove that ability. She was told that it is a blessing and that she should appreciate it. She says her mother felt relieved when she heard that and asked if it was something bad. Chan answers that not exactly. He explains that it is an incredible ability because it ensures that no one can deceive her. It was exactly how she recognized the thief earlier. He understands the mother's point of view because that ability means her daughter will never be tricked throughout her life. But at the same time, if that ability is making it harder for her to get close to people, then maybe they need to find a balance because her childhood might end up being too lonely. family. Chan thinks that no child should grow up alone, so he tells her to forget for a moment what her mother and the doctor said and to think about what she truly wants. He reminds her that she said she wants to make friends and that this is the most important opinion. He explains that maybe he can make the darkness she sees disappear temporarily, just for a few hours, so she can have the chance to approach the other children without fear. He asks if she wants to try. She thinks for a few seconds and answers yes, that if she could not see those colors, she would have the courage to try to make friends. Chan then asks her to stand in front of him and asks if he can touch her horn because he needs to touch it for the power to work. She agrees, saying she only allows it because it is him. Chan feels that wave of cuteness again, but focuses. He thinks that he has to succeed this time. The most important part is to maintain the transformation magic that the hospital placed on her and only block the ability to see the black magic in people. He cannot erase all the magic in her horns, only suppress it for a few hours, or he might get the biggest scolding of his life from her mother. He decides that his own body needs to function the way he wants. If he cannot do it now, he will give up on the anti-magic certification. He then activates his own anti-magic and concentrates on her horns. After a few seconds, he says he is done. She looks confused and asks if it is already finished. Chan becomes nervous and asks if she is feeling unwell or anything strange. She replies no, she just thought it was too fast. She stands up and walks to the door. She goes nervously, expecting to see the usual colors and auras again. But when she steps outside, she sees only people. No colors, no magic. She is amazed and says it is incredible. She says she has never seen the city look so clean, so normal. She asks how Chan did that. He replies that it was just willpower. While speaking, Chan realizes he had been overthinking everything the whole time. He had been trying the wrong way. What the werewolf said about his daughter was not some complicated grand dream. It was simply something that brought him comfort. He was able to control his transformation because he wanted to hug his daughter gently. It was something simple, connected to what made him happy. Chan understands that at that moment, he also wished for something simple, for the little dragon to be happy. She then asks what will happen if she talks to the children and they still do not want to play. Chan replies that in that case, she can bring them all there. He will prepare board games, cookies, and drinks, and help her make friends. He steps closer and explains that in the beginning it is difficult, but the more she tries, the easier it will become. He tells her not to be afraid and to act with confidence, because he believes she can do it. She says she will try confidently, and Chan tells her that is the spirit. Even so, he comments that he wants to monitor her condition. He asks if he can have the home phone number, or if she can call later. She replies that she has a cell phone. They exchange contacts, and Chan even thinks about how kindergarten children already have cell phones these days. Then for the first time, she asks what his name is. He replies that his name is Lee Chan, and asks why she wants to know. She introduces herself as Hana. At that moment, the manager appears in the store full of energy, and asks if Lee Chan practiced during the night. But he is completely exhausted, practically collapsed over the counter. The manager asks why he looks so weak and whether the practice was too intense for him. Chan remembers the practice and says he will continue training now, but the manager says no, because he is too weak. Chan replies that it is fine, and that he only had one attempt left. The manager asks if he failed all the others, and Chan apologizes for disappointing her, explaining that he was just trying to help. The manager says it is fine, but questions whether he can really take the test in that condition. Chan explains that many things happened during the night, but he managed to handle everything, so it is fine. At that moment, he hands her the little ball, and the manager tells him to rest a bit, get ready, and then go to the test. He closes the store, and the manager thinks he probably did not do very well, but considers it normal, since even experienced people do not succeed on the first try. She thinks she should have prepared an easier exercise for him, and worries that he might lose confidence. However, when she looks at the little ball, she notices that only the color-changing magic remained in it, which means Chan succeeded. At home, Chan takes a shower and feels refreshed after sleeping like a rock. He notices he feels a little better but thinks he has never been this tired from a part-time job. He also reflects that he managed to perform the magic with the little ball, but only after almost going crazy trying. Even so, he is not sure if he truly understood what he needs to do now. He was born with this anti-magic constitution, so how could he know exactly how it works? Because of that, he decides he will ask the manager later. He also notices that nothing strange happened to Hana, so he sends her a message asking if she is okay. She replies that she is great. Chan tells her that if she feels anything strange related to her horns, she should tell him. He also reminds her to hide her mother's gift well, because it will be a surprise, and he hopes she likes it. Suddenly, someone named Yoon-hyuk contacts him, asking if he is okay, and how things are going. Chan finds it strange because he has not spoken to him since last year, and he thinks he cannot tell him what is happening now, because they would think he is crazy, so he simply replies that life is going well. Later, he returns to the store and realizes it is a mess. There is a huge line, and the manager is doing her best to serve everyone, even using magic to speed things up. Chan offers to help, but the manager says no, because he needs to take the test. Besides, Yoon-hyuk is about to arrive to pick him up, and he definitely will not be late, so there is no need to worry. Chan insists he can help until Yoon-hyuk arrives, but the manager tells him that he is already outside. She hands him a fatigue recovery potion and a card to take the train. Chan thanks her and wishes her good work, and the manager wishes him a safe trip. When Yoon-ha meets him, she says it is an honor to meet the person who got the highest score on the written exam, and she jokes that she is going to tell everyone she is escorting the top candidate. Later, Later on the train, Chan looks around and realizes the atmosphere is very similar to his own world. Even the hurried people going to work look the same. Yoonha asks if it is his first time taking the train, because her sister mentioned that he does not really know the lines, so she came to accompany him. Chan admits he really does not know much about them, but says she did not need to come. Yoonha replies that he definitely would not have found the way alone, because that subway is even nicknamed the Magic Circle of Hell, since the lines are complicated and numerous, just like a magic circle. She tells him to relax, because she is there to help. While holding the potion, Chan thinks that he did not even get to properly talk to the manager, and that he had many questions to ask. Yoonha asks what is making him so curious. Chan then explains that he researched his own constitution a bit, and that after practicing, he used anti-magic to help a child who visits the store. However, after that, he became extremely weak and exhausted. Yoonha asks what the results of his research were. Chan explains that he can control his constitution according to his will, but every time he does, he ends up extremely tired. Yoonha says that makes sense because he is using more power than usual. She comments that anti-magic specialists go through something similar, and mentions that a friend of hers ends up drenched in sweat whenever he uses his power. Then she asks what the hardest thing he has done so far was. Chan answers that it was helping Hana, because he had to pay attention to several things at the same time. Yoonha says she is not sure if it is directly related, but maybe his constitution changed a little. Until now he had been using his power unconsciously, but this time he used it consciously, so it is natural that it was much more exhausting for his body since it required more energy than usual. She asks if he happened to do any separate exercises to train. Chan asks why she wants to know that, and Yoonha explains that his night shifts and staying up so late definitely influence things. Not only did he use a power he still does not fully master, but he was also already naturally exhausted because of his nighttime routine. She comments that now she understands why the manager prepared that potion for him. Finally, they arrive at the test location, and Yoonha asks if he is nervous. Chan admits he is more nervous than he expected. She tells him to relax and reminds him that he does not necessarily have to pass on the first try. After all, he has never done this before. She says he should treat it as experience. If he fails, he can try again next year, and she herself will help with the training. After thanking her, Chan goes in for the test, thinking that he will not let his nerves take over. He will face it calmly, just like he did with the written exam. The supervisor is the same as before. When everyone enters, he takes a box and comments that they all arrived on time. Before starting, he collects the candidates' belongings and begins explaining how the practical test will work. In this exam, the practical skills worthy of a national anti-magic certification will be evaluated. Then he uses a spell, and something like a system screen appears in front of Chan, as if it were an interface where he can choose from a list which task he wants to carry out using his anti-magic. The instructor informs them that there are 6 candidates that day, and that a total of 18 tasks have been prepared. The activities will take place within the urban area of the academic district. Each candidate must accept and complete 3 tasks and return to the room within the established time limit. The details and difficulty level of each task will remain confidential until the moment of selection to avoid conflicts among the participants. He then explains the precautions. Any act considered a crime, including violence during the exam, contact with other species, or even with the same species who is not the task client, and the use of unauthorized magical tools are completely prohibited. Anyone caught breaking any rule will be disqualified and banned from certification tests for 3 years. Aside from that, they may use any necessary means as long as the rules are not violated. Some participants raise their hands and ask whether there is really any task they can complete. The instructor replies that all tasks were designed with the candidate's abilities in mind, so no one needs to worry because none of them will be impossible. Since there are no further questions, he announces that the current time is 7:08, and everyone must finish their tasks and return by 10:10. The test begins, and most of them run out of the room. The instructor then notices something strange because Chan is still standing there. He asks if he is not going to leave, and Chan explains that he had raised his hand but the instructor did not notice before starting the exam. He asks to make one more question, and inquires about the tablet used in the system, asking whether the installed functions are based on magic. He explains that when he touched the tablet, the device stopped working because of his anti-magic. Later, Chan realizes that almost all the tasks have already been chosen. Fortunately, some are written in Korean, which allows him to understand the names. Even so, he realizes that knowing the name does not help much when he does not know the common sense of that world. He simply has no idea which one to choose. He wonders if he should just pray a lot, pick any task, and try. Soon he remembers that he prayed for 29 years, and nothing ever fell from the sky, so it would not change now. He also recalls that any violation of the rules will be detected by the functions installed on the tablet, and that he can use any necessary means as long as he does not break the rules. Then Chan starts reasoning. The supervisor said that the tablet would recognize any cheating. However, at no point did he state that manipulating the tablet itself was forbidden. If that were not allowed, he certainly would have made it clear to all the candidates. He would have warned them without any doubt. Then Chan realizes that there is definitely a lot of magic installed in that tablet. He remembers that he asked the supervisor directly about it, and the man simply did not answer. For him, that silence was already an answer. If there had been nothing magical there, he would have denied it immediately. So he concludes that several magical functions are active in the device. He decides that he does not need to tamper with everything. He only wants to remove the cheating detection magic. In his mind, mind, that should already be enough. So he stands up, determined to check it on his own. Later he meets Yoonha and says that he wants to confirm whether the detection magic was truly nullified. Yoonha is surprised and asks how he managed to think of that so quickly. Chan replies that he did not have many options. It was the only solution he could imagine. He comments that the test is very unfair for someone who does not know the city area. Yoonha agrees and says it is very easy to get lost in that academic district. She looks at the tablet and says that apparently it seems normal. She asks what he thinks. Chan, analyzing it carefully, notices that there are still several other spells inside, but when Yoonha touches the tablet and nothing happens, he concludes that the detection magic was indeed removed. That is already enough. Yoonha comments that they can consider that the first task completed. Chan feels satisfied, but soon asks if there is any task on that list that he can actually accomplish. Yoonha analyzes the options and says that if she were in his place, she would completely avoid task number 4 and task number 8. Task 4 takes place at a funeral home, and there is only one reason to call an anti-magic specialist there: to erase residual magic from a corpse before the funeral. As for task 8, it is at a construction site, full of workers, and even if he knows someone there, they would hardly pay attention to him. He would end up stuck there for hours, trying to complete something simple. She says those are just the worst ones, because there are others that are just as difficult. Chan states that he definitely will not choose either of those two, so he decides he needs to choose among the remaining ones. Yoonha asks if he wants to try something a little more ambitious. He asks which one, and she suggests task 17, which is only 5 minutes away. She is sure that he can handle that one. As they leave, Chan sees a man talking to his own grandfather, who is a walking skeleton. That impresses him for a moment. He gets distracted by the scene and asks what task 17 is exactly. Yoonha explains that it takes place in a columbarium, a place where urns containing ashes are stored. The task basically consists of checking each bone in that columbarium to identify any abnormality. She comments that dealing with skeletons may seem like a lot, but it is still better than talking to a recent corpse. They enter the columbarium, and Chan becomes nervous. He sees families carrying skeletons naturally. Other people talk to skeletons as if they were still alive. He starts to find the atmosphere strange. In his world, columbariums are silent and heavy, but there the environment is lively, almost light. It is completely different from what he is used to. Yoonha notices that he is distracted and asks where he is going, saying that they need to be quick. They head to the reception desk. Chan formally introduces himself as a candidate for the anti-magic certification test and informs them that there is a task assigned there. He asks to speak with the director. The receptionist politely replies yes and guides them to the office. On the way, Yoonha starts trembling slightly, almost laughing. Chan asks what she is laughing at, and she says it is nothing serious. She just finds it curious how he completely changes when he speaks in a professional manner. His tone of voice becomes different. Chan explains that he needs to be polite. In his previous job, at an office, he was required to maintain that formality, otherwise he would have had problems. Yoonha asks if he was a public servant, and he replies that he was not. He just worked in a regular office. They are led to the director's door and informed that they will be seen shortly. When they enter the room, Chan looks around and asks if that really is a columbarium, because the atmosphere feels different from what he imagined. Yoonha confirms that it is, and asks if it is the first time he has seen a place like that. He replies that not exactly, but comments that there the atmosphere is bright and even cheerful. Then he asks what they do with the ashes of people there. Yoonha looks confused and asks what ashes. She explains that in that world, mortal remains stay intact. However, skeletons do not last very long, at most 2 weeks, because they cannot sustain the soul like a living body can. That is why periodic maintenance of the bones is necessary. Yoonha explains that that columbarium works as a bone maintenance center. Most of the bones used in those processes come from excavations or voluntary donations from families. She then asks where Chan comes from. People really turn the dead into ashes. Chan brushes it off and says he must have misunderstood, but inside he keeps thinking about it. Keeping mortal remains intact. He has already seen many skeletons walking around in that world, so maybe it really is better than dealing with a whole body. At least it is more practical. At that moment, the director appears, who is also a skeleton. He thanks them for waiting and asks if Chan is the candidate for the anti-magic test. He introduces himself as the director of the columbarium and begins to explain the request in detail. A few days earlier, they received mortal remains in excellent condition, but 2 problems occurred. First, there was a mistake in the application of the preservative by the responsible company. They used an excessive amount during the process. Second, the documents identifying the remains were lost. It would take about a week to reissue that documentation, but by then the remains would already have deteriorated. That is why they decided to entrust the task to an anti-magic specialist. Chan summarizes the situation by asking if he needs to find which remains are the problematic ones. The director confirms and explains that there are many coffins there, and checking them one by one would require redoing the magical preservation circle, which would take a long time and generate additional costs. He then asks whether Chan can handle it. Chan replies that he can, that it is exactly why he came, and asks where the coffins are. The director leads them to the location. On the way, Yoonha asks if he is really sure about this. The request was somewhat ambiguous. Can he identify the problematic remains without opening the coffins? Chan says he thinks so. He has dealt with similar situations at the convenience store when he had to detect specific magical distortions. Yoonha says that in that case he will do very well, smile. But when they enter the room, Chan is shocked. There are many coffins. The environment is climate controlled and extremely cold. The director informs them that there are 384 coffins in total, and only one of them is supposed to have a problem. Yoonha comments that now he is truly in trouble. Chan starts analyzing but admits that he has no idea how to solve it quickly. Yoonha points out that he has checked only 7 coffins in 10 minutes. At that pace, he will spend the entire exam inside that room. Chan realizes that he underestimated the task. He thought it would be enough to look and feel the magical distortion, as he usually does. But all the coffins are surrounded by preservation magic. He still has 377 left to check. He understands that he needs another method. There must be a solution. That is when he sees a ladder leaning against the wall. He asks Yoonha to help him position it. She asks what he intends to do. Chan replies that he does not have time to analyze them one by one, so he will observe all of them at once. Yoonha says it sounds plausible, but questions whether he can really do that. Chan says he has to. He climbs up and looks at the entire set from above. At first glance, they all show the same magical distortion. However, if he is right, there must be a slightly different pattern somewhere. He strains his eyes, trying to identify any variation. He begins to feel dizzy and nauseous. Yoonha asks if he is okay, and warns him not to overuse his power. Chan tells her not to worry. After a few seconds that feel eternal, he finds something different. One coffin shows a distortion slightly outside the pattern. He asks Yoonha to call the director, but as he continues analyzing, he notices something worse. It is not just one coffin with a problem. There are several. The director returns, and Chan points out the suspicious coffins. After checking them, it is confirmed that the task was successfully completed. The director thanks them for resolving everything so quickly, and admits that he did not imagine so many would be defective. He then asks if the candidate is all right. Yoonha replies that he is. He just felt a little nauseous. She then asks the director if there is another task nearby. Since time is short, the director informs them that task number 11 is 5 minutes away. Chan simply nods, still without much strength to speak. Yoonha thanks the director, who wishes them good luck. Later, already outside, Chan rests for a moment and says he feels better. Yoonha sighs in relief, but asks if he can really continue. The way he is, he might collapse. Chan says he is still full of energy, although he admits that this is probably temporary. As they walk, he recognizes the building mentioned by the director. It is the bank related to task number 11. Chan approaches the entrance and speaks to a goblin, asking if he works there. He explains that he came because of the practical test. The goblin replies that he has been waiting for him, and that they can start solving the problem. Chan finds it strange, and says that the goblin did not even properly explain what the request was. The goblin answers that he already wrote everything on the tablet, and that there is nothing more to say. Then he simply pushes Chan inside the bank and tells him to solve it quickly. Once inside, Chan thinks that the goblin is very strange and wonders why he did not explain anything. He asks Yoonha whether all goblins are like that, but before she can answer, she pulls him aside. A trash can almost hits his head. They look toward the direction the attack came from and see a completely out-of-control ATM, spitting objects everywhere. The machine looks furious and starts screaming that it wants money, cards, anything at all. Chan wonders if that is some kind of poltergeist. Yoonha asks for the tablet to check the task description. On the tablet, it clearly says, "Deal with the robbing ATM." Chan gets confused and asks if that means the machine is possessed by a demon. Yoonha confirms that it is. She explains that every living being emits residual magical energy, like a gas that naturally spreads. That residue can accumulate in objects, especially those that people hate or use with frustration. When that energy becomes too concentrated, it turns into demonic energy. She comments that objects like furniture that people kick or hit end up accumulating this kind of energy. Chan remembers that the ATM just threw a trash can at them. Yoonha explains that this probably happened because the issue was ignored at first. They must have thought it was nothing serious, and over time the demon grew stronger. The ATM keeps screaming that it wants money and threatens to destroy everything there. Chan realizes that to remove the demon he needs to touch the machine, but it is hard to get close. Yoonha suggests tricking the ATM by pretending they are going to give it money to distract it. She mentions that she has heard that anti-magic users can sometimes communicate with demons. She takes out a credit card and says she can use it to catch the machine's attention. Chan asks if it is safe, and she replies that it is, telling him to get ready. She starts talking to the ATM while showing the card. The ATM completely changes its attitude, becoming polite and cheerful, thanking the customer and asking to insert the card. Both of them are impressed by how obsessed the machine is with money. Yoonha gives Chan the signal to act. While she interacts with the ATM, asking for instructions, Chan slowly approaches and touches the machine, trying to remove the demonic energy. He expects the magic to disappear, but nothing happens. The energy is still there. The ATM notices something strange and asks what the customer is doing. Yoonha shouts for him to be careful, and suddenly a printer is thrown toward them. She intercepts the object with force and throws it away. Chan asks if she is alright, and she says she is, but wants to know why the demon did not vanish. Chan says the energy is still there. Until now, every spell he touched simply disappeared. He starts thinking that maybe there is a specific condition to activate his ability. He remembers that the inspector stated that no task would be impossible, so maybe he did not touch the right part. He concludes that he needs to touch the internal parts of the ATM. The demon is not in the plastic shell or the screen, but in the internal mechanism. That is where the demonic energy accumulates accumulated. Yuha understands that this means opening the ATM. She asks if he is absolutely sure. Chan says yes. Then she inserts the card and says that if they are going to open the machine, they need a legitimate reason. Suddenly she pulls out a knife, which shocks Chan. He asks if her card is actually a knife, but soon realizes that she has just transferred all the money from the card to the ATM. It was 11 million. The ATM becomes completely satisfied and silent after receiving the amount. Yunha explains that the entire guild activity fund was on that card and that the machine just absorbed everything. Now if they open the ATM to recover the money, it will be legitimate self-defense. Chan decides that he saw nothing and will not report anyone. Yunha says that is great because now she is going to recover the money. She starts stabbing the ATM without hesitation, breaking its structure while Chan watches in shock. She asks if that is enough for him to access the internal part. At that moment, brooms begin flying toward them. Yunha slices one of them in half with the knife. The ATM screams that this is a crime and asks what they think they are doing. The ATM starts yelling that they have crossed the line this time and that they will regret touching it. But at that moment, Yunha exerts enormous pressure on the objects around them, as if crushing everything with an invisible force. She says that if the ATM is that strong, then it can try lifting that weight. The objects are pinned to the ground as if held by telekinesis, and the ATM looks completely confused. Yunha calls Chan's attention and says everything is under control. If necessary, they can call the police later. Right now, what matters is for him to finish the task. Later, the goblin asks whether it was really necessary to make such a mess. Chan explains that it was unavoidable because the demon was attacking and hiding in the internal parts of the machine. The goblin comments that if he had known that earlier, he would have passed the job to the manager, but he thanks them for the well-done work and marks the task as completed. Outside, Yunha asks if everything went well. Chan confirms that it did, thanks to her, but asks if she is really okay, since the money on the card was completely drained. Yunha says she will file a report explaining everything the next day and tells him not to worry so much. Even so, Chan feels guilty and apologizes. She flicks his forehead and says he could simply say thank you instead of apologizing. She did that to return the favor he had done for her before, so there is no reason to worry. Chan thanks her, moved, and says she is amazing. He comments that he thought she only did deliveries, but Yunha corrects him. Her job is not delivering things. She is a hunter who works for a privatized company. What she did there was use weight control magic, increasing the weight of the objects to 1 ton, preventing them from attacking. She also apologizes for not introducing herself properly before. Suddenly, Yunha receives a call from the manager. The manager asks if Chan is alright and whether she managed to accompany him properly. She says she was worried and decided to call. When she sees Chan on the video call, she asks why he is there and whether they are late. Yunha explains that there was no delay because the practical test is external, conducted by the city. He has just completed the second task and only one remains. The problem now is choosing something that will not take too long so he can return in time. Even so, Yunha says that regardless of the task chosen, he will manage. The manager asks to see the remaining options. Chan turns the tablet toward the camera and asks how much time is left. He says he has until 10:10. The manager then suggests choosing task number 6. When Chan clicks on it, it appears as to be decided. Yunha notices that the address shown is the anti-magic test location itself. The manager explains that if she interprets the name correctly, it means starting point. In other words, that task was created by the supervisor himself. She tells Chan to trust her and accept it. She has a feeling that the supervisor will not do anything reckless. Later, Chan is once again standing in front of the supervisor. On the table there is a magic cube. The supervisor explains that it is one of the department's educational materials. Each small part of the cube contains several spells, but he will not say which ones. If Chan received a proper education, he already knows what to do. He must resolve the spells while solving the cube. The time limit is 40 minutes. The supervisor asks if there are any questions. Before he can even finish, Chan says he is already done. He comments that it may have been rude, but he solved it while the supervisor was explaining. Then he asks if he can go home now. Later, outside, Chan thanks Yunha for helping him the entire day. She tells him to stop thanking her so much, because he also never stops apologizing. Chan comments that she is receiving many work calls, and Yunha tells him not to worry about that, because it is usually like that. She then asks if he is really going back to work, since the manager probably would not call so much if he did not show up. Chan replies that he will, because she has been working very hard since he started taking the tests, and he does not want to cause more trouble. He thinks that after that they can just go out for dinner. He will pay for both of them, and Yunha says that sounds great. Later at the store, the manager looks at him seriously and asks how the test went. Chan replies that he passed. She becomes happy, congratulates him, and asks whether the inspector told him the result and if he said anything else. Chan explains that the inspector was about to say something more, but another participant arrived and the conversation was interrupted. Even so, the instructor said that he would visit Chan soon. He begins to wonder if that has something to do with the inspector's own evaluation. The manager confirms that yes, of course, and comments that this inspector is probably also a mage. She believes he must have already realized that Chan is special and that he likely became very curious because of it. In her view, every mage or sorcerer has an insatiable curiosity, and that is exactly why she was sure Chan would pass. If the inspector had not allowed him to pass, he would never be able to observe his true potential. Chan simply thinks that he hopes this visit does not happen. So suddenly, then the manager manager decides to get straight to the point and says she wants to negotiate a new contract with him, now with anti-magic certification. Since it is a new contract, he will also receive a new task. His role will be to manage the underground warehouse and inspect defective products. Chan asks if this underground warehouse is that more hidden area of the store, and the manager confirms that it is. She explains that there are many unusual items stored there, and that there is always an anti-magic specialist responsible for checking everything. Now, however, she wants Chan to take over this role. He asks if the items have already been displayed, and she answers that they have not. There is a reason for that, because many customers come through word-of-mouth recommendations, and this type of customer usually appears in the morning, exactly when Chan is not working. He then asks if it is really okay for him to carry out this type of inspection. The manager explains that even specialists tend to be somewhat inconsistent, and that different professionals show up every week, which ends up becoming a major problem. That is why she wants to hire Chan as a fixed anti-magic specialist, to take responsibility for something that has been handled carelessly. She asks if that would be good for him, and Chan immediately answers yes. The manager comments that he decides very quickly, but he explains that there is no reason to delay the answer. He obtained the certification for this, so everything is fine. After that, the two of them go together to the underground warehouse, and she begins explaining all the details of how it operates. Next, she talks about the salary. The base amount will be 20,000 won, with night shifts and weekly vacation allowance, as well as overtime pay, including all the work he has already done so far. The number of inspections in the warehouse varies each month, so that amount will be paid separately. There will also be performance bonuses and hazard pay, because the job is not easy or completely safe. She asks if he has any questions. Chan asks if it is normal to offer so many bonuses in this world, since he is new and has no experience. The manager finds the question strange, and replies that even though he is new, he understands everything correctly, and deserves what is being offered. Chan confirms that he understands, and the manager ends the discussion about the salary. She also asks if he wants the title of vice manager, but he prefers to remain just an employee. Later, Chan holds the contract in his hands and thinks that he never imagined he would return to working in a convenience store, especially with so many bonuses. He remembers the old job he had at another store, where he was mistreated by his coworkers and by the boss. At that time, he desperately needed the money to graduate from school, so he could not complain about anything, even though he felt terrible. Now, however, he has an amazing boss who recognizes and rewards his effort. Thinking about this, he falls asleep with the feeling that he wants to become a good worker. The next day, when he returns to the store, still half asleep, he comes across a huge line. He asks what is going on and why everyone is wearing a mask. The manager notices that he arrived, and Chan says he will start helping right away. Suddenly, someone shouts, asking if there are still masks for goblins. The manager answers that unfortunately, the last goblin already bought the final unit available, and that only that one remains. Other people begin asking if there are masks for kobolds and for other species, while Chan runs to help with the crowd. In the middle of all the chaos, Chan himself ends up getting a mask. The manager comments that this is a big problem because the other stores are probably also out of stock, completely sold out. Chan asks if some kind of epidemic is happening, because he does not understand why everyone is wearing masks. The manager finds it strange, and asks if he has not been checking the news on his phone since the device he has shows news from this world. She says he can check it himself. When he opens the digital newspaper, he reads that afternoon at 2 o'clock, a large amount of pollen flew through Futaba Park. Specialists analyzed that the prolonged high temperatures caused by climate change, together with polluted mana in the atmosphere, led to a sudden increase in the amount of pollen. The report explains that although it is an abnormal and short-term phenomenon, people with chronic respiratory problems should avoid leaving their homes and stay as far as possible from the affected areas. Wearing a mask is mandatory when going outside, and everyone needs to be careful with the pollen. The problem was not limited to the park because it spread to several regions of the city. The city hall started a disinfection process, but the journalist makes it clear that it will not be easy to resolve and that it may take at least a full week to clean everything. The article also warns that the pollen can cause excessive absorption of polluted mana, leading to serious symptoms such as allergic rhinitis, conjunctivitis, dermatitis, and even asthma in species with low mana. Chan realizes that the situation is truly serious and already imagines that there will be a shortage of masks for quite some time. The manager comments that Yoonho will stop by later to deliver a new batch of masks, so they just need to hold on until then. Meanwhile, Chan notices the brand new tablet sitting there and asks if it is for him to use. The manager says yes, that he can keep it because she has another one at home. He cannot refuse a gift like that, but inside, he feels as if he is taking advantage of her. At the same time, he knows that if he tries to refuse, she will insist. He starts wondering if this is what she meant when she talked about becoming a better boss. She already gave him a smartphone and supported him while he was taking the certification test. He wonders if there is something he can do to help the manager in some way. At that moment, a customer with a chihuahua head appears, asking if there are still masks available. Chihuahua Hood comments that he has not seen him in a while, and informs him that unfortunately only children masks remain. He asks about the glasses the man is wearing, thinking that maybe it is a new trend. The chihuahua gets irritated and explains that he is wearing them because his eyes are hurting due to the pollen, and that all of this happened because of his boss, who opened the window wanting fresh air right when the pollen was spreading. Now the office is a disaster full of pollen, and he blames his boss for the whole mess, saying that one day he will settle the score with him. Chan asks if he has been working alone until now, and the man confirms, saying that if he did not work he would not get paid. He would rather wear the glasses than suffer even more later. Chan thinks he is truly dedicated. Even so, he explains that there are no adult masks at the moment and that the new stock will arrive at midnight, so he can come back tomorrow. The Chihuahua decides that he will not leave and that he will wait right there. Chan warns that it will take quite a while, but the man insists that it is his choice and that he will stay. Chan asks if he is not tired since he just got off work. The Chihuahua replies that he wants to increase the company revenue and also comments that Chan talks too much, asking him to recommend a good beer. Chan prefers not to get into that subject. Time passes. It is already 12:20 and no customers have shown up for 2 hours. He begins to worry because Yunha is late and wonders if something happened because of the pollen. The Chihuahua asks if the store does not play any music, commenting that other stores usually do. Chan says that since he started working there, he has never heard any music at all. The man observes that the place is too isolated and that small details like that can affect sales, saying that he would even recommend this change to his own boss. Finally, Yunha arrives wearing glasses and a mask, visibly exhausted. Chan is a little surprised by the way she comes in, but soon praises her effort. She comments that the situation is overwhelming and that this pollen is causing a complete mess and that she could barely see where she was flying. She asks Chan to grab a broom. At that moment, the Chihuahua-headed customer approaches Yunha and questions why she took so long to make the delivery, demanding that she hand over the mask immediately. Yunha asks for a moment and asks what he said. The Chihuahua insists that he needs a mask, but she clarifies that that was not what she meant. She only expected him to be a little more polite. The Chihuahua-headed customer asks why Yunha mask is so dirty and if she can even breathe with that. He even comments that he can buy a new mask for her as well. The provocation makes Yunha lose her temper, and for a moment it seems that she is really about to go after him. Chan notices the tension rising and says that he will explain everything later, asking her only to hand the mask to the customer. The Chihuahua walks up to the register, asking how much the total is. Chan starts organizing what he consumed, but the customer himself says it is not necessary, that he will sort it out on his own. That surprises Chan because customers normally do not do that kind of thing. The man pays hands over the money and tells Chan to keep the change. The two almost get into an argument over it, but in the end he takes the mask, adjusts his glasses and says he does not care anymore, that he is leaving. Chan simply tells him to come again. As soon as he leaves, Yunha asks why he left the change there and if that guy shows up often. Chan confirms that he does, that he has been coming to the store since Chan's first day. He explains that even though he is stressed and a bit rude, he is still better than many other customers who cause scenes. Yunha agrees, saying she also does not like that kind of commotion. She comments that Chan went through a lot that day, but he pushes back, saying that the one who truly suffered was her, who crossed the city in the middle of that pollen to make the delivery. He asks if she will be okay on the way back. Yunha apologizes for being late and explains that she could not give notice because she was too busy. The manager asked her to help at City Hall. Chan is surprised and asks if she was helping with the pollen problem there. She confirms that yes, that was the first task of the day, but then the emergency mask delivery came up. She says she has been cleaning pollen in the square since 6 in the morning, and that is why she ended up taking longer than expected. Chan becomes confused and starts questioning what she means by receiving that task, so suddenly, he asks if hunters also do that kind of work, and if it is some kind of punishment. He remembers what she explained before about the gates from which monsters called beasts or demons emerge. Dangerous and violent creatures whose body parts are valuable. Hunters exist to eliminate these threats and close the gates, preventing chaos, while also profiting from the materials. But in the last month, the work has decreased a lot because gates hardly appear in May. Yunha explains that since she is considered a high-level hunter, she sometimes has to help the district. She comments that the work of hunters can cause collateral damage in the city, and because of that, they help as a form of compensation. In some cases, when the relationship between the district and the guild is not good, the compensation is done with money. She says that all of this is also part of maintaining a good reputation. Chan keeps staring at her, and Yunha asks him not to look at her like that. He asks if this happened because the guild manager punished her over that issue with the corporate card. She admits that she caused a small problem, that she wrote the report, but that the manager was furious this time. Because of that, she was sent to help at the park as a form of reflection. Even so, she says she is calm and that she can handle the situation. Chan asks how long she will have to continue like this. Yunha answers that probably until the end of the month. He does the math and realizes that this means working 16 hours a day for almost 20 days straight. He hits the table, demanding that she properly explain what happened. She insists that everything is fine and that she can endure it, but Chan argues that this will wear her down, that it could lead to extreme exhaustion. Yunha reminds him that he also works 12 hours a day. Chan replies that he is being paid for that, but that she is probably not receiving anything extra. He reinforces that she herself said hunters are high-level labor, so they will certainly force her to take on other tasks without additional pay. She keeps saying she can handle it, but Chan argues that even if she can endure it physically, the store logistics have already started to fall behind, as happened that day. If that becomes routine, the manager might find out and feel guilty, which would make everything even worse. He says he does not want to see that disappointed look on the manager's face. Yunha admits that she does not want that either, so Chan suggests that she talk to both managers, the one from the store and the one from the guild, guild to resolve the situation clearly. However, Yoonha responds that if she tells the guild manager, there is a chance he himself would have to take on part of the work, which could complicate things even more. Yoonha says she felt the same way when Chan was taking the test. His skills are of extremely high quality, even when compared to very renowned anti-magic specialists. She explains that if he offers to help, the guild manager will probably still be irritated because of the corporate card issue, and it will not stop at 1 or 2 outsourced jobs. As soon as they realize how skilled Chan is, they will start piling more and more tasks onto his shoulders. Chan asks if in the end, they will not end up paying for this. He says it does not matter how many times he has to do his own work, as long as he chooses tasks that do not interfere with his job at the convenience store. He states that he will explain the whole situation to the manager when she arrives, because he does not like the idea of Yoonha getting screwed because of him. Yoonha replies that she will think about it. Chan insists, asking if she really promises. Yoonha confirms, and just asks him to stop bringing up the subject. Even so, she points out that he is truly kind. The problem, according to her, is that he is too kind. The next morning, Chan looks outside the store and comments that the world seems to be covered in roses. It does not even look like pollen anymore. He understands why the masks sold out so quickly. He tries to sweep the pollen with a broom and dustpan, but it does not work. It seems stuck to the ground. At that moment, the manager arrives and asks what he is doing outside. Chan explains that he was trying to clean, but it is not working. The manager comments that he is very diligent, but cleaning that pollen is not simple. She explains that the pollen is contaminated with magical power, so normal tools will not solve it. Chan is surprised to learn that the pollen has magical power. He steps closer and activates his anti-magic. The pollen that was stuck begins to loosen and float. He comments that this makes it much easier. The manager immediately tells him to stop, saying that he cannot touch the pollen with his bare hands. Chan says it is fine, but she insists that he go wash his hands and take a very thorough shower. While looking for sanitizer, she remembers something. She asks if the little dog he mentioned was a Pomeranian. Chan confirms and asks why. The manager says she saw a dog like that the night before around 6 o'clock. It stood still staring at the store through the door, but when she went out to talk to it, it ran away. She even took a photo to show Chan. He says he is not sure because he is not very good at recognizing breeds, but it might be the same one. The manager thinks the dog was probably looking for him and starts wondering why it would have come there. She shows concern, saying that all this chaos caused by the pollen could end up affecting the animal. She truly hopes it comes back. The next day, the manager seems exhausted again. Chan notices that she is holding a sales receipt and starts imagining whether sales dropped that month. He thinks everyone is looking for masks, and since the stock there is always running out, it is normal for sales to decrease a little. For small businesses, that week has been especially difficult. He tries to think of how he could comfort her, but she asks why the magical dog always runs away from her. Chan realizes that the problem is not sales. He asks if the dog showed up again. The manager confirms that it did and that it ran from her once more. She even prepared treats, but it did not come near. Chan says that if it comes back, he will ask it to meet her next time. At 12:09 past midnight, Chan is once again on shift. He thinks the dog still has not returned and wonders if it will appear in the morning or if it might have had some accident. At that moment, he hears barking and recognizes Puppy voice. He calls for it to come inside and promises a treat. Chan starts removing the pollen from Puppy body using his anti-magic. The dog shows great relief because no matter how much it had shaken before, the pollen would not come off. Chan asks what happened with its owner that day, since the man ran after it. Puppy shows that it was an unlucky day. The owner chased it crying for a long time, and it had to run like crazy to avoid being caught. They ended up reaching a park, and luckily it managed to lose him. Since it was the first time alone, it felt lost. It was hungry and thirsty after running so much. People who passed by wanted to pet it and get its attention, but it was afraid someone would take it back. At first, it did not feel like it had truly gained freedom. Chan tells it to keep talking while they eat, creating a calmer moment in the middle of all that chaos. Chan grabs a small treat and some dog food for Puppy. Puppy thanks him and says he has already done too much, but Chan replies that it is fine, that it was actually the manager who prepared it. Puppy asks who this manager is, and Chan explains that it is the woman who was there at the store, the one it always ran away from whenever it saw her. Puppy becomes a little embarrassed when it realizes that because it did not know she was the manager and now feels slightly awkward. Chan says it is not a problem, that the manager does not really mind those things, but if he is truly sorry, he just has to eat the treat and she will be happy, and he can come back the next morning to meet her. Puppy agrees to the idea. While he eats, Chan goes to get some water for him. Chan thinks that Puppy has been through a lot and decides he will let him sleep there that night. He then asks which park Puppy was at and finds out it was Futaba Park. Puppy confirms and explains that the place is the territory of the Black Wind Gang. Chan becomes confused when he hears that. Puppy explains that the Black Wind Gang is a group of stray dogs that roam around the park and recently started dominating the area. But now the park is closed because of the pollen purification, and strangers have begun cleaning the place, which made the situation even more difficult. Puppy says that at first it was scary to be alone in the park, but later he got used to it. He slept on the grass, drank water from the fountain, and there was even plenty of food around, although he did not worry too much about that. The problem started when the Black Wind Gang invaded the territory. Chan asks where they are now that the park is closed. Puppy explains that there is a soup restaurant nearby whose owner is a kind person and usually feeds the dogs in the area. The place belongs to the territory story of another stray gang, but that group does not care much about intruders. The problem is that recently the Black Wind gang attacked that restaurant. The group that lived there fought hard, but they were outnumbered and ended up losing. Puppy says he joined the fight himself, which is why he has that wound on his ear. Chan is surprised to hear that he also fought. Puppy explains that he tried to protect the dog who took care of him while he stayed at the restaurant. The leader of the Black Wind gang defeated the other dog, but kicked Puppy away, saying he had no interest in finishing off the old and weak. That way he gave them a chance to escape. That is how Puppy managed to survive. He says he came to the store because of all those problems made worse by the pollen. He asks Chan how long it will last. Chan replies that the cleanup should take about a week. Puppy comments that then he will have to sleep in the trash for several days. Chan says he does not have to, that he can sleep there that night. Puppy hesitates, saying he does not want to cause trouble. Suddenly, they hear a very loud noise. Both of them are startled and wonder what it was. The sound happens again, even louder. When they step outside the store to look, they see a giant flying whale hovering in the sky. Chan is shocked, saying he did not know if living long enough would be enough to see a whale flying. He wonders why that creature is there. Puppy starts acting as if he understands what the whale is saying. He explains that it just wants to finish a job quickly and then rest, and that it asked why they are there. Puppy clarifies that when the whale says it is referring to him and Chan. Chan asks in surprise if he can really understand what the whale is saying. The whale continues making long, sorrowful sounds, apparently complaining about the pollen. Puppy confirms that is exactly it, but Chan admits he only hears a sad, drawn-out noise. He comments that the creature is called a blue whale, and tries to explain to Puppy that it is like a huge fish. Puppy finds that strange, saying that fish live in water, and pointing out that this whale is flying and staying in the same place. Chan suggests that Puppy try talking to it. Puppy panics, saying he is not crazy enough to do that. Chan insists, reminding him that he already translated what the whale said before, and asks him to trust him, just speak a little. Very afraid, Puppy calls out to the whale and asks it not to be angry. He says that he and Chan only came outside to get some fresh air, and that they do not want to bother it. Chan notices Puppy nervousness, and asks if he is okay. He says yes, but he is clearly trembling with fear. At that moment, the whale begins to slowly approach them. Chan feels a chill, and realizes that the situation is becoming truly frightening. It is explained that a whale's childhood is quite normal. She is born like any other, receives affection from her mother, and swims peacefully through the vast blue ocean. This particular baby was not even that big. She was the usual size compared to other whales of the same species. But when this blue whale turned 3 years old, everything changed. She rose to the surface to breathe as she always did, but suddenly she began to float and rise toward the sky. Her mother was completely shocked by what was happening. No matter how hard she tried to help, the little whale simply could not return to the ocean. After a long time trying to understand the situation, the small whale found a solution. She explained to her mother that she would live a free life from then on, that she would be independent, and that she would be fine. Her mother could not accept that. After all, she was only 3 years old. Even so, the whale became independent and started roaming through the skies. The problem was that up there was no food for her. She spent 3 weeks floating through the sky, hungry, until she finally reached a coastal city. As expected, everyone began talking about her presence. From that moment on, a new phase of the whale's life began. Meanwhile, Puppy kept translating everything for Chan. He explained that the whale said strange people had appeared on the coast, taken her to some kind of building, and conducted various examinations on her body. After that, she was taken to City Hall, and according to her, nothing else happened. Chan thought saying that nothing else happened was a bit of an exaggeration, because the whale clearly looked weak. Puppy continued translating and confirming everything she said. At one point, Chan asked what exactly she was talking about, and Puppy explained that those who could understand her words were usually called firstborn. She also mentioned that she was 25 years old, so she did not want to be called ma'am. Chan commented that she looked younger than him, and did not appear to be that age. The whale observed that he was still speaking very formally. That made Chan wonder whether she could also understand what he was saying directly. Puppy explained that she was bothered by his formal way of speaking. Realizing this, Chan apologized, saying he did not know the whale could understand him, and asked why exactly she was there. The whale explained that she was carrying out a task requested by City Hall. She needed to disinfect the pollen of the entire city in just 1 week, and was really busy with it. Chan asked if she was the one cleaning everything and how that worked. Puppy tried to translate, but he did not seem to fully understand either. Then it became clear what was happening. From the whale's blowhole, instead of water, a large amount of magic mixed with pollen was coming out. Little by little, Chan realized that she was sucking all the pollen into herself. In a matter of seconds, the whale cleaned an entire street. Chan was impressed when he saw that and said it was incredible. Even so, he did not understand why it would take a whole week to finish the job, since she had cleaned a street in less than 10 seconds. The area that needed to be cleaned was much larger, but it still seemed too fast to justify that much time. Puppy explained that according to the whale, the problem was not the disinfection, because that was indeed fast. The problem was what happened afterward. Chan asked if she was hurt, because there seemed to be something strange on her back. Translating what the whale said, Puppy explained that while she worked, the pollen accumulated on her back and stuck to it. If more pollen kept sticking, it would start to cause intense itching. That was why the process took so long, because she needed to go to City Hall to scratch her back and relieve the discomfort. She could even receive some kind of magic to clean her back, but until that moment, no one had offered that service. Cleaning herself was very difficult because she had to rub against buildings, which caused a lot of pain. Hearing that, Chan thought that difficult working conditions existed everywhere, and that this whale had been suffering since she was very young. He began to understand why she seemed reluctant to tell her story. Even though he could not communicate with her directly the same way Puppy could, Chan decided he would try to help. He felt her emotions clearly, so he raised his hand and approached the whale's back, firmly intending to do something useful. In the next moment, he woke up to the whale shouting that all the pollen had fallen off, and asked if she was okay. The whale replied that she was, but wanted to know what he had done. Chan was still a little dizzy, while Puppy translated that she was asking how he had managed to remove all the pollen from her back. Simply, Chan replied that he had not done anything special, he had only scratched her back, and he added that if she wanted to come back the next day to do the same thing, he could help again without any problem. Chan says he can do that because it is something super simple, and that the whale can pass through there whenever she wants, since she had already passed by that very day. The whale says something, and Puppy translates, explaining that she just wanted to pass by, be cleaned by him, and then leave. Even so, the whale insists that she wants to pay for the favor he is doing. Chan replies that he does not care about any payment because it is easy for him, and that he also wants the street to be disinfected as quickly as possible, so she does not need to worry because he is just helping with the job. At that moment, Puppy makes a different expression and says he wants to ask the whale something. He asks if she could get him a job at the city hall because his situation has been very bad lately, and any job would already help a lot. The whale then begins to talk about something called a spiritual being. She explains that it is an animal with extraordinary powers capable of speaking and understanding the language of all species. Then she advises Puppy not to work at that city hall. He asks if the reason is low salary, but she explains that it is not that. Those who enter there for research end up being studied for 7 years before they can leave, and that is exactly what happened to her. And even after that time, the person does not receive a real job and remains trapped for more research. The whale then says that the ability Puppy has can open many horizons, and that he should look for another way to use that incredible power. Puppy says he will listen to the advice, but admits that it is still very difficult to get a job because he only knows how to listen to people and hear their stories. The whale then says that she has a story, and Puppy listens carefully. She thought she would spend her entire life without anyone hearing what she had to tell, but that day she realized she was wrong. She thanks Puppy and Chan very much for listening, and after that she leaves for far away. After a long silence, Puppy remembers that Chan had said before that he and the whale were in similar situations. Chan already knew that Puppy was a spiritual mascot because the manager had explained that to him. Spiritual mascots are very intelligent, and some have special powers just like him. Puppy says he understands and comments that he always receives a lot of kindness from Chan. Even so, Chan apologizes because he feels that he caused problems for him, since now he is living on the street. Puppy says he does not need to apologize for anything. Chan remembers that he was the one who encouraged Puppy to leave home, but Puppy explains that the decision was his in order to protect his little peanut, and that he will never regret it. He admits that living outside is difficult, but believes he will find even more happiness when he overcomes all of this. Chan asks when that will happen, and Puppy replies that it will be on the day when he can walk peacefully at night. He loves walking at night, and when he imagines seeing things on his own, not because an owner is taking him, he feels enormous happiness. He asks Chan not to feel bad for him, because compared to the life he had before, he is much happier now. The next morning, Chan tells everything to the manager. She asks if the whale came back in the morning, and he answers yes, but that there was not as much pollen as last time. Even so, he did the same thing, touched her, and cleaned her. He apologizes for having been a little distracted at work, but the manager does not understand why he is apologizing. Thanks to him, her curiosity was satisfied. She comments that the news about the disinfection is spreading fast, and that everyone is impressed, even shocked, because the job is finishing much earlier than expected. The city hall even had to make an official announcement. She says that Chan helped a lot, and that he is amazing. Even so, Chan becomes worried and asks what would happen if someone found out that it was he who helped the whale, because he needs to hide the fact that he came from another world. The manager explains that his body does not leave any magical trace. Even people who are anti-magic usually leave a small mark, but for some reason, he leaves nothing behind. For that reason, no one will notice that it was he who helped, and he will not have problems. Besides, few people would know how to recognize something like that, so he does not need to worry. While they are talking, the manager notices that Puppy is sleeping in the shop and comments how very cute he is. She asks if he has been sleeping since dawn, and Chan confirms. It seems he is very tired after everything he went through on the street. Chan asks if there is any veterinary hospital nearby, and the manager wants to know why. He explains that he saw a wound on Puppy's ear, but when he looks again, the injury simply disappears. He is sure that he had seen a cut there. Right after that, the manager picks up her phone and asks if Chan has noticed anything different about Yunha. She says it is nothing specific, only that she has been strange lately. Last week she said it would be harder to visit the shop to make deliveries, and suddenly, she said she is busy. The manager asks if Chan knows anything. He starts to feel guilty and decides that he will tell the truth about what happened during the practical exam. But at that exact moment, a huge man walks through the door. It is a bear. He directly asks if it was Chan who caused damage to the office together with Yunha. Chan is completely shocked by the bear's sudden entrance, but still admits that yes, it was him. The bear says he will get straight to the point, and explains that last week Yunha used the corporate card, and his office suffered a major loss, more specifically 38.4 million in penalties. He makes it clear that in order to recover that loss, Chan will have to help, and that he has no right to refuse because he needs to take responsibility. At that moment, the manager politely interrupts and asks for a moment, saying he can stop insulting her employee. She states that Chan is important to her and asks him to be more respectful. The bear stares at her for a few seconds and asks if she is his boss. She answers yes and asks what the problem is. The bear then says he understands, apologizes for the late introduction, hands over his card and introduces himself as Bell, the general director of the Salmon Hunter office. He explains that he handles problematic tasks involving monsters, demons, portal incidents, and illegal use of magic along with other difficult jobs. He says his clients range from government agencies to private contractors and that he runs a moderately sized office. He continues explaining that illegal magic users and gates appear irregularly and in short bursts, so their work needs to be fast, otherwise the situation worsens and causes significant damage. However, according to him, because of Chan, activities are frozen and contracts could not be completed. He asks if that does not give him the right to complain. The manager apologizes for the damage caused by her employee and says that if necessary she can compensate for the losses. She states that just as he cares about his employees, she also cares about hers, and again asks him to be polite with Chan and not force him to work. The two stare at each other for a few moments until Bell gives a slight smile and comments that she is quite brave and that he wishes his employees were like that. Returning to the matter, he asks what they will do about Chan and suggests that he work temporarily for the office. Chan replies that he can accept but sets two conditions. He cannot work from 10 at night to 10 in the morning because during that time he already works at the shop. Outside of that, he can carry out tasks normally. If Bell agrees, he will accept the job. Bell questions whether he is really in a position to impose conditions, but Chan says yes. He heard from Yunha that he is very good at what he does and promises that if they accept the conditions he will work perfectly. Bell comments that both of them are quite bold and says that for Yunha to like him so much, he must truly be exceptional. Chan wonders if she talks about him often. In the end, Bell accepts the conditions and asks if the manager agrees. She responds that if Chan agrees, then she agrees as well. Bell explains that he will send the tasks through Yunha, that there will be 2 per day, and that he will cover transportation and meals. Chan asks when Yunha's extra hours will end, and Bell answers that since the disinfection finished earlier than expected, that is her last day of extra work. The punishment was shortened, and she will return to her normal routine. Chan feels relieved when he hears that. After that, Bell leaves. The manager then asks what he will do if a task appears at 10 at night. Chan replies that he will not accept it because he has a commitment to the shop. She suggests changing his schedule, but he immediately refuses. Even so, she asks him to listen first and says that he needs to resolve his pending issues so he can return to work peacefully. She also says she will take care of Puppy. Chan apologizes, feeling that he should have told her everything earlier. The manager admits that he was wrong not to tell her, but says that from now on he must share everything with her and not carry that kind of concern alone. Then she tells him to go home because his shift is already over. Later, Chan is organizing the shelves while talking to the manager on a call. He asks if Puppy really said he wanted to repay the debt he feels he owes him. The manager confirms that yes, because Puppy believes he owes something. Chan explains that he only did that so he could stay healthy, not because he wanted something in return. The manager says she told Puppy the same thing, but it was not enough to convince him. She also comments that even though Puppy is a spiritual mascot, he believes he does not have many special powers. However, in her view, his linguistic ability alone is already extremely impressive. Chan asks if she is referring to the translation he did of the whale's story, and she confirms. The manager explains that interpretation magic is extremely complex because there are many types of language, including dialects, accents, and nuances. According to her, using interpretation magic can be even worse than an ordinary translator, precisely because of those subtle differences. But Puppy managed to do it perfectly, as if he truly spoke the whale's language. To the manager, it looked similar to the interpretation magic that mages use, but on a much more advanced level. Even so, Chan was still intrigued by something else, and asked about the injury he had seen on Puppy's ear. He was sure there had been a wound there. The manager said that this could also be part of a spiritual mascot's ability, since the phoenix, which is also a spiritual mascot, has a similar regenerative power. Chan is surprised to hear about the phoenix, the firebird. Suddenly, his exam supervisor shows up at the shop. Chan asks what he is doing there, and the instructor explains that he came to deliver the certificate in person. Later, Chan serves him a soda. The instructor asks how much he owes, but Chan says it is not necessary, and that he will pay for it himself. Then Chan asks if it is normal for an instructor to deliver the certificate. The instructor replies that it is not common, but that he has a very good reason for coming personally. He then hands over the magical certificate and congratulates Chan for now being officially an anti-magic specialist. After that, he begins explaining the instructions and precautions he must follow with this certification. First, if he causes harm to another species and receives a sentence. Second, if he lends his certification to another species. Third, if he fails to meet the minimum quarterly workload established by the state. In any of those cases, the certification may be cancelled or suspended for 1 year. Chan asks if that means he needs to work for the government. The instructor replies that it does not. He can act as an anti-magic specialist in any legally recognized field. The problem is that most people prefer to hire experienced professionals, so new specialists specialists usually struggle to find work. However, there are policies and benefits to help with that. Chan asks what those policies are, and the instructor explains that someone with certification can act as his mentor. Then he reveals that he himself will be Chan's mentor, which leaves Chan confused. The instructor says that this is the main reason he came. He explains that Chan had the highest score in both the written and practical exams, and asks how he would feel about working as a teaching assistant alongside him. Chan does not fully understand what is happening. The instructor continues saying that if he consistently demonstrates those skills, he can be promoted quickly. He also asks that if Chan has any specific condition, he should say it now, because he will do his best to accommodate it. At that moment, Chan remembers a time when he was drinking with friends, when one of them started crying, saying he would never again be a graduate student. That friend had been full of dreams and passion for the field when he entered graduate school, but just a few months later, he was completely discouraged. Seeing that had been sad. Back then, Chan also thought he could never be a graduate student, because he believed he lacked the foundation and background for it. And now suddenly he was receiving a proposal that seemed to contradict everything he believed about himself. The instructor explains that the main role of a professor is to conduct personal research or administrative work at the academy. Giving lectures and fulfilling additional tasks are ways to obtain more research support. He wants Chan to work with him while carrying out personal research or activities related to anti-magic. That is why he wants him to be his teaching assistant. Even so, he makes it clear that he does not want to pressure him. If he faces difficulties in his research, he can ask for help at any time. Then he asks if he has any questions. Chan says yes, and asks why he is offering such an important position to someone like him. He truly does not understand. The instructor then summons the same magical cube used in the exam and asks if Chan knows why that was the test. Chan answers that he thought it was just to select candidates. The instructor explains that the cube was designed to be solved after 40 minutes, but that the real objective was not even to finish it. It was to observe at what point the person would realize they could not solve it and give up. What was most impressive is that Chan solved it in about 20 seconds. That cube was created to make the candidate accept that they have inefficiency in certain areas of anti-magic. However, Chan not only did not give up, but also demonstrated a capacity far beyond what was expected. Chan begins to wonder if that guy is a bit of a psychopath because of that crazy test. The instructor then explains that Chan is different from all the other candidates. He did not take even 5 minutes to solve the cube. In fact, he solved it in seconds, and that left him completely speechless. He had never seen anything like that before, which is why he is offering that position. He asks if now Chan understands the reason. Chan says he understands, but reminds him that he only graduated from high school. He does not have a college degree, and thinks he cannot be a professor. Besides that, he already works at the convenience store. Even so, he says he wants the instructor to be his mentor, but asks if that means he is rejecting the job offer. At that moment, someone walks into the store, and it is the manager. Chan asks why she came back, and she explains that she ordered food to take home but forgot her wallet there. She asks if he saw it on the counter. Chan says no, but he can look for it. Then she notices the instructor and greets him as a customer. Chan walks over and quickly explains the situation to her in a whisper. The manager says it is fine, and that he should focus on the conversation while she looks for the wallet herself. Chan thanks her, and returns to the instructor. The instructor asks if she is the store manager. Chan confirms and asks if there is any problem. The instructor says no, but almost comments something about her and stops halfway through the sentence. Then he asks for Chan's phone number. Chan finds it strange, thinking that maybe he recognizes the manager from somewhere. The instructor then shows his phone displaying a list of tasks and jobs. He explains that those are requests that arrived at the laboratory. He reminds Chan that he needs to meet a minimum workload and must complete at least 2 tasks per month that meet the required standards. If he cannot find work, those requests serve as a safety plan. He also guarantees that he will not interfere in the jobs Chan accepts, but recommends contacting him if any unfair situation arises. He asks if there are any more questions. Chan feels that the supervisor was prepared even for the possibility of him refusing the proposal, as if he wanted to keep him close no matter what. He asks how he should communicate, whether by message or call. The supervisor explains that he must write a report on the official notice board. Any work done as an anti-magic specialist will automatically be recorded on the back of the certificate. It does not matter where he works, or how many hours he does when he reaches the required quota. He will be free to act as he wishes, as long as he is not involved in crime. Chan jokingly asks if he can use the certificate to ask for beer at a bar. The supervisor says yes, and asks if there are more questions. Since there are none, he says goodbye, saying he saved Chan's contact on his phone, and that he hopes to see his future activities as an official anti-magic specialist. Later, the manager takes the certificate in her hands and begins analyzing it enthusiastically. She comments that it is incredible, made of silver, with pure magical power, with a damage prevention spell, and direct connection to the department magic. Chan just watches while she admires the card. He asks if she has met that supervisor before because it seemed like he recognized her. The manager says she had the same impression. She worked with many vampires in the past, and maybe she knows him from that time, possibly before he became a professor. She believes that one day she will remember. Chan comments that choosing a task is overwhelming him because he does not know which one to accept. The manager says she can help and starts analyzing the options. She finds one that seems perfect for him, verifying the effectiveness of a medicine. Chan asks if it is from a pharmaceutical company, and she confirms, explaining that in that world, pharmaceutical companies produce potions. Chan then then remembers the succubus who came to the store and asked him questions. The manager immediately remembers her as the one who vomited a rainbow on the floor. Chan comments that she worked in a pharmaceutical industry, and the manager thinks it is possible that it is the same company. Suddenly she looks at the clock and realizes it is almost time for the last train. She says she needs to run. Chan encourages her to go quickly before she misses it. After the manager leaves, Chan notices someone entering the store with a tripod and a phone. It is an elderly man apparently recording a blog. Chan finds it curious that even elderly people do live streams in that world. Later, while scanning the products at the register, the old man comments that he finally found that product after walking a lot. He asks if there are other versions, but Chan explains that the others are out of stock. Chan asks if he is going to record content eating that. The old man says yes, and asks how he knew. He says many followers asked him to try that product. Even so, he comments that this is not the main content of his channel, but that he still eats a lot during recordings. The old man then asks if the store makes deliveries, because he would like to try other products too. Chan explains that they only work with app-based delivery. The man says he does not know how to use that type of app. Chan finds it strange and asks how he does live streams. Then, the old man replies that he just presses one button and starts broadcasting, and that his son edits the videos later. Delivery apps, according to him, are far too complicated. Chan says it is not that difficult and starts explaining step by step. First, put the items in the cart, then press the purchase button. After that, choose the address and the payment method. There are several options, just select one and confirm. But the old man looks completely lost. Chan looks at him and asks if he can see the phone. He takes the device and starts guiding him manually, saying which button to press, where to type the information, and how to fill in the card details. The old man comments that it is too many things to do. While helping him, Chan starts thinking that lately he has been going through many similar situations, always solving problems for other people. The manager already mentioned that he should not keep taking everything on himself, but at that moment he was not busy. The old man thanks him a lot and says he is very kind for helping like that. The man then stares closely at Chan's face and says that he will have great fortune in life. He says Chan attracts good people and has exceptional luck. Chan asks how he can know that. The old man explains that he has studied physiognomy as a hobby for years and that he is very good at it. He even once predicted the birth date of a friend's grandson. He says that until the end of the year things may be difficult, but asks if Chan has any plan. Chan replies that he is still trying to figure out what to do next. The old man tells him not to worry, just to keep moving forward. He says Chan has already gone through many things, and in the end they all turned out well. Chan admits that in a way that is true. The man continues saying that much greater things await him in the future, but that there will be moments when he will not be able to endure everything alone. Even so, he assures him that he will always have someone by his side. At that moment, Chan says that the order has already been placed and that now he can choose anything in the app. The old man asks if he can really order any product, and Chan confirms that he can. The man thanks him again and decides to give a tip for the help. He offers an amount that is far too high. Chan tries to refuse, but the old man insists that he accept the gift from an elderly man who was helped. He thanks him once more and leaves. When the manager comes back, she asks if he really received 500,000 as a tip. Chan confirms and says he tried to return it, but the man left the money and walked away. He asks if he can treat it as lost property. The manager says he can, but asks if he does not want to keep it. Chan thinks it is excessive because he only helped with something simple and does not urgently need that amount. The manager comments that he gets embarrassed too easily. Chan says that is not it. He just feels as if he is being pushed towards something bigger. The manager laughs and says that he refused the money immediately, so she will keep it in the safe for a month. After that period, she asks what he will do. Chan says he might invite her to dinner. The manager finds that interesting and asks if he would really do that. She then remembers the pharmaceutical company task and asks if he accepted it. Chan says yes. He talked the night before and scheduled to meet the client at the store the next evening to discuss it better, because the client insisted on explaining in person. Chan apologizes for deciding to use the store as the meeting place, but the manager says there is no problem. She even comments that during the conversation, he can take off the uniform if he wants. She asks the name of the company, and Chan answers that it is called Enro. The manager says it is a few bus stops away, not far at all. She starts commenting about the people who work there, and suddenly notices something curious, saying that it feels like a big coincidence. Later that same day, Chan is standing in front of the store waiting. Some customers ask if the messenger has arrived yet, and he answers that she has not. He asks what she looks like, and the customer says he will recognize her immediately, because she is a pink-haired succubus. It is the same one who appeared before. She comments that it has been quite a long time since they last saw each other. Chan was serving a drink when she asked if he remembered her. He gave a small smile and replied that it was impossible to forget. After all, she was the customer who had vomited rainbows on the store floor. While continuing to prepare the drink, he commented that he never would have imagined she would show up there, and asked how she had been. She kept a slightly sulky expression, clearly uncomfortable with the memory. Noticing that Chan said it was fine, and that he would not bring up the vomiting again, the succubus asked him not to mention it at all, because she was already too busy with work, buried in paperwork and responsibilities. She added that she had never imagined Chan was a magic specialist, and that she had heard the competition to obtain a certificate was intense. Chan explained that it was understandable. She did not know about that side of him, since he had obtained his certificate less than a week ago, and this was actually his first official assignment. He remarked remarked that she might feel uncomfortable because he was still a novice. The succubus replied that it was not a problem at all, and told him not to worry because she would explain everything and make it easy to understand. She then began presenting the magical drug the company was developing. She explained that many couples argue due to a lack of honesty, and that the company was creating a mutual honesty potion to resolve that type of conflict. Chan questioned whether a potion should not make people fall in love, but the succubus clarified that it is not possible to create love where it does not exist, and that doing so would also be against the law. For that reason, the company developed potions to strengthen relationships where love already existed, as well as formulas focused on mutual understanding and empathy. Chan asked if it was basically a truth serum. The succubus said she had expected that comparison, but explained that their potion was different. She stated that a truth serum does not make someone speak with genuine honesty. It merely induces a person to speak as if it were natural, and under its influence, certain statements cannot be considered fully true because cognition is reduced. Precisely because of that difference, the company had obtained magical approval. In addition, the potion required that both partners drink it together. Even so, Chan observed that it could still be seen as a type of truth serum. The succubus then asked him to imagine a situation in which both partners took the potion, and someone asked, for example, whether speaking honestly would allow them to leave. In that case, since neither could lie, the emotional resistance of the other person would become stronger, reducing the potion's effectiveness for interrogations. She emphasized that they had strongly highlighted this point in the rebuttal documents and had added several protection mechanisms to obtain official approval. The reason they had sought Chan was precisely to correct possible flaws in those safeguards. The current issues involved defining how honest the couple should be and whether they should be honest about everything within a romantic relationship. The succubus acknowledged that excessive honesty could end up separating couples, and Chan agreed. She explained that because of that, they had added supplements that aligned thoughts with the specific topic of the conversation, preventing side effects. Chan reflected that, in short, they wanted to anticipate and prevent problems with the potion before they arose. Even understanding the theory, he thought he needed to see the potion with his own eyes and asked if he could analyze it. The succubus said yes, but quickly explained that the formula was still in phase 1 and they did not know exactly what might happen if someone ingested it. Chan imagined she was worried because she did not know he possessed high magical resistance, so he asked if she was carrying any magical item in her bag. She took out a perfume that promised to make anyone noticeable and attractive within a 3-meter radius. Chan asked to use a little and discreetly applied his anti-magic to neutralize the effect before spraying it on himself. He then asked if she felt any attraction toward him. The succubus replied that not exactly. He internally concluded that his anti-magic had worked. She found it strange, since the perfume had excellent reviews, and wondered whether that meant he had no charm at all, implying that perhaps that was why the product had not reacted. Chan felt offended, and explained that he had removed the effect with his ability, making it clear that he had talent for that. He admitted he understood the misunderstanding, but the succubus quickly apologized and said she had not meant that, affirming that he was indeed charming, and that if he had not deactivated the effect she would probably have felt very attracted. Internally, Chan thought that only made the situation worse. After proving his capability, he said she could bring the potion. The succubus explained that it was part of an external shipment, and that it would be necessary to sign a specific authorization in the contract to release the product, which could take 1 to 2 days. She also mentioned that, since it was a convenience store, she herself might not even be responsible for the next stage of the process. Chan said he did not want to change representatives, and that he preferred to work with her. He wanted the succubus to be his representative at the company, because he felt there was a connection between them and because she explained everything very well. He truly would like to continue working alongside her. The succubus replied that it could be that way, of course. Later, when the succubus was leaving, Chan was talking with the store manager. The manager asked what the succubus had said, and Chan replied that she had seriously asked whether there was any hidden treasure in the store. The manager commented that she seemed like a very interesting person, and asked if Chan intended to pick up the potion in the next shipment and test it himself. Chan said yes, that it should not be a problem because of his special constitution. Even so, he wondered whether he might feel any side effects. The manager replied that probably not, since if the effects were severe, the company would not have requested tests at such an early stage. The real issue was who he would take the potion with, because it was a formula that made 2 people honest and more open with each other. For it to work properly, there needed to be someone he had some kind of affection for, and the effect could only be verified if another person also took the potion. Chan commented that he could take it alone and talk with his own subconscious, or maybe the manager could take it with him. She immediately refused. Then the manager suggested that he talk to the succubus, because even though it was a professional request, it was still something meaningful. In her opinion, the succubus was the best option he had. Chan agreed that he would speak with her. Meanwhile, the succubus remembered the moment when Chan said he would love to continue working with her. Just recalling it made her blush, and she began to wonder why her heart had raced like that. When morning came, a customer was leaving the store, and Chan noticed there were many families there that day. He thought maybe it was because it was Saturday, or because May was considered the month of family. Indeed, there were many parents and children walking around. He then saw a child throwing a tantrum because he wanted candy. The mother, trying to control the situation, said that if her son kept crying, a dragon would appear and take him away. She threatened to tell the dragon up above who would come to get him. The child kept screaming until someone entered the store. The one who appeared was a dragon, Hana, Hana, Chan asked how she was doing. Hana said she was fine, but questioned what that story was about dragons taking children. She asked the woman what that meant, and where dragons were supposedly taking the children. Chan also found himself thinking about that, since he had never stopped to reflect on that kind of threat adults used. The child was visibly frightened upon seeing Hana. Chan said he was not sure where dragons would take someone, and asked the woman if she needed anything else in the store. She replied that she had finished her shopping and left, saying she would buy the candy for her son. After that, Chan asked again how Hana was. She said she had gone to her mother's house and slept there. He asked whether she was no longer going to school. Hana explained that pollen had also heavily polluted her school, so classes were temporarily suspended. Chan remembered the incident and thought that made sense. He then asked how things were going with her friends, and whether she had managed to talk to anyone. Hana said yes, that she had met her friends at a cafe, but found their behavior strange. She explained that she had suggested playing house and took on the role of the mother, but whenever she asked for something, the other children handed it over with extreme reverence, as if they were afraid. Even when she spoke in a playful tone, the others took everything very seriously. Chan realized that the children were treating Hana as if she were a queen, or worse, a frightening figure. She asked if she had done something wrong, but he said no, of course not. At that moment, he finally understood what was happening. The children were afraid of dragons. Hana's presence, even though she was gentle, was naturally intimidating to them. The fear caused the magic around the children to become darker and heavier because they were anxious. The store incident made it even clearer to Chan. In popular imagination, dragons were seen as enormous and terrifying creatures that devoured children, something similar to the boogeyman in that world. The difference was that dragons were not fictional, they truly existed and lived within society. Even so, they were still used as a symbol of fear to scare children. While he was reflecting on that, Hana pointed toward the door and said there was a dog outside. It was Puppy, desperately scratching at the door to get in. He looked dirty and exhausted. As soon as he entered, Chan asked what had happened, whether he had rolled around somewhere, and why he looked like that. Instead of answering normally, Puppy began to bark. Chan asked again what was going on, until he realized that Hana's presence might be the reason. He crouched down and quietly asked Puppy if it was because of her that he was not speaking. Puppy confirmed that it was, saying he did not want to talk in front of her. Puppy began explaining that the pollen had finally been cleaned up, so he had returned to the park. But that morning something unexpected had happened. Many people had shown up at the park to deal with a problem that had appeared there, and in the middle of the commotion someone stepped on his tail. Instead of barking or whining like a normal dog, he reacted by speaking like a human and let out a loud ouch. At the time he did not even realize what he had done, but everyone heard it. From that moment on, chaos began. People panicked and tried to catch him, and Puppy spent 2 hours being chased. He only managed to escape because he hid behind a vending machine until the movement died down. Chan listened to everything and thought that Park was truly having an unbelievable streak of bad luck. Puppy asked if he knew anything about what might be causing it, but Chan said he had no idea, and that for now it was better for him to stay at the store. Even so, Puppy was still uneasy. He said that he might be able to speak in front of Hana, but he did not know how she would react. After the scare that morning, he did not want to talk to anyone besides Chan and the store manager. He promised he would be much more careful from now on. At that moment, Hana approached and asked what he was whispering about with the dog. Chan asked if she wanted to join the conversation, but Puppy complained with a soft bark. Chan then explained that if something like that happened again one day, and neither of them were around, he would need to know how to handle the situation on his own. If he did not want to live hidden forever, he would have to build connections and make friends. He added that Hana was exceptionally kind and pure, and that she would certainly keep any secret. Hana said she would, even without knowing what the secret was. Chan remembered that Puppy had trusted the manager before, so he could trust again now. After hesitating, Puppy finally agreed, saying that if Chan trusted her, then he would trust her too. When Hana heard the dog speaking clearly, she was surprised, but reacted with contained excitement. Puppy asked her not to speak too loudly. Hana promised that it would be their secret. Chan observed that, fortunately, the two of them seemed to get along well. He even thought that maybe it was because they were both very cute, but then became confused by his own thought. He then asked Hana if she could see the colors around people again. She explained that after he had applied anti-magic to her, the effect lasted 24 hours, and then disappeared. Chan said he could apply it again, but Hana commented that she was not going to kindergarten that day. He replied that it did not matter, because the weather was great. Then he called Puppy and asked for his help. Puppy asked for what, and Chan replied that it was something simple, learning how to make friends. Later, the store became even busier with families coming in and out. Chan asked if Puppy understood the plan, and he confirmed that he did. When another family entered, a father accompanied by his son, Chan assessed the situation and decided that would be the ideal target. The child seemed to have a strong personality, which made him unsure whether it would work, but he appeared to be the same age as Hana, so it might be possible. The father asked Chan to keep an eye on the boy while he shopped, promising to pay for anything his son picked up. Chan calmly agreed and mentally signaled that it was time to put the plan into action. Puppy slowly approached and barked in a cute way, trying to get the boy's attention. Chan thought it had worked and that the conversation would begin naturally. However, when the boy came closer, he reacted in an unexpected way. He said the dog was disgusting, that he had never seen such a dirty animal, and asked why a dog like that was inside the store. Even Chan was shocked by the reaction. The boy then demanded that they remove the dog immediately. That was when Hana stepped forward and declared that the puppy was theirs, that he was clean and very cute. She firmly stated that the boy should apologize at once. Now that everything had gone wrong, Chan decided to explain exactly what his plan had been from the beginning. Step 1 was to select the child who would be the target of the operation. Step 2 was to get the child's attention using all the cuteness of the little puppy. Step 3 consisted of using that same cuteness to melt the heart of both the child and the parents. In Step 4, Hannah would appear holding the puppy, greet everyone, and create a good impression. And in Step 5, the children would be much more open to talking. That way, Hannah could finally make a friend. But reality turned out very different from what he had imagined. Chan already knew that life does not always happen the way we plan it. Puppy did not take what happened well at all, and Hannah was also very angry. Faced with that, Chan thought it was time to cancel the operation and make a strategic retreat. He decided he would buy a juice for each child, and that everyone could calmly talk while trying the store's new cookies. He asked the fox boy to come closer to the table so there would not be any more confusion. What Chan did not expect was that the boy was clearly enchanted. The boy began to compliment her, saying that she was beautiful, very beautiful indeed. Chan was confused, trying to understand what he was talking about, but when Hana apologized to Puppy and hugged him, the boy felt it in his heart. He started to see Hana almost like an angel. He said she was kind and beautiful, and that he had never seen a dragon like her. Even so, when Chan suggested that if he liked her that much he could apologize for what he had said earlier, the boy replied that he had no reason to apologize, because the dog was really ugly and dirty. Hannah got irritated and told him not to speak that way about the uncle who took care of her, reinforcing that Puppy was clean and cute. The boy then proposed a bet. They would build a tower with the store's cookies, and see who could build the tallest one in 1 minute. He made it clear that since Hana did not really know the game, he would certainly win. Hana answered that she would win, and declared that Chan would be the judge. Chan thought that in a way the operation was working, just in a completely different way than planned. He set the timer for 1 minute, and explained that whoever built the tallest tower in that time would win, and the loser would have to apologize to the winner. When it started, Hana was fast, but did not have much skill. In just 24 seconds the boy had already built a tall tower. Hana's tower was very short, and when she realized she was losing, she began to cry. Chan realized he had underestimated the situation, and that she was truly upset. At that moment, another customer came in with his daughter. The girl began throwing a tantrum on the floor, and the father tried to scare her by saying he would call a dragon to take her away. Chan approached and asked him to lower his voice, so as not to disturb the other customers, especially talking about dragons. When the man noticed Hannah's presence, he apologized, saying he had not seen her there. Hana stated that she would never take anyone away. The fox boy then commented that dragons take children to a playground in the sky because they want to play with them. Hana became confused and asked if that was true. The boy replied that it was what his father used to say, but Hana remembered that she had heard dragons only took children who did not listen to their parents. The boy felt embarrassed and said that maybe he had gotten confused. When the boy's father finally returned, Chan calmed the situation by offering juice to everyone. When called by his father, the boy invited Hana to go to the amusement park with them, saying it would be boring to ride the roller coaster alone and that maybe they could go together. Chan thought that the boy who had seemed arrogant before was now practically inviting her on a date. At this rate, he could become a potential boyfriend, but Hana refused, explaining that that day she had only gone to the store to see her uncle. The boy was clearly irritated by the answer. Chan began to feel guilty, thinking that maybe he was getting in the way and that Hana might be missing good opportunities because of him. Even so, before leaving, the boy asked for her phone number and said that next time they would go to the park together, promising to send her messages every day. After he left, they continued the operation of making a friend for Hana. The first child even enjoyed talking to Puppy, but the father did not allow the child to touch him so as not to get their hands dirty. The second child was completely indifferent. Similar situations repeated several times. In the end, they decided to end the operation because Puppy was becoming emotionally hurt. He knew he was not the most amazing dog in the world, but he had not imagined he would be treated that way. Chan apologized, recognizing that he had miscalculated. He offered 30,000 wons to Puppy as payment for participating in the operation. Puppy replied that he had helped because of Hana, not because of money. Even so, Chan maintained the store's rule, saying that nothing there was free and that if someone works at the convenience store, they must be paid. Chan said that if Puppy did not want to carry money around, he could simply eat the dog food from the store itself as a form of payment. Puppy replied that he would politely accept. Soon after, Hannah asked if he wanted to go to her house to play. She explained that she really wanted to spend time with him, that her house was big and full of toys, and that they could eat delicious things and play together. Puppy thanked her warmly for the invitation, clearly happy. Chan thought that in the end at least one friend had been made that day. Later, during the night shift, the manager began explaining that many adults still repeat certain stories because of the ancient wars between the races. Dragons had played a huge role in those conflicts. However, the people who had actually witnessed the dragon's power back then were no longer alive or were extremely old. According to the manager, those stories must have been passed down from generation to generation as a warning, so that no one would mess with dragons. Over time, everything became distorted and turned into stories meant to scare children. She commented that dragons themselves are indifferent to that kind of thing, and therefore rarely even mention it. Once people grow up, those stories start to feel somewhat meaningless. Since real dragons were integrated into society, their image has become more fragile, and adults no longer feel as much fear. The manager then asked what exactly Chan had been trying to do do by helping that little dragon girl. She said she was truly curious because it seemed like he had put in a lot of effort that day. She asked if there was any special reason behind it. Chan explained that it reminded him a little of his own childhood. When he was a child, he had no friends. His family had always been very poor and he was bullied because of it. He tried talking to his teacher, but nothing changed. In the end, he would go home crying and ask his mother why he always had to wear shoes with holes. Because of that, he thought maybe he could help Hana. He believed that an adult who had gone through similar struggles could offer a different perspective and truly help. The manager said that he wanted to be a good adult. Normally people only offer comfort, but he had tried to take action to really improve the little dragon girl's situation, as if he wished she would not feel the same pain he once felt. To her, people who help others with that mindset are great adults, and that was why she considered Chan a great person. Chan commented that her words were touching, but the expression on her face looked a little frightening. That was when she explained that someone had been illegally dumping trash in front of the store. Chan asked how long it had been there. The manager replied that it had been there since 3 in the afternoon. She had gone to the restroom, and when she came back, the trash was already at the door. He asked if he could clean it up, but she said not to touch it. If they cleaned it, the person responsible might think it was allowed and continue leaving more trash there. She said she was 200% sure that if they removed it, it would appear again. The manager instructed Chan that if he saw anyone illegally dumping trash at the door, he should call the police. She also recommended that he avoid opening the door at night unless it was to serve customers, to prevent too much dust from coming in. Chan asked if it was something similar to the pollen from before, but the manager explained that it was not. There was construction happening on the street, and there was a lot of dust in the air. The construction workers were going to the store during their breaks to buy a lot of beer. Chan found it strange to drink during work, but he noticed that the police officer nearby did not seem to care. That was when he recognized the officer as Arul. He realized it had been a while since he had seen her, since the illegal wallet incident. He also noticed that her hair color had changed quite a bit. As Arul approached the store, Chan began to feel nervous. She asked if something was wrong because he was staring too much. He explained that he was just happy to see her after so long. Arul said that if he had any questions about the construction on the street, he could talk to her. Chan thought that he usually saw noisy and messy elves around there, but Arul seemed almost like an angel because she was so calm. He decided not to bother her any further, thanked her for her concern, and said she could continue her work. As she walked back to her post, Chan reflected that he had already worked at many convenience stores, but none of them had a police patrol nearby. It gave him a greater sense of security. Soon after, another customer entered the store asking for cigarettes. Suddenly, a customer asked if there was any lost property in the store. He wanted to know if in the lost and found section, there was a bag of money or something like that. Chan found it strange and asked what he meant by a bag of money. The lizard explained that he had heard someone had lost one there, and that you could tell just by looking at it that it was full of cash. Chan did not understand anything, and later went to check the lost and found area. As expected, he did not find any bag. He thought it was strange for someone to forget a bag of money and then send someone else to retrieve it. In his mind, whoever loses something like that should be more careful, because it is not something common to forget. About 10 minutes later, several people started showing up asking about the bag. One said he himself had lost it. Another claimed that a friend had lost it there. Another insisted that his son had left a bag full of money in the store. The situation kept getting stranger. Chan called the manager to ask what that story was about. She told him to call the police immediately, because it was not something they could handle alone. While waiting for the police to arrive, they could stay on the phone for safety, but when Chan looked at Iruel, he realized there was already an officer nearby and said it would not be necessary to call. Later, Irul began writing everything down in her report. Between 11 at night and 12:30, 4 different customers had appeared, asking about the same bag of money. However, there was no item registered as lost in the store, and no one had made any official report. Chan commented that she might not believe it, but everything was true. If necessary, he could show her the lost and found area. Irukal replied that she believed him. In fact, she already had a suspicion but needed to confirm it. Personally, she removed her flashy traffic guard uniform and said she would stay hidden inside the store observing. Chan should act normally and continue working. She was certain that more people would show up looking for the supposed bag. She would stay in a corner, pretending to be just another customer. While Irul observed discreetly, Chan kept wondering who that bag could belong to. If it really existed, why was the true owner not coming personally to retrieve it? Shortly after, an elderly woman appeared demanding the bag of money. She told him to hand it over immediately, claiming that a friend had lost it there. Chan replied that no item had been lost that day. The woman began accusing him of lying and implied that he was trying to keep the money. She said humans were irrational and demanded that he stop lying. Chan maintained a firm posture and explained that no such bag existed. Even if it did, he could not simply hand it over to a stranger. If she continued behaving that way, she would have to leave the store. At that moment, Irul appeared and cited the International Interracial Constitution, Article 1, which guarantees equality among all races in every aspect of life and prohibits any type of discrimination. She stated that the woman's remark was clearly discriminatory and could lead to legal punishment. The woman was completely shocked. Irul asked whether she would like to go to the police station to clarify the situation. Faced with that, the woman immediately gave up the story about the bag and left the store. Chan thanked her for the help, but asked whether there was already enough evidence or if they should have waited a little longer. Irul replied that it was not necessary. necessary. He had acted very well, and in fact she had already obtained what she needed. Chan's testimony matched perfectly with the approach pattern of that woman and the other customers. All of them had arrived claiming they had lost a bag of money and said they were there to retrieve it. According to Errol, it looked like a black market scheme. She explained that the black market trades illegal items such as modified magical tools, false identities, and various objects linked to criminal activities. She recalled the previous case of the modified and illegal wallet that had appeared in the store. The owner of that wallet had admitted he obtained it from the black market and later went to the police station to turn himself in. Errol also explained that the black market operates both online and offline. There are several illegal websites where criminals recruit people from different races by offering supposed part-time jobs. In practice, those jobs only serve to mediate illegal transactions and move black market goods without raising suspicion. According to Errol, the advertisement used by the black market was simple. They would post something like looking for someone to pick up my bag of money. Most of the people who accepted that kind of job were ordinary citizens with clean records and no criminal history. In other words, all the customers who showed up at the store asking about the bag were probably part-time workers recruited by the black market. Even so, Errol asked once more if Chan was absolutely sure there was no bag inside the store. He confirmed that he was certain. That was when he remembered the trash bag that had been left in front of the store since 3 in the afternoon. Maybe it was not really trash. Maybe it was the bag in disguise. When Errol approached the bag, she commented that at first glance it looked like ordinary garbage. She asked how long it had been there. Chan explained that it had been there since 3, and that the manager had instructed him not to touch it, so he had simply obeyed. As he looked more closely, Chan noticed a strange aura surrounding the bag. If he had paid more attention when the manager mentioned the trash, he might have noticed it earlier. By that point, he was already irritated with the whole black market and bag of money situation. He said he would not let it go unpunished, and asked the officer if he could break the spell surrounding the bag. Errol asked if he was a mage specialized in anti-magic. Chan replied that he was, and that he had been certified recently. He stated that there was clearly a disguise spell there, and asked for permission to undo it. Errol allowed it. Determined to ruin the criminal's plans, Chan broke the spell with his own hands. The trash bag transformed back into a briefcase full of money. The lock was broken. Errol picked up the briefcase, shook it lightly, and noticed that it was heavy, but made no sound. That indicated it was completely full. Based on the weight and the estimated number of bills, she calculated that there were nearly 500 million inside that briefcase. Chan's jaw practically dropped when he heard that. Later, they reviewed the security camera footage. At 3 in the afternoon, a goblin had appeared and left the bag at the store's entrance, using a strange disguise spell. Errol copied the footage onto a flash drive as evidence. Even so, Chan found everything very strange. He asked why the real owner had not come personally to retrieve the briefcase. Errol explained that it was probably part of the strategy to confuse the investigation. Since multiple people had shown up throughout the night, it became harder to gather solid evidence. In addition, all of them were ordinary citizens with no criminal records, which made it difficult to trace any direct connection to the black market. Because the contact was made through illegal websites, cutting ties with those intermediaries was extremely easy. It was a very common method. Chan raised another point. If the instructions were to pick up a bag of money, why not directly instruct them to take the trash bag? If they had received more specific instructions, someone would have already taken it. He commented that if it had not been for the manager's guidance, he himself would have thrown that bag away. The criminals had been very lucky to leave 500 million exposed like that. If it were up to him, he would never use such a risky method. Errol asked if she could explain everything in more detail later. Chan said it was not necessary, and that he was just thinking out loud out of curiosity. However, Errol explained that updating the parties involved about the progress of the investigation within 7 days was her obligation. She told him not to feel awkward about it. She would have to explain, but she would do so calmly later. Thanks to Chan and the manager, her own curiosity about the case had been resolved, so it was only fair that she also clarified their doubts. Then she commented that she had also become curious about something else. She was referring to the fact that Chan was an anti-magic mage. In the previous case of the illegal magical wallet, the police had spent days investigating and examining the object without significant results. It was only after Chan's testimony, along with the recordings, that they were able to move forward. Not even the criminal who brought the wallet knew exactly how it worked, since he had purchased it from the black market. When they discovered that Chan was an anti-magic user, many things began to make sense to Errol, and she felt relieved. Chan apologized for not revealing it from the beginning. Errol replied that he did not need to worry. He had cooperated a lot in the current investigation. Normally, to undo a disguise spell like that, they would need to call a specialist to the station, and almost all of them were busy. Thanks to him, the investigation could move forward much faster. She thanked him for the help. Chan said he had not done anything special, but added that he would like to ask a question that was not directly related to the case. Chan asked if she was part of the detective department. At first, he thought she had become a traffic officer, but she looked much more like a detective. Errol explained that she actually belonged to both departments. In addition, she was part of the information management department, the child and youth department, the criminal investigation department, the cybercrime department, the security department, the training department, the planning and security department, the equipment management department, and also several affiliated departments. After listing all that, she asked if he still had any more questions. Chan thought that now it made sense that she slept only 30 minutes a day. day. He even felt sorry for her. The next morning, Chan explained everything to the manager. She said it was a good thing Officer Iriel had been there to resolve the situation. He also mentioned that the officer had said this kind of thing happened frequently in June because of the drop in black market values. When he said that, he noticed the manager's expression did not look good at all. He commented that at this rate she would end up turning into a hedgehog. Even so, the manager had a very bad feeling. She wondered why they were using their convenience store specifically as a meeting point for illegal transfers. To her, that was the two of them's workplace, a very precious place. What made everything even stranger was that according to her, she had already destroyed those guys before. Chan became confused and began wondering how she could have destroyed the black market. The manager then asked about the money bag. Chan replied that he had not received any updates yet, but that the investigation was a priority and the police would notify them immediately if there was any progress. She asked if there was anything else. He explained that it was something a little personal, but that they had requested his cooperation with his anti-magic abilities to assist in the investigation later. The manager commented that she had also worked for the police before as a mage. She said that when she had to stay on stakeout or investigate for long periods, it was very difficult, and sometimes she even fell asleep in the middle of duty. Even so, for her it had been a good experience. Despite that, she did not think it was very safe to get involved with police work. Chan then asked if she would mind if he accepted that kind of job. The manager asked if he was talking about outside work beyond the convenience store, something they had discussed before. He explained that the proportion of external jobs was increasing and asked if that would bother her. Maybe he would need to stay away for several days, acting as an anti-magic mage. The manager asked if he knew what her routine had been like before he arrived. She had practically lived in that store, almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Going home did not mean much, and she also had no friends to go out and talk with. To break the monotony, she would sometimes go to a nearby cafe and invite Yunha to chat for a while. That was how she spent her days, in a repetitive way, doing the same things every single day. Everything was dull and boring. She thought life would be like that forever, until Chan appeared. When she discovered that he was a human from another world and possessed such a special anti-magic ability, she was extremely surprised. Probably no one in that world imagined something like that could happen. He was always telling stories about the incidents and accidents he experienced inside and outside of work, and that ended up changing her routine. For the first time in her life, she was truly enjoying her daily life. Thanks to Chan, she felt happy coming back to the store every day. She made it clear that he should not misunderstand her, because she was not happy about his suffering. Chan said he understood what she meant. For those reasons, she stated that she could accept him having a side job. Even so, she commented that they had already stretched that conversation too much, and that he needed to rest. Suddenly, Chan received a message from the pharmaceutical company asking if they could test the product that same day. Later during the next shift, the manager told him to conduct the meeting as politely as possible, because that was essential in that kind of situation. She wished him good luck with the work. The chihuahua-headed guy was there to work. He had brought his own laptop and had snacks and soda with him. He said he had paid for 3 hours and wanted to make the most of the time. Chan explained that he had a task to do later and that it might be a little noisy, possibly causing some disturbance. The chihuahua replied that he did not even have time to care about that because his boss had ruined results he had worked on for an entire month. Now he would have to spend another month working like crazy, while his boss almost never did anything, and when he did, only made things worse. He was clearly irritated. Even so, he told Chan not to worry and that he could do his work peacefully because he would also do his work on the laptop without any problems. Chan thought that guy really went through a lot and felt sorry for him. Shortly after, the representative from the pharmaceutical company arrived, thanking them for being able to reschedule the meeting for that day, and to his surprise, it was the deer succubus. Later, Chan was watching the promotional video for the new experiment. In fact, it was a guide explaining how to carry out the potion test. The mascot Kongdaki appeared in the video to guide him step by step. First, the participants should act like a man and a woman meeting for the first time on a blind date. They needed to behave naturally, without adopting strange concepts or forced behavior, because the goal was to verify the potion's effectiveness and genuine reactions. Second, during the experiment, it was not allowed to search for tips about blind dates. The key to everything was people's honest reactions. Lastly but not least, they should simply enjoy the experience and do everything with care. Chan was completely confused by that guide and wondered what kind of video that was. The succubus explained that it was only meant to guide them during the meeting they would have. She said she had thought of all that while she was still at the pharmaceutical company. She mentioned that it would be better if she also took the potion to participate in the experiment, because for the potion to truly work, technically 2 people needed to ingest the product. In other words, the test required at least 2 participants. Before continuing, the succubus asked for his consent and questioned whether it was alright for them to carry out the experiment together. Chan agreed. In fact, he had already been thinking about suggesting something like that himself, because due to his anti-magic constitution, he could only contribute physically with the potion. The succubus commented that she was also curious about the effects, since she had participated in its development. Before they started, Chan mentioned that there was a chihuahua in the store who was actually a kobold, and asked if it was alright to hold the meeting with him present. The succubus said she had no problem with it, but wondered if the young man was okay. Chan explained that he was just a little stressed because of work. Then the succubus began explaining how they should take the potion and what kind of situation they needed to create. She showed a very beautiful small box where the potion was stored and commented that, after After Chan's opinion had previously been approved, the company's sorceress had perfectly adjusted the formula, eliminating the unwanted side effects. Chan observed that it really did look like a magical potion. Even so, the succubus explained that since the product was not completely finished yet, they could not simply drink it by itself. It needed to be mixed into some kind of beverage. When Chan asked what kind of situation they should create, the succubus explained that the purpose of the potion was to strengthen feelings between two people who recognized that they love each other. Even though they were not in that kind of relationship, they would need to simulate something like that for the experiment. Basically, they should act as if they were in love, or at least as if they were in a relationship. Chan was confused and tried to understand better. He questioned whether, since they were not truly in love, they would have to pretend that they were. If that was difficult, they should at least pretend they were in a relationship. The succubus confirmed that was exactly it, and apologized if she had caused any misunderstanding. He also questioned whether that would not be a predefined concept, since the video had said not to act artificially. The succubus explained that the video referred to not acting in a forced or fake way. Conducting the experiment within a natural relationship was not a problem. Since they already knew each other, they could carry out the test as if they were on a blind date, and the effect of the potion would appear anyway. The important thing was not to act artificially. Chan realized that was why the video emphasized naturalness so much, so he said they could begin. They mixed the potion into mango juice and soda, and drank it. Chan commented that the taste seemed a little bitter. The succubus agreed that even mixed with the drink, the bitterness was still strong and that they needed to improve the flavor in the next version. When he asked how long the effect would last, the succubus explained that based on the amount ingested, it should last about an hour and a half, and that the effects would start to appear in approximately 2 minutes. The expected side effects, although not completely confirmed, included disorientation, a sensation similar to being intoxicated, mild dizziness, and a slight fever. There could also be confusion regarding one's own feelings, especially for someone who had never experienced true love. Meanwhile, even the kobold was watching attentively. When the effect began, Chan and the succubus simply stayed silent, staring at each other without knowing what to do. Chan thought it was easy to talk about acting naturally, but in practice it was much harder. He considered taking the initiative, but the kobold threw a piece of popcorn at him, grabbed his own laptop, and showed a message on the screen suggesting that he compliment the succubus, saying that she looked beautiful that day. Chan was surprised by the kobold's attitude, who was basically urging him to make a move. When the succubus noticed he was looking to the side, she asked what he was staring at. Chan replied that it was nothing, just an insect. As soon as he said that, he felt a strong wave of nausea and asked if that was a side effect of the potion. The succubus replied that it probably was and asked if he had lied. He admitted that he had, even if it was just a little. Then the succubus explained that in fact it was not exactly a side effect. It was a sign that the potion was working. Since the product was designed to strengthen good relationships, any lie would cause discomfort in someone under its effect. She explained that it was not the kind of effect they should provoke, and that the reaction had been a bit stronger than she had expected. Chan commented that it was probably because the potion was still in the experimental phase. The succubus then asked, on a scale from 1 to 10, how big his lie had been. Chan glanced sideways at the kobold and replied that he did not know, maybe level 1. The kobold complained, asking why he was looking at him, since he had not been the one who invented the scale. Chan said he would rather skip the explanation of why he had lied, if possible. The succubus said that was fine, and decided to ask a more personal question. She commented that lately she had been curious to know where he lived. Chan asked why exactly she wanted to know that. She replied that it was a common question, an easy way to start a conversation, and that her seniors had advised that this kind of approach helped. However, as soon as she said that, she felt nauseous. Right after that, Chan also felt nauseous. He commented that the symptoms must be shared, and that it would be better for her to be honest. The succubus said it was fine, and that it was nothing that serious. Chan thought that at that rate he would end up vomiting rainbows. For him it was already hard to consider it just a mild side effect, because he was truly feeling uncomfortable. He then stood up and said he would try to get rid of the side effects, suggesting that he could even give her a massage to ease them. At that moment, the succubus admitted that she wanted to visit his house. She explained that she really enjoyed talking with him, and that when he listened to her talk a lot, she felt comfortable. She said she would like to spend the night talking with him. Chan asked if they could not do that right there. She replied that it would not be enough. Maybe they could order something to eat, have a drink, spend the night watching a movie and talking about trivial matters, or about work and science. She confessed that she had been thinking about that over the past few days, and asked if he would not like to do that with her. She explained that she had already come there with her mind full of thoughts. Chan asked her to calm down first before continuing. The succubus looked confused and asked what she had just said. He explained that she had practically invited him to her house to watch movies. She was surprised and asked if she had really said that. She had not realized what she was saying and began to question why she had said it. At that moment, Chan clearly felt a kind of energy running through his body. The potion was truly strong. He was not entirely sure, but it might even be dangerous. For the first time, he felt genuinely happy to have an anti-magic constitution, because perhaps it was holding back part of the effect. He apologized for not properly responding to what she had said earlier, explaining that he had interrupted only to try to get rid of the side effects. The succubus replied that it was fine, and that thanks to him she had managed to regain some of her senses. She admitted that the effect effect was more intense than she had imagined, and that she would need to adjust the dosage. She also commented that the symptoms could vary from species to species. Then she asked how he was feeling. Chan said he felt a little dizzy and nauseous, and asked if they could rest for a bit before continuing the experiment. At that moment, the Chihuahua asked if it was already over, saying that it was getting interesting and that he would not have much time to watch a second part. Chan found that strange and asked if he had not said he was busy. The Chihuahua replied that he had gotten stuck on part of his work and had decided to take a break. He also asked for 3 energy drinks and reminded Chan that he had already paid for his time there. Chan said he would serve the kobold quickly and come back. The Chihuahua then told the pink-haired girl to relax and have some fun, asking why she was so close to that little idiot. The succubus replied that she was not there to relax but to work. The Chihuahua shot back that it did not look like work and implied they were filming a romance. Chan asked him not to start trouble with other customers. The Chihuahua replied that it was his choice and that he had bought 2 cans, so he could drink the rest. Chan commented that it was not even a promotion that time, and that he should at least take his change. The Chihuahua said it was too much trouble. Chan found himself wondering if he was actually just paying for their drinks, but even so, he still thought he should take the change. The succubus then asked who exactly the Chihuahua was, observing that he seemed a little rude. Chan explained that he always showed up there and always acted that way. His favorite hobby seemed to be buying things for Chan while insulting him at the same time, but deep down he was a good person. She asked if there were many customers like that who frequented the store. Chan replied that no, he was quite unique, but there were many other impressive customers who also showed up from time to time. Then Chan and the succubus began talking about the different customers he served at the store. The conversation became light and calm, full of curious stories about the people who passed through there every day. After about an hour, the succubus thanked Chan sincerely, saying that he had put in a lot of effort during the experiment. Chan replied that it was not just him. Both of them had worked hard. Even so, he was not sure if he had fulfilled his role properly. The succubus assured him that he had done an excellent job, and that she had obtained all the necessary information thanks to him. That meeting had been mainly focused on analyzing the side effects and symptoms of the potion, and she had gathered all the expected results. In addition, she commented that she had loved hearing the stories about the kindergarten dragon girl and the werewolf driver. Chan said he was happy to know that the experiment had worked. Then the succubus mentioned that there was something she was personally curious about. She asked why. The first time they met, he had stopped to listen to her story. As she had mentioned before, she had only come back because of what he had said that day. At that time, she had no one to talk to about her problems, and whenever she tried to speak at work, people simply ignored her. Chan had been different, because he had not only listened to her concerns, but had also tried to help her. That was why she wanted to know why he had done that. Chen explained that he had only wanted to help because he saw how hard she was trying. He admitted that he had never dreamed as big as she did, nor had he ever dedicated himself so much to a job. Since becoming an adult, he had only taken part-time jobs wherever they paid. He had never had a big goal. Even so, he found her somewhat absurd idea about true love interesting. Seeing how hard she had worked that day, he had simply felt like helping, and had told her to keep doing her best, because he would help however he could. The succubus thanked him once more before leaving. Chan mentioned that she had talked about wanting to visit his house, but that it was a bit complicated for several reasons. Maybe later on he would think about it more carefully. Even so, the two of them agreed that they would meet again. The next morning, Chan was extremely tired. He thought he must have spent all his energy on the experiment, but there were still 3 hours left before his shift ended. Maybe he needed more coffee, but the manager showed up at the store very early. She said that starting that day, he would be working the morning shift. Chan was confused, because he had always worked at night. The manager explained that she was not officially changing his position, but that if anyone asked, he should say he worked in the morning. Before she could explain further, many customers suddenly began entering, especially couples. Chan found that early morning rush strange, and started wondering what was going on. One of the customers approached without buying anything, just to ask if he was from the night shift. Chan replied that he was not, that he worked in the morning, and asked why. The customer showed him a video on his phone. In it, an older man commented that he had met a very kind person at that store. Chan immediately recognized the elderly streamer who had stopped by the other day, the one who had been eating a huge bowl of food. On the live stream, the man explained that thanks to a very kind young man, he had learned how to order food through an app. He praised Chan a lot, and said he would return to visit him. The manager asked if that was not the same man who had given him 500,000 won. Chan confirmed that it was. The manager then commented that the man was known as a kind of earth deity. Chan was confused and asked if he was not a shaman. She explained that not exactly. He was a sorcerer specialized in agricultural magic. He helped people in need, and because of that earned the nickname of deity. After working many years in the fields, he retired and began doing live streams. The manager asked if he had read Chan's face. He replied that the man had said he would go through great events, but in the end, everything would turn into luck and fortune. Chan wanted to know if those those words had any credibility. The manager explained that great events are subjective. For her as a manager, that increase in customer traffic was excellent. For Chan, maybe not so much. He admitted that he had been genuinely startled by the situation and asked how they had discovered the store's location. She said they had probably recognized the surroundings from the video. In fact, she herself had been surprised because she sometimes watched the old man's streams. The night before, their store had been mentioned in the chat, and viewers had gotten excited to visit and spend money there. Chun then realized that was why she had come early, and also why she wanted him to say he worked the morning shift. He had never imagined that that simple interaction with the old man would end up like this, so Chan asked what exactly the man did during his live streams. Chan mentioned that the old man had said that eating on live stream was not his main content. The manager replied that, from what she usually saw, he really did appear eating, but that the main content of his broadcasts was shooter games. His favorite weapon was a sniper rifle. Chan was surprised and wondered if someone that age really played that kind of game. The manager explained that he had once said he played because he was living out what he had not been able to enjoy in his youth. Taking advantage of the topic, the manager asked how the meeting the previous day had gone, especially the potion experiment. Chan replied that it had not been that difficult. Even so, he found himself wondering whether that succubus was truly a real succubus. The manager asked if it was the same one who had already visited the store before, and her expression clearly showed interest. Chan confirmed it was her and asked if it was really necessary to reconstruct what had happened. The manager replied that yes, it was important for the confirmation process. Then she commented that he was truly impressive, not only for being amazing, but for being extremely resistant. After all, he had been dealing with a succubus. Even if it had not been entirely intentional, she had probably activated a seduction spell. The manager explained that succubi naturally possess a spell that makes people feel attracted to them. This spell can be activated at any moment without preparation, but it depends on a specific condition. The condition is that the succuba genuinely wishes for the person in front of her to like her. In other words, the spell only works when there is a real feeling of love or affection involved. Many times it is activated unconsciously, and several succubi do not even realize they have used it. Normally, the affected person falls under the spell in 99% of cases. However, Chan is practically immune to seduction magic. The manager asked if he had truly felt absolutely nothing. He replied that not exactly, but that the situation had been a little different. The succubus had been feeling unwell because of the potion's side effects, and there had also been another person watching everything. He commented that perhaps something had happened accidentally because of the potion itself. The manager said she was not sure, but decided to drop the subject, since there was still time before his shift ended, and she intended to carry out an inspection in the storage room. At that moment, Hana entered the store. She felt a little embarrassed when she saw the manager there, but the manager explained that unfortunately Chan was very busy that day and could not play. He commented that he had new tasks to carry out, something difficult even to explain properly. Basically, he would have to check magical items stored in a place that looked like a dungeon. Hana thought that sounded fun, and said she would like to go on an adventure like that. The manager replied that she could work together with him, since it was a very important job. Then she asked if Hana knew how it worked. The girl answered that she did, because it was the kind of job her mother always did when she said she was busy. The manager said that was exactly what they were doing now. She explained that if Hana wanted to help, she could come along, and afterwards she could eat lots of cookies. Hana agreed immediately. Before they began, the manager cast a spell and placed a mini uniform on her, turning the girl into a part-time employee for one day. Later, already in the storage area, which really did look like a dungeon, Hana was amazed by everything around her. Chan asked the manager if it was really safe to bring the girl to that place. The manager explained that she had placed a cleansing spell on Hana's clothes, so there was no problem regarding the environment. Chan clarified that he was not talking about dirt, but about the products themselves, which were usually unusual magical items. The manager replied that the most dangerous items had already been separated. The ones to be inspected that day were meant for children, so there should not be major problems. They finally arrived at the room where the children's items were kept. Suddenly, Hana was almost swallowed by a chest. Chan immediately ran to pull her away from the creature. She asked if that chest was dangerous. Chan explained that it was not even an ordinary chest, but a mimic. While he was still processing the situation, Hana had already shifted her attention to something else, a hero's sword displayed there. The manager explained that it was the sword from the myth of the hero who pulled it from the stone, but commented that children nowadays were not as familiar with that story. Chan was confused, and asked how there could be a mimic there. He pointed at the chest that had almost devoured Hana, and confirmed whether that was not truly a mimic. The manager explained that it was nothing more than a children's cart, made to look like a mimic. Only then did Chan notice that the object had a brake, an accelerator, and even a steering wheel. The manager then returned to explaining about the sword in the stone. She said that item was usually used in school plays. Hana asked if she could try to pull the sword from the stone, saying she really wanted to try. The manager replied that she could do that after Uncle Chan checked whether everything was alright with the item. As he approached and analyzed it with his anti-magic ability, Chan noticed that the area around the jewel was slightly fluctuating. However, when he touched it, nothing changed. Maybe the source of the magic was not in the jewel itself. He commented that he might need to dismantle the object, and asked the manager if it was okay to do so in case something broke. The manager replied that it was fine and that the insurance would cover any damage. Chen then said he would pull the sword together with Hana. The manager turned off the storage room lights to make the scene more exciting. exciting, since the sword was supposed to emit light. When the two of them pulled it together, there was an intense glow. Hana was impressed and said that the light and sound effects were amazing. But the manager found it strange, because the sword itself was also supposed to be glowing, not just the stone. She explained that the stone functioned as a battery charger, and that the sword should activate its own effects once removed. Chan commented that it looked like a high-quality toy. The manager explained that about 10 years ago there was a very famous anime called Hero of Light. Both the sword and the stone were designed with their own batteries and systems to recreate the abilities of the hero from the animation. However, apparently there was some problem with the sword. Chan decided to observe more closely. After carefully analyzing it, he realized that the true source was the magic stone. Even when touching it, nothing changed. Then he managed to remove the stone from its compartment. The moment he did that, a kind of haunting presence came out from inside, saying that it had finally managed to free itself, and that it would now dominate that place. Right after that, the spirit disappeared. Chan was shocked and asked what that had been. The manager replied that everything had happened too fast, and that she also could not explain it. Hana commented that the little stone had fallen to the floor and looked dirty. Chan observed that it was indeed covered with something that looked like coal dust. The manager agreed, saying that the strange entity must have left the dirt there. He gently rubbed the stone until he cleaned it. When he placed it back in position, the sword finally began to shine intensely. Even so, Chan commented that it seemed the stone was not functioning perfectly because of the dirt left by the creature. The manager suggested that perhaps the item had been left without supervision for too long. She concluded that the sword inspection was finished and moved on to the next item, a magic wand shaped like a spatula. She commented that the toy was extremely popular and that she had bought several units the previous month. According to her, it was the salt wand of the happy magical chef. Chan was surprised and wondered if she really knew about that. The manager explained that it also came from a recent anime that was very popular among children. Hana looked excited when she saw the wand. Just like the sword, the toy had several different functions, including transformation. As soon as they activated one of the functions, Hana transformed into a small chef. Chan was impressed. The manager explained that with that type of transformation toy, it was possible to become the main magical girl, the magical girl's friend, or even the villain. There were 3 different forms to play with. In addition, there were other magical functions available, but she had some concerns about the others because there were so many options. She asked if Chan had noticed any strange aura or unusual energy. He replied that he had not, and that everything seemed clean. The manager then suggested testing the other transformations, and asked what Hana would like to transform into next. Later, Chan began reading the wand manual. The instructions said it was necessary to rotate the wand 3 times at a 15-degree angle, aim precisely at the target, and activate the transformation spell, which could be either the villain or the magical girl's friend. Chan was confused, and wondered how children were able to understand that. The manager explained that he could ignore that part because the instructions were more of a performance element than something truly necessary. In practice, it was enough to use the wand in any way, and the transformation would work. Even so, Chan still wondered if they really needed the magic wand for all of that. Since the manager can use magic without a wand, she explained that she does not need one because she calculates all the formulas directly in her mind. Most beginner mages use a wand, which works like a calculator. When someone gains experience and skill, they may no longer need one. Even so, some still carry small wands just in case. So Hana decided that she wanted to try. The manager said they would go to the hallway to test the transformation. Later, she explained that since Hana already knew the transformation spell, she just needed to keep practicing. First, she would use the magical girl's friend form on Chan. The manager approached Chan and asked if he was tired. He said he was not, but that he found transformation play a bit strange. He never had nephews, nieces, or cousins, so he did not really know how it worked. The manager said he was being too serious and needed to have lighter thoughts. Suddenly, the manager was struck by a beam of light. Chan asked if she was okay. She confirmed that she was, and explained that she was in the villain transformation. Hana said she loved the look, and Chan did not notice anything strange. No weird aura. The next transformation would be on Chan himself. Without a break, Hana used the magical girl's friend transformation, and Chan thought at least he had a few seconds to prepare. But after the beam of light, he was not affected. He did not transform. Chan thought it might be broken, but the manager asked if he remembered the conversation about the succubus, and the reason her temptation did not work on him. He remembered that he has an anti-magic constitution. The manager explained to Hana that it was not broken, just that Uncle Chan is not affected by that kind of spell for a very complicated reason. Hana felt sad because she thought he would look cute as the princess. Chan asked if that princess looked like him. The manager said no, and showed a very ugly big-headed doll. Chan thought it was a good thing he has an anti-magic constitution. The manager explained that she only wanted to transform him into the princess, so he could be friends with the magical girl. Hana thought they could be even better friends if they transformed together, but Chan said they did not need that because they were already friends. The manager agreed, and said that if they work and play together there, they are already friends. Chan commented that the only problem is that they are slightly older friends. The manager said he is not that old. After transforming, they started playing properly. The manager, still as the villain, said she had captured the princess, the magical girl's friend, and that if Hana did not show her magic soon, she would put the princess in prison forever. When Hana used the fire spell, a huge fireball appeared. Chan found it strange because that did not look like a child's toy spell, and he wondered what they would would do with that fireball coming straight at them. The manager stayed silent, focused, and simply absorbed all the mana from the fireball as if it had never existed. Then she asked Chan to go upstairs with Hana and take some items, thanking Hana very much for helping at work. She said that for now they needed to go upstairs. Hana asked Chan if the manager was angry. He replied that no, she would never be angry with her, and that it was something else. Later, outside, Hana was playing with a bubble gun, while Chan noticed that the manager was taking too long. The problem with the toy must have been serious. It was strange because he had not seen any weird aura like he usually does. Then Hana said she had finished drawing Uncle on the bubble. Chan found it impressive that she could draw on bubbles. After that, he said everything was fun, but asked if she should not be at kindergarten. Hana said she would not go to school that day because the teacher said something very dangerous had appeared near the school. Something very, very dangerous. At that moment, Chan, who was standing in front of a massive portal, thought he would probably be working overtime that day and also during his night shift. He noticed unusual customers appearing. It was already 11 at night, and there was not a single living being on the street. Besides that, the manager was still inside and seemed very angry. Chan then wondered why exactly she had not gone home yet, since her shift had ended more than an hour ago. The manager said she had not even noticed the time passing. She explained that she was writing a report about the magic wand incident from yesterday, to speak directly with the branch that sold the product, and also with other authorities. Then she asked if Chan remembered what she had explained before about magical power. All living beings in that world have magic, but some have exceptional power. She gave the example of Hana, who is a little dragon, a pure blood dragon, and someone like her can have up to 10,000 magical power. The manager said that this is incomparable, so any magical product needs to be made with that kind of difference in mind. She explained that ideally a product like a wand should use only a minimal fraction of the user's magical power, something like 1%. A normal fire spell usually requires far less, sometimes only 5, or at most 500 magical power. The problem was that the wand allowed Hana to inject all 10,000 of hers, and that was not Hana's fault. It was the wand's fault, which should have had almost zero input, so it would not accept that kind of charge. The manager emphasized that the spell Hana used was supposed to be just a tiny fireball, smaller than a match flame. What happened was a mistake by the magical toy company. She said Hana could have gotten hurt, and Chan too. She commented that she should have been more careful about that. Chan said that if that had happened to him, he definitely would have panicked. He remembered that when that magical tool exploded the first time Hana appeared, he had been completely desperate, and yesterday he also panicked when the fireball came toward them. But the manager did not. She handled everything calmly, and because of that she was able to contain the spell and keep everyone safe. He said it was not just yesterday. She is always calm and communicative, and that is why he is able to keep working there, so he asked her not to blame herself so much. The manager replied that he was very kind and did not need to speak like that. That was when Officer Iruel entered the convenience store, saying she had updates about the money bag case. Before continuing, she wanted to clarify something and asked if Chan was sure he was not involved in the case and had no connection to it. Both of them denied it, and Iruel said that was fine. She said she would give a summary of the investigation so far, and that they could ask anything at any time. She also said there are several supervision and security spells in that area, so if anyone related to the investigation appeared, they would know. Then Iruel asked if it was okay to count on Chan's cooperation as a mage or anti-magic specialist, because they needed him to speed up the investigation. Chan said yes, he could help, as long as it did not interfere with his work at the store. Iruel said they also needed a mage, and looked at the manager. The manager showed that she wanted to cooperate. Iruel commented that she had heard she was a mage, and asked if she had her certificate with her. The manager said she had forgotten it at home. Iruel observed that the two of them seemed quite close. The manager confirmed it, but immediately asked another question. She wanted to know if Iruel had managed to obtain the security camera footage, and how the review had gone. She asked if they could watch it as well. Iruel said there was no problem, especially since the manager owns the establishment, and that they would watch everything from the beginning. Meanwhile, Chan noticed that the manager seemed very different from usual. Maybe it was because of her experience with the police. From the stories she had told before, she used to act as a professional mage some years ago, but Chan still did not understand why she had suddenly become the owner of a convenience store. Even just by analyzing the cameras, the manager commented that the goblin was probably in the hospital now. Chan asked what had happened to him. The manager replied that he had been hospitalized for a very specific reason, and Iruel asked her to explain in detail. The manager said that the goblin was responsible for providing the magical supply for the disguise spell on the money bag. She recognized the strange gestures he was making, and explained that it was a way of sustaining magic for a specific spell. It was a type of combined spell between two people. What the goblin was doing at that moment was giving his own magical power to keep the spell active, taking full responsibility for it. The problem, according to her, is that it was a continuous spell. She compared it to a mage shooting a magic arrow. If the arrow hits the target and disappears, it is a single-use spell, but if the mage can control the arrow remotely, then it is continuous, because it does not disappear while it is being maintained. And one of the characteristics of a continuous spell is that it also consumes magical power the entire time. The manager explained that the goblin left a disguise spell on the money bag as a continuous spell and walked out of the store while still sustaining it with his own magic. In addition to the supply spell, he also cast a promise spell, but according to her, Chan undid both spells. She then asked if Chan understood understood what happens when someone casts a spell promising to take full responsibility for something, like the goblin did with the bag. That was when Chan realized what had happened to the poor guy. He was hospitalized because he failed to fulfill the promise. As a consequence, his magical power was completely drained. The manager explained that when someone's magical power is fully exhausted, their very life is put at risk. She also commented that the burden of the magic and its consequence must be directly linked to the amount of money that was inside the bag. Based on her analysis, the goblin probably ended up in the emergency room at the exact moment Chan broke the spell. Chan thought that he never intended to cause something like that. The manager asked Irul to investigate nearby hospitals, because whoever hired the goblin was probably still keeping an eye on him. So the first step was to find out where he had been admitted. Irul replied that she would handle the verification of the manager's certificate separately at the station, so that afterward they could proceed with the consultancy payment. The manager said that was fine. Irul also guaranteed that Chan would be compensated for breaking the spell. He said she could deposit his payment together with the managers, that there was no problem. Irul thanked both of them very much for their cooperation, and stated that as soon as they learned more about the goblin, they would update the investigation. Later, Chan asked the manager if she had another job besides the convenience store. She replied that she did not, because doing too many things at the same time is exhausting. For now, she was only the manager. Chan then asked why she had helped so much with the investigation. The manager answered that they messed with her store. Besides that, she wanted to see the faces of some former colleagues. She did not go into detail, but she had once been a great mage who worked in several fields and helped the police many times. She thought she might run into people from her past. Even though she had forgotten her certificate at home, she would not give up. Chan commented that she could have let it go if it was embarrassing. Irul had warned that verifying the certificate might take time and delay the payment. Even so, the manager said she would never refuse to help. It was a matter of pride as a mage. At that moment, Chan received a message from Yunha, saying she would arrive that night with a new delivery and that she also wanted to talk about something else. The manager said she did not even know what it was about, because she had not been talking much with Yunha lately. She had been working too much. Then she asked if Chan was hiding something about Yunha again. He said no, that this time he had done nothing and knew nothing. The manager commented that then it must be something else. Suddenly she thought of something and became worried. She hoped her intuition was wrong. Then she opened a news video about the massive portal that had appeared in front of the kindergarten. The next day, during Chan's next shift, when he arrived, he saw the manager feeding Puppy. He asked if he could join the lively conversation too. Puppy said he had missed him. The manager commented that it was a good thing Puppy stopped by, because the afternoon would have been very boring. Not many customers showed up because of the portal incident. After watching the news, Chan commented that the situation did not look very good and asked if that was not something rare. The manager confirmed that it was. Portals never appear in that area, which is why there are several tall buildings near where everything happened, making the situation even more dangerous. But 2 days ago, portals started appearing in large numbers, and unexpectedly, they have been staying open much longer than usual. The entire city has been following the news since early morning, and because of that, the number of customers dropped. Probably at night, there would be some unusual movement because of it. Chan thought that was the reason Hana did not have classes. That was when he noticed that Puppy's tail was injured. Chan asked what had happened to Puppy's tail. The manager said she had tried asking too, but he always avoided answering. Puppy commented that it was a long and very cruel story. He apologized to the manager, but said he did not want to talk about it. Later, when it was just Chan and Puppy, Chan asked him to be honest, and said he was worried. He asked directly what had happened to his tail. Puppy then revealed that he fought against the Wind Gang, and ended up getting hurt. Chan asked if they were not the same dogs that used to bully others in the park, and if it was about food again. Puppy said no. This time he fought to protect his territory, but it was different from the other times. The dogs were drooling, their eyes looked strange, they were saying disconnected things, and stumbling over their own words. Suddenly one of them bit his tail. Even so, he kept fighting for the territory. Chan asked why he did not run away. Puppy explained that he wanted to be a dog Hana, and the manager could trust. He said he went to Hana's house, and they had a lot of fun. They played stick throwing in the yard, but the stick got stuck in a very tall tree. Hana could not get it back, and ended up apologizing, saying she should have thrown it better. Puppy said Hana is a very gentle lady, and that he was very grateful for her taking care of him. At the same time, he felt bad. He thought that if he were stronger, she would not have to apologize for something like that. So he decided to change, and the first step was confronting those dogs. Chan said he should never do that again. When Puppy said he wanted to live on the streets, Chan respected it. He thought he should respect it, because Puppy is a dog, and he is human. It is natural that they want different things. Since Puppy seemed satisfied with that life, Chan let it go, but he did not want Puppy putting himself in danger, especially because of him, the manager, or Hana. If something serious had happened this time, it could have been much worse. Puppy replied that he did not act without thinking. He said that this time the others were really strange. Chan commented that those conditions sounded like rabies symptoms, and asked if they were in that state. He wanted to know how many there were, and if they were barking loudly. Puppy said there were around 12. They were not barking very loudly. In fact, it seemed like their throats were tight. Chan explained that this is one of the symptoms of rabies. Infected dogs have difficulty barking loudly. The virus is transmitted through saliva, and it can make them lose control and attack at any moment. He also asked if the gang usually followed a strict hierarchy. Puppy confirmed that yes, it is a very organized gang. At that moment, Chan had had to interrupt the conversation because Yunha was calling him. Suddenly, the entire store shook. It was Yunha arriving with her Pegasus, telling them to get ready to receive the package. Yunha asked if Chan had really gone 5 days without sleeping and said he should not be doing that, just surviving on potions. Chan replied that it was too late to talk about that now, but mentioned that the logistics that day had been heavy. Yunha said she had brought everything he asked for, and also what the manager had requested. She then asked what that cute little thing was, and wanted to know if it was Chan's dog. He explained that it was not his, that the dog just showed up there often, and asked if she had only just noticed him. Yunha said he was so tiny that she had barely noticed his presence, and asked what his name was. At that moment, Puppy himself said that his name was Puppy. Yunha took a few seconds to realize that the dog had spoken, and was completely shocked by the situation. Then Chan explained the whole story to her. He said that Puppy had decided to leave home to protect his little peanuts and seek freedom. He explained that Puppy lived in the park but visited the store often, and that lately he had been facing some problems. Yunha asked if Chan had simply stood by watching the dog go through so many difficulties. Puppy made it clear that he had not, that Chan had helped him a lot, and asked her not to be angry with him. Chan commented that he was usually very careful with this kind of situation, and questioned why Puppy had spoken to Yunha so naturally. Puppy explained that he felt a little influenced by Pegasus, and asked Yunha if she was a spiritual creature. She confirmed that she was. Then Puppy carefully asked if he could receive some advice from her. He said that he had been having some consultations with the manager, and had learned that spiritual creatures possess special powers different from ordinary magic. He said he wanted to awaken his special power as soon as possible, and that the manager had suggested talking to other spiritual creatures to achieve that. Yunha replied that she did not mind, but asked for a favor in return. First, she wanted to talk with him and Chan after they finished work. Then she wanted him to tell her everything he had discussed with the manager. She explained that she needed to work with Chan at that moment, but that they would soon return to the subject. Puppy agreed. Chan commented that there were not many customers that day because of the portal incident. Yunha said that was bad, but at the same time it was the perfect moment to deliver something she had brought. She showed a small jar filled with water that was burning from the inside. She explained that she had found it inside the portal that appeared in the Academy district. When she entered, she saw a large beach, and for some reason that burning water had been buried in the sand. She wanted to find out what kind of substance that was, and asked if Chan could try to identify it using his anti-magic constitution. Chan carefully placed Puppy on the ground, examined the jar, and asked how much it was worth. Yunha replied that since it was rare, it might cost around 100,000 per milliliter. Chan asked if he could neutralize the sand around them for a moment, because he needed to run a few experiments to find out exactly what it was. He said he would explain the details afterward, and that if it turned out to be too dangerous, he would stop immediately. He opened the jar and let a few drops of that burning water fall directly onto his own hand. Apparently, he felt nothing. After analyzing it precisely, he stated that the experiment was complete. He explained that it was not water burning, but fire burning the water. Yunha was impressed. Puppy asked what exactly he had done. Chan explained that he had learned that method when he received his anti-magic certification. During training, he had learned how to select and eliminate specific magical properties, while keeping only what he wanted. Throughout the tests, he noticed that different types of magic consume different amounts of magical power. With that liquid, it was the same. He explained that he identified that both the fire and the water required magical power, so he started from a hypothetical level of 100 and gradually reduced it, eliminating the property that consumed more energy. In the end, what remained in his hand was the fire, not the water. Yunha commented that it was impressive, that he acted as if he had years of experience, and asked if he was some kind of reincarnated person. Chan asked her to stop with those embarrassing comments, and questioned why she had asked him to analyze that substance in the first place. Yunha explained that that substance was not common in the Academy district. She said that there should not even be a portal there. Normally, when a portal appears in that region, the interior is usually an ocean. A portal located 10 kilometers to the southeast near the park leads to a volcanic zone. There, it is common to find fire that burns water. That is why, when she found that substance in the Academy district, she was very shocked and worried about the possibility of an underwater volcano about to erupt. To confirm the suspicion, Yunha asked for Chan's help. After hearing his explanation about the substance, she said she was now sure that the portals were resonating with each other. Chan asked if that meant the park portal was open as well. Yunha replied that she did not know, but explained that this was not the most dangerous part. The existence of a portal by itself was not the biggest problem. The real danger came from the situations they caused. First, the magical beasts that emerge from the portals. Second, when a portal remains uncleared for too long and ends up closing on its own. When a portal closes, it is necessary to collect something called a core. If that is not done, natural disasters can occur in the surrounding area, such as severe storms, earthquakes, and hurricanes. Animals can become more violent, and plants can grow in abnormal ways. She also commented that Chan seemed to live in a cave for not knowing these things, saying that sometimes he even seemed like he was not from that world. At that moment, Puppy said he also had a question. When Yunha mentioned animals becoming more violent, he asked if that included stray dogs. He then told the whole story about the dogs that attacked him, and how they were far more aggressive than normal. After hearing that, Yunha said she wanted to go to the park with Puppy, and asked if Chan could handle the deliveries on his own. She explained that if it was truly a portal-related phenomenon, it was her responsibility to deal with it. Besides that, Puppy wanted to speak with with Pegasus. It was a complicated day to leave, especially right after delivering all the missing items, but she believed it was necessary. Chan told her not to worry and that she could go. Before leaving with Pegasus, Puppy asked to wait a moment. He remembered the conversation he had with Chan about the challenge he made against the Black Wind faction. He said that at the time he thought he had done it for Chan and Hana, but now he realized that deep down he had done it for himself. He probably needed an excuse to find the courage, and that was how he ended up becoming stronger. Thanks to Chan's words, he had truly changed. He said he would no longer be impatient or greedy, and that he would follow his path as a true spiritual animal. After that, he left together with Yunha. Chan remained alone in the store, surrounded by several boxes of products. The next morning, his back was completely sore while the manager placed a patch to relieve the pain. He commented that he must have lifted the heavy boxes the wrong way, and that he had not imagined he would end up that bad. He joked that maybe age was catching up to him. The manager replied that backs are precious at any age, and that next time he should not carry so much weight at once. Chan noticed that she also seemed tired and asked why. She asked to hold his hand for a moment. As soon as she did, she said she felt much better. She explained that there was probably some magic affecting her physical condition. Since Chan has an anti-magic constitution, simple contact solved the problem. The manager explained that as a great mage, her senses are very sharp, and when something negative involving magic happens nearby, her body instinctively detects it. Thanks to Chan's anti-magic, she felt relieved. He asked her not to rub her face against his hand, but commented that even so, that day had been better than the previous night. The night shift had been a complete disaster, with almost no customers showing up. The manager said she had already expected that. In the morning, the news had advised people to avoid going out because of the portal. Sales would drop, but there was not much they could do. After that, Chan went to rest. He appeared back at his house in his own world. He thought that unlike that quiet place, other areas were probably chaotic. Different worlds were similar in that sense, alike and at the same time completely distinct. At least there were no flying whales or portals appearing in the sky there. With that thought, he decided to sleep to stop reflecting on all of it. On the next shift, he arrived at the store and found the manager talking with the werewolf. He was explaining how Chan's training had been to obtain the anti-magic certificate. The manager commented that apparently the werewolf had helped a lot. He replied that it was nothing special and that Chan truly had exceptional abilities. When Chan appeared, he commented that it felt like deja vu. The werewolf said it had been a while since he last saw him. Chan replied that he had been thinking about him and that he simply showed up. The werewolf explained that he had just learned from the manager that Chan obtained the certificate and congratulated him. The manager told the whole story in detail, taking advantage of the free time since customers were barely showing up. The werewolf also commented that he had not gotten any rides and that the night had been very weak in sales. The situation was probably linked to the morning news and the portal. The manager commented that she was also sensing something strange through her magical senses, as if a magical battle was happening nearby. She asked Chan not to leave the store. He agreed and told her not to worry, that it would be better for her to rest a little. Later, when Chan was alone with the werewolf, he commented that Chan seemed quite close to the manager. Chan confirmed and explained that he has been learning a lot from her, especially because he still does not know the neighborhood very well. Then he asked how the werewolf's rides had been going. He replied that things were not going very well, but he had already expected that. He said he had even asked his partner not to go out that day. When he said partner, he was referring to his wife. Then he showed a family photo. The child in his arms was his granddaughter. Chan commented that she was very cute and could even be a model. The werewolf agreed, but said his son insists that she should be an athlete. Looking more closely at the photo, Chan realized that the man standing behind the werewolf must be his son, and the woman beside him was probably his daughter-in-law. He apologized for interrupting the story, but asked where his wife was in the picture. The werewolf replied that she was the woman right next to him, and asked if she was not beautiful. He commented that 60 years had already passed, and she still looked like that. At that moment, Chan understood that the woman was not a daughter or daughter-in-law, but his wife. He found it hard to believe that she was over 60 years old. He said she was truly very beautiful, but seemed to belong to a species he had never seen before. The werewolf admitted that she does belong to a very rare species. Chan said that if it was a sensitive subject, he did not need to talk about it, but the werewolf replied that Chan always answers his questions, so it was only fair to do the same. He recalled that he had once mentioned participating in the war, and that he is a veteran. At that time, he was assigned to a protection unit. The person he protected is now his wife. Back then, she was known only as a mage, but in truth, she is a spirit. Chan asked why they were protecting her. The werewolf said he does not know exactly, but it was certainly not for a good reason. Chan realized he had asked a rather obvious question. Since it was war, to lighten the mood, he decided to change the subject, and asked how he had been lately, since it had been a while since he came to the store. The werewolf said he had reunited with old friends. They played together and watched movies about the war. His friends said those movies are very unrealistic. He commented that probably none of the actors were actually veterans. Chan asked if it had been fun spending time with them. The werewolf said yes, it was not bad, but everything felt like a new experience. He felt happy and relieved to see that his retired friends were living peaceful lives. At the same time, he felt a strange emptiness. He explained that he started working as a driver out of stubbornness. Even though people around him told him not to, he wanted to continue because he felt he could still contribute to the world. But after reuniting with his friends, memories of his time in service came back strongly, and that strange feeling only grew. Chan asked if they had not kept in in touch after the war. The werewolf replied that they had not, at least not much. When the war ended, they took a photo together and then went their separate ways. They made a promise never to contact each other again. That had been their commander's order. He said that if they ever wanted to reunite all together, they would first need to forget the bad memories. As soldiers, they knew that a superior's orders are absolute, so they all obeyed. After all, if they gathered again, the painful memories would certainly return. The werewolf commented that the topic was becoming too heavy and that he did not want to turn the night into something sentimental. Even so, Chan asked why he did not meet with the commander. He said he might be presumptuous, but he believes that last order was not just a cold command. To him, everyone in that unit had been incredible. The world lives in peace today precisely because of what they did. No one will ever understand the difficult battles they faced. No one can feel that pain for them. Even so, Chan was sure that the werewolf's commander went through far more than anyone else. As a superior, he must have carried an even heavier burden. Those bad memories do not return, only for the soldiers. For the commander, it must be even harder to carry all of that alone. After hearing about the last order given by the commander, Chan interpreted it in a different way. To him, that order could mean something like, if one day you manage to forget those bad things, please come to me and tell me how you did it. The werewolf asked if Chan was saying that the commander might be waiting for them. Chan replied that maybe he was. He explained that people say it is easier to deal with difficult things when you have someone by your side. Then he apologized in case he had touched on a sensitive subject or overstepped. The werewolf said his commander was an extremely strong person. He had always been an excellent leader and paid special attention to the rookies. Because he had such a firm image of him, he had never thought that the commander might also be suffering in that way. For that reason, he thanked Chan for showing him that new perspective. Suddenly, a customer entered the store. He was extremely drunk and asked for 5 more bottles of soju, saying he would pay with what he had in his hand. What he was holding was a squirrel carrying a strange crystal. Chan replied that the store only accepted money. At that moment, the werewolf pulled Chan away because the crystal released a massive electric discharge. Not even the man who brought the squirrel seemed to understand what was happening. The squirrel began firing bolts of lightning all over the store. Outside, several other strange animals appeared, as if they were being attracted by the electric crystal. Chan said he needed to stop that squirrel before the store was destroyed. The werewolf grabbed him again and told him to stay calm. He asked if Chan had seen what was happening outside. Chan confirmed that it was complete chaos. The werewolf said they needed to remain calm and think of a plan. The squirrel seemed to react aggressively only when it sensed direct movement against it, so they had to act before it reacted. While analyzing the situation, Chan noticed that the glow of the magical stone was different from normal. The squirrel seemed to be trying to remove the crystal from its own body. Chan told the werewolf to wait and said they needed to get that stone to analyze it. He stated that the gem had been deliberately placed inside the squirrel, which meant it was probably not controlling the lightning by its own will. It might be in a state of frenzy. That stone was different from any other Chan had seen before. There was likely a specific spell embedded in it. Another electric discharge shot across the store, and Chan almost got hit. He commented that in that situation, it would be impossible to approach the stone. The werewolf suggested another strategy. He would act as bait and give Chan a signal to move. They needed to execute the plan calmly. The werewolf counted to 3 and advanced. He ran toward the squirrel, which became agitated and launched another lightning bolt. The werewolf managed to intercept the attack using 3 coins that he threw with precision. In that instant, Chan took advantage of the opening and tried to get closer. He was about to grab the squirrel, but it reacted again, and Chan nearly got electrocuted. The werewolf saved him once more. Strangely, the werewolf seemed to absorb the electrical energy. With a powerful punch, he knocked the squirrel unconscious. Chan caught it mid-air and was amazed that such chaos had been caused by a small squirrel. He even wondered if the routine of adventurers like Yunha was like that every single day. The werewolf noticed that the gem had changed color. Chan tried to remove it from the squirrel's chest, but as soon as he touched it, the stone turned into dust because of his anti-magic constitution. He assumed the crystal had already been unstable and was about to explode. Someone had deliberately placed it in the squirrel's chest. The werewolf suggested they go to the door and check outside. All those strange deer with sharp teeth had disappeared. The squirrel woke up shortly after and ran away as if nothing had happened. The werewolf praised Chan for the job. Chan replied that he had done most of the work. He commented that blocking lightning in that way had been impressive and asked if that was magic. The werewolf said he thought Chan would not have noticed, but he forgot that Chan is an exceptional person. He explained that this happens when someone concentrates magical power into their own hands. The werewolf explained that magical power is not only used to cast spells, it can be trained for many different applications, such as imbuing magical power into objects or into parts of one's own body. To demonstrate, he simply removed a stone from the cobblestone ground using only his hands. He explained that by concentrating magical power and creating vibrations, it is possible to perform movements that would be physically impossible. In combat, this allows someone to shift parts of the enemy's body much more easily. Chan found it incredible. That was how the werewolf managed to deflect the beam earlier, protecting his hands with magical power and converting the energy into an even stronger counterattack. The werewolf said that if Chan was interested, he could teach him some magical power manipulation techniques. Chan replied that he did not think he would need to go around dislocating anyone's bones in his life. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yunha, speaking desperately and telling him to get ready quickly because something was coming, and there was not much time. The werewolf also sensed a presence approaching and pulled Chan to the side. Something burst through the store door with force. Inside the store now was an extremely aggressive pigeon. It lunged directly at Chan, but was knocked down midair by a sudden gravitational force. It was Yunha, who appeared right after and repeatedly asked if Chan was hurt, checking his hands, eyes, nose, and mouth. She shook him so much that he almost felt worse than before. The werewolf commented that it seemed like he was trying to say he was fine. The werewolf introduced himself politely, saying he was just someone who visited the store frequently. Yunha introduced herself as an A-rank hunter. The werewolf was impressed that she was so young and already held that title, and he asked if she was the one who handled that metal bird. Yunha confirmed, explaining that she used her weight manipulation magic to bring it down. After that, she asked for Chan's help. Using only magic, he transformed the metallic bird back into a normal pigeon, which flew out of the store. Yunha explained that the animals were being affected by the portal. There was a huge horde of them, and some had escaped while the hunters were trying to control the situation. They were flying too fast for her to react in time. She commented that it seemed Chan had also gone through difficult things, since the store was a mess. The werewolf explained that a lightning-shooting squirrel had appeared inside. It was clear that several anomalies were happening that night. Chan said he had only stayed safe thanks to the werewolf, and that everything was truly chaotic. Then Yunha told the werewolf that she needed to tell Chan something important, something that could not be made public. She reminded him that she had mentioned before that the portals were resonating with each other, and that the South Park portal would likely open, and that was exactly what happened. In fact, not just one portal, but several appeared in different parts of the city. She explained that the Academic District and South Forest Park portals were synchronized at that moment. The animal hordes, the electric squirrel, and the steel pigeon were direct consequences of this synchronization. Chan asked if that meant the forest animals were entering one portal, appearing somewhere else, and being affected by magic. Yunha confirmed that was exactly what was happening. Besides transportation between portals, the synchronization caused far greater instability than a normal portal. However, she and the other hunters suspected something even more serious: a core portal. The werewolf explained that a core portal connects individual portals, allowing multiple portals to appear within the same area. The greatest danger of a core portal is that the portals connected to it can emerge in unexpected locations and in unpredictable forms. If a portal the size of a stadium appeared in the middle of the city, connected to a volcanic zone, disaster would be inevitable. At that moment, Chan finally understood the urgency of the situation. He said they needed to find the core portal immediately. Yunha replied that they were already trying. As soon as she heard Puppy's story about the out-of-control dogs, she began investigating. She discovered that there was a portal near the park where he lives. She explained that the core portal first connected to the Academic District portal, which was the first to appear. Then it connected to the South Forest Park portal. Finally, it established a link with the portal near the park where Puppy lives. In other words, the core portal can only be located at the center of the triangle formed by the other portals. Chan realizes that this means it must be very close to the store, and asks Yunha if there is no way to determine the exact location. Yunha explains that unfortunately, they can only make this kind of rough estimate. Suddenly, the werewolf decides to leave at that moment, because the point Yunha indicated is also near his home. He chooses to return to stay with his family and make sure everyone is safe that night. Yunha apologizes, saying she did not mean to make him worry so much, but the werewolf replies that on the contrary, knowing this information in advance is a relief. Yunha even comments that she could call another officer to handle that area instead of him. The werewolf notices that Chan looks very worried and tells him not to be like that, because lately he has been preparing well and can handle this kind of situation. Yunha teases Chan, asking if he is scared, but he makes it clear that is not the case. The werewolf also comments that the two of them seem quite close. Before leaving, Chan asks him to be very careful and thanks him for all the help he received that night, promising to repay him someday. The werewolf replies that he will be waiting for that. Later, already mounted on her Pegasus, Yunha informs him that the store insurance will cover everything that was damaged, so Chan only needs to fix the entrance and leave the rest as it is, because other city officers are already dealing with the portals. She tells him not to worry so much. Chan asks if it is really fine for her to share that information with him since it seems confidential. Yunha asks if he plans to spread rumors. He assures her that he does not, and that is exactly why she trusts him. She states that they are not strangers. They are friends. Before leaving, she asks him to tell everything to her sister later. After explaining everything, Chan comments on how incredible what the werewolf did was, and wonders if humans can also manipulate magical power that way. At that moment, he notices that the manager is facing the wall, acting a little strange. She explains that that type of magical control, the technique the wolf mentioned, reminds her of someone from many years ago. Then the manager changes the subject to something more serious, and asks if Chan could stay at an inn that night because she cannot send him back home. The teleportation device has broken. Confused, Chan asks for an explanation, and the manager begins to tell a story. A long time ago, she collaborated several times with an escort unit. On one of those occasions, they asked if there was any magic capable of detecting a shooter attempting to attack the president from 10 kilometers away. They wanted to know if she could cast such a spell. The shooter's magical shot was prepared with enough force to pierce multiple layers of protection that lasted 24 hours, and it took about 30 minutes to execute with precision. The goal was to capture the sniper within that time frame, preferably alive, to prevent something similar from happening again. Chan. The manager then presented something called high-power detection magic. She also warned them not to use the magic while they were subduing the shooter, because he could predict their movements. In the end, they had to run 10 kilometers to capture him. She was not even sure the plan would work, but to her surprise, one of the people who took part in the mission later came to thank her personally. She knew that Man had extraordinary physical strength. The moment they detected the target, they reinforced their own bodies with magic to reach him. While remembering all of this, the manager thinks that perhaps the person Chan encountered might be an old companion of the werewolf. But Chan is not feeling very well. He is still processing the fact that he will not return home that night, and asks why he is still there. The manager explains that Yunha mentioned a core portal may appear soon, and that this affected the teleportation device. The calculations and formulas became completely disorganized, so the device is not functioning. Worried, Chan asks if that means he will be stuck there forever, unable to return home. The manager clarifies that it is not forever. The formulas can be rewritten and saved again. The problem is that the re-registration requires going through the magical usage certification process, which takes about 2 days. That means he will only be able to return home in 2 days. It is a necessary procedure to prevent theft and fraud involving teleportation magic. Chan understands the logic behind it, and normally would not think much about it, but the situation is different now. For days the incidents caused by the portals have not stopped, and he does not want to remain in the middle of all that chaos. If the werewolf had not appeared the night before, he might have even died. The manager promises that no matter what happens, she will take him back home safely. Chan asks if it is really that obvious that he is desperate. She replies that he does not need to hide what he is feeling, because it is completely normal to feel that way, while literally being in an unknown world. If he were not worried, that would be strange. She then decides to at least solve the practical part, and arrange a place for him to sleep. She takes the money the streamer left behind days earlier, and explains that since he did not return to claim it, officially that amount now belongs to Chan. Then she tells him that if he follows the same sidewalk and walks about 15 minutes straight ahead, he will find a decent place to stay the night, with good food and a hot shower. Chan thinks that money should have been used to pay for a meal with the manager. She jokes and asks if he wants a raise, already pulling more money from her wallet. He asks her to stop being so kind. As he walks toward the inn, he notices that even though it is morning, the streets are practically empty, probably because of the portal. On the way, he receives a call from Professor Deckard, who only wants quick information and asks Chan to summarize everything because he is short on time. Annoyed, Chan wonders why he called, but he still gives a summary of the situation. He explains that he took part in an experiment to create a love potion, then ended up involved in another case with the police, and now the situation seems even more complicated, and will likely take time to resolve. Deckard says that is fine, and that he does not need to rush, just maintain the same pace. Chan thanks him for the advice, but questions whether he is really that busy, since the conversation could have been handled through a message. Deckard confirms that he is busy and is even walking while talking. When Chan asks what kind of job requires so much travel, he replies that it is confidential. Even so, Chan presses further and asks if it is related to the portals, especially the core portal. Deckard asks how he found out about that, and Chan explains that someone told him what was happening after the incident at the store, when several strange animals appeared in a frenzy. Deckard confirms that he is involved. He is part of the temporary core portal countermeasure committee, currently composed of 60 anti-magic specialists, covering an area of approximately 30 square kilometers. Chan questions whether 60 people are enough for something of that scale. Deckard admits that they are not, which is precisely why they are still recruiting. The minimum requirement is at least 3 years of experience, and no record of disqualification during that period. He asks if Chan is interested. Considering his abilities, experience, and circumstances, he could take responsibility for the area around the convenience store, with a radius of about 1.5 kilometers. He would receive enough authority to handle emergencies, but he can also refuse if he wishes. Chan confirms whether that means that if the core portal appears near the store, he would have the authority to act. Deckard explains that he would not recommend something like this if he did not believe in Chan's capability. Chasing something and failing halfway is already bad, but chasing something knowing you will fail is even worse. He then asks what his decision is. Chan thinks that this is completely different from the tasks he has faced so far. He would have to make quick decisions, act with experience and intelligence, but he still does not have enough basic knowledge about that world. Refusing seems like the most sensible choice. Even so, he replies that he needs to sleep before deciding, and asks if he can give his answer the next day, since in any case he will not be able to return home because of the portal. He also asks whether the country offers any kind of support for certified professionals. Deckard replies that yes, there is support, and says he will send all the information about benefits immediately. He sets the deadline at midnight for Chan to make his decision. Soon after, the next message Chan receives is not from Deckard, but from Helena the succubus. She shows concern about the incidents involving the portals, and asks if they can schedule a small meeting to resolve the potion issue. Chan agrees and asks where they can meet. Later, inside a taxi, Chan crosses a bridge and sees a massive water dragon moving around the structure. He is stunned by the sight. The driver notices his reaction and asks if it is his first time in the city. Chan confirms and explains that he came from the countryside, from a very isolated place. The driver comments that it is unfortunate he is visiting during such a chaotic period. If it were not for the portals, many more attractions would be open. He suggests it would be better to return when everything settles down. Chan agrees agrees, saying that would be a good idea. Later, at the meeting place arranged with Helena, Chan looks around curiously. The chosen cafe looks more like a museum than a simple coffee shop. The decoration is refined, full of artistic details. Shortly after, Helena arrives and apologizes for being late, explaining that there was a scheduling mistake. Chan says it is no problem because he also just arrived. While they talk, he mentions that he has been thinking about something lately. Looking at her more closely, he realizes that Helena has a great sense of style. The other times they met, she was also dressed elegantly. He compliments the way she dresses. Helena replies that she just picks the first outfit she sees, but Chan comments that since she is beautiful, anything would look good on her. Helena then asks curiously what kind of style he would like a hypothetical girlfriend to wear. Chan imagines that this information might be related to the potion development and answers that it does not matter much to him. He believes that anything that suits the person would be enough. Helena thanks him for the answer and suggests they go inside. Before entering, Chan comments that maybe it would be better for them to start calling each other by their real names. They are no longer at the convenience store, so it does not make sense for her to keep calling him boss, and for him to call her customer. Helena agrees that it would be better that way. Seated at a table full of sweets, Helena explains that the meeting is directly related to the development of the potion. Chan asks if this is also part of the experiment. She confirms it is. After the first test they carried out days earlier, she reported the results to the company, and everyone was satisfied with the observed effects. Because Chan is an anti-magic specialist, the company decided to expand the project and hire more people to participate in the development. Everything is progressing very well. Helena comments that on behalf of the company, they may need his help with other tasks in the future. Chan replies that he does not mind continuing to help with the potion, but he would prefer to discuss other responsibilities after this project is finished. Helena then explains the next stage. The new version of the potion is an improved version of the one they tested before. It now has greater stability and an additional effect that makes a person honest with themselves. Even though she is the youngest member of the project, she was the one who suggested this improvement after the last meeting. She believes that someone who is not honest with themselves will never be able to be honest with others. Her supervisor was very interested in the idea and asked them to test this effect in the next experiment. Chan comments that it is good to see her being recognized at work, because it is not very common for younger people to have their opinions valued. Helena replies that it may have just been luck. He disagrees and asks if she usually improves potions on her own. She confirms that sometimes she does it as a hobby, but only simple things. The current market makes it much easier to access materials and techniques. She then asks if Chan needs any magical potion. He replies that he does not understand much about potions, but he would like to see her preparing one someday. After that, she asks about the job he used to have before, since she realizes she always talks a lot about herself, but knows very little about him. Chan explains that these days his routine is basically just working and sleeping. Before the convenience store, he had another job, but it required constant business trips. He was always busy, exhausted, and sleepy, and he feels like he was not productive. He adds that it is not a very interesting story, and asks if she really wants to hear it. Helena apologizes for bringing it up, saying she did not mean to make him uncomfortable. To shift the focus, Chan suggests they continue with the experiment. Helena agrees, although she seems a little worried. She explains that this time it will be different. They only need to drink the potion for the effect to activate, unlike the previous version, which had to be mixed into another drink, so they begin the test. Later, Chan finally arrives at the hotel. He has a reservation for 2 nights and 3 days in an executive classroom. When he looks up at the tall and imposing building, he is impressed. He realizes he is being accommodated in a 5-star hotel simply because he is recognized as an anti-magic specialist. He thinks that if he managed to save money by staying there, then it is perfect for him. When the staff member presents his room, he is completely amazed. The place is enormous and elegant, with sophisticated decoration and luxurious details everywhere. As soon as he sits on the bed, he notices it is the most comfortable one he has ever touched in his life. For a moment, he even imagines that he might oversleep and miss work the next day. Even so, he decides that before going to sleep, he will test the potion. Helena had warned that it could be dangerous to use the potion alone, since it is still in the experimental stage, but Chan feels that he needs it right now. He needs to understand his current state. He needs to be honest with himself. He knows that from now on he will face far more dangerous situations. So far, he has not shown as much courage as he would like. He recognizes that he would not have passed the anti-magic exam without Yuanha's help. He would not have survived the recent threats without the werewolf. He would not have adapted to this world without the manager's support. That realization bothers him. After he drinks the potion, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, a child appears in front of him, asking why he looks so scared. Confused, Chan asks who he is. The boy replies that his name is Lee Chan, and that he is 9 years old. Then he asks the adult version where they are. The boy looks around the room and comments on how big it is, with a tall and luxurious ceiling. He asks if he really lives alone in a place like that. At that moment, Chan realizes he can no longer deny it. That child is himself from the past. Worn-out clothes, sneakers with holes, and a soccer ball almost splitting in half. Back then, he was passionate about soccer and kept asking his mother for a new ball. When he finally received one, it was old and worn. He was devastated. He cried, complained, threw a tantrum, but his mother did not react. She barely moved in those moments. Tired of insisting, he ended up going to play anyway. The other children children mocked him because of the old ball. The memory still hurts. Chan understands that this child version can only be there because of the potion. The effect of being honest with himself must have caused that manifestation. As Helena explained, it is still experimental, so they might not even know something like this can happen. He asks little Chan if the other children still pick on him. The boy reacts defensively, asking if the adult is also going to make fun of him for being poor. Chan replies that it is not like that, he just wants to talk. The boy says his mother always told him not to talk to strangers. Trying to ease the tension, Chan jokes that he can pay an hourly consulting fee in advance. Little by little, the child begins to relax. He looks around the room and is amazed to discover that there is magic in that world. Chan confirms that yes, the room is full of spells, and even the starry sky on the ceiling is made of magic. The boy looks fascinated and feels envious. He wishes he could use magic too, maybe to turn his old ball into a brand new one. But Chan explains that that world is not made only of amazing things. There are also frightening things, like squirrels that shoot lightning, and metal pigeons that attack stores. They are absurd and dangerous situations. Little Chan reacted by saying that sounded like an excuse. If he were really that afraid, he would have quit the job already. Before working there, he had been unemployed. It was not as if he were driven only by professional fulfillment or money. The boy continued, pointing out that the real reason he accepted that job was because that world was different from the previous one. In the old world, he felt insignificant. He had worked since his 20s, but it always seemed like he lacked experience or knowledge. He was constantly pressured by his bosses. He always focused on making money, but he never truly managed to connect with anyone. Even working hard, he did not achieve good results. Little by little, he gave up trying. But when he arrived in this new world, something changed inside him. Chan used to live trying to meet other people's expectations, but in that world it was not like that. He began to realize that little Chan, his inner child, was not simply his past self. It was the only part of him that had managed to endure the difficult and depressing days he had faced. It was that existence that allowed him to keep moving forward, until now. It was a feeling he had forgotten for a long time, but that had recently returned strongly. Chan admitted that yes, he had really liked that place. It was the first time someone had shown interest in his story, even though he believed it was insignificant. It was the first time someone had genuinely thanked him for his help. It was also the first time he had not been treated like a stranger. They were people who cheered for him and celebrated his efforts and results. Because of that, when he compared it to little Chan in his childhood, which he considered the best time of his life, he realized that his current days were not so bad after all. Even so, he confessed that this was exactly why he was afraid. He was afraid he would not be able to meet the expectations of the people who truly liked him. He worried that everything might end up like before. Little Chan replied that it depended on him. He said it would be better to try harder this time, especially now that he had met good friends. If he would not try for his friends, then who would he be? Chan acknowledged that he was right. Little Chan said he was leaving, and asked if there was anything else he wanted to know. Chan only asked him to be kind to their mother. After that, Chan sent a message to Deckard, saying he would accept the job. Later, when it was time for his shift, he was already at the convenience store. The Chihuahua was there, complaining and stressed about work as always. The manager was drinking a glass of milk that the Chihuahua himself had bought for her. Even though he was rude, he had still bought the milk, saying she was very short and needed to grow. Chan noticed that apparently she was not offended by that kind of comment. The manager mentioned that she had also spoken earlier with Mr. Chihuahua, and that he seemed to know Chan well. He explained that he was an infrequent customer. Then the manager said she had good and bad news. The good news was that the next day he could leave work peacefully and return to his world. The bad news was that she was sensing something very strange related to the core portal. Because of that, she contacted Yunha and asked Chan to take the shift earlier. He accepted without any problem. Later, Deckard called to inform him that the registration process was complete. When Chan had called him earlier, still at the hotel, he had been told it would take some time. Before stepping out to answer the call, Chan warned the Chihuahua to be careful, but he did not even respond. During the call, Deckard said he was busy and would summarize. From that moment on, Chan would also be officially involved in the incident. Within the area designated to him, under the authority of the National Police Agency, the Hunters Association, and the Department of Magical Administration, he would have permission to mobilize the necessary personnel and explore the gates in case of emergency. If the situation required it, he would have direct authority to eliminate the gates. The designated area corresponded to a circular radius of 1.5 kilometers around the convenience store. He could use all means permitted by law. When asked if he had any questions, Chan wanted to know whether the situation was truly that serious, to the point of being catastrophic. Deckard confirmed that it was. The committee believed that under the current conditions, the natural destruction of the portal was not far away. It could happen in at most 7 days, and at minimum 2. Deckard compared the situation to the day Chan took the test to become an anti-magic specialist. He said that once again he needed to achieve the best results and handle the problem well. He wished him good luck and ended the call. After that, Chan checked on the map. The area he was supposed to monitor, it was exactly the region where Yunha had said the core portal would likely appear. Everything indicated that he would have to deal with it almost on his own. The manager and Yunha were also busy with problems involving the portals. He had no choice but to take responsibility. Suddenly, it started to rain. The Chihuahua complained, asking why Chan was still standing there. He said it was raining and that he could not slack off at work. He told him to grab the umbrellas and organize them neatly in the display window to attract customers. Demanding that he move faster, Even under all that pressure, Chan still asked why he did not go home, since the portal situation was truly chaotic. The Chihuahua replied that he could not leave because he still had a lot of work to do. Chan asked why he did not work from home since he looked so tired. The Chihuahua explained that he could not work from home because his own bed tempted him, and he would always end up wanting to lie down and sleep. Even so, he said that since Chan had finished the call, he should get back to work. But Chan explained that he had been looking at his phone because of another job, his work as an anti-magic specialist. The Chihuahua asked if he was also a state employee and if he was involved in countermeasures against the portals. Chan confirmed that yes, that was basically it. He admitted that everything was still very new to him and that he did not know exactly what to do, but since he had accepted the responsibility, he wanted to do his best. The Chihuahua questioned whether he was not just a convenience store employee and why he was getting so deeply involved. Chan replied that the portal was seriously hurting the store's sales and that at that rate they might end up drowning in debt. The Chihuahua then asked what exactly his role was in that whole situation. Chan explained that he needed to deal with everything related to the portal, especially the damage caused by it, and that the most urgent thing at the moment was to find the core portal. Hearing that, the Chihuahua told him to follow him for a moment, saying they were going to find that portal right now. He also asked Chan to explain how the prediction worked. Chan explained that by connecting the points where several gates were appearing, it was possible to predict that the central portal would show up somewhere right in the middle of those occurrences. The area under his responsibility was a radius of 1.5 kilometers around the convenience store. The Chihuahua told Chan to take care of the store quietly while he worked. After about 10 minutes, Chan realized he was just doing calculations and had barely spoken, afraid of interrupting. Then the Chihuahua finally got a result. He showed the current status of reported gate occurrences released by the Magic Administration. The circles on the map had different sizes, probably according to the strength of each portal. However, he explained that there were always people who reported non-existent portals or made false claims, which compromised the data. Even so, he reorganized everything into a new map. Chan commented that the map looked very different from the one he had seen before. The Chihuahua asked if he really thought the staff at the Department of Magical Administration monitored everything in real time. According to him, they only counted complaints and built statistics based on what they received. That made the sample size insufficient and made it difficult to accurately predict the core portal. It was a matter of data volume. The more data gathered, the more accurate the prediction. He also criticized the fact that they only truly acted when the situation had already become an emergency, always late. Chan asked if Mr. Chihuahua happened to work for the department. He immediately denied it and explained that he had never worked there. He said he only provided occasional services when companies delivered projects, and that was why he was there at that moment as well. When Chan asked if he worked collecting and analyzing data, the Chihuahua replied that he did not. He was a security specialist. His main job was to break into systems of institutions and public companies, to identify vulnerabilities, and then point out the flaws he found. He did not give more details and told Chan to look at the data he had organized. He compiled the previous information and narrowed down the possible locations within the designated area where the core portal could emerge. In total, there were 8 potential points. Chan realized that was a much more manageable number. He felt that the Chihuahua had practically saved the situation because he had been getting overwhelmed thinking he would have to check everything with no direction at all. He started seeing that man as a real box of surprises. Meanwhile, the rain began to fall even harder. The Chihuahua told Chan to swipe his card and get a coffee along with 2 reusable bags. Chan said he could pay for the coffee as a way of thanking him for the help. The Chihuahua questioned what kind of salesperson bought drinks for customers and told him to hurry up because he wanted to go home. That was when Chan had an idea that could benefit both of them. He suggested trading the detailed maps of the 3 previous gates for the coffee. The Chihuahua asked if he was seriously trying to negotiate at a time like that and insisted that he just swipe the card since he wanted to leave. Chan explained that he did not want to take money from any customer that day since he had helped so much. He said that if he could, he would even pay for the bags, but figured he would not like that, so he left it out of the proposal. At that, the Chihuahua told him to hand over the phone. The man typed his number into the phone and Chan asked if his name was Charlie. Charlie asked if there was any problem with that. Chan said there was not. He just had not known his name until then. Even so, he asked if he was really going to leave like that, with a bag over his head to protect himself from the rain. The other bag Charlie wrapped around his laptop and told Chan to mind his own business. Chan said that was fine and told him to be careful in the storm. Before leaving, Charlie warned Chan to make sure he solved that situation, because if the store went bankrupt, he would not have anywhere left to work. Chan said he would solve it. Later, still under the rain, he was standing in front of the night market, about a 10-minute walk from the convenience store. He had gone there because it was the closest point among the suspicious locations. The place was far too quiet and had a strange atmosphere. Chan thought that if Charlie's predictions were correct, unusual phenomena should be happening around the portals. He did not know the exact composition of the gates, but he was certain of one thing. thing. There were mana stones inside them. If that was true, then there was a direct connection to magic and mana. If it was like the columbarium, he should be able to see something similar. So he used the same technique as before and activated his magic vision to observe the flow of power. But this time, everything looked blurry and distorted, completely different from what he had seen at the columbarium. It was as if every object around him was infused with magic. The intensity was so overwhelming that he felt dizzy and almost vomited. Even though it was only the beginning of the investigation, he had already encountered the first obstacle, nausea caused by magical distortion. He thought that if all 8 points showed the same phenomenon, it would be a serious problem. Then he noticed something different in a specific part of the market. One area seemed extremely affected by the distortion, while another remained relatively normal. Chan concluded that there must be a range of influence from the magical power. When he compared it with the records of portal activity, he realized that the farther from a portal, the smaller the environmental impact. Even so, he still could not see the portal from there. He also could not rely solely on that visual perception to request support from other organizations. As someone who still felt like an outsider in that world, the only thing he could do was locate the core gate. At the very least, he needed definitive proof. Only then would he have justification to request reinforcements. There was only one option left: act quickly and check every point. After completing the inspection, he returned to the store and confirmed that he had not found the portal directly. However, all 8 locations showed the same phenomena observed at the night market, a massive influence that distorted space and time around each specific point. Remembering what Yunha had said about connecting the areas where the portals had appeared and using the forest park as the final point, he realized that the last possible location was a single-lane road, less than a minute walk from the convenience store. The core gate was probably there. Chan could not help wondering why it had to be right next to the store. He already suspected that the location was not ideal. He decided he needed to inform Deckard, but at that moment he was on another call. Chan imagined he must be receiving countless calls at the same time, and realized he did not exactly know how to act alone in that situation. With little experience dealing with portals, he felt powerless, so he created a group chat with everyone he had added, and warned them that something was about to happen near the convenience store. He asked that no one approach until further notice. Not even the manager was answering his calls. He remembered that she had a meeting with Yunha the night before, and began to wonder if something had happened. Even so, he tried to calm himself by thinking that she was a powerful mage, and was surely fine. His biggest concern, in fact, was Hannah. But before he could call her, Hannah herself showed up at the store. Chan was completely shocked to see her almost being pushed by the force of the wind, and the storm intensified by the portal's power. He ran to pull her inside, and asked why she was there. He remembered she had said she would go out with her mother that day. Hannah explained that yes, but it was not time to leave yet, and she did not even know exactly where they were going. Her mother had only said that the city was dangerous, and that they needed to leave. Chan agreed that her mother was right, and asked why she had come to the store in the middle of that storm. She could have gotten much more hurt than just scraping her knee. Hannah replied that if she did not come that day, she would not see Uncle Chan for a long time. His heart tightened, but he explained that even so, it was very dangerous because of the portals and the storm. He said that on days like that, she did not need to come there because something really bad could happen. Hannah accepted in silence. Even feeling sorry for her, Chan decided he needed to stay firm. It was for her own good. Chan felt relieved to realize that Hannah was an obedient child. He needed to prevent her from putting herself in danger as much as possible. He said he could take her back to her mother's office, but noticed she was scratching her horns in a strange way. He asked why. Hannah explained that she did not know exactly what it was, only that she had been feeling a strange itch since leaving the office. She said it started suddenly when she passed by that road nearby. At that moment, Chan recognized the location. It was exactly where he suspected the main portal might be. He thought his intuition had been right. There was definitely something there. He could not see anything with the naked eye, but if Hannah was feeling it too, then the core was probably at that point. All the portals that appeared in the news were visible, but that one was not. Chan concluded there was only one way to confirm. Even though he did not want to involve Hannah, the situation was urgent. He asked if she could do him a favor. Later, already in the middle of the street and near the suspicious location, Chan explained the plan again. He would hold her horns and walk slowly toward the indicated point, adjusting the sensitivity. At first, the itch would disappear, but when it returned, she should let him know immediately. Realizing the plan might be a little cruel, Chan hesitated, but Hannah insisted it was fine. She said he had always helped her, that he supported her when she wanted to give her mother a present, that he encouraged her to make friends, and that thanks to him she had grown closer to Puppy. She wanted to give something back. Chan thought she was an incredibly kind child. Before they started, Hannah asked where Puppy was. Chan said he did not know, since he had not shown up for some time, but that they would all play together once this was over. Then they began the plan. When Chan touched her horns and adjusted the sensitivity, it did not hurt at all. The itch disappeared for a moment. He remembered what the manager had explained, that young dragons sense magic unconsciously and can even perceive emotions. Since Hannah was a pure little dragon, her detection ability was extremely powerful. She had felt the portal core without even seeing it, and that made her horns itch. As they walked, Hannah finally felt something again. She said it was coming from beneath a manhole. Chan realized he had been completely wrong. The portals that appeared in the news floated in the air, or emerged on the surface, but he had never considered the possibility of a portal being in the underground sewers. Hannah stated that the sensation was coming from very deep below. For Chan, that was already enough confirmation. situation. He had finally found the core and could now call for reinforcements. He thanked her deeply for her help and decided they needed to return to a safe place immediately. Back at the store, Chan tried to contact headquarters, but he was not successful. When he called the manager, the connection was terrible and he could barely understand what she was saying. Suddenly, the phone glowed when she used magic, and the call became clear and stable. The manager explained that she was at the Department of Magical Administration and therefore had permission to use that kind of resource. It was something similar to telepathy. She warned that she would be a little late for her shift. She had met with Yunha the night before to discuss the situation and needed official authorization to use high-level magic, since retired mages could only use a limited amount without permission. More powerful spells required a lot of bureaucracy. In the meantime, Chan would have to take care of the store alone. Because of the portals, the storm was intensifying across the city, and some areas were already facing floods. The manager then asked Chan to say a specific word. When he pronounced it, a large magic circle appeared inside the store. She explained that it was a flood prevention spell, ensuring that rainwater would not invade the establishment. Finally, she asked if he could stay at the store for about 3 hours. If he could not, he just had to let her know. Chan replied that she could take the time she needed and that he would do his best to protect the store. However, when he looked through the glass door, he saw the water level rising rapidly. It rose a lot, much more than he had expected. The store was indeed not being flooded because of the protective spell. The water was rising outside, but it did not pass the magical barrier. That was when Chan heard a cry for help. It was Puppy, being dragged by the flood inside a wooden box that was being carried away by the current. Without thinking twice, Chan ran out to rescue him. The box spun and was pulled farther and farther away. Luckily, Yunha appeared in the middle of the chaos, forcing her way through the water with brute strength and magic. She told them not to worry because Big Sister had arrived. Shortly after, everyone was back inside the store, safe from the flood. Yunha commented that Chan should have waited inside the store. He replied that he could not just stand there while Puppy was being carried away by the water. Puppy apologized, saying he was only causing trouble. Both of them assured him that no one blamed him. When Chan asked how he had ended up in that situation, Puppy explained that the park where he had been staying had also been flooded. He swam as much as he could until he found the wooden box, which he used as an improvised boat, but he did not expect the current to be so strong. Chan then asked Yunha what she was doing there. She replied that he himself had sent an alert message. At that moment, Chan realized that the phone signal had returned and that everyone had responded. Helena asked if something bad had happened to the store and whether he was okay. The werewolf also wanted to know if everything was all right. Helena said he would get in touch later. Charlie had sent several messages demanding a response and asking what was going on. Chan thought he should not have sent that message, since it only made everyone worried. When he tried to reply, he realized the signal had dropped again. Yunha explained that the portal was interfering with communications. That was why she came directly to the store. Now that she knew he was fine, she would continue tracking the core. Chan asked if she was part of the emergency response team. Yunha replied by asking if he was too, because as far as she knew, only people with at least 3 years of experience could participate. Chan explained that the professor who evaluated his entrance exam had become his mentor, and because of that he had received that privilege. He then said that he knew exactly where the core was. Before he could explain, Puppy commented that he was hearing something strange outside. It was a living being shouting loudly and approaching quickly. Suddenly, Charlie appeared swimming through the flood. He entered complaining about not having received a reply. Everyone was surprised to see him there. Chan asked if he had swum through the flood and what he was doing. Charlie told him to stop talking nonsense and asked where the bathroom was, saying his house had been flooded. Chan replied that the bathroom could not be used there either, since the situation was just as critical. Then Charlie declared that since he had no choice, he would stay there working. Chan realized he had never come just because of the bathroom. Yunha commented that kobold clearly cared about Chan, and that the bathroom excuse sounded fake. After that, she brought the focus back to the main issue. Chan said that he had indeed located the core, and that Charlie had helped a lot with the data analysis. He asked if Yunha could call for reinforcements. She replied that she trusted him, but his word alone was not enough proof for the department. They needed total confirmation. At the moment, resources were concentrated in the most expensive areas of the city and in government buildings. She believed in Chan, but officially that was not enough. Chan felt frustrated. He knew he could not waste any more time. Yunha, who did not like to drag things out, told him to show her exactly where the core was. He guided her to the manhole in the middle of the flooded street. As she carried him on her back to cross the water, he asked if she was not tired. Yunha replied that he was the lightest man she had ever carried, and that she could use magic to reduce his weight anyway. When they reached the spot, Yunha explained that they would need to dive to confirm. She told Chan to stay still while she opened the manhole cover. The instant the lid was lifted, the accumulated pressure of the floodwater mixed with another force coming from inside, and a violent explosion erupted. After the blast, Yunha took a deep breath and said it seemed Chan had really been right. He could now clearly see distorted traces of mana spreading through the air. He had never seen a distortion as intense as that one. For him, there was no longer any doubt. That was the core portal. Yunha grew tense. She was not sure she could handle something at that level alone. At that moment, Mr. Werewolf appeared, saying he was glad Chan was safe. Surprised, Chan asked when he had arrived. The werewolf explained that he saw the message and came to check the situation. Then he asked what exactly they were doing there. Yunha began to explain that years ago she had encountered a core portal alongside her senior partner. Back then, the portal had appeared inside a tunnel. Even though though it was broad daylight, the environment had been frighteningly dark. The darkness seemed to swallow the light, and the space distorted before their eyes. Her senior explained that the phenomenon was not just a force pulling everything inward. The portal twisted space and at the same time expelled energy outward. According to Yunha, what was inside the manhole now was exactly the same. She pointed out that the fact the floodwater was not entering the manhole meant there was an internal force pushing everything back. When she asked if Chan could see anything inside, he confirmed that space was being abnormally sucked in and distorted, as if it were being swallowed. Yunha remembered that during that old mission, they had needed to call a specialist to calculate the portal's behavior. The specialist had determined that the core would disappear in exactly 3 hours. If the current situation was similar, then they had roughly the same amount of time. It was urgent to contact the magical authorities and request reinforcements, because if they left it uncontrolled, it would spiral out of control quickly. She apologized to Mr. Werewolf for involving him and said he could go back home. He refused. He said his house was safe and that his wife was probably sleeping peacefully. He believed staying there would help resolve the situation faster. He had a feeling Chan would come up with a good plan. Chan thought they had about 3 hours. The portal was blocking communication. Even if they managed to contact the authorities, there was no guarantee reinforcements would arrive in time. There were only 2 options left: evacuate everyone immediately or try to resolve it before the deadline. At that moment, the werewolf commented that 2 women were approaching. Yunha asked if he recognized them. He confirmed that he did. It was Iruel, holding Helena, who was nearly drowning in the flood. Chan wondered why everyone was there at that exact moment. They rushed to help. Chan took responsibility for Helena, the succubus he knew. Iruel nearly lost her balance, but Mr. Werewolf caught her. He said that in situations like that, everyone needed to work together. He also told Iruel not to carry the burden alone, just because she was a police officer. If she needed a moment, they could give her that time. Iruel thanked him for the cooperation. Yunha then said she would return to the store first. They walked in a line through the flooded street. As they moved forward, Chan asked if she had used any spell on him, because he felt different. Yunha replied that she never used magic directly on living beings without necessity. He commented that if she had used it, she would not need to hold his hand. She explained that using magic on another person requires great care and context. It is not something simple or harmless. It is extremely dangerous to directly manipulate another living being with magic. When they entered the store in the middle of the conversation, they found the manager holding Puppy. She mentioned that business was busy that day. She said she had just finished dealing with paperwork at the Ministry of Magic, and that it seemed Chan had gone through a lot while she was away. He confirmed that a lot had indeed happened. The manager cast an enchantment over everyone to cleanse the accumulated negative energy. After that, she stated that she was practically invincible that day. She was under the effect of 8 invincibility reinforcements. Originally there were 9, but one had been consumed when she teleported there. She declared that she would take care of the other customers. Soon after, Yunha said she needed to have a serious conversation with her sister. She asked Chan to take part as well. Later in the staff room, only the 3 of them were present. Yunha declared that she and the manager planned to enter that hole to deal directly with the core. Chan asked if they truly intended to do that alone, without any reinforcements. Yunha explained that at the moment they did not have the time or resources to call for backup. The portal core should naturally disappear within 3 hours, but it could vanish before that. Even so, they decided they would go there and destroy the core before something worse happened. The problem was that they did not have enough power to do it alone. If Yunha and the manager left the store, no one would remain to protect the place. The convenience store was very secure, but no one knew what effects the portal might cause. In addition, once they entered the sewer, the situation could become even more complicated. The manager had not done this type of work for quite some time, although she claimed she was still in her prime and knew exactly what she was doing. Even so, Yunha was not sure whether she should take Chan with them. As she herself said, it was impossible to predict what they would find inside. To prepare for the worst-case scenario, the ideal would be to have an anti-magic specialist. The problem was that Yunha was not confident she would be able to protect Chan inside the portal. For that reason, she hesitated to bring him along. The manager stated that she could handle the situation, but Yunha reinforced that it was not as simple as it seemed. If they had at least one more fighter, she would feel more at ease. That was when Chan interrupted, saying they did not need anyone else. If that was the problem, it could be solved, but for that to happen, he would need everyone's trust. Shortly after, Chan called the attention of everyone inside the store. He explained that the situation was serious, especially because the portal core had appeared right nearby. Because of that, he would take an extremely irresponsible action and needed everyone's help. He asked for support, reminding them that he had not even received his first paycheck yet. Charlie wanted to know exactly what he intended to do. Then Yunha took over the explanation. She said that she would enter the portal together with Chan, the manager, and Mr. Wolf to eliminate the core once and for all. In that plan, Officer Iro would have an important role. According to Chan, she was extremely skilled. While the group was inside the portal, Iro could protect the people who remained in the store, since not all customers knew how to use magic. Yunha asked if she would be able to handle it, and Iro confirmed. It was her duty to protect the citizens, especially in a disaster situation. She told everyone to focus on the mission. Next, Yunha turned to Mr. Chihuahua. They needed to contact the magical management department, and he could help with that. Chan commented that he was great with computers. However, Charlie explained that the signals were completely dead and questioned how he could do anything without the proper tools. The tension rose, but Chan asked for calm. The manager asked if, even without signal, he could at least try something. Then she revealed that she had brought from the Ministry of Magic an emergency contact device used by staff members. She asked if he could make it work. Charlie asked for 5 minutes and began working on the computer. Meanwhile, the manager spoke with Helena. She confirmed that she worked for a pharmaceutical company that tested magical potions. The manager explained that they needed 4 potions, one for rapid freezing, a mana neutralizer, a calming potion, and most importantly, one that allowed breathing underwater for 1 hour, since the sewers were completely flooded because of the rain. Helena opened her bag and warned that the breathing potion would not last 1 hour, but around 30 minutes. Even so, she would be able to prepare what was necessary. While Helena and Charlie were working, Yunha asked Mr. Wolf if he had really been a soldier in the Great War. He confirmed that he had, and revealed that he was part of a secret division called the 3rd Special Forces Squadron. The manager commented that she had probably met one of his former comrades when she worked as the president's guard. From her description, Mr. Wolf concluded that it must have been his former captain, who was known for his exceptional skill in mana manipulation. Chan remarked that Mr. Wolf also possessed that kind of ability. He confirmed it, and asked what his role would be. Yunha explained that they would split into pairs. She would stay with her sister, while Chan would remain beside Mr. Wolf. The energy concentration inside the portal would be much higher, so his role would be to protect Chan. When asked if he would really go with them, Mr. Wolf answered yes, stating that he had already faced worse situations. Finally, Helena finished the potions, and Charlie managed to access the data and establish contact. Everything was ready for the mission. Charlie warned that the phone would ring, and that no one needed to explain how they had managed to make contact. They just had to speak normally. Shortly after, the call came through. Chan took over the conversation and said he was not part of the magical agency, but he pretended to be Professor Deckard in order to send a report requesting reinforcements. The strategy worked. The request was processed within the department. He emphasized that if anyone asked, he was the professor. Charlie commented that the problem would be if a police officer decided to question it, but Chan replied that in an emergency like that, flexibility was necessary. Uriel warned that later she would take him to the station because of it, but Charlie insisted that it was not the moment for rigidity. Meanwhile, in addition to the 4 requested potions, Helena prepared one more. It was a small and simple healing potion, but capable of helping with serious injuries. Even so, Chan wanted to know why she had gone there. He had sent a message saying it was dangerous. Had she simply ignored the warning? Helena explained that she had been watching the news on television, and they showed the convenience store still open. When she saw that, she became extremely worried about Chan. Even knowing the situation outside, she decided to go anyway. On the way, she almost fainted because of the water accumulated in the streets. Since their last meeting, she had been worrying a lot about him, and when she saw the store on TV, she could only think about going there to check if everything was alright. She acted without thinking. She apologized for causing trouble, but Chan replied that it was not trouble, it was concern. He did not want her to get hurt, especially seeing how chaotic the situation outside was. If something like that happened again, he did not want her to risk herself in that way. Just as she worried about him, he also worried about her. He then thanked her for the potion and asked if they had finished the preparations, because he still needed to resolve one more thing. In the middle of the conversation, there was an indirect remark about him needing to act better in certain personal situations, as if he were always sabotaging himself. He became confused, not fully understanding what they expected him to do. While the manager asked him not to get irritated, that was when Puppy decided he would go with them. Chan questioned whether it was too dangerous. The manager thought so, but Puppy insisted strongly. Besides, he was a spiritual animal, so maybe he could handle himself. Yunha agreed that it might be useful to take him along, since he was not an ordinary dog. In the end, Chan accepted and said they were counting on him. Later, the group positioned themselves in front of the manhole that led directly to the portal core. The manager suggested that Yunha go down first to check the situation. If it was safe, she would call the others. Chan was on Mr. Wolf's back, apologizing for not having the ability to move through the water. Mr. Wolf replied that protecting and supporting the escorted target was part of the mission. Once the path was cleared, they all began descending through the manhole. As they advanced, the environment grew darker and darker, almost impossible to see. Suddenly, Chan felt a tremor and a horrible sensation, as if space itself were distorting. It was portal instability. The energy disrupted his concentration, and he ended up falling from the staircase. Mr. Wolf managed to grab him at the last moment, but the impact of the distortion was so strong that Chan lost consciousness. He only woke up once he was already inside the portal. The manager was by his side, relieved to see him awake. She had feared that something worse had happened. Chan asked if everyone was alright, and they were. The group found themselves on a strange kind of beach inside the portal. Yunha explained that that place was the surface of the portal core. What the core did there was pull in portals from different regions, regenerate them, and send them elsewhere. In simple terms, it worked like a factory of infinite portals. They were lucky to have fallen there because the environment was relatively stable. According to her, if they dived into the sea on that beach, they would likely find the core. The manager confirmed that her search magic was reacting strongly at the bottom of the sea, which indicated that the core was there. So they asked Chan again whether he agreed with diving or not. Faced with that, he only wanted to know how deep they would have to go. Yunha explained that the depth to reach the core would be equivalent to approximately 2 days of descent. Chan thought that was practically the depth of the entire ocean, and imagined himself being crushed by the pressure, turning into a dried fish at the bottom of the sea. He had no idea how he would be able to endure something like that. The manager told him not to worry, that was not real seawater, but a mass of mana that had taken the form of an ocean. Because of Chan's anti-magic constitution, he would not have problems with pressure. Even so, he could not completely relax. Inside portals, it is not only the environment that changes. Creatures usually gather around the core to protect it. Yunha explained that that place was still only an outer layer of the core. The closer they got, the more sea monsters would appear to defend it. She was certain there would be countless enemies waiting. Mr. Wolf commented that he was also sensing a strange presence nearby. Yunha asked Chan what his opinion was. He answered that they needed to go because there were people up there depending on them. Even so, he told Mr. Wolf that he did not need to accompany him all the way down. Mr. Wolf replied that he would go anyway. He said Chan had shown courage and that he would not stand by watching. Inside, Chan felt ashamed. He thought everyone had noticed the fear he tried to hide. He did not like having shown that weak side. Then he remembered Puppy and wanted to know what his role would be. Puppy said that staying by Chan's side was what he liked most. In second place came walking through the streets at night. Even though he was just a dog and could become a burden, he wanted to go with him. It was something natural for him. Before they dived, Puppy also told Mr. Wolf that when everything got better, he would like to greet him formally because he seemed like an incredible person. Mr. Wolf replied that they could have tea someday. Soon after, the group plunged into the ocean of mana. The sensation was strange, but stable. Chan mentally commented on how impressive the breathing potion made by Helena was. The manager's magical communication was also working perfectly. The manager herself admitted that she was impressed by Helena's skill, since she had prepared everything in just a few minutes, something that required a lot of study and practice. Suddenly, Mr. Wolf asked Yunha to stop. He sensed something approaching. A huge octopus appeared above them, its tentacles spreading like shadows. Yunha asked for silence, and explained that the creature seemed to be sleeping. It would be best not to provoke it. But the manager noticed another movement below. A school of carnivorous piranhas appeared and attacked the octopus, not the group. Yunha immediately understood that it would go wrong. The octopus would wake up furious. She ordered everyone to dive deeper, while the monster reacted, thrashing its tentacles violently. Yunha decided to stay behind to distract the creature. She told Mr. Wolf to protect the others. With swift movements, she cut off some tentacles with her knife, knowing that it would not be enough to defeat it, but it would buy time. She was ready to face whatever came. After some time descending, the group reached the depths of the ocean of mana. Chan could already see a great energy distortion down below, a sign that they were close. The manager, however, said she still could not clearly see the entrance to the core. She asked everyone to close their eyes for a moment. She released a massive sphere of light that swept across the area and eliminated the piranhas in a single strike. She had already expected them to attack the group after failing to devour the octopus. Chan commented that at least now they would no longer be attacking Yunha. The focus now was to find the entrance to the core. Chan drank the calming potion and noticed that it was surprisingly sweet. The manager explained that many tonics had a sweet taste, especially calming ones, because sweetness helped soften the senses. Soon they found a structure similar to a metal grate protecting the entrance. Chan took the metal solvent to dissolve the barrier. The moment he approached, a massive tentacle crashed down near him. Yunha was being grabbed by the creature, struggling to break free while shouting for them to open it quickly. Mr. Wolf said that Chan needed to stay focused. They had to open the passage fast while Yunha bought time. Desperate, Chan began the process of dissolving the grate. Mr. Wolf insisted that he calm down and not make mistakes. The manager warned Yunha that it would take about 2 minutes to complete, but during that interval, the creature managed to grab her more tightly. The group had no way to act directly without compromising the opening of the passage. The only one who could still do something was Puppy. With all the strength he had, Puppy asked the great elder octopus to stop. He explained that those people did not taste good and only wanted to pass through to reach the cave. He said they never intended to hurt him. The effort was so great that he began coughing in the middle of his words. To everyone's surprise, the octopus actually released Yunha. Puppy thanked the creature deeply and said that later he would speak with Yunha to prevent that from happening again. Then the monster simply moved away. Yunha looked confused and asked if it was really what she was thinking. The manager replied that maybe it was. From what it seemed, Puppy possessed an ability called Command Word, a verbal order infused with magic capable of forcing another creature to obey. Chan found it strange because Puppy was not the bossy type. The manager explained that precisely because of that, the ability must be something rare and difficult for him to use. The fact that he fell asleep right afterward indicated that all his energy had been drained, probably because he was not used to activating that power. Mr. Wolf said it was better to keep moving. The energy leaking from the cave was becoming more and more intense. When they finally entered, the magical distortion was even more evident. Along the way, Yunha picked up a stone and told everyone to wait. She remembered that the closer they got to the center of the main gate, the more magical beasts would appear. She was certain something was there. She threw the stone, and several golems emerged inside the cave. Yunha was quick and struck one of them, but the attack was superficial. When 3 golems advanced at the same time, Mr. Wolf had to act immediately to save her. He commented that she must be tired from the previous fight and asked her to rest for a while, because he would take over from there. In the next second, he moved with impressive speed. With a single punch, he shattered the arm of one of the golems. He asked Yunha if he could completely neutralize the 3 creatures. She confirmed that yes, he could crush them if he wanted. Using magical power amplification, he He made his blows increasingly stronger. He dodged the heavy attacks of the creatures and began destroying them one by one. He commented that he could finally move his body like before. He told Chan, the manager, and Yunha to move forward and search for the core while he held off the golems. He estimated they had about 20 minutes. The manager warned Yunha that as soon as she recovered, she should return to help Mr. Wolf. Chan held the manager's hand tightly so they could move together. Before leaving, he told Mr. Wolf not to get hurt because his wife would be worried. He replied that he would keep that in mind. In the next instant, the manager used her magic and propelled them toward the core. Meanwhile, Mr. Wolf stayed behind, crushing the golems in the depths of the cave. Floating farther ahead, Chan realized there was no ground there. The manager explained that the core had not yet finished building that part of the portal. She illuminated the surroundings with her own magic, revealing the incomplete structure all around them. Chan was impressed. He had always found it fascinating when she used magic in the store, but at that moment, it was truly inspiring. The manager, proud, reminded him that she had already said she was an archmage. Then she took the mana neutralizer, ready to use it at the right moment. The strange energy around them grew more intense as they approached. On the way, the manager apologized to Chan for him having to go through all of that. She said that since the first day he started working there, she had made a vow that she would not let him face the terrifying parts of that world. He came from a place without other species, without portals, without magic. She imagined that all of it would be frightening and hard to understand for him. That was why she had tried to protect him as much as possible. But in that situation, she felt she had failed. Chan replied that she did not need to apologize. At first, he had really been scared. Everything was too new. On his first day, he had to purify a dragon scale. Then he faced a squirrel that shot lightning. Now he was inside something that felt like an RPG quest. None of that existed in his world, but that did not mean it was something bad. Chan said he was not afraid of the other species or the threats of that world. His real fear was making mistakes. Now there were many people depending on him, and until that moment, he felt that he had not done anything truly impactful. That was why he was anxious. He was afraid of ruining everything. The manager answered that if that was his fear, then she would help him as much as possible. Right ahead, they found something that looked like a huge shining drop, like a giant pearl made of water. That was probably the hiding place of the portal core. The manager told Chan to take the frozen mass from his backpack. When he used the item, a solid bridge formed in front of them. He commented that he felt like a princess crossing a magical bridge. The manager replied that from that point on, they would need his strength. She asked him to do his best and come back safe and sound. As he crossed and entered that strange pearl, Chan found himself submerged in a sea of shadows. The mana inside was extremely dense. Just from feeling that magical pressure, his head began to ache. In the middle of that darkness, he found a small crystal with an eye at its center. It was the dungeon core. The crystal reacted as soon as he approached, fixing an intense gaze on him while releasing even more magical power. Even so, Chan moved forward. He grabbed the crystal and complained that the core was a real problem, causing chaos for far too long. As he held it, he felt the magical energy increase even more. It seemed he would not be able to endure it for long, but he needed to resist. Suddenly, a massive explosion of mana erupted. Chan was thrown backward, and the pearl that hid the core shattered. For a moment, he thought he had caused a complete disaster, but the manager caught him and said it was enough. The rest was up to her. When the light of her magic illuminated everything around them, Chan's consciousness began to fade. He found himself speaking with his own subconscious. He heard distant voices and wondered what was happening to the others. He remembered the explosion of the core and the manager catching him. After that, only confused flashes. People gathered around him. The return to the store. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw Helena leaning over him, asking if he was awake. He realized he was resting against Charlie's leg, who commented that the weakling had finally woken up and that he should get up to help clean the store. Chan jumped up in shock, complaining about the scare. Later, the manager handed out cup noodles to everyone and said they had done an excellent job. She knew it was not an amazing meal, but if they wanted more, they just had to ask. Charlie joked that the store was going downhill like that. The manager replied that another day, when everyone was gathered again, they could have a barbecue. Meanwhile, Chan still felt a slight headache. He commented that he had woken up seeing something truly terrifying. Soon he realized that his mentor Deckard was asking for an update about everything that had happened. The manager advised him to be honest. After all, Deckard was his mentor. After reporting the entire situation, Deckard said he would stop by the store to see him in person. Chan questioned why he needed to come all the way there. The manager said it was probably just to check if Chan was alright and to gather more information for a detailed report. She also told him not to worry too much, since the situation had already been resolved. Even so, Chan asked what they would do about the damage to the store. Should the magical department cover the costs? The manager replied that maybe they would. She was also thinking about filing an insurance claim, or even seeking compensation from the government. Chan said he understood. Then he called the attention of the customers who were still there and asked what they thought about the idea of the government compensating them for what had happened. Soon after, people began to leave, and the store became practically empty. The manager told everyone to take care, and when only she and Chan remained, she asked if he was not tired. Chan answered that yes, he was tired. Even though he had been unconscious for a while, he still felt heavy with sleep. He was completely exhausted. The manager said that was no surprise, because that kind of work drained a lot of energy. Then she used a spell to restore part of his strength. Chan felt his body become light almost instantly, and commented that he felt completely refreshed. Even so, he asked if that had not been her last spell. The manager confirmed that it was, but said she still had a trick up her sleeve. She asked Helena to prepare a recovery potion. She explained that the spell she had used was only temporary, but it would be enough for him to go home and rest. Then Chan, somewhat awkwardly, brought up a subject that had been bothering him for a long time. He asked why exactly he had that anti-magic constitution. Ever since he arrived in that world, he had not been able to stop thinking about it. Why had he managed to cross over to that place? Why did he have such a rare trait? After a month working in a magical world, he had not seen any other race with anything similar. He wanted to understand why he, someone from another world, possessed that ability. The manager admitted that she was curious as well, so she suggested they could test something that very day. She asked if she could go to his house. Later, already in Chan's human world, she observed everything with fascination. She commented that the streets were clean, and the air seemed pure. He explained that it was only like that because he lived in a place farther away, far from the city center. He asked if she was sure she wanted to visit his house. The manager said that a world without magic or other races was absolutely fascinating. She even asked what kind of vehicles they used, imagining absurd things like giant mammoths. Charn realized she was excited, but she explained that it was not just tourism. She wanted to understand why only he could move between the two worlds. When she tried to cross over by herself, she ended up hitting her head against an invisible barrier. Surprised, she decided to conduct an experiment. She took 2 coins and threw one into Chan's world. The ordinary coin passed through. The one she had infused with magic remained behind. The conclusion was clear. To enter Chan's world, there could be no magic involved. Anything magical was automatically blocked. Since magic was essential for life in her world, that meant no one from there could simply cross over. The manager sighed, saying it was a pity, because she would really have liked to see his house. Then Chan picked up 2 coins, repeated the experiment, and afterward held her hand and pulled her into his world, using his anti-magic constitution as an intermediary. It worked. She was shocked. Chan remembered the first sleeping potion she had given him. He had managed to take it home without any problem. The recovery potion in his pocket had also crossed normally, so he concluded that maybe he could bring people through by using his own constitution as a filter. He decided to try it, and it succeeded. The manager commented that he had become very skilled with anti-magic. He replied that he still had a lot to learn. He also said that maybe the 2 worlds were not that different after all. She disagreed, pointing out clear differences in the details, the architecture, and the absence of magical tools scattered everywhere. Even so, she found Chan's city charming. She said she had always dreamed of visiting another world, a place where no one knew her, where she could simply be at peace. Thanks to him, that wish had come true. She sincerely thanked him. Later, after taking a shower, Chan received a message from the manager. It was his payment. According to his calculations, he should have received a specific amount, but the deposit was 20,300,000 won, practically double what he expected. She explained that the extra amount was a bonus, and wished him a good night of sleep. Chan stared at the screen, wondering what kind of convenience store paid a bonus like that. He knew sales had been great, only dropping when the portal appeared. Even so, it was a lot of money. He wondered if he should accept all of it. He decided he would spend only 3 million and save the rest. He also started thinking about gifts. He wanted to take Helena out for a more refined coffee. He thought about giving recovery potions to Mr. Chihuahua, who worked too much. Chan also thought about buying a gift for Officer Errol. Deep down, he admitted to himself that it felt really good to have money. For the first time in a long while, he could plan things without worrying about every single coin. But the calm did not last long. The next morning, he woke up to someone knocking hard on the door. It was not a polite knock. It was insistent. When he opened it, he discovered it was the son of the former landlady. He announced that, starting that month, he would be the new landlord of the building. He said he had reviewed all the contracts and realized that Chan had been paying 300,000 won in rent for 6 years. According to him, that was far below the current value. Because of that, they would need to make a new contract. Starting that month, the rent would increase by 100,000 won. He justified it by saying that Chan had been living cheaply for too long. Inside, Chan was furious. He thought that brat just wanted to squeeze more money out of the tenants. He probably had not even properly read the old clauses. The former landlady would never have done something like that to him. The difference in attitude was obvious. Even irritated, Chan did not respond right away. The new landlord interpreted the silence as rudeness and commented that they could talk again at the end of the month. He even grumbled that young people these days did not even have the manners to reply. Chan thought he was not exactly an example of manners either. Even so, he tried to be fair to himself. He had really lived there for a long time. The rent had always been cheap, and he never had a reason to move. It was practical and peaceful. But now the situation had changed. With that new landlord taking over and already starting with a rent increase, Chan began seriously considering the idea of moving. Maybe it would be better to look for something closer to the store. The next morning, a breaking news report appeared in the newspaper. The magical department of the government officially announced that the central gate had been neutralized. The government declared that it would dedicate all resources to recovery efforts in every affected region, but still advised citizens to avoid outdoor activities as much as possible. The recovery work would first focus on subway stations, along with other public offices and large facilities, in order to help citizens return quickly to their daily routines. The manager commented that this would end up bringing problems to the store. At that moment, Chan arrived earlier than usual. The manager said he could have slept until his shift started, but he explained that he had something important important to discuss with her. Chan said he was thinking about moving permanently to that world and asked if she knew any places with apartments for rent. She asked why. Chan explained that something had happened to the house where he lived in the other world. He said he had been thinking about it for some time, but only recently began to feel that he truly wanted to live there. He thought it might be good to start a new phase and experience more things in that place. While they were talking, Chan's professor and master entered the store. He greeted the owner and asked to speak with the employee about the recent gate incident, as long as it would not interfere with work. Chan then handed over the expense report related to the neutralization. The document listed 800,000 spent on potion production and a medical examination. The maintenance of the weapons had been under his responsibility, or rather Yunha's. It also included expensive premium snacks, expensive dog treats, a box of Coke Zero, and even a potty. The professor found the potty item strange and asked what it had been used for. Chan explained that he would erase it later and leave if necessary. The mage wanted to confirm if that was really all they wanted to include in the report. Chan said yes. He commented that those involved did not seem interested in receiving money, especially the person connected to the Coke Zero. He knew the report looked strange, but he would be grateful if it could be processed officially, because it was thanks to the help of those specialists that everything ended safely. The professor then asked if there was nothing Chan desired. He said anything could be granted at that moment. He had reviewed all the messages left at the magical office and knew that not only had they used Chan's name, but that he had completely restrained the portal. Because of that, everyone involved believed he had been in command of the operation. If they left the situation like that, his real contribution might end up being diminished. Even so, Chan stated that he was satisfied. He said that simply erasing his own participation was enough. The last thing he wanted was to attract attention, because his identity could be exposed. He also asked the professor to avoid making requests on his behalf as much as possible. The professor replied that he understood. The situation was complicated to explain, since Chan had been in a completely different place when he contacted them. Even so, the professor wanted to confirm that this was truly what he wished. Then he changed the subject and showed him an apartment. Chan found the place beautiful and very clean and asked where it was located, saying he would like to take a look. The professor explained that it was the assistant professor dormitory at the academy. Upon hearing that, Chan made it clear that he was not interested. No matter how good the place was, he did not intend to work as an assistant professor. The professor said that was fine and that they could talk about it another time. Chan thought that the vampire insisted too much on the idea of turning him into an assistant. Before leaving, the professor said he had one more question. He wanted to know how much Chan knew about the store owner. Chan found the question strange and asked why. The professor replied that it was only personal curiosity and that he did not need to go into detail if he did not want to. He then asked if he had ever heard anything about her past. Chan remembered that it was not the first time the professor had touched on this subject. Before, he had been very formal with the manager, which made it seem like he knew something more obscure about her. Even so, Chan replied that all he knew was that she was a good person. The professor said he would get in touch again when the process was completed, and then left, leaving Chan relieved. Not that he disliked the professor, but conversations with him were always tense. After that, Chan commented to the manager that the professor seemed curious about her. She asked if there was anything he himself wanted to know. She wondered why the professor would be interested in her. Maybe because of the story of how she opened the convenience store. She said they had already talked a lot, but she truly did not speak much about herself. Then she asked if he would like to hear her story. Chan replied that when the professor asked, he simply said she was a good person. She did not think his situation of being transmigrated to another world was absurd, and on top of that, she had been a great manager so far. For him, that was already more than enough. Then Chan told the manager not to worry too much about it. The manager answered that he had been very sweet and that she almost cried from emotion right there. Soon after, she made a big announcement. The store might need to be relocated. All the incidents that had happened so far, especially the portal one, had left her very worried. On top of that, the recovery process seemed like it would still take a long time to reach that street. In practice, the store profits had dropped a lot because of the portal incident. If things continued at that pace, the two of them might end up out on the street. Chan asked if she already had a place in mind. The manager said yes, an academic district, exactly where he had taken the anti-magic test. She explained that she wanted to open a new store there, and that maybe this was the perfect chance to change everything once and for all. So Chan commented that in that case, maybe it would be better for him to look for an apartment nearby. The manager asked if he really wanted to live close to work and said he truly seemed like a model employee. Then she asked if he had any requirements for the place. Chan answered that he did. He wanted a place with an attic, good water pressure, and if it had an attic, that it would not be too hot. It would also be good if it were on a high floor, so he would not have to worry about noise, but he admitted that with so many requirements, he would probably only find an expensive apartment. The manager then explained that in that world, he should avoid lofts or apartments with attics. It was a bit complicated for humans. Many lofts in the academic district had been rebuilt or planned with orcs in mind, who were more accustomed to that type of space, and normally where orcs lived was not exactly very organized. She also commented that places with very strong water pressure were usually designed for marine races, which could leave the apartment constantly damp or even partially flooded. As for the higher floors, they were generally occupied by flying races. In that case, he could indeed have problems with noise and even with feathers flying everywhere. The ideal choice would be to pick a place taking into account the characteristics of his own race. Chan realized that things were much more complicated than in his world, so he asked if the manager could help him visit some apartments. She replied that there would be no one to stay at the store, so she decided to contact Yoonha. By coincidence, Yoonha lived in the academic district. As soon as the manager sent a message, she replied quickly and answered the call. She said she was fine and that the little dog gentleman was also fine. She commented that she did know a good place for him to move to, but she was not sure if he would feel comfortable with the conditions. The rent was only 250,000, which seemed quite cheap. Chan asked where it was and said he could take a look the next morning. The manager warned that even though the price was attractive, he might need to be careful. Normally, it was not a good idea to move into an apartment that was too cheap. At that moment, the next customer to enter was little Hana. The manager commented that it had been a while since she appeared and asked why she was so late, saying her mother must have been worried. Hana asked if Chan was going to move far away. He quickly explained that he would not go far and told her not to cry. The manager then clarified that they would probably move to the academic district. She also asked if Hana did not have somewhere to go with her mother that day. The girl explained that she did, but her mother canceled the plans because of the news, since it was dangerous. Even so, her mother was still working, so she had gone there to play with Chan. He understood, but explained that next time she should not walk alone on the street at that hour of the night. He said that before his shift started, he would take her to her mother's office. Soon after, the manager informed him that Yoonha had already spoken with the apartment owner. The next day, she could cover Chan's shift for a while, so he could visit the place. The following morning, Chan was impressed. The apartment was very beautiful. He had been worried because of the low price, but the place looked like true luxury. That only made him think the problem had to be something else. He commented to the owner, who was a turtle man, that the apartment was excellent, but asked if it really did not have any hidden issues. Yoonha said she had heard that it was bad, but was not 100% sure, since she did not know all the details. At first glance, the place looked great for the price. The owner replied that he would only fully understand once he experienced living there. Suddenly, the lights turned off by themselves, and the faucet started running without anyone touching it. Chan realized that in that world, haunted houses truly existed. Later, Yoonha explained the situation more calmly. The owner had planned to renovate the entire building and sell the apartments at a very high price. However, as soon as construction began, strange things started happening. Staircases changed places, power circuits broke on their own, and bizarre incidents kept repeating. The owner hired several anti-magic specialists, and even exorcists, but nothing worked. It seemed that the demon or ghost there was a master at hiding. None of the attempts succeeded, and the owner began losing a lot of money. Desperate, he decided to take drastic measures. The proposal was simple. Whoever managed to capture or expel the demon could keep the apartment for an even lower price. That was the story behind the place. Yoonha asked if Chan had seen any demon inside. He answered that he had not seen anything directly, only several poltergeist-like activities happening. He said that honestly it was much worse than he expected, and that he could not even identify who was causing it. Yoonha commented that in that case, maybe it would be better for him to look for another place, but Chan refused immediately. He had loved the apartment. It was a complete space with 2 bedrooms, and the rent was 250,000. In his view, it would be hard to find something that good for the same price. She insisted that he should let go of the idea. He had just become an anti-magic professional, and it did not seem wise to face a demon of that level. Even so, Chan decided he would stay there for at least a week. If something truly dangerous happened, he would leave. Yoonha then offered to help with the move. He asked if she was not busy, but she explained that she had begged for vacation and finally got it. Now she was at home doing nothing. While saying that, she was petting Puppy, who was living with her at that moment. She also asked if he was sure he wanted to move so quickly. It was not right to let his own partner live in a place where there was a possible demon. Chan replied that everything would be fine and took the chance to ask how Puppy was doing. She explained that he had spent most of the time sleeping. He woke up a few times but was still very tired. When she asked about the giant octopus incident, Puppy said he did not remember using the command voice. According to her, a command word requires total focus and can cause such a severe drop in energy that the person loses memory of that moment. Even so, she assured him that he did not need to worry because her savior was being treated like royalty there. After that, Chan returned to the store. Hana was there having a small picnic with the manager. They had almost eaten rice balls as a snack, but Hana preferred some packaged snacks instead. The girl asked how the visit to the apartment Yoonha had suggested had gone, and whether it was really haunted by a demon. Chan explained the whole situation and said he was thinking about going back there to try to exorcise the place together with Yoonha. He asked the manager whether she thought the entire building was haunted. She replied that it was not. If the whole building were affected, other units would have already shown the same symptoms. Since several professionals had failed to solve the case, she began to suspect that it might not even be a demon. Hana asked if there was a ghost in his house. The manager explained that they were still not sure. Then she asked whether Hana was afraid. Hana said she was not afraid of ghosts. In fact, she had never seen one and was actually curious. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her mother. Hana answered that she was at the store and was not hungry. Her mother said she had already finished work and was nearby. If her daughter did not return home soon, she would come to the store herself to pick her up. When he heard that, Chan got nervous and asked the manager to teleport the store immediately. She agreed and locked everything up within seconds. Then she explained to Hana that she should not come there at that time of night anymore. The ideal time was always in the morning, when it was safer. Even so, Chan insisted on walking her her home. On the way, he spoke with the manager about relocating the store and asked if he could keep his shift as usual because he needed to inform the regular customers about the move. The manager agreed and said that keeping customers informed was essential. When they arrived, Chan saw that Hana's mother's car was a limousine with a private driver. The girl explained that the driver always took her to kindergarten and to her mother's office. Chan had truly not expected that and realized she came from a high-class family. Before leaving, Hana thanked him for the help. Chan told her to be careful on her way home. When her mother appeared, the dragon gave him such an intense look that it felt as if it pierced through his soul. Chan felt a chilling shiver and quickly grabbed his phone to avoid eye contact. Hana's mother almost gave a faint smile before telling her daughter to go back home. Later, Chan told Yunha everything. He admitted that he had been so frightened that he did not even inform the manager and simply ran away. Yunha explained that the dragon had probably used her race's basic ability, magic detection, to analyze him. Dragons use that ability from time to time to read other people's energy, since they are very sensitive to it. They usually observe someone carefully to understand who they are dealing with. Yunha commented that it made perfect sense for Hana's mother to have done that, even if the girl had already spoken about Chan. To her mother, he was still just a strange man approaching her daughter. Chan said he would get in touch later to clarify things better. Puppy asked if he was feeling alright. Chan replied that he was, and thanked him, but said Puppy should focus more on his own recovery. As they were nearing the building, Yunha noticed water leaking from under the apartment door. Chan thought it might be someone cleaning the stairs, but she explained that they would have warned them if it were something like that. As they got closer, Puppy smelled a strong scent of gas. As soon as they entered, they saw that the stove was on, leaking gas, and all the faucets were running. The entire house was flooded. Yunha commented that the place was completely ruined and asked whether it had really looked that beautiful when he visited before. Chan became furious and began demanding that whoever was responsible show themselves. He said it was not funny at all and that he was going to live there, so there was no point in continuing to destroy the house itself. Yunha told him to calm down, reminding him that he had not even signed the contract yet. Puppy was also frightened because no one had expected such an explosive reaction. Soon after, they heard a meow. It sounded like a kitten. Yunha then understood what was happening. It was probably not a demon, but a magic user. Suddenly, something brushed past her, and Puppy complained that his tail had been hit. He asked them not to touch his tail. Chan quickly came up with an idea. He borrowed Yunha's keychain and hung it from the tip of Puppy's tail, asking her to take a few steps back. He knew it would provoke a reaction, because cats cannot resist something dangling like that. He watched the water on the floor ripple, and in the same instant grabbed something invisible. It was a transparent cat. The animal lashed out and scratched Chan's entire hand. Yunha commented that it was the first time she had ever seen an invisible cat. In fact, she could not see the animal at all. She only saw Chan being scratched and heard the meowing. She explained that when the owner mentioned an evil spirit, she had already found it strange. He said that whenever he visited the apartment, he found everything destroyed, but when the place stayed empty, nothing happened. That did not match the typical behavior of a spirit possessing something, which usually causes chaos without caring whether people are around. She remembered the case of the possessed ATM, which attacked anything nearby. In that apartment, however, the chaos only appeared when someone was present. Putting the evidence together, Yunha concluded that it was probably not an evil spirit, but rather a conscious and intelligent being using telekinesis. She touched the cat's head with magic, and the animal became even more irritated. Yunha commented that it seemed extremely sensitive to magical energy, which explained why it attacked anyone who entered. Chan asked what they would do with the intruder. Before she could answer, she was hit by a jet of water from the sink. Yunha said she was fine, but admitted that the cat had a difficult temperament. Chan began scolding the animal, demanding that it apologize for causing all that mess. The cat only looked at him with disdain, so Chan lowered it closer to the water on the floor, and the cat panicked. It was clear that it hated water. Taking advantage of that, Chan said that if it did not like water, it should not make others go through it. He asked whether it had any idea how many problems it had caused, and ordered it to stop the chaos immediately, so they could clean everything up. Faced with the threat, the kitten lowered its head and used its own telekinesis to pull all the water back. Within seconds, the apartment that had been completely destroyed was clean as if nothing had happened. Chan then decided he needed to deal with the invisible cat once and for all. First, he would feed the little one. Later, back at the store, the manager tried to see the cat through her magical phone, but not even the recording showed the animal. In the video, it only looked like something invisible was eating food from the bowl. Chan was impressed and truly thought she would be able to see it. The girl explained that if even he could not dispel that invisibility using his own anti-magic, then it was probably part of the cat's nature. She said it was something physiological, something it was born with. She could not say with 100% certainty, but she was 99% convinced that it was a spiritual beast. Then she asked whether it had caused any other incidents before arriving there. Chan answered no. In fact, it had just been sleeping peacefully on top of a pillow before everything happened. At that moment, a new customer entered the store. It was a girl who asked if she could stay there for a while, sit down, drink some coffee, and spend 2 or 3 hours inside. The manager replied that of course she could feel free to stay. Chan observed the girl and thought she looked very different. Silver hair, silver eyes. She looked like an elf, but at the same time a bit different, almost human in a certain way. The manager noticed he was staring too much and commented that it was rude to look at customers like that. Chan realized it and apologized. Soon after, the manager picked up her phone to speak to him discreetly so the customer would not hear. She warned that it would be better not to spread information about that cat to anyone because it could cause problems. She also asked whether he had already informed the regular customers about the store relocation. Chan thought it had already taken long enough for that type of customer to show up. He also mentioned that Officer Irul had stopped by asking for information about the portal case. While they were talking, they noticed that the silver-haired girl had stood up. She walked straight toward Chan and asked his age, if it was not inconvenient to answer. He said he was 29 years old. She replied that she was 20, so she would respect him. Then she commented that she had tried to use magic inside the store, and it did not work, which was something that normally never happened. She said she was almost certain that it was his fault, and asked who he really was, even questioning whether he came from another world. Chan was confused. He wondered how that girl could have reached such a conclusion just by looking at him once. The manager then said he could start his shift a little later and talk to the customer, but Chan replied that it was not necessary. The manager insisted that it was fine, and mentioned that the girl seemed a little unwell, so it would be better to resolve that first. So Chan decided to talk to her, and asked what exactly she wanted to know, and why she had tried to use magic inside the store. The girl responded with another question, asking if he was not going to deny that he was from another world. Chan answered that he was not the type to respond to personal questions asked by a complete stranger out of nowhere, and once again questioned why she had used magic inside. She explained that she had indeed tried to use magic, but it had not been directed at him, and that the reason was personal, something she did not intend to reveal. Chan thought she was quite bold and wondered if all young people were like that nowadays. Even so, he was curious about how she had discovered that possibility about him. The way she asked sounded as if she was certain. He began to suspect that she might have used some spell or another method to find out. Whatever it was, he decided he would uncover the truth. Then he placed the anti-magic certificate on the table and explained that it was because of that she had not been able to use magic inside the store. She admitted it was impressive, and commented that that test was very difficult. Chan agreed but asked her to focus on answering the questions. He said he was an anti-magic mage, that his physiology naturally repels magic. He was bad at the theoretical part, but thanks to his constitution, he had obtained the certificate. That was why her magic had failed, and not because of some story about another world. The girl insisted that was not it, and said he still had not answered her question. Chan shot back, saying she had not answered his either, and that they were not close enough for that kind of conversation. Suddenly, two completely drunk men entered the store, accompanied by a goblin who was also visibly intoxicated. Chan thought it had already taken long enough for that type of customer to show up. The goblin went to the counter and asked for a pack of cigarettes. The manager immediately refused, explaining that he had just handed over his student ID, and that the store strictly followed youth protection laws. She said it would be better for them to leave and go home. Chan thought that the school was very close by, and that those students were simply drinking and wanting to smoke. The goblin insisted, offering to pay 3 or even 5 times the price. He mentioned that he had heard the store had been going through recent problems, and suggested they could make a good deal for everyone. Chan felt that this generation was truly lost. He apologized to the silver-haired girl and said he would handle the situation, but she stated that their conversation was not over yet. Chan replied that he was on duty. Then she said she would solve the problem. She took a picture of him and he asked what she was doing. She told him not to interrupt, that she was focusing. Then she spoke on the phone, saying it was at the convenience store near the portal, and asked the person to arrive quickly. Finally, she told Chan to wait about 3 minutes. So they decided to resolve everything as quickly as possible, so they could continue their conversation afterward. The manager was firm with the goblin, and made it clear that she would not sell cigarettes under any circumstances. End of discussion. Chan asked what exactly would happen in 3 minutes. The silver-haired girl replied that he would soon see, and said there were 2 minutes left. Meanwhile, the goblin approached Chan and asked if he was an adult, suggesting that he could buy the cigarette for him. He offered to pay double, triple, any extra amount. Chan remained silent for a moment. He thought it was not the first time he had seen a teenager trying something like that in that store. He had already dealt with a little vampire who tried to trick him with a fake ID, and now he had this kid trying to bribe him as if money solved everything. Chan replied that he had come to the wrong person. Suddenly, a teacher appeared in the store, saying that his dear students had been there all along. He asked if they were studying hard for the next test, and commented in an ironic tone that he could personally reward them by buying whatever they wanted, whether alcohol or cigarettes. But he made it clear that nothing in life was free, and that there would be consequences. After scolding the students, the teacher sincerely apologized to the manager and said he would pay for any damage they might have caused. The manager replied that it was not necessary, since fortunately nothing had been broken. Meanwhile, the 3 students were being punished in a plank position. The teacher thanked her for her understanding and said that if something like that happened again, they could contact him. He asked if she had been the one who reported it. The manager replied that she had not. Then the teacher showed the video he had received, in which the manager appeared refusing to sell the cigarette to the goblin. At that moment she realized that the silver-haired girl had sent the video, but she did not say anything. The teacher left once again apologizing and dragged the students away by the collar, pulling the goblin by the ear back to school. Chan commented that the teacher had appeared far too quickly. The silver-haired girl asked if he had not noticed that exactly 3 minutes had passed, just as she had said. Now that the problem was resolved, they could return to their conversation. She suggested that he be honest with her. At that moment, the manager approached and asked what exactly the young lady was so curious about. She seemed far too interested in her employee. The manager also said she was curious, because the girl had demonstrated something fascinating. She appeared to possess a very special type of magic. Since the school principal had shown up so quickly, she asked how she had contacted him. The girl replied that she knew someone and got in touch. The manager asked who it was, but she said it was a secret. Then the manager began analyzing the situation. She said that in her prime she had been a very recognized mage and knew how to identify certain details. First, she was sure it was not an information spell because the store was protected by anti-magic spells. If it had been something like that, it would have suffered interference. The fact that she needed to use a phone or laptop proved that. Furthermore, since her magic had worked near Chan, who has an anti-magic constitution, it was not a targeted spell. The manager commented that the conversation might become a little uncomfortable and asked if she could continue. The girl said yes. Then the manager explained that her magic was not something an ordinary mage could use. It was a type of magic that always required preparation and probably several different types of mana to cast. To use something like that, she would have to be a hybrid of at least 4 different races, without meaning any offense. But as soon as she saw her face, she realized it was not pure mana. The unusual color of her hair and eyes indicated direct influence from the magic she used. The manager asked if she wanted to hear more. The girl said no, that was already enough. So the manager decided to give just one piece of advice. She told her not to rely too much on magic because magic does not solve everything in life and can put her in dangerous situations. Just as she had not been able to use magic there because of Chan, something similar could happen again. Someone else might discover her trick. Therefore, she should always be cautious. The girl respectfully replied that she understood. She said that had been the manager's part, and now it was Chan's turn. He answered that saying more would not change much. The manager commented that the situation was getting interesting, but Chan said he did not even know her name. Then she introduced herself as Nayori. She said she truly wanted to continue talking about that subject with him. Since he had claimed they were not close, she asked if she could keep coming to the store until they became close enough. She also said she would like to get closer to the manager so she could talk with her as well. Chan replied that as a customer she could come back if she wanted. He could not stop her, but she should at least buy something if she planned to become a regular. Nayori commented that she was currently unemployed and asked if she could get a job there. The manager visibly brightened at the idea. Chan, on the other hand, did not look nearly as enthusiastic. The manager said yes, of course, she was indeed looking for new employees. She mentioned that Chan's shift had already ended and asked if Nayori could return the next day at 10 in the morning. Nayori replied yes ma'am and left, saying she would see them the following day. As soon as she left, Chan asked if the manager really intended to hire that mysterious girl because she seemed a bit strange. The manager replied that they were short-staffed, practically one person per shift, and that was already reason enough. Besides, she believed it could be good for him. She asked if he remembered that Nayori had questioned whether he was from another world. That could happen again. It might even be better to keep her close. If she decided to investigate on her own and spread something, it would be worse. Chan admitted that the manager had been smart. He thought that Nayori was the first non-human to notice something strange about him so quickly. So far nothing had happened, but there could be others like her, and he had no idea what might happen if someone discovered that he was not from that world. If the person were a fanatic or a lunatic, they might try to use him for experiments or something even worse. Suddenly, the manager commented that the relocation was complete and asked if he had not noticed that they were already in the academic district. Now everything was settled. In addition, he had secured an apartment very close to work. The manager said they were now ready to receive new customers and that he needed to stay alert because the night students were a bit crazy. Chan realized that he truly was not prepared for that. Later, Yunha said she was arriving with a delivery and asked if there were any customers. Chan replied that there was not a single living soul in the store. Yunha found that strange, since there should already be several students around. Chan commented that he also had not seen anyone on the streets, even though it was morning. Then a customer appeared. It was Nayori herself, buying several snacks, most of them sweets. She asked if she had arrived late. Chan said no, that she was right on time, but questioned why she was buying so much. Nayori explained that she had not bought anything the day before, and that it would not be polite to show up again without purchasing something. Soon after, another customer entered. It was Charlie, and he looked extremely stressed. Chan asked if he was alright, since he usually only showed up at night. Charlie asked if they sold poison in the store, preferably something instant, and said he did not care about the price. Chan thanked him for coming back, but asked why he wanted poison. Charlie replied that he was heading to work and planned to poison someone. He began complaining about a beagle he considered a lunatic, saying the security department had been a mess since the portal incident. According to him, that guy was signing impossible contracts to fulfill, as if he did not understand what security really meant. He said they were having to start everything from scratch, and that the contracts were unworkable. He even mentioned that he had thought about sending his boss to hell and then going right after him. Chan thought it might be easier for him to simply quit. Nayori also asked if they sold poison there. Chan replied that they did not, and commented that questions like that should be ignored. Charlie became irritated and asked why he was being ignored. At that moment, Yunha came in with the delivery and asked if the chihuahua was there too. She greeted everyone and noticed the new face in the store. After a brief explanation, she asked if Nayori was the new part-time employee. She introduced herself as Yunha, explained that her main job was being a hunter, but that she also made deliveries. She commented that the chihuahua next to them was one of their most loyal customers. He replied that his name was Charlie. Yunha told Nayori not to be scared, because he was a good kobold, even though he acted tough. Then she mentioned that she had heard Nayori was 20 years years old, and joked that she was jealous because she had already turned 30. Even though she was older, there was no need for formality. Nayuri responded with a joke about a full egg carton. The reference was that in Korea, a regular tray holds 30 eggs, so when someone turns 30, people joke that they have become a full tray. When Chan understood the explanation, he held back his laughter. Yoonha noticed the suppressed laugh and asked if Chan wanted to die, questioning why he was laughing. Chan replied that he was not laughing. Then Charlie told him not to provoke Miss Egg Carton. Nayuri simply observed that strange dynamic between customer, delivery girl, and employee, trying to understand what kind of relationship that was. Later, Charlie left with his purchases. Yoonha had just argued with the Chihuahua, but in the end, he bought an energy drink for her. Nayuri could not decide whether his personality was good or bad. Chan commented that he was a great customer, despite his foul mouth, and took the opportunity to ask Yoonha how the dog was. Yoonha replied that she had left him at the park where he used to live that morning. She said he wanted to take a walk and already knew that the store had moved to the academic district. Apparently, he had some unfinished business in the park to take care of. Chan asked if it was nothing dangerous, nothing involving those aggressive dogs. Yoonha said he had not mentioned anything specific. Nayuri asked who exactly they were talking about. Yoonha answered vaguely that it was a friend who lived with her. They avoided going deeper into the topic about puppy because it was a delicate subject. When he returned inside the store, Chan received a call from the manager. She asked if it was full of customers, already assuming it was. She said she was sure several students would be knocking on the door at 8 in the morning, since people that age are always hungry. That was why she had requested an extra delivery from Yoonha to reinforce the stock. But Nayuri was honest and said that in fact there was no one there. She had arrived at 8 and the store was empty. Only later had the customer with the Chihuahua head appeared. Chan asked her to speak more gently. The manager then asked if Nayuri had really arrived early. Chan confirmed and explained that she had arrived 2 hours before her shift, so she would not risk being late. The manager praised her attitude. Then she asked if Nayuri was studying for the aptitude test. Nayuri said yes, and Chan had no idea what they were talking about. The manager explained that it was a test held at the Magic Academy at the beginning of every month. When students enter high school, they are divided into magical and non-magical departments. Those in the magical department must take exams to determine the best path to follow. She added that many students were probably skipping meals to study. Nayuri agreed, saying they were likely glued to their desks. To Chan, that did not sound too strange. Since the portal incident, several schools had been closed, so that test would probably take place next Monday. He asked if they would not have customers until then. The manager replied that they would, just maybe not as many. Even so, she hoped the monthly sales would not be affected, especially now that they had just relocated. Nayuri told her not to worry, that everything would work out. Soon after, the manager sent the new work schedule. From 10 at night to 6 in the morning would be Chan's shift. From 6 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, Nayuri works. From 2 in the afternoon to 10 at night, the manager herself. That was the new plan. In short, Chan would work from night to morning, Nayuri from morning to afternoon, and the manager from afternoon to night. Everyone agreed it seemed like a good arrangement. The manager said she was counting on both Nayuri and Chan. Nayuri answered yes ma'am, and included Chan in her confirmation. Nayuri's then suggested they drop the formalities, since they would now be working together. Chan agreed and said he hoped they would work well together. Later, on his way home, Chan was thinking about how expensive cat supplies were, and that was not even a normal cat, it was an invisible one. The landlord showed up to ask how the house exorcism process was going, and whether they had already found the demon. Chan thought that it was actually just an invisible cat, but he was not sure the landlord would believe that, so he said it was not that difficult to capture, just a bit troublesome. The landlord asked how long it would take to solve the problem. Chan replied that he could not give an exact deadline, but he would deal with the demon. The landlord said he felt more at ease now, and suggested that the payment be equivalent to 2 months of rent deducted. He asked if that was acceptable, and said he could arrange the paperwork later, requesting only that the situation be resolved soon. Chan said yes sir, and that he could count on him. When the landlord left, Chan stood there thinking that he had just saved 2 months of rent. On the way inside, Chan thought that maybe an invisible cat was the best kind of cat that existed, but when he arrived he found the sofa completely torn apart. The cat had ripped through the upholstery, was lying on top of the foam, and had scattered pieces all over the living room. At that moment he realized that the invisible cat was a complete disaster. The first thing he did was grab the collar with a bell that he had bought and put it on the cat. At least that way he would be able to know where it was and avoid stepping on it by accident. After that he said out loud that the cat should not cause any huge accident, nothing that no one could afford. If the house were destroyed, they would both end up starving. Aside from that, he decided they could survive. Later, the manager asked if he had almost been late because he was cleaning up the cat's mess. Chan confirmed. He said that every time he thought things were calm, the cat started destroying everything. If it continued like that, he might end up getting evicted. He asked if she knew anything about cats, but the manager replied that she had never owned a pet. At that moment, Irul entered the store. The manager commented that the academic district was not part of her patrol area, but Irul explained that starting that day, it was. She had been reassigned because of the victims from the gate incident, and was now officially responsible for that area. She said she had come to talk again about the stolen briefcase, and that she might need their cooperation once more. Irul explained that she had spoken with the goblin involved in the case. He claimed that if he had known how everything would end, he would have abandoned it much earlier. He said he had been well paid but never imagined he would end up in such a strange situation. Now he would spend the entire month paying medical bills because of what had happened. Even so, he revealed that the next directive was scheduled for Saturday at midnight in the men's restroom near the main gate of Futaba Park. He warned that whoever went should be prepared, or they might end up like him. According to Iruel, that goblin was known as the monthly money bag. She asked the manager whether he had seemed to be under mind control. The manager replied that probably not, because control spells usually prevent a person from speaking freely. Then she asked Chan for his opinion, and he said it was the first time he had dealt with something like that and was not sure. Iruel wondered whether the directive would really proceed as the goblin had described, since the owner of the briefcase likely knew the plan had failed. The manager explained that they most likely would not change the schedule. She reminded them that when they had analyzed the magic on the briefcase, they realized someone had put excessive effort into enchanting it. People who invest that much effort tend to take pride in their magic. If it were a proud mage, he would probably believe his magic was flawless and continue the plan even after a mistake in the second phase. Then Chan suggested that he and Iroll go together on Saturday. She said it could be dangerous and asked if he was sure. Chan explained that if the money bag were once again disguised with a transformation spell, someone might mistake it for an ordinary trash bag. If an officer tried to arrest the person, they could claim it was just garbage, but since he could instantly identify spells, he could undo the transformation at the right moment. Iruel asked the manager if it was alright for him to participate. Chan apologized for not mentioning it earlier, but insisted it would be better if he went. The manager asked if she could come along as well, because she was worried about him and did not know how it might end. Iruel replied that she would need to discuss it with her team leader. If the operation were approved, she would return to inform them. As soon as Iruel left, the manager scolded Chan. She said that ever since the gate incident, he had been getting too bold and could not just throw himself into police work. Chan replied that he only wanted to resolve things in the simplest way possible. The manager cut off any excuses and said he had no idea how dangerous that kind of work was. She asked that next time he speak with her before getting involved. He agreed, but asked who would stay at the store on Saturday if both of them left. The manager replied that it would be Nayuri, of course. She said Nayuri had been doing very well so far and could handle the night shift. Chan asked if she was sure. The manager replied that recently business had not been that heavy anyway. The real problem was weak sales, not customers. When Saturday arrived, Chan found Nayuri and the manager surrounded by several cups of coffee. The manager said the coffee was on her, because Nayuri was not yet used to staying in the store all night and needed caffeine to endure it. Nayuri replied that she thought she would be fine and asked them to trust her. When Officer Iruel appeared, her hair color was different again. The manager noticed and asked if something had happened, but Iruel did not respond and simply called them over. Nayuri asked if Chan was being arrested, but he explained that he was not, that he was only cooperating with the investigation. The manager said she would explain everything calmly later and asked them to call if anything happened at the store. As Chan walked out, Nayuri found herself thinking that she had always known there was something strange about that guy. When they arrived at Futaba Park, which had only a few people around, Iruel began organizing the plan. It was 10:15 at night, about an hour and a half before the exchange was supposed to begin. Two of them would stay positioned on a nearby bench, waiting close to the money as messengers, ready for the second instruction. Before that, they needed code names for protection, since they could not expose their identities to the criminals. Iruel chose Sparrow, the manager became Penguin, and Chan became Crow. Sparrow explained that Crow and Penguin would stay by the bench while she handled the restroom area. Chan suggested that he could stay in the restroom, but the manager made it clear that there would be no reckless behavior. Even so, he explained that this time, he was completely prepared. He reminded her that she also could not use magic freely like she had inside the gate, and that if magic did not affect them, whoever could block it should act as the messenger. That person was him. The manager commented that if she had known that earlier, she could have gotten permission to use more spells on that occasion, not just against magic. Even so, she said it was fine. She just did not want him getting hurt. Iruel handed each of them an earpiece, so they could communicate better. To guarantee the employee's safety, the officer pulled out a baton and said she wouldn't let any criminal lay a finger on him. She also instructed him that if he felt anything strange approaching, he should call her immediately. Through the earpiece, Iruel called Penguin and Crow and asked for confirmation. Crow, who was inside a restroom stall, answered confirming, even though he thought the code names were a bit strange. The manager commented that she also found them strange, but fun. Outside, everything was very calm. She imagined they would show up at midnight, but they were late. Suddenly, Sparrow warned that someone was approaching the restroom and told them to hold position while she observed from outside. A satyr entered the restroom, went to the urinal, and informed someone on his phone that he was already at the marked location. Then he took from a package a briefcase with contents so bright that Chan was momentarily blinded. The satyr commented that he was not detecting any mana, so they had not arrived yet. He said on the phone that he would activate the spell immediately, and that as soon as the next one appeared, he would collect him. At that moment, Chan realized that the target was not the briefcase of money. Just as Iruel had predicted, the criminals had noticed that the plan had been discovered. They had come precisely to capture the ones who tried to capture them, meaning Chan, the manager, and Iruel. Through the earpiece, Chan quietly asked them to come quickly. He slowly unlocked the stall. The satyr heard a faint noise, approached the door, and took a hard kick to the chest. Chan rushed forward, called the criminal out to fight, and ran to grab the briefcase. When he tried to leave the restroom, he slammed into an invisible wall. He concluded that it must be the spell the satyr had prepared, and realized it would be difficult to remove. He thought those criminals were extremely meticulous when it came to doing evil. Suddenly, a sweaty orc was thrown against the invisible wall. Outside, Irul was facing an entire group of fighter orcs by herself. One of them ordered the others to capture that woman quickly, but the rest warned that she was very strong. When they advanced, Irul easily dodged and struck all of them with her baton. Chan was impressed by her strength. Irul warned the leader that he would go no further, and made it clear that entering that restroom was not recommended. Through the earpiece, she asked how things were inside, and whether there were more orcs. Chan informed her that there were not, only one unconscious satyr. Irul replied that was good, and that Penguin was also arriving. At that moment, the satyr stood up furious, and demanded that Chan return the briefcase. He asked if Chan even knew what was inside. Chan opened it to check and found 2 sheets of paper, one red and one blue, both with magic circles drawn on them. He remembered that earlier the satyr had performed a magical scan. The blue paper was probably for mana detection. The red one he still did not know, so he asked the goat man what that spell did. The satyr mocked him, asking if he was not a mage. Chan replied that he was a semi-mage, and demanded an explanation. The satyr asked what kind of stupidity that was, and implied that Chan had paid someone to take the test in his place. Chan shot back that he was not that kind of person, and that he had ranked first in the anti-magic exam. The goat man told him to stop lying, and lunged forward to grab the briefcase. Since Chan did not know how to fight, he simply stepped back, but the manager protected him with the palm of her hand. She made it clear that that boy was a very precious employee to her, and that, as a manager, she did not tolerate verbal or physical abuse against her staff. She explained that it was self-defense, and struck the criminal in the chest with a palm attack, sending the satyr flying against the back wall. Chan was surprised, and asked how she had gotten there. He imagined it was teleportation, but she explained that she had used an invisibility spell. When the orcs appeared, she ran to the restroom while everyone was focused on trying to stop Irul. She also explained that the satyr's condition was the result of her counterspell. If someone attacked her, she could legally counterattack. Outside, Officer Irul was already forcing the orc leader to the ground. The orc still mocked her, asking if she thought she would walk away from that situation without consequences. Chan thought Irul was incredibly strong. The manager then asked how to undo the barrier spell. Chan explained that it was enough to touch the paper. She took out her magic phone and analyzed the circle drawn on the red sheet. She concluded that the satyr had probably tried to activate that spell but failed. Since the paper was a lost item, they decided to return it directly to its owner. Later, Irul asked whether the manager had managed to take the satyr's phone. She confirmed that she had, and that she had also traced where he had come from. The boss seemed furious about the failure of the plan. It was confirmed that the magic circle on the red paper was a nerve paralysis spell, whose use outside medical purposes was absolutely forbidden. They concluded that if they ignored the case, the criminals would probably try something against the store soon. Because of that, they decided to return the item personally, and have a direct conversation. Irul asked whether Chum thought the same. He replied that he wanted to face the idiot who had threatened him, and that he was offended at being called a fraudulent mage. The officer explained that there was a logistical problem. They could not go with a police car to avoid raising suspicion. They would need to use the car left by the orcs, but driving without insurance violated automotive civil liability law, so she could not drive the vehicle. She asked if anyone had a driver license. Chan said he had left his at home. The manager commented that she only had a Category 2 license. The hideout was in a very isolated town, at the top of a hill, where no buses passed, and even taxis avoided going. Walking would take about 2 hours. Chan then suggested calling a private driver he knew. The one who showed up was Mr. Werewolf. Irutul thanked him for his cooperation. He replied that he was only helping friends and assured them he would take everyone safely to the destination. The exact address was a pub. The manager warned that she would go in first to speak with the owner, and that if something went wrong she would call through the earpiece. Irul asked Mr. Werewolf to stay outside, since he had no direct involvement and it would be safer that way. He agreed, but made it clear that he would help if the situation became complicated. Chan also said he did not need to get involved, but the werewolf replied that they should not speak so formally. They had already fought together during the portal disaster, and were comrades. When they entered the pub, they were greeted by an orc, who asked if it was a table for two. The manager confirmed. Chan noticed that almost everyone there looked like criminals. The orc informed them that the house rule was to order at least 2 chickens per person, and that it was not allowed to cancel after ordering. The manager explained that they were not there for food, but to return a lost item. She mentioned that a certain goat man had dropped a red paper, and that according to the information found on his phone, it belonged to the boss of that place. She asked if the boss was present. At that moment, a goblin dressed like a powerful crime boss approached, asking what kind of idiots they were. He complained that he had hired those incompetents to watch the targets, and yet they had shown up inside his bar. Since they were already there, he decided to take a closer look, and asked who had broken his spell. The goblin insinuated that Chan must have stolen the money he had earned with blood and sweat. The manager told him not to call her employee a criminal, and explained that that spell was incomplete. She said it could have caused something much worse. The goblin tried to belittle her, calling her a brat who knew nothing. She replied that she was not pretending to be intelligent. She was. She had once been a famous mage, and asked him to look at that specific part part of the magic circle. She explained that the neural system needed to be complete there, and it was not. Otherwise, the spell could affect something entirely different and strike a random person. The targeting section was also wrong. The goblin fell silent for a moment, then slowly stood up and began staring at her carefully. Suddenly, he asked if she was the mad demon. He then remembered the day everything happened. The black market had been running as usual, merchants calling out to customers, curious buyers examining goods. Everyone was working hard to survive, including him. He believed that with effort he would have a better future, until a hooded mage appeared above the clouds and cast lightning over the market. Everything was burned and completely destroyed. Merchants and buyers ran in desperation. At first he thought he was dreaming, because it made no sense, but he clearly saw the mage casting lightning with a neutral expression. After that day, he spent a long time locked inside his house, trembling with nervousness. He said he would never forget her face. And now, just when he was finally overcoming the trauma, she appeared again. Chan asked if it was true that she had destroyed the market and kidnapped people. The manager replied that it was not like that. She destroyed the goods with lightning, but the merchants were not kidnapped. They were arrested. Chan then questioned why the goblin was free. The manager explained that he was only a manual labor worker with no direct involvement, so there was no reason to arrest him. The goblin was extremely offended by that and ordered his orcs to crush the two of them. Chan called through the earpiece, asking Irul for help. Within seconds, she came in through the window with her baton in hand and took on the orcs in combat. She said she would handle them and told the two to go after the suspect. The goblin ran through a huge corridor filled with magical doors. He thought each door had a spatial spell that would send anyone who opened it to a random location. He believed he would finally get rid of that demoness. But Chan was right behind him. Because of his anti-magic constitution, he simply walked through the doors as if they did not exist. That way, he managed to follow the goblin to his office. The manager was already tired and commented that she had not run like that in a long time. She asked Chan to go ahead. The goblin rushed down the stairs and quickly passed by Mr. Werewolf. When Chan came out through the back, he asked what the werewolf was doing there. He replied that he wanted a better look at the stars and asked if that goblin was the suspect. Chan confirmed that he was the one responsible for the case. With a simple movement, Mr. Werewolf advanced several meters and grabbed the goblin with ease. He asked Chan where he wanted the prisoner delivered. Chan thought that man was simply incredible and asked him to take him back to the car. Later, Irul sincerely thanked everyone for their help. She said that thanks to them, they had resolved the incident smoothly and that she would do her best to make sure they all received their rewards. She asked Mr. Werewolf how he felt about it, since he had played an important role. Chan emphasized that he was the one who captured the goblin at the decisive moment. The werewolf replied that he did not care about recognition. He had only done his job and was only able to catch the goblin because of the other two. His effort did not even compare to theirs. The manager then suggested 3 months of free cigarettes at the store. Mr. Werewolf said that reward he could accept. With a smile, Irul commented that it was interesting how working alongside civilians like them felt more comforting than carrying out operations only with police officers. She felt more at ease that way. Maybe that was why the color of her hair was starting to return to normal. The manager asked if she liked working with them. Chan commented that she should not tease a police officer. Irul, slightly embarrassed, told everyone to get back to the car as she would escort them home. After taking the bus at the stop, they finally arrived in the neighborhood. The manager commented that she had already met her exercise quota for the month, running after goblins and then running to catch a bus. Chan asked why she had not accepted a ride from the heroine. The manager explained that Irul still had a much harder day ahead. The captured goblins and their henchmen were involved in heavy illegal negotiations. Their office had been reviewed, and the level of under-the-table deals was far too high. Irul would probably spend nights awake dealing with it. That was why the manager preferred not to give her more trouble, even if it was something small. On the way, Chan kept thinking about whether what the goblin had said was true. From what he had heard, when she was an archmage, she had been extremely successful, but from the way the goblin spoke, it sounded like she had been much more than just successful. Much of the magic used in the store had been created by her, and the way she handled that complicated inspection in the past showed that she had a lot of experience. So Chan asked why, after all that, she ended up managing a convenience store. He said he became curious when the goblin mentioned her past as an active mage. The manager replied that in part, it was to earn money. She thought that by selling regular products along with magical items, she would have a more stable profit. The magical items, in fact, were the most profitable, but she also wanted to live peacefully. She commented that she could ignore criminals saying ugly things, but what really hurt her was realizing that ordinary people gradually began to dislike her. At first, she pretended not to notice, but the situation only got worse, so she decided to retire. She still liked magic, but she did not want to continue working while being hated. She asked if that had satisfied his curiosity and commented that maybe the topic had become a bit gloomy. Chan replied that she did not need to apologize. He said he would never dislike her, not only as an employee, but as someone who had observed her from the outside all this time. She had always been kind, not only to him but to everyone. She always tried to help when she could. Well-intentioned people do exist, but someone standing out like that was rare. No matter what others said, he would never change his opinion about her. He even said that the next time some goblin spoke badly about her, he would answer personally. Just thinking about it made him angry. Who did that goblin think he was? The manager then leaned against his shoulder, saying she was very sleepy, and asked him to wake her when they reached their stop. Chan said he would. She thanked him, calling him a very kind person. The next morning, Chan received messages from Yoonha. She said she wanted to give him a very soft blanket. He thought it was her last day off and that he was already planning to buy new bedding, so that would help him save money. Having kind people around really made a difference. He even thought about taking Yoonha out for barbecue one of those days. When he went to talk to her, he asked what she thought about going out to eat. But suddenly, Yoonha showed him a video. It was Puppy in a park, dancing. They quickly went there. A crowd had gathered, and as they approached, they saw Puppy doing street dance moves while someone was recording. Chan asked what was going on, and Puppy asked for help. Chan picked up the dog and said everything was fine. A guy wearing a cap complained that they were recording a video and told him to put the dog back. Chan replied that the dog was his. The guy argued that the animal was not wearing a collar and asked how he could prove it. Chan suggested that they call the dog by any random name to see if he responded. The guy tried, but Puppy completely ignored him. Without further argument, Chan and Yoonha left with him, leaving behind the video that already had more than 1 million views. Later at home, Puppy was scolded. Chan told him to start explaining how he ended up in that square. In the middle of an Instagram live, he asked if he had not said he would only go to the park where he used to live. Puppy explained that he went to say goodbye to the other dogs who had helped him when he lived on the streets. They had helped him a lot, and he was deeply grateful for that. Suddenly, a heavy black wind took over the park. It was the Black Wind Gang, formed by aggressive dogs that dominated the territory. They ordered everyone to leave. The dogs who lived in the park were starving, and Puppy protested, saying they should not monopolize everything like that. The gang ignored every word. The dogs charged at the group. In the middle of the tension, Puppy simply told them to stop, and they stopped. They stood frozen, as if they had been petrified. He did not even have time to understand what he had done. He took the chance and ran away with his friends, all of them in panic. In the end, they did not even manage to share the meal as they had promised, and ended up separating. Right after leaving the park, Puppy fainted. His memory became confused for a while, but then he slowly began to remember. Chan commented to Yoonha that it must be the same ability he had used on the people before, that command word. Just like in the portal incident, because of heightened emotions, he must have activated it unconsciously. It was something concerning. They thought about talking to the manager, but Yoonha brought up something else. She said that whenever she looked at Puppy, she wondered if he might be living better now than when he was suffering on the streets. He was incredibly intelligent, different from other dogs. Maybe he could simply live as a pet, safely, inside a home. Puppy replied that he could not do that. He was grateful for her concern, but he had a very important dream. However, when he tried to explain it, he realized he could not properly remember what it was. Chan stepped closer and asked if he remembered the day he played with Hana, when he promised he would become stronger after she got frustrated with a stuck branch. He also reminded him that he wanted to repay the favor Chan had done for him. Then he asked if his dream was not to help other people. Puppy confirmed that it was. He wanted to become stronger to help others and never need to be helped again. It was something very important to him, but he had forgotten it because of exhaustion and survival on the streets. He asked if he had forgotten because he was weak. Yoonha said of course not. When the body is exhausted, there is no energy left to think about everything. That happens to anyone. He did not need to blame himself. Puppy then asked what would be best for him. Now, Chan answered that the focus should be on basic needs, like food, shelter, and stability. That way his dream would become clearer in his mind. To help others, you first need to help yourself. Puppy commented that the academic district was a good place. The grass was soft, everything was clean, and pet owners were kind. There were many interesting people around. He had seen a guy dancing and tried to copy the steps, which explained how he ended up in the middle of that recording. He also said that now, with their help, he was much more comfortable than before. Later, Chan remembered that he now lived with an invisible cat and asked if Puppy could help translate what the cat wanted to say. He was curious to understand why the apartment was always a mess when he came home. Every time he found the place destroyed. Maybe there was a specific reason. When they opened the door that day, the cat was scattering feathers all over the apartment. Puppy asked if that happened often. Chan confirmed that it did. He walked in already complaining and demanded an explanation. The cat responded by throwing a feather at his face. Chan asked him to use words instead of actions. Puppy, surprised, said that the cat had just spoken. He wanted the food bowl to be filled properly next time. Chan looked confused, saying that he filled it every morning. Puppy translated that, according to the cat, it was not enough. He demanded at least 2 bowls of food and 1 of milk. Chan replied that it was excessive and that if he ate all that, he would turn into a pig. Puppy asked him to calm down before the argument became even more chaotic. The cat grew even more irritated with the conversation and began shouting, insulting non-stop. Puppy, trying to stay calm, explained that no one was there to kick him out. They just wanted to talk. The cat accused Chan of lying. He said he knew that Turtle wanted to kick him out. Then he began telling his own story. When he was born, he was extremely small and weak. He could not even properly drink his mother's milk. Because of that, he was abandoned by her and by his siblings. In the place where he lived, strange people started appearing. He did not fully understand it, but he knew that stray cats were being kidnapped. He was defenseless and had no way to protect himself. Day after day, he trained so that no one would see him. He did not know what might happen if he were captured. After his body became transparent, he developed the ability to use magic. That became his way of survival. Since no one could see him, he could escape from any dangerous situation. Puppy translated that the cat had been living in the apartment for a few months. He entered on impulse after seeing an open window. He liked the place because it had plenty of sunlight and made it clear that he had no intention of leaving. The cat started complaining again, but Puppy reinforced that no one was there to expel him. Chan confirmed that he had no such intention. If he truly wanted him gone, he would not have bought food bowls, a water bowl, and a little bed. The collar was not to reveal him, but to prevent accidental kicks, since he was invisible. Puppy asked whether Chan's anti-magic could make the cat appear. Chan explained that he had already discussed that with the manager, but it was something too complicated to solve easily. Even so, he said he did not mind the cat's presence. In fact, it would be peaceful to live with him, as long as he stopped behaving like that. The cat replied in a very impolite way. Puppy, being more diplomatic, translated only that he had agreed. Then he asked if the cat had lived on the streets for a long time, and noticed that he had already shed his fur twice, which meant they were practically the same age. Puppy commented that he believed in repaying everything he received. Translating the cat again, he said that the cat only wanted them to be honest, and clearly ask for what they wanted. Chan then decided that Puppy would be responsible for translating everything the cat said from then on. The cat insulted him again, and Chan remarked that there was no need to translate that. Puppy explained that the cat was asking why he should help him. Chan replied that he had already explained. He was also the type who believed in fair exchange. While the cat lived there, he would have to cooperate. Chan wanted to help Puppy, and since the cat was more experienced on the streets, he could teach useful things. In return, he would have food and milk every day. The cat responded with something offensive, but Puppy immediately scolded him, saying he would not accept disrespect toward his boss. Chan concluded by saying that he was counting on both of them from now on. On the next shift, Chan explained everything to the manager, and commented that they needed to talk more about that spiritual creature issue. The manager looked concerned. If the cat kept leaving the house, it could be dangerous. Chan argued that the cat was experienced, since he had lived on the streets for a long time. The manager replied that was precisely why she was worried. She asked whether he had ever thought about whether animals could learn magic if they were taught. She explained that this subject had been discussed in magical research for many years. Animals possess natural magical power, just like other races. There are studies trying to discover whether they can learn certain types of magic. However, it is extremely difficult. It is possible to train an animal with treats to jump through a hoop or press a button when hungry, but magical formulas are complex even for humans. Each type of magic requires specific factors, and each animal reacts differently. That is why, theoretically, teaching traditional magic to animals is almost impossible. That is exactly why spiritual creatures are so valuable. They use non-standardized magic, unique abilities that only that being can use. Just like the whale that cleaned all the pollen on that occasion. These things are very difficult to analyze. The magic of spiritual beings does not work like the magic used by humans, elves, and other races. Because of that, there is no simple way to teach the same type of magic to different kinds of animals. But the super powerful invisible cat is a completely different case. He does not use only innate magic. He can also use telekinesis, which is a common type of magic. Popular spells like that have a lot of documentation and research available. In other words, that little cat has extremely high scientific and magical value. That means he absolutely cannot attract attention. Chan commented that it was a good thing he was invisible. The manager agreed, saying that this was probably the best power he could have. The manager then told them to focus on work because the store was full that day. They stayed together packing groceries, and she was clearly very happy because business had finally returned to normal. For her, that was wonderful. Chan thought that apparently the manager was the only person who liked exam week, since the store was always crowded. At that moment, they saw Charlie leaving the store with a closed-off and clearly irritated expression. The manager commented that he looked very stressed and exhausted. Chan said it was probably because of work, since he was always stressed about it. But the manager thought that this time, he seemed sadder than angry. Suddenly, several people wearing office clothes appeared in front of the store. They all stared at Chan. He made it clear that he did not know any of them. Even so, he went to the door to ask what was going on, and said that they should either come in or leave, because standing at the entrance was scaring customers away. One of them asked if a person named Charlie had passed by. The reindeer asked if he was Mr. Chan, the one who was close to the department head. The zebra said she was not comfortable doing this, but asked for help, please. Their boss, a beagle, had suddenly lost his temper, and was trying to fire everyone. The squirrel apologized for interrupting his work. He explained that they had heard that manager Charlie often came to that store, so they thought they might find him there. Chan confirmed that Charlie had passed by, but he had not even entered the store. Apparently he was really very angry this time. Chan asked what had happened exactly. The squirrel replied that he did not need to worry about that. Then Chan questioned why they had waited for all the other customers to leave before showing up. Besides that, they had all bought drinks, and the manager had asked them to come speak in person, so they should just say it. They explained that the beagle and the manager had founded the company together, and were even close. Because of that, they usually spoke rudely to each other. But that day, the beagle had been drinking. At some point, a rabbit from the office appeared, telling everyone to run, and asked the newcomer if the beagle was coming there. The newcomer answered yes, that he would arrive in 1 minute. That left everyone completely desperate. Chan then said that if they wanted to hide, they could go to the storage room. They ran off and thanked him a lot. Chan thought that shift was going to be complicated. Soon after, the beagle appeared with a furious expression and asked where Charlie was, demanding that they bring him immediately. Chan excused himself and said he did not know who he was talking about. He also asked him to leave the store because he would not serve an out-of-control and drunk customer. The beagle replied aggressively, saying that he knew very well that he he had gone there along with the other ungrateful ones, and that he had even bought lunch for everyone because they were working hard. They had done that kind of thing to him even after he had bought barbecue for everyone. The beagle complained that he had paid for food for those bastards and was still treated that way. Chan thought that most of them seemed to be herbivores and even wondered if that had not been almost like a food torture session. The beagle demanded that Chan stop covering for Charlie and honestly say where he was. Chan replied that he did not even know who Charlie was and asked why he was being accused. The beagle explained that that bastard always ate barbecue at that store using the company card. There were more than 10 convenience stores near the company, but he always chose that one. And when the name of that store was mentioned at the barbecue restaurant, Charlie completely lost his temper. The beagle then remembered the conversation they had that day. When he mentioned the convenience store, he noticed that Charlie became overly attentive and started insisting that he should not go somewhere that had nothing to do with the subject. Charlie even questioned who he thought he was to decide how projects should be handled. Whenever there was work to be done, he would ask to change deadlines, reschedule meetings with clients, and criticize everything the beagle did. Day after day, he acted as if he were the boss. Even after hearing all that, Chan stated that the Chihuahua had never been to that store and asked the beagle to leave. The beagle said he knew Chan was hiding something. Chan replied that even if he were, he would not say anything. He asked once again for him to leave the store. Then Charlie himself appeared, asking if he wanted to see him. He pointed out that once again, the beagle was causing a scene in a place that had nothing to do with the problem. The beagle said he knew the two of them knew each other and accused Chan of pretending not to know Charlie the whole time. Then he started kicking the counter. Chan tried to remind him that he was an adult and should behave like one. Charlie then stared at the beagle and told him to stop involving people who had nothing to do with the situation. He was always talking about the company image, yet he accepted bad projects and was now making a public scene. If someone called the police and saw the head of the company drunk and kicking a counter, that would be terrible for the company reputation. If he wanted to vent his anger, he should take it out on him, not on others. He accused him of always looking for someone to dump his own frustrations on. Charlie declared that the beagle was the reason he was always so irritated and suggested they talk outside. Meanwhile, the staff who were hiding in the storage room started running out of air and ended up falling against the door. The beagle noticed and asked if his employees were in there. At that moment, Chan thought the whole situation had turned into a complete mess. Charlie asked why they were still there. Had those idiots not left yet? The rabbit replied that everyone had been worried because he needed to sort things out, so they came to see if they could help. Charlie told them not to worry and ordered everyone to go home. He assured them he would be fine with the boss. But the boss fired back, asking if Charlie thought he was an idiot. He said they still had plenty of problems to solve and that Charlie was trying to act as if he were the boss around there. Charlie countered by asking if he really intended to make the employees work all night long. Everyone, including Chan, thought Charlie was incredibly shameless. Charlie went on to say that everyone was exhausted from working so much. Even so, they still had to keep a smile on their faces and pretend to be happy. The boss replied that Charlie complained about everything and only pretended to care about the employees. He said Charlie wasn't even the boss and was already ordering everyone to go home, while not even the department head had said a word. Then he asked what the department head thought about it. The little squirrel got nervous, not knowing how to respond. The boss insisted and commanded him to tell everything Charlie had done. He asked if the department head wasn't on their side and encouraged him to spill it all. The boss mentioned that they themselves had already talked about how difficult it was to work with Charlie around, always annoying everyone. Every time he shouted, it was because he was angry. A manager irritating a department head was ridiculous. The end of the world. Furthermore, Diana had almost resigned last month because of that idiot. According to him, Charlie had annoyed her so much over a customer complaint that she spent the entire day crying and even ate lunch with tears on her face. The boss said that had broken his heart. He commented that Charlie thought he was perfect and that no one could make mistakes around him. In the end, he claimed it was manager Charlie who was making everyone's life miserable, not him. That was when Chan asked for permission to speak. He said that the only one there spitting out a bunch of accusations without explaining anything was the boss himself. He commented that the squirrel client hadn't said a single word since he started talking and asked if the boss couldn't just stop for a moment to listen to his own employees. The boss replied that if the department head spoke, he would just end up defending Charlie again. Chan replied that he didn't even know anyone named Charlie. The kobold told him to stop playing dumb, saying it was obvious he was defending that loser. He said it made no sense for so many people to defend Charlie because anyone could end up getting hurt by getting involved with him. Chan calmly replied that that was just his opinion. He said that client, the kobold Chihuahua, had never caused any financial loss to the store. In fact, the one causing trouble was the boss himself, making a huge scene in the establishment. They barely knew each other, and he was already acting as if he could say anything and order everyone around, as if he owned the place. Before the dog boss could reply, Chan simply ignored him and asked the herbivore customers why they didn't share their side of the story. He reminded them that when they arrived, they said they were going through a difficult situation because of their boss. He joked that if it was hard to speak, opening a bottle of soju would make it much easier to talk. The dog boss asked who that human thought he was. Then the department head, the little squirrel, decided to speak. He said that to be honest, it was true that manager Charlie frustrated him sometimes. He couldn't even even close his eyes for a second at work without Charlie showing up to talk. But he explained that the real reason was the shame he felt because he couldn't look Charlie in the eye. Chan asked what he meant by that. The little squirrel replied that he had only become a department head thanks to Charlie. The two of them had worked together on a major company project, but Charlie had done practically all the work. He had only provided support and, in the end, wound up receiving most of the credit, while Charlie was left completely out of it. When the project ended, the boss praised him and didn't mention Charlie a single time. Afterward, he suddenly ordered Charlie to be removed from the project altogether. The little squirrel said that didn't matter anymore anyway, because he was becoming more and more disappointed in himself. He didn't believe he deserved the position he had been given. The dog boss asked if that had really happened. Then he said he didn't remember much of it. The little squirrel replied that he had already mentioned several times that he had 3 kids in kindergarten, but the last time he received a gift from the boss, he got baby food. He had even shown pictures of the children, and still, he received baby food. The zebra and the deer confirmed that the boss had a terrible memory. They said he couldn't even remember his own computer password and walked around with a little notebook to write everything down. Chan thought that guy wasn't a beagle, but a goldfish. Chan asked how, if his memory was that bad, he managed to finish projects. The little squirrel replied that, in reality, he didn't finish them. He would leave the office to play golf. The sheep added that, afterward, he would still fight with others for not doing the work that was actually his responsibility. The dog boss lost his patience and said they were all fired. He said he didn't need any of them. He mentioned he had even paid for a meal as a thank you for filing the complaint. And yet, there they were complaining on Charlie's behalf. He stated he was going to fire everyone, and that if they had any complaints, they should talk directly to him. Charlie asked if that was a joke. It was at that moment that the herbivores finally lost their patience. They said that if it weren't for Charlie, that company would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. The zebra said she only kept working in that horrible place because of Charlie. She said the salary was terrible for the amount of work they received. The sheep agreed and said they only received absurd projects and ridiculous requests. They would never be able to finish everything if it weren't for manager Charlie, who always took on the hardest tasks and even slept at the office. She stated that the company's performance was only so good thanks to him. The deer confirmed it and further explained that, regarding Diana's story, she wasn't crying because of Charlie. She was simply eating. After all, Diana was a crocodile. Chan thought that now everything made sense. They were literally crocodile tears. This happens because crocodiles' tear ducts are connected to the nerves that move their mouth muscles, so sometimes they end up shedding tears while eating. The zebra added that if Diana had a reason to cry because of someone, it was certainly the boss's fault. The boss asked what he had done. Then the rabbit explained that he always passed completely pointless tasks. When he found out Diana understood a little about visual design, he ordered her to develop the appearance of a fashion website along with him, even though that wasn't her role. Since no one knew exactly how to do it, they spent a lot of time trying to complete the project. Furthermore, the boss thought UI design was the same thing as visual design, and whenever he didn't like the result, he would order them to redo everything from scratch. In the end, it was manager Charlie who helped everyone finish the work. Even so, the customer complaint came afterward. The boss complained a lot, but in reality, the fault was entirely his because he forgot to mention an important detail. Diana ended up resigning and said that the day she ran into the boss on the street again, she would bite his tail off. Then everyone said he should be nicer to manager Charlie because, in truth, it was thanks to him that the boss was still alive. They commented that inside his head there were no brains, only golf balls. Chan thought that bosses seemed the same even in other worlds, and even felt a chill as he remembered his own experience. Charlie said they should have told him all of this much sooner. He had no idea the herbivores stayed at that company because of him. In fact, he had also only stayed because of his comrades. If he had known all that before, he would have left a long time ago. Later, Charlie commented to Chan that he really had bad luck lately. Chan asked why they didn't just leave the company together to start something on their own. After all, it seemed they all had a very strong bond and could open their own company. The idea made Charlie think seriously. When Chan asked if he would really consider it, Charlie replied that he couldn't handle it alone. Then, he placed money on the counter and asked for a pack of A4 paper and a pen. Chan replied that it only cost 3,000 won, but Charlie put 200,000 on the table. Confused, Chan asked why he was paying so much. Charlie explained that the boss had kicked the counter and that money was to cover the repairs. The boss asked what he was doing. Charlie just replied that the gukbap the boss had bought him last time was actually quite delicious. He said that when the company was sinking in the mud, that meal made him stay there for a bit longer. But he stated that on that day the debt for that gukbap was finally settled. Then he took the pen and wrote a resignation letter. Afterward, he said it had been an absolute misfortune to meet that boss, and that he was the worst living being he had ever encountered in his life. Next, he called all the herbivores to leave with him. He said the second round was on him and that they were all going to drink together. Everyone left without looking back. The dog boss still tried to run after them and convince them to come back, but no one paid him any attention. Once again, the store became empty and silent. Chan commented that, finally, everyone had left. Shortly after, he received a message from Charlie, saying saying he had worked hard that day and telling him to clean the store properly, calling him an idiot. Chan thought that he had reflected on this before. That world and his weren't so different. In both, there were people abusing their power, but there was also a certain irony because, in the end, everyone ended up helping each other in some way. The difference was that, at his old company, Chan had simply been discarded like trash. While thinking about this, he received another message, this time from Mr. Werewolf. He first apologized for reaching out so late and asked if it would be possible to talk at 6 in the morning. When Nayuri arrived to take over the morning shift, Chan commented that, aside from all that, nothing else strange had happened. She replied that he had worked hard and asked if he always went through situations like that. Chan replied that he didn't even want to talk about it because that magical world was just too crazy for him. Then he asked how she was doing at the convenience store. Nayuri replied that she was having fun, but dealing with children was complicated. Whenever she needed to talk to one of them, she ended up tripping over her own words. Chan gave a little chuckle, but had to interrupt the conversation to answer a call. Mr. Werewolf apologized for calling so early. Chan replied that there was no problem at all because the call happened right during the shift change. Then he asked what he wanted to talk about. Mr. Werewolf asked if Chan remembered that conversation where he had suggested looking for his old comrades. Since that day, he had spent a good deal of time trying to find them because he had always wanted to see them again. Chan's words had reignited that desire. After asking around, he found out that one of them might be living in the Academy district. So, he asked if he could quickly drop by the store just to confirm if that person really lived nearby, as he would like to meet them right there. Chan replied that it was fine, and said he would be waiting for him at the store. A short while later, Charlie was the one who showed up, asking what Chan was doing outside. Chan threw the question back, wanting to know why he, who had gone out to keep drinking with the others, was back there again. Charlie replied that he had come back for the third round and asked if there was a problem. Right after, he admitted it was a joke. In reality, he had just changed shifts. He grabbed his laptop and asked if he could work inside. Chan found it strange and asked if he hadn't gone drinking with the rest of the group. Charlie replied that he had first stopped by his house to grab his things and then met up with his friends. He also said he needed to stay away from that damn beagle for a while longer. Chan commented that it really sounded intense and asked if anything had happened afterward. Charlie explained that while he was packing his things, he took the opportunity to ask the boss to lighten his workload a bit, just to see if he actually cared. When the boss replied that he would think about it, Charlie simply left because the man was a complete lunatic. Since Chan was already finishing his shift, he said he wouldn't stay at the store anymore. Even so, he suggested that instead of continuing to drink, Charlie could work there while having something else to drink. Charlie replied that he wanted something really delicious, and preferably very sweet. Before going in, Charlie looked up at the sky and commented that he was feeling a bit freer. When Mr. Werewolf arrived, he found Charlie working on his laptop, surrounded by a literal sea of coffee cups. He commented that he was seeing one familiar face and one completely new one. Chan replied that the store was quite lively that day and introduced Nayuri, explaining that she had recently started working there. Mr. Werewolf also introduced himself, and, in truth, his name wasn't Wolf, but rather Ulf. This detail was only discovered now because some works simply never get around to revealing the characters' names. Charlie explained that he had also resigned from the company and was now sorting out some issues on his computer. Even so, he said it was good to see the old grandpa again, and asked what brought him there at that hour. Ulf replied that he had come to meet one of his old comrades and wanted to chat with the store staff before that. Chan asked if he knew exactly where this comrade lived, but Ulf explained that he didn't. He had only found out that the man lived in the academic district, so he was planning to walk around the area to try to find him. Chan commented that this was practically impossible, but Ulf said he just intended to take a look around the neighborhood that day. Charlie asked what this old comrade was like, and what he did. Ulf replied that if they wanted to help him, they didn't need to go to that trouble. But Charlie said he wasn't going to sit around doing nothing while someone needed help. With his laptop, it wouldn't even take 5 minutes to find the person. He also joked that when a person is already old, the right thing to do is to accept help from the younger ones and stay quiet, because that wouldn't be a problem for him. Chan called Charlie out, saying that it was fine to help, but he should be more polite to his elders. Charlie replied that it was the old man's fault for not listening. Ulf just chuckled and admitted he was right. He really had been a bit impolite, so he could accept the help. Next, Ulf began to describe his old comrade. He said he was a werewolf, a bit taller than him, had white fur, and a vertical scar over his left eye. Charlie commented that there were many werewolves fitting that description, and asked for more information. Ulf explained that he didn't know much else, because it had been a very long time since they last met. Back when they worked together, they didn't talk all that much either. Still, he could say that he was an extremely methodical person. Charlie asked for his age, saying that it could help. Ulf replied that he should be around 80 years old nowadays. Charlie said that now they were getting somewhere, and asked everyone to be quiet for about 3 minutes because he needed to concentrate. Chan asked Ulf if it was really okay for Charlie to speak that way. Ulf replied that he was completely fine with it. In his old squad, there was a comrade exactly like that young man, who was also extremely skilled with machines. Shortly after, Charlie turned the laptop toward Ulf and told him to start looking right there. Impressed, Chan asked if he had just hacked into an intelligence network in a mere 3 minutes. Charlie told him to stop asking stupid questions and said he had already gathered a few candidates based on the information Ulf provided. Now it was just a matter of checking the faces. Ulf scrolled through the photos using the laptop's arrow keys until he found a white-haired werewolf with a few black streaks and a vertical scar over his right eye. Right away, he stated it was him, without a single doubt. Charlie explained that the werewolf currently worked as a security guard at a school, which was about a 40-minute bus ride from the store. Ulf clenched his fists and asked Chan if he could accompany him. That was the favor he wanted to ask. Before leaving, however, Chan quickly stopped by his house to get ready. There, he noticed that his cat's collar was on the floor, and concluded that it had run away from home again. Lately, the little creature had been going out very frequently, so he decided he would have a talk with it when he got back. After getting ready, Chan went back to Ulf and apologized for the delay. Ulf replied that he had arrived right on time and asked if he had fed the cat before leaving. Chan said he had left the food, but the little one had run away again. On the way, Chan took the opportunity to ask about the person Ulf was going to meet. It was the commander of the old unit he used to be a part of, wasn't it? Ulf confirmed it and explained that he always called him boss. He said the commander led the group members very well, resolved every situation rationally, and executed each decision flawlessly. He was a very different individual from the others. He also mentioned that since Charlie had found the commander so easily, he would make sure to return the favor the next time he saw him at the store. Chan replied that Charlie had probably only helped because he was in a good mood that day. Since he started the new company with his friends, he seemed to be more cheerful. If he were just a bit more polite with his words, he would be perfect. Suddenly, Chan received a message from Nayuri, saying that even if things didn't happen the way he wanted, he shouldn't get too down. Chan was confused, not understanding what she was talking about. Shortly after, the two of them arrived in front of a man with several scars on his face. Ulf approached the guard, who was sweeping the courtyard, and immediately called him boss. The other werewolf looked at him in surprise and asked if it was really him. He said he thought he would never see him again, and commented that it was a very familiar scent. It had been a long time. Ulf replied that it really had been a long time, boss. Chan then realized that this was Ulf's old commander, but suddenly, the commander punched Ulf using his transformed werewolf arm. Chan was startled and wondered what was going on and what kind of fight they had been in. In reality, the commander explained that he had only done that to test Ulf's strength. He said that at least he was still resilient, and joked that because of his calm voice, he thought he might have grown rusty. Ulf replied that compared to the boss, he still had a long way to go. Chan found himself wondering if that was really how they greeted each other. It was actually kind of scary. It was a real alpha male kind of thing. The commander asked how Ulf had managed to find him. Ulf replied that he received help from the young man next to him, and also from a kobold named Charlie. After Chan introduced himself, the commander invited both of them inside to have a proper chat. After hearing the whole story, the commander was impressed by that Chihuahua guy and commented that Ulf really hadn't been sitting idle. Apparently, he had been through some very interesting places lately. He also looked at Chan and said that the fresh meat next to him didn't seem too bad. Ulf said Chan was a great kid. Even so, Chan asked the commander to please stop calling him fresh meat. The commander showed the war medal he carried and explained that during combat, his boys would turn into meat in the blink of an eye. He apologized for the nickname but said Chan could bear with it a little longer. After all, it was a matter of respecting your elders. Chan thought that argument was simply too strong to counter. Next, the commander commented that, in truth, Chan was a rather strange and suspicious fellow. He said he didn't have even a single trace of magical power. Since he could recognize any type of magic by scent, he could sense practically everything around him, as each power had a specific aroma. Yet, for some reason, that kid simply had no scent at all. Then Chan showed him the anti-magic card. The commander understood immediately, and commented that he only looked a bit slow, but in reality, he was a quite capable person. Chan replied that he heard that fairly often. The commander then asked why Ulf had asked an anti-mage to accompany him. Ulf replied that he had been anxious about meeting him again alone, and was afraid that the conversation would bring back bad memories. Back then, the army had entered a city and many comrades died. It was a terrible experience, but now things were different. That was why he had even brought a drink so they could talk better. He also took the opportunity to ask if the commander still kept in touch with the other members of the old unit. The commander asked if that meant Ulf didn't know about anyone else. Then he said that words alone would not be enough to answer. He went into another room and came back bringing some cups and a liquor stored in a rather strange plastic jar. It didn't look very trustworthy. While pouring the drink, he asked if the fresh meat could handle it. Chan replied that he thought he could manage a glass or two. The commander warned that it was a very expensive liquor and ordered everyone not to waste a single drop. Just by the smell, Chan realized the drink was way too strong and wondered what on earth was inside it. The commander explained that the liquor was fermented with memories. Whoever poured the first glass could offer a memory they wished to share. Once everyone drank together, they would be able to see that memory at the same time. As soon as he finished his explanation, he told them all to down the drink at once. The three of them drank together, and Chan almost lost his breath. The drink burned everything everything inside. While trying to endure the stinging heat, he heard Ulf say he was sensing a familiar smell. Suddenly, Chan realized he was inside the commander's memory, right beside the two werewolves. They were standing in front of several soldiers wearing military uniforms, walking toward a forest. Everyone was severely wounded. They were the survivors of the battle. Right after, an argument broke out between the commander and Ulf, back when Ulf was much younger. In that memory, a young Ulf questioned if this was all they got in return for protecting those people. He claimed everyone would simply be discarded after the war. Chan commented that Ulf used to be very different back then. The commander replied that when Ulf was young, he feared nothing. Whenever they argued, he would deliberately choose words meant to hurt him. In the flashback, the commander told the young Ulf that it had all been an order from above. There was nothing else that could be done. The battle was over. They were alive, and now they needed to return home, rest, and be grateful for surviving. He also ordered them to forget everything that had happened and move on with their lives, keeping only the good memories. If fate allowed, they would meet again someday. That would be his final order as commander. As soon as that memory ended, another began immediately. In it, one of the soldiers from the old unit, a goblin named Gelrock, was completely losing his mind. He was talking incoherently and had to be sedated. After that, he remained confined to what was practically an asylum due to the post-traumatic stress caused by the war. While this was happening, the commander did nothing but take notes on some papers and mail reports away. Afterward, he would move on to the next soldier, asking for nothing but forgiveness. When they returned to reality, Ulf asked what that was all about. The commander explained that his responsibilities as the unit's captain had never truly ended. The high command was terrified that a member might leak confidential information about the war. Because of this, during all that time, he had been sending a monthly report tracking every single move of his former subordinates. That was his duty. Ulf stood up immediately and asked if he had really monitored everyone during all those years. He said that if that was the case, the commander could have at least helped. Gelrock didn't deserve to go through that. Everything that happened to him was a consequence of the side effects left by the magical machinery he had to operate during the war. Chan asked Ulf to calm down. He mentioned there had to be a good reason behind it all and asked him to let the commander explain. Ulf took a deep breath and apologized. He admitted he had let his emotions get the better of him. The commander looked at Chan and commented that the fresh meat really had a sharp gaze. He then revealed that he had made a deal with the high command. They only wanted to prevent any information leaks. In exchange, they allowed him to keep monitoring his subordinates. The price, however, was high. He explained that he carried a needle embedded inside his own head, a needle capable of erasing every memory it recorded. Ulf was completely shocked, as he had never known about it. The commander went on to say he knew exactly what would happen. Over time, he would end up becoming an empty shell, remembering absolutely nothing. Even so, he told Ulf not to worry. Unlike many of their old comrades, Ulf had managed to move on with his life relatively peacefully. He only hoped Ulf would continue to live well until the end. Ulf replied that he never imagined the commander had made such a massive sacrifice. To protect all of them, he had given up his own freedom. Chan apologized for interrupting such a serious moment, but asked if he could take a look at the needle. After a few minutes of examining the object, he said the job was done. The commander was confused and asked what he meant, since nothing seemed to have changed. Chan explained that he had fixed the problem. From that moment on, the commander would no longer lose any of his memories. If any symptoms or complications arose, he could come find him. The commander replied that he didn't want to doubt Ulf's word, but asked if this fresh meat kid was truly the one who had defeated the dungeon core. Ulf confirmed it. He said he had seen it all with his own eyes and that Chan was definitely no ordinary person. Chan felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment, but said he wanted to run a test first to confirm everything was actually working. He then asked Ulf to share a piece of information that only the commander would know, but the commander interrupted. Before anything else, he asked Chan to raise his glass. He trusted Ulf, and that was the only reason he let the boy mess with his head, but he didn't know much about Chan. He didn't fully trust him yet. Therefore, he wanted Chan to show a bit of his own memories. If there was nothing too suspicious, he would believe him. Chan asked if he just needed to think about the memory he wanted to put into the glass. He then started the process and tried to focus. However, he didn't even know which memory to share. In truth, he felt like there was nothing very interesting about his life. When he drank, he smelled a strong scent of cigarettes. It was from the time his mother passed away. In the memory, he was receiving a phone call regarding the funeral arrangements and her life insurance, but he simply couldn't answer. At that moment, he thought he shouldn't have even been born. He was so incompetent that he couldn't even help his own mother. If he had known it would all end like that. He only snapped back to reality because Ulf asked if he was okay. Chan stood frozen for a few seconds, not answering. Then, he asked if they hadn't seen anything. The captain replied that they hadn't, and wanted to know what Chan had seen. Chan just said it was nothing major, nothing worth seeing anyway. After all, he hadn't lived nearly as long as those two. Maybe he had just really savored the drink. Later that evening, he was walking back home, feeling a bit tipsy alongside Ulf. On the way, Ulf suggested they buy a bottle of water, but Chan replied he was fine since he lived close by. Before parting ways, Ulf thanked him profusely for his help that day, especially during the meeting with his boss. He mentioned the conversation wouldn't have ended well if Chan hadn't been there to calm calm him down. He also admitted he felt a bit betrayed when the captain revealed he had been watching him the entire time. If Chan hadn't been around, he probably wouldn't have been able to control himself. Chan replied that it wasn't true and that Ulf would have managed just fine. Even so, Ulf insisted he wanted to return the favor. He pointed out that Chan had already helped that old man multiple times, so he wanted to use his own strength to help Chan too. He asked if Chan would be interested in an escort contract. He offered to do it for free for as long as needed, adding that if anything ever happened at Chan's work or in his life, all he had to do was call and Ulf would come running. Chan didn't even know how to respond. After they said their goodbyes, he thought to himself that he had just scored one heck of a bodyguard, but he also figured Ulf only said all that because he noticed Chan acting strange earlier. That had been awful. He had tried so hard to hide it from everyone. Standing in front of a window, he stared at the shadow of what he used to be. He thought about how that damn shadow had managed to make even the ancient Ulf worry. Then, the shadow told him never to reveal its existence to anyone. In this world, nothing would change either. It was better to never say a word. The next morning, Chan woke up with a massive headache. He could barely remember how he had made it home. The invisible cat was rubbing against his legs and swatting at him repeatedly. It was then that he noticed a business card on the table, while the cat continued to meow irritably. Picking up the card, he saw it belonged to a human rights activism group. Right away, he wondered if Puppy was involved with that now. Then he recalled Puppy mentioning before that he wanted to help people, or something along those lines. Since the only places Puppy seemed to know were Chan's house and the shop, Chan figured he would run into him at work soon anyway. Still, the cat kept meowing, seemingly very annoyed about something. When he arrived at the shop, the manager commented that he had arrived right on time because Puppy was waiting for him at the counter. She mentioned the shop had been packed earlier, and she barely had a chance to talk to him. Now that they had some free time, the three of them could chat. The manager then asked about the box Chan was carrying. Inside it, the invisible cat was sleeping peacefully. Chan explained that the cat had been mad because he was out of the house so much. So, he gave it 2 small bowls of milk, and it ended up falling asleep inside the box, purring contentedly. He decided to bring it along, and said he would take full responsibility if it caused any trouble. Shortly after, Chan showed the card to Puppy and asked what it was about. Was he trying to become a human rights activist? Puppy answered that nothing was set in stone yet, but he had an idea. The first thing he did was arrange a meeting with a very prominent figure in that field. Both Chan and the manager grew curious. A prominent figure? Puppy then explained further. Chan asked if this figure was the Phoenix from Phoenix Park. Puppy confirmed it, saying the idea only crossed his mind because he remembered his conversation with Mr. Chan, who had mentioned it might be a good idea to talk to an older spiritual creature. Chan replied that Puppy really seemed to have put effort into this, and asked when the meeting would take place. While the cat threw a tantrum inside the box, Puppy said the Phoenix had replied that any time the park was closed would work. Chan then realized the park had just closed. Since his shift hadn't started yet, he suggested they head over there together. A short while later, the two were inside the closed park. Chan managed to gain entry using his anti-magic license. Puppy commented that it had turned out to be a great excuse, but Chan asked where exactly the Phoenix was. Considering how massive the park was, Puppy replied he heard they would recognize it the moment they saw it. After walking for a good while, they finally found a gigantic phoenix inside a massive cage right in the center of the plaza. The sheer size of the creature was absurd. The phoenix commented that normally, whenever it flapped its wings, people would start cheering. It added that it only refrained from doing that performance all the time because it ended up scattering feathers everywhere. As Chan applauded, he thought to himself that the phoenix was truly impressive, but also a bit too narcissistic. It kept flapping its wings, clearly trying to impress everyone. In reality, Puppy was the one translating everything, because all the phoenix actually uttered was "Hugh, Hugh." The phoenix asked why they hadn't brought the furball along. Could it be that they wanted to learn her secrets as a great investor? Chan was confused and asked, "An investor?" The phoenix then explained that a single one of her feathers was worth hundreds of times that puppy's weight in gold. Furthermore, its value appreciated by about 3% per year. The problem was that, with the current economic crisis, inflation was rising even faster, reaching 4.7%. If a feather could buy 100,000 won worth of goods that year, it would be worth 103,000 the following year. Puppy was impressed. The phoenix went on to share that she maintained contact with the park staff, precisely to manage her own investments. However, Chan cut in and explained that they hadn't come there for investment advice. In truth, they had just heard she was an ancient spiritual creature, and Puppy wanted to talk to her. The phoenix admitted that this human was quite well spoken. Right after, she made a proposal to Puppy. Shocked, he asked if she really meant it for him. He then replied that he currently had some personal circumstances to sort out, so he couldn't accept that affiliation for the time being. Not understanding a single thing that was happening, Chan asked Puppy to translate. Puppy explained that the phoenix said it was extremely stressful to lose money on investments just because she couldn't communicate properly with her handlers. Because of that, she wanted Puppy to become her personal interpreter. Since she had lived in that cage for decades, she understood human society very well and wanted to know why Puppy continued to live like that, despite facing so many frustrations. The phoenix asked if his schedule was too busy. Puppy replied replied no, but said he preferred to be honest. He stated that he had talent. He could walk 8 steps like a biped, was remarkably articulate for a Pomeranian, and on top of that, he was lucky enough to know wonderful people who actually listened to him. Therefore, even if his life wasn't perfect, he wasn't unhappy either. He didn't need that specific offer. Even so, he explained that not all spiritual creatures were as fortunate as him. Many managed to avoid sadness, but still remained unhappy. His dream was to become the voice capable of speaking for all those creatures to the world. That was precisely why he had come there to make a proposal to Mr. Phoenix. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix said that was the most ridiculous dream she had ever heard, and began laughing in Puppy's face. Seeing this, Chan interrupted and said there was no need to translate anything else. From the Phoenix's expression, he could already tell exactly what kind of creature she was. He then commented that she might be very lucky, and her feathers might indeed be worth a fortune, but he asked how she would react if one of them turned into nothing but a piece of trash. The moment Chan touched one of the feathers, it lost all of its magic and turned into a completely ordinary feather. In fact, it became even worse than a normal feather. His anti-magic constitution had simply nullified its power. Puppy panicked and asked what he was doing because that feather was incredibly expensive. In reality, he was only translating the Phoenix's sheer despair. Chan explained that she needed to learn to speak in a more civilized manner. Just screaming wouldn't make anyone understand her. That wasn't how a conscious, intelligent creature solved things. He then explained that he possessed the ability to erase the magic of anything he touched with his own body. So, he told her to just imagine if he accidentally touched the Phoenix and turned her into a completely ordinary, giant chicken. He asked if she would have any complaints about that. Even if he did it on purpose, there would be absolutely no proof that he had ever been in that park. So who would she complain to? Her mommy? The park handlers? It wouldn't matter because nobody could understand her anyway. That was precisely why she needed someone like Puppy. Someone who could give a voice not only to her, but to all the spiritual creatures in the world. As for the destroyed feather, Chan admitted he had no way to compensate for the loss at that moment. But if she was really that angry, he asked why she didn't just call a lawyer. After that, the Phoenix asked what kind of compensation he intended to offer. Chan fired back, asking what the hell kind of compensation she was talking about. He said he had no reason to be there or to do any of this either. He had only shown up to help his friend. That feather meant absolutely nothing to him. He was only returning the favor because she had insulted Puppy over his talents. That was why he had ruined that feather. Then, Puppy warned Chan that the Phoenix had another question for him. She wanted to know if he was helping his canine friend, simply because the two of them were friends. When she heard the answer, the Phoenix said that, in that case, she could offer a sponsorship. Chan asked what kind of sponsorship that was. The Phoenix replied that she would explain everything, provided Chan agreed to be the guarantor for that contract. As she conversed with Puppy, with Chan completely in the dark, Chan demanded they not make any agreements without consulting him. That was absolutely forbidden. Not understanding his reaction, Puppy asked what was so wrong with being a guarantor. Chan replied that being a guarantor was practically the same as declaring the end of a friendship, only the pronunciation changed. That sort of thing ruined friendships and, sometimes, even entire families. Puppy replied that he didn't want to break ties with him. Chan said he knew that, but he still couldn't understand why the Phoenix specifically wanted him as the guarantor for that contract. Then Puppy translated the Phoenix's explanation. She said she wasn't talking about that kind of guarantee. In fact, she was highly suspicious of humans, regardless of whatever profit she could make. Even so, she trusted Chan because he was helping Puppy without asking for absolutely anything in return. She also highly praised Puppy's ability to translate so quickly. Next, she explained that her true goal was to acquire the ownership of that park and the rights to the location. Because of that, she needed honest people working by her side. Chan asked why she wanted to buy that specific piece of land. Puppy translated the answer and briefly explained that, many years ago, a temple dedicated to the Phoenix used to stand in that place, along with an entire village that worshipped her. After talking for a bit longer, Chan noticed his shift was about to start. He then suggested they end the meeting and continue the conversation another day. Before they left, the Phoenix handed them a few feathers and asked only that Chan wouldn't turn them into ordinary feathers this time. In total, Chan received 5 feathers as a form of sponsorship. He replied that he would only use them when Puppy truly needed it. As soon as the whole situation calmed down, he would come back to visit Mr. Phoenix again. Puppy then translated another message from the Phoenix. She requested only that he wouldn't show up during the day, as she had to deal with visitors during that time. When Chan returned to the store, he noted that he seemed to have arrived just in time. The manager was still there. As soon as he walked in, the manager approached the bag he was carrying and said there was a very strong magical scent coming from it. Chan asked if she could actually smell magic. She replied that when the energy was intense enough, yes, she could. Then Chan showed her the 5 feathers from the gigantic Phoenix. The manager was shocked and explained that each of those feathers was worth about 6 million. Hearing that, Chan was completely stunned. Right then, he remembered the feather he had destroyed earlier. Noticing his expression, the manager asked if everything was alright. Chan quickly replied that yes, everything was fine. Then he asked if those feathers could be sold at auctions or something similar. The manager confirmed they could, saying they could be auctioned off for an excellent price. Chan asked if there was always a demand for those feathers, but then wondered where he would store them. He also asked if he couldn't just keep them anywhere. She replied that of course not. Those feathers held so much energy that each one of them could keep an airplane running for days. If a fire broke out in the store and reached those feathers, for instance, it would be an absolute disaster. She said she could store them for Chan, so he didn't need to worry because she wouldn't steal anything. Chan replied he wasn't even worried about that, so she said she would keep the feathers until he found a buyer and wished him good luck on his next shift. Right after that, she noticed her bus was passing by and ran off. Chan took a deep breath. It was time to start another shift. Suddenly, he received messages from Elena saying she would be on vacation starting the next day. She asked if he would have some free time in the afternoon. When he explained the situation to Nayuri, she said that it was basically a date. Chan shot back that of course it wasn't, and told her to stop talking nonsense. Nayuri explained she was just analyzing the situation. After all, a girl had texted him wanting to meet up on the very first day of her vacation. To her, that was clearly a date. Chan insisted they were just two friends hanging out. Nayuri replied that that also counted as a date, and asked why he insisted so much on keeping his distance, and wouldn't accept the possibility. Since she had already arrived, she said she could take over the shift early so she wouldn't get in the way of anyone's date. Before leaving, she gave Chan a piece of advice, saying the city was very noisy and that they could go for a walk in a park or somewhere similar. Chan went back to the storage room, saying he would think about it. In the storage room, the invisible kitten was just relaxing. Chan didn't even know he was there. While picking up some things, he muttered to himself that he always kept his distance from people, trying to avoid these kinds of relationships or any confrontation at all. He said he hadn't even visited his own mother before she passed away, and that he was just a horrible person who didn't deserve to go on a date. The kitten mewed at his feet, but Chan replied by asking what he would know about it. After all, he was just a cat. The kitty was clearly irritated. Chan teased him further, saying that if he was so angry, he should learn to speak human language. He added that since the cat had drunk all the milk the day before, he wouldn't get any milk today. The cat walked away completely indignant. When Chan grabbed his jacket, he realized he couldn't even remember the last time he had bought new clothes. There was no helping it. He would have to go out looking like that anyway, even if it felt a bit awkward. And indeed, when he met Elena, she was all dressed up, while he was just wearing a windbreaker. Feeling a bit self-conscious, he mentioned that the city was quite noisy and asked if she would like to go for a walk in a park. Elena replied that she would love to. Later on, Chan thought to himself that he had made that invitation in the heat of the moment. Now, he didn't even know exactly what to do. He couldn't understand how things had ended up like that. Elena asked where exactly he had said they were going. Chan replied it was to the park, just as he had mentioned earlier. She explained she thought he had only said that so they could get away from the people leaving the store. Chan then suggested that if the park wasn't a good idea, they could go to the cafe across the street. Elena declined the change of plans and said the park would actually be better, as she really enjoyed walking. So, they headed there. After walking for a long time, Chan was completely out of energy and began to wonder where Elena got so much stamina. They walked through the park for a good while, and she even leaned in close to some flowers to look at them. Chan thought, relieved, that at least she had stopped for a moment. While looking at the flowers, Elena mentioned that she had really enjoyed the walk. She shared that when she was younger, her parents were very strict and rigid about her studies, so she hardly ever got to leave the house. Because of that, even a simple walk like this was incredibly fun for her. At that moment, a park employee passed by and warned them that touching the flowers wasn't allowed. He even teased them, calling them a pair of lovebirds. The two of them became completely embarrassed, and Chan quickly tried to explain that they weren't a couple. The caretaker replied that they certainly looked like one, and mentioned that it brought back memories of the days he used to walk through the park with the woman he loved. This made them even more self-conscious. Without thinking much, Chan grabbed Elena's hand, said they had better get out of there, and apologized for getting so close to the flowers. Only after a little while did he realize he was still holding her hand. He immediately apologized, saying he hadn't even asked for permission. Elena replied that it was no problem at all. Later, the two of them sat on a bench to talk about her life. Chan asked if her parents had really been that strict. Elena replied that they had, and that it had been very difficult. When he asked what exactly had happened, she revealed that her parents had gotten divorced. She then apologized for bringing up such a heavy topic on such a pleasant day. Without saying a word, Chan walked away for a few moments. Elena grew worried, thinking she might have ruined the mood and that she should have told a more cheerful story. However, shortly after, Chan returned holding 2 cans of soda. He explained that normally this kind of conversation happened over a drink, but since it was still morning, soda would have to do. He told her that if she wanted to, they could talk about her past. The two sat back down. Chan opened his can and joked that they should pretend it was a beer. He then shared that his parents had also gotten divorced. Now that they both shared a similar story, there was no reason to feel embarrassed. They could just talk normally, as if they were sharing a beer. They clinked their cans together and kept talking until the sun began to set. As evening fell, Elena asked what time it was. Chan checked his watch and saw it was exactly 6 o'clock. She then asked if he didn't have to work that day. Chan joked that he didn't know she was the type to enforce work ethic, but ultimately agreed that he needed to head out. Before saying goodbye, Elena asked if he would have another free day that week so they could go out again. Chan replied that he had a wonderful time with her that day. They had talked for hours without even mentioning work, and he would love to do it again. He told her she could drop by the store so they could plan another outing. Elena ended her day very happy. Chan, on the other hand, was completely exhausted when he arrived for his shift because he had barely slept. As soon as he walked in, he noticed the manager looking at him with a little smirk. He asked if Nayuri had already told her everything. The manager just asked how the date went. Chan replied that he figured she would already know. Later, the manager commented that he had lived well and eaten well that day. Chan asked what she was talking about. She reminded him that that was exactly the dream he always said he had, to live well and eat well. Since she heard he had spent a great day with Elena, she said that was also a part of that dream. It might not be anything extraordinary, but as long as he spent his days having fun, that was enough. She only warned him that if he ever came home too late, failed to answer his phone, or stopped replying to messages, she would give him a proper scolding. Chan simply replied, "Yes, ma'am." The manager smiled and said he would never do such a thing, especially after everything he had been through since he showed up at that store. She then wished him a good shift. As he went back to work, Chan found himself wondering if he was truly living the kind of life he had always wanted. The truth was, he still wasn't entirely sure. The next morning, Nayuri showed up apologizing for being late. Chan replied that she was only 4 minutes late and asked if something urgent had happened. She explained that she had lost her wallet but found it shortly after. This made Chan suspicious. How could someone lose their wallet, find it, come to work, and still know exactly that they arrived 4 minutes late? That seemed a bit sketchy. Nayuri asked how his shift had been and if there had been any trouble. Chan replied that about an hour earlier, a goat was eating ramen, fell asleep, and face planted right into the hot broth. That was why he was cleaning the floor at that very moment. While Nayuri was pointing out every flaw in Chan's cleaning, he simply asked her to take a look at the cash flow. He took the opportunity to thank her for the advice she had given him the day before. He shared that he had gone out with Elena. They went to the park, and they had a great day together. Nayuri replied that it was no big deal, and was happy to hear everything went well. Then she told him to go home already, because he looked exhausted. Chan replied that he really was tired, but he still wanted to thank her. Nayuri said again that it was nothing and suddenly remembered something. She patted her pockets and realized her wallet was gone again. Chan asked if she had taken her wallet out of her pocket at any point. She replied that she only remembered taking out her phone, but not the wallet. Then he asked if she might have left it at home and wanted to know if there was anything important inside. Nayuri replied that her ID, cards, and 1 million won in cash were in the wallet. Chan was shocked and asked who carries 1 million won in their wallet. She replied that she would go look along the path she took to the store and asked him to watch the counter in the meantime. Chan was left alone once again. He used the time to finish cleaning and also looked for the wallet, but found nothing. Suddenly, Nayuri's phone started ringing. When he looked at the screen, he realized the person calling was Nayuri herself. He was completely baffled. How was that even possible? He wondered if he should answer, or just take a picture of the screen and show it to her later. Before he could make a decision, the call went to voicemail. In the message, Nayuri herself said that the wallet was under the counter. She explained that while she was talking to Chan, the wallet slipped, hit her knee, and ended up rolling under the counter without her noticing. She told him to find it and get back to work. Right after that, she began giving a series of pieces of information about the future. She told him to sell all magic pressure stocks at 3 in the afternoon, and not to buy any stocks during the next 2 days because that period would be complicated. She also said he didn't need to ask anything else about the manager because she didn't know either. Even though she was herself 72 hours into the future, there were things that remained unknown. She explained she couldn't reveal everything about the future, and asked Chan not to ask questions, but just to let her follow her own flow of time. She also mentioned she knew she would suffer a minor accident soon, but assured him it wouldn't be anything serious and asked him not to worry. At that moment, the present Nayuri returned to the store, saying she hadn't found the wallet at the bus stop, and asked if Chan had found anything. At the same time, the Nayuri from the voicemail was about to reveal something that would happen at exactly 10:27. Before she could finish the sentence, the present Nayuri heard the recording and immediately understood what was happening. She commented that this was precisely why she had asked him to arrive at exactly 6:05. Realizing Chan had heard everything, she asked where the message said the wallet was. He replied that it was under the counter, in the space right below the register. After that, Chan said he didn't care about everything that had just happened, but that definitely didn't seem right. After all, the message even talked about stock market investments. Nayuri simply replied that he should follow the tips, get rich all at once, and ran out of the store. Chan still tried to call after her to remind her that she had forgotten her phone. Shortly after, the manager arrived looking for Nayuri, but found only Chan behind the counter, looking like someone who hadn't slept in 2 days. Trying to act natural, Chan commented that the weather outside was very nice. The manager asked why he was still there, and he replied that something very serious had happened. After he explained the whole situation, he said he couldn't stop Nayuri from leaving. While telling the story, he was eating an ice cream that the manager had brought. She joked that at that pace, it would take him the whole night to finish it. Next, she asked exactly what the future Nayuri had said on the call. Chan replied that she mentioned very very specific times and dates, but he couldn't remember everything. He only recalled that she had told him to buy shares of a magic pressure company that day to sell them later and get rich. She also spoke about a fire that would happen near his house and a traffic accident. The manager commented that those pieces of information were too specific. Chan explained that the present Nayuri arrived before he could hear the rest of the message. At that moment, he had simply frozen. The manager then asked a question. She wanted to know if the concept of prophecy existed in his world. Chan replied that it did, but explained that prophets weren't all that reliable. They didn't always get their predictions right, and because of that, they weren't taken very seriously. She then asked how he thought that worked in this world. Chan replied that, judging by Nayuri's reaction, it seemed like prophecies were real here. The manager explained that true prophecies did exist in the past. Nowadays, they still existed, but only on the surface. Nayuri's case was legitimate. After all, she knew exactly where the wallet was, even before coming back to the store. She shared that in the old days, royalty and nobility used prophets to protect their interests. However, in modern times, with the speed at which information spreads, any knowledge of the future can completely alter the course of events. For that reason, this power came to be considered extremely dangerous. Chan asked if the government didn't interfere in this kind of situation. The manager replied that the government would probably be the first to try and use that power, always under the guise of protecting human rights or conscious people. Because of this, most true prophets preferred to live in hiding to avoid being captured. Hearing this explanation, Chan realized the situation was very similar to his own. Just as he couldn't tell anyone he came from another world because he might end up as a research subject, Nayuri also needed to hide her true ability to keep living safely. The manager told Chan to go get some rest and stop overthinking it. She knew he was also worried about Nayuri, but he needed to get some sleep. Even so, he asked if she would come back. The manager replied that she was almost never late. However, when Chan's next shift came to an end, Nayuri still hadn't shown up. He grew very worried because she had just run off. If he hadn't listened to that message, maybe she wouldn't have left like that. Who knows, he might have changed the future of the prophecy, and that could bring even greater consequences. He had no idea what could happen to her. Perhaps there was something bothering Nayuri for a long time, and he simply hadn't noticed. At the very least, she could have talked to him. It was then that Nayuri herself appeared and asked why he thought she hadn't told him anything. She explained she had just said it in a different way. Chan asked if she was back, and she replied yes. She had only come back to get her phone, because without it, she couldn't even tell the time properly. Chan almost brought up the subject but gave up and told her to forget it, as he wouldn't comment on it anymore. Instead, he asked her to watch the counter for a bit while he finished a task. Right after, he placed a sign on the store door announcing they were temporarily closed. Afterwards, he asked if Nayuri was sleepy. She replied not exactly, so he asked her to leave her wallet on the counter and come quickly with him to the storage room. Nayuri imagined it was because of what had happened the day before and said it was fine as long as they didn't bring up the subject. But Chan reminded her that she had already asked before if he came from another world, and he confirmed that yes, he really did come from another world. That was why he wanted her to go to the storage room with him. Once there, he explained a few things and showed her the store's teleportation device. At that moment, the manager showed up all excited, saying she had brought everything she wanted to try out, maybe even too many things. But today, they were going to take a short break from work. Nayuri didn't understand any of it and asked how they were just going to go like that so fast. The manager shot back, asking why not. Chan said that if she got nervous, she just had to close her eyes. That was exactly what he had done the first time. As she closed her eyes, Nayuri wondered if she was really going to another world. She imagined it would be much harder than simply doing that. So she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, ta-da, she was in another world. Chan told her she could let go of his hand now, and asked how she felt now that she had arrived in his world. It hadn't been that scary, right? In fact, it didn't even look like another world. Nayuri looked at the glass door, then at the street, the trees, and everything around them. It was all so normal. Normal streets, normal trees. But even so, she truly felt like she was in another world. At least she managed to satisfy her curiosity. Chan asked what curiosity that was and joked, asking if she wanted to conduct scientific experiments. Meanwhile, the manager grabbed some snacks for them to take outside the store. Later, the three of them were eating some food at the counter. Chan reminded her that she had said she would buy that manager. She replied yes, and that was exactly why they were eating. They needed energy. The manager commented that this was also a good opportunity for Nayuri to eat something, since she probably hadn't even had breakfast in order to get to the store quickly. Then she asked if there was any problem, if she hadn't liked what she brought. Nayuri replied that she did like it. Then the manager told her to stay there eating and watching, while she and Chan went outside. Alone, she wouldn't be able to leave, just like what had happened last time. Chan held the manager and pulled her outside. She asked why he had pulled so hard, and he explained that he was just worried something might happen if she crossed over without his anti-magic constitution. Outside, the manager was all excited to conduct scientific experiments. She spread a picnic blanket on the street floor and said she would clean everything up afterward. Then, she commented that the blanket might float if she placed a mana bottle on top of it. However, when she threw the bottled mana, the blanket didn't float. On the contrary, she only managed managed to create more laundry to wash. Chan tried to cheer her up, saying there were still other things to test. The manager then tried to use her mana camera. From inside the shop, Nayuri watched the two of them, wondering exactly what they were doing outside. Later, the manager returned completely disheartened. None of the artifacts had worked. Absolutely nothing. She complained that she had become completely useless. Chan replied that, magically speaking, yes. The manager explained that even in her world, there were places where it was difficult to use mana, such as mountain peaks, where it was hard to draw mana from the earth, or locations protected by anti-magic artifacts. Even so, she could still use magic in those places. But here, nothing worked. She even snapped her fingers several times and mentioned that she had just tried to cast a spell to make a meteor fall, yet absolutely nothing happened. Chan thought, relieved, that it was a good thing it hadn't worked. Afterward, he asked if she would like to come back another day to try again. She replied yes, why not? But she wanted to know if he would return to that world too. Chan replied that one could always find a reason. In fact, he was probably already officially evicted from his house in that world, since he hadn't paid rent in a while. When the manager went back inside the shop, she apologized to Nayuri, saying they ended up dragging her along because she got too excited. Nayuri replied that it was fine. The manager asked if she would like to go out for a bit, but she said no. Then, she said there was something more important, and asked why they had shown and told her all of that. Chan explained that he just wanted to apologize. Since he had ended up discovering an important secret of hers, he thought it was only fair to share an important secret of his too. He didn't know if she would believe all of it, but he would keep speaking anyway. He explained that he was born in a world where magic and prophecies were considered nonsense. Before returning to that other world, he had never even seen a goblin, an orc, or a kobold. But Nayuri stood up, grabbed a black bag, and showed it to Chan, saying that it represented his future. Chan asked if, whenever he was near her, all the visions of his future turned completely black, without her being able to detect absolutely anything. Nayuri replied that this was exactly what she was trying to explain. She shared that, since childhood, she was known as a true prophecy prodigy. She had always been excellent at it, right up until high school. But one day, she felt a very sharp pain in her leg and came to that convenience store to buy a few things. At that moment, she decided to check her own future to make sure nothing bad would happen to her leg. Chan asked if that was their shop. Nayuri replied yes. It was precisely there that, for the first time, she received no response from her phone. That frightened her deeply, so she left the shop to try to find out what would happen in the future, and received a warning never to get involved with Chan. He asked why, despite that, she decided to get involved anyway. Nayuri replied that everything had always been so dull. She achieved everything thanks to her own prophecies. She had money, got into a good university, and would probably stay healthy for the rest of her life. She knew it might sound strange to complain about so many good things, but she could never feel truly motivated to do anything because she always knew exactly what was going to happen. What she really liked was unpredictability. That was her big secret. Both Chan and the manager said it was very brave of her to share that. Then Nayuri said she would like to make one last request. She explained that, at first, she couldn't see absolutely anything regarding Chan's future, but more recently, she had started receiving some visions. In fact, she had only recommended that park for his date with Elena because she saw it happen. She then asked if anything specific had changed during this time. Chan replied that it was probably because of his anti-magic constitution. He had managed to control it, but not completely. It was as if it could also act on its own, reacting automatically to anything that might affect him. Perhaps, as he grew to like Nayuri and trust her more, this constitution had relaxed a bit. Next, he asked the manager if she didn't want to know anything about her own future. She replied, of course not. She hadn't the slightest desire to find out what was going to happen. She loved living without knowing exactly what the next day would be like. After all, if a person knew everything beforehand, life would lose its charm. The others agreed that she was right. Then Nayuri commented that that world didn't seem to have anything very special about it. In fact, things simply were what they were. Even so, she thanked Chan very much for bringing her there. Thanks to that, she said she finally felt lighter. Already dressed for her shift, Nayuri apologized for leaving the way she did the day before, but Chan replied that she didn't exactly look remorseful. In fact, he thought she was having a panic attack. She said everything was fine now. He and the manager were already ready to leave when Chan asked if the calls came in at any time or always at a fixed hour. Nayuri replied that they could also come at night. During the day, she was available to answer. Then Chan commented that, the day before, the future Nayuri had asked her to arrive 5 minutes later, but she ended up arriving 5 minutes early. She replied that such a thing had never happened before. Chan said that made sense, because if it happened frequently, she wouldn't have left her phone on the counter. Even so, Nayuri commented that it was very strange, because even when she arrived a minute early, the call always happened at the exact right time. At that moment, she received another call. While she was talking to her future self, the manager asked Chan to ask something about him too. He found it strange and asked why him, of all people. Before he could think too much about it, the manager herself approached Nayuri and asked if she could ask something about Chan. He ended up agreeing. Nayuri asked the question over the phone, and while waiting for the answer, Chan thought that the manager had stepped forward with such a serious expression impression that he couldn't even refuse. Shortly after, Nayuri said she had a warning for him. It was better to be careful when walking at night. This left Chan a bit spooked. On the way to the bus stop, the manager commented that this could end up becoming a bigger problem. Chan asked if she was talking about Nayuri's magic. She replied that Nayuri had been using magic since she was born, and that something like this had never happened before. Since it was happening for the first time precisely with them, maybe it was just growing pains. Chan joked that, the way she put it, it sounded like a disease. The manager replied that, to the future Nayuri, they were practically like a virus. She must be thinking about that a lot right now. Chan asked if it was because they might tell other people about it. The manager explained that, among infinite possibilities, there was one where Nayuri changed her mind and made different choices, so there was at least one possibility of everything ending up going wrong. Then she asked what Chan thought about that. He replied that he didn't even know how he was supposed to answer. Even so, the manager said she saw this change as a positive thing. It was a sign of growth and maturity. Perhaps if everything worked out, Nayuri could finally explain why, out of all the people from the other world, Chan had ended up there. He replied that maybe she simply kept him around because she didn't want extra trouble. The manager laughed and said that this answer was very typical of him. She also asked him not to worry, because she herself wanted to watch Nayuri's growth. As she was getting on the bus, the manager thanked him for listening to her. Chan replied it was nothing, but asked why she had asked about his future earlier. The manager explained that if Nayuri ever left, they would no longer have answers about him. Before she could continue, the driver rushed her, and she had to board. Chan stood there thinking that wasn't exactly the answer he wanted to hear. Shortly after, the manager sent a text saying that, regarding the warning to be careful at night, he just needed to look both ways before crossing the street. Everything would probably be fine. Chan replied that it made sense. If she had told him to be careful, then that was what he would do. When he arrived at work, he dodged a simple puddle with the utmost care. In the end, he reached the shop without anything else happening. As soon as he walked in, Yunha asked why he had arrived so early. Chan replied that he preferred to leave earlier to avoid any chance of being late. She reminded him that he was never late. He explained that he was just afraid of something happening on the way. Suddenly, Yunha placed her hand on his shoulder. Chan asked if something had happened. She only replied that the time had come. Later, Yunha showed him a document. It was an official gate subjugation contract issued by the office. She told Chan to sign first. He asked why that had appeared out of nowhere, and wanted to know if Director Bell had approved it. Yunha replied that the big bear had no idea, because she had simply swiped the contract from his desk. Chan asked what she meant by swiped. Yunha explained that the director always insisted on putting together teams with the exact number of people needed, not one more, not one less. Because of that, he had spent a whole month trying to find a way to fit Chan in. She had been thinking about it too, because if he ended up in the hospital, there would be no one to work the night shift at the shop. Chan jokingly commented that it was incredibly touching of her. Yunha replied that she was joking, but explained that the contract really was the result of all that effort. She said it was only a rank D gate, and that such a level wouldn't even make them break a sweat. Chan thought that world was actually a nice place to live, aside from the strange gates. The manager asked if it was really okay for him to go out at night. Chan replied that he thought he was safe. She had already seen the mission details, and said he could accept it because it looked fine. Yunha, overhearing the conversation, asked what was up with that intimacy and why the two of them were whispering. Then she complained that it had taken a lot of work to bring that contract all the way there. Chan asked what the deadline to respond was, and if it was urgent. Yunha explained that it wasn't exactly urgent, but it was urgent for them. If the director found out what she had done, he would cancel the contract immediately. If Chan didn't accept it soon, she would have to return everything before he noticed. So Chan asked her to explain how the mission would work. Yunha said she had expected that, and pulled out another document. As soon as he looked at the sheet, Chan commented that he didn't know whose handwriting that was, but it looked like cave art. Yunha replied, offended, that she was the one who wrote it. He then complimented her, saying it was wonderful, and that it looked like dragons ascending to the heavens. He then added that he was just so tired he couldn't read it properly. She explained that the procedure was simple. First, they restricted civilian access. Then, the team would enter as soon as rookie entry was authorized. Since the gate had been discovered that very afternoon, the maximum deadline for subjugation was 3 days. She also showed that it was a rank D gate, with a damage radius of 500 meters, and pointed out the location. Chan asked if it was near his house. Yuna replied that, more precisely, it was just a 1-minute walk away. Then she asked why he thought she had insisted so much for him to sign first. Had he gone his whole life without reading the fine print in contracts? Later, Chan apologized to the manager. Normally, he would wait until he could take a day off, but after the flooding incident last time, he simply couldn't wait. The manager replied that, honestly, the moment she saw the mission's location, she figured he would do exactly that. Chan asked why. Of all possible places, the gate had appeared right near his house. Yunha replied that he was just unlucky, that was all. But at the same time, she said he was perfectly suited for this kind of work. The manager commented that Chan had never wanted to follow this path. He confirmed that was exactly it. Yunha replied that she never imagined he would end up becoming an explorer. Before leaving, Chan asked them to tell his sister to wait just a little longer, because he would be back as soon as he could. The manager wished him good luck. Later, as they walked through streets filled with people enjoying the nightlife, Yoonha commented that she envied them and wished she were drunk right now. Chan asked why she was walking at that pace and if she was okay. She replied that it wasn't that urgent, since the gate had been discovered very early. Even so, Chan asked if it would end up becoming a problem if they didn't resolve it soon. Yoonha replied that it probably wouldn't be anything too serious. At most, the ground might tilt a little, some water might leak, and if they were really unlucky, a few magical beasts might show up and gnaw on the power lines. Chan commented that, for someone who lived nearby like him, that was already a huge problem. Yoonha replied that if it came to that, everyone would receive full compensation, so Chan asked if that was why she was so relaxed. She only replied that they were making good time. When they arrived at the site, the Big Bear Bell, the office director, was already waiting for them. As soon as he saw Yoonha, he asked if she now arrived at work at that speed too. She just grumbled that he was going to start nagging again. Bell replied that it wasn't exactly nagging, he just couldn't believe she had actually been so relaxed. The two of them began to argue right there, while Chan, in the middle of the commotion, observed the gate and noticed something strange. While they kept bickering, he asked if they were going in or not. Bell replied that since Yoonha had followed his instructions anyway, he wouldn't be as strict as stipulated in the external contract she had signed. Yoonha replied that, in that case it was perfect, and they could start right away. Before entering, Bell showed them all the equipment. There were safety suits, gloves, and magical gear provided by the office, all within the standards required by the Ministry of Magic. Chan commented that the outfit seemed a bit unnecessary for him. Bell explained that every employee was required to wear that gear to avoid insurance issues. Without arguing, Chan ended up putting it all on. Next, Bell said he would enter first. He explained that he was registering Chan as an internal mage, but that this information shouldn't officially appear on the form, because the Ministry of Magic's classifications were too complicated. Since the deputy director had highly praised his performance, he believed it was already possible to trust him and send him inside. As soon as he tried to cross the gate, Chan stopped and said they couldn't enter because there was a wall right on the other side. Bell excused himself, went to the entrance, and decided to check it out personally. As soon as he realized something was indeed blocking the way, he punched it so hard that he broke part of the barrier. Even so, he commented that the gate really remained blocked. Then he asked the deputy director if the opening was enough. She replied that they could try to pass through. Watching that, Chan was impressed by Bell's absurd strength. After checking again, Bell said the opening now allowed 2 people to pass. He commented that it was fascinating to see a rookie make such a quick decision in a situation that even veterans usually misinterpreted. He even confessed that he would have cancelled the contract immediately if Chan hadn't noticed the blockage. Then, he warned that he would send a team to keep bystanders from approaching the gate and urge them to go in quickly. Before that, he still apologized for testing him unnecessarily, calling him an anti-mage. Chan replied that he would do his best in there. Upon crossing the gate, they found a landscape resembling a forest, but completely distorted. The sky was green, the grass was purple, and all the colors seemed out of place. As they walked, Chan asked if it was really that difficult to subjugate a blocked gate. Yoonha replied that, in this case, it had only been simple because of him. Normally, even veteran explorers had trouble telling whether the passage was just displaced to another point in the subdimension or actually blocked. Because of this, when a gate became blocked like that, a lot of time was wasted trying to figure out if the obstacle was physical or magical. Chan replied that he had only judged by what he was seeing. Then he asked if he could take off that weird suit already, because it was bringing back traumatic memories from his time in the military. Yoonha immediately replied no. She explained that the Ministry of Magic kept trying to cut the budget every year, and if they caught anyone working without the mandatory safety equipment, it would be a disaster. As they walked through the tall grass, Chan noticed a huge ship stranded in the middle of the vegetation and asked if that was actually a boat. Yoonha replied that this happened because this gate had undergone very few alterations. After all, it was only a rank D gate. Chan replied that if that was already considered a small alteration, then he didn't even want to imagine what the more dangerous gates looked like, since there was literally a ship floating over the trees. Then Yoonha asked if he knew how gates were created. Chan replied that he didn't. She found it strange and asked if, even having grown up away from magic, he had never learned that in school. He replied that he had never had much interest in studying. Yoonha admitted that she hadn't either. Even so, she explained that during the Great War, decades ago, all kinds of mages used magic non-stop. As a consequence, space itself ended up being distorted. Spells, weapons, and various objects were sucked into these dimensional distortions and ended up mixing together. She tried to remember the rest of the explanation but ended up forgetting it. So Chan asked if that meant an entire ecosystem had been created by magic. Yoonha replied that was exactly the part she was trying to remember. She explained that the ecosystem ended up being completely altered by the absurd concentration of magic. During the Great War, all races used literally any possible resource to win. No one thought about the consequences. In addition to offensive magic, they also used massive amounts of auxiliary magic, such as transport spells and gates. Back then, nobody cared about the environment. According to her, only the elves worried about that. The rest just wanted to win at all costs. After the war ended and things began to settle down, they realized that mixing large amounts of unstable magic produced disastrous results. That was how it all started. Objects, creatures, and magic were sucked in, destroyed, and then reborn somewhere else, completely transformed. That was what they called a gate. That was precisely why there was a ship sitting in the middle of that forest. Yunha commented that she heard that, in the beginning, the gates weren't so grotesque. Demonic beasts didn't even exist yet. Over time, ordinary animals absorbed magical power and ended up becoming the first of those creatures. Just like what happened with the people who started the Great War, no one took responsibility for the consequences. After that, she confessed she didn't know much more. Back when she was supposed to learn that subject, the teacher spent more time training the students than explaining the theory. As they talked, Yunha asked why Chan had such a serious expression. He replied that he was always serious like that. In fact, she was the one who seemed strangely happy, even though they were inside a gate, and that didn't seem like a situation where someone could just be cheerful. Suspicious, Chan took off one of his gloves and held Yunha's hand, using his anti-magic constitution. Right away, he realized she really was under some kind of magical influence. That was precisely why she was so excited. She herself was surprised when she realized what was happening. Until then, she had been wondering why Chan never smiled. In the end, she was the one being affected. Chan asked if that was some kind of hallucination magic. Yunha replied no. It was just an effect that stimulated endorphin production. Normally, she would only notice it after they left the gate, but thanks to Chan's power, she was able to notice it beforehand. He asked if he could let go of her hand now. She replied not yet, just a little longer. Shortly after, she commented that it was time to move on. At that moment, Chan noticed that a part of the sky had a different color from the rest, almost as if it were a piece of normal sky, and asked why. Yunha went over there to check. Sometime later, she defeated a massive demonic beast that literally looked like a tyrannosaurus. As soon as the creature fell, Yunha said that part was now taken care of. All that was left was to find the gate's core and get out of there. Chan said it turned out to be much easier than he expected. She replied that she had told him it was only a D rank. Even so, he commented that the creature's head was bigger than his entire house. She then snapped at him to just find the core already. Later, the two of them were already stepping out of the dungeon gate. Chan finally took off his gear and told the manager he hadn't gotten hurt anywhere, so he would be back to work soon. The manager told him not to even think about it, ordering him to take the day off and go hang out with Yunha, since she was always saying she wanted to go out with him. However, Chan asked if she wouldn't be left alone on her shift for too long. The manager replied that he had worked 16 hours the previous day because of Nayuri, so they were even now. She mentioned she had worked alone for months at a time before, so he shouldn't worry and should just go have some fun. Right then, Yunha hugged Chan from behind, read the messages, and said her sister understood exactly what she wanted. Then, bursting with excitement, she pulled him along to head out. She said goodbye to the office staff, and the two went straight to a bar to grab some beer and fried chicken. Later on, Yunha was already pretty drunk, rambling about how her sister was the one who raised her, which was why she turned out the way she did. Chan thought to himself that she seemed so confident when it came to drinking, but now she was completely wasted. She explained that when she was little, a dungeon break occurred in her village, and it was her sister who saved her from the brink of death. Since that day, she had looked after her like a true guardian, which was why she could never fully repay everything she had received throughout her life. Chan felt a bit awkward. He had only asked a simple question about her past, but it ended up triggering those heavy memories. Yunha, however, quickly stood up full of energy, saying how grateful she was to her sister. In fact, she noted that she had noticed the manager was also much happier because of Chan. Confused, Chan asked what she was talking about. Yunha replied that her sister kept saying she had been much happier lately, and that it was thanks to him that she could work so well. Chan replied that, truth be told, he was practically starving before he got that job. He had been unemployed and on the verge of eviction, so he was the one who had every reason to be grateful. Yunha laughed and said he got all embarrassed, which was really cute. She then pointed out that she had spent the whole night talking about herself, and now wanted to hear a bit about him. She asked how he used to live. He answered that there was nothing really special about it. He just lived without having much money to spend. She fired back, saying he was dodging the question again. She then explained that both she and her sister were genuinely worried about him. She said he knew so many different races and listened to everyone's problems every day, so it was obvious he wasn't sleeping right from carrying all that weight alone. Living life listening to everyone else's worries without ever talking about his own didn't seem healthy at all. She then asked if he didn't trust her enough to tell her what he was feeling. At that exact moment, Chan ended up spilling his entire beer all over himself. He replied that it wasn't a matter of not trusting her. Yunha said that wasn't fair. She could listen to his problems too. If there was anything he wanted to say, he just had to speak up. She commented that he was a great guy and felt just like a younger brother to her. Right after saying that, she passed out and fell asleep on the table. Chan thought to himself that there were many things he wished he could tell her, but there were also things he would never tell anyone, because if she knew the truth, nothing would stay the way it was now. And preserving the this current reality was exactly what he wanted. Now he had a job, a place to live, and someone to spend time with. That was already enough. That was just how life was. Just then, he received a text message. Confused, he wondered what it was about and why they were asking him of all people. While heading to his next work shift, Chan reread the message. Charlie said he wanted to talk to him that night. Since he had just started his own company, he wanted to ask him a question. Chan wondered why someone starting a company would ask for advice from a convenience store clerk, of all people. Besides, he was exhausted, and this was supposed to be his day off. Charlie asked if it really was his day off, then replied that he would just head over to Chan's house. Chan figured he didn't have much of a choice. It was better to just meet up with him. Before that, he decided to stop by the convenience store, just to say a quick hello to Nayuri, before finally going to sleep. However, he ended up walking right into a frustrating situation. A beast folk customer, as usual, was causing a scene. That was when Charlie showed up to handle the problem. He told the customer that the store clerk had already said no, and ordered him to leave. He added that if the customer couldn't listen or follow a simple rule, he should take his bottle and get out of the store. After that, the beast folk customer actually left. Charlie then turned to Chan and asked if the message he had sent so long ago had only just gone through now. Chan replied that it took him a while to see it because he was so exhausted, but took the chance to thank him for handling the situation at the store. Charlie replied that he hadn't helped anyone. In fact, he just wanted to get the customer out of the way because he also wanted to buy his own things. After that, Chan asked Nayuri how long Charlie had been there. She replied that he had arrived pretty much at the start of her shift and had been waiting until now. She commented that he was a bit strange. Chan agreed, saying he really was a bit strange. Even so, Nayuri replied that he was still a good person. She then reminded Chan that Charlie wanted to talk to him. He replied that was exactly why he had stopped by. He then asked how the manager was doing, since she didn't seem too tired. Nayuri replied that, actually, the manager had gone into hibernation for a while. Chan replied that it was a good thing she went to rest. They could catch up later. After that, he sat down next to Charlie and asked what was on his mind. Charlie replied that he had researched starting a company and found out there are about 6.4 million businesses in that country alone. Even so, there are a ton of complaints from people like him who try to enter the market through startups and face all kinds of difficulties. He commented that it was a pretty shocking statistic. There were so many companies, yet at the same time so many young people saying they couldn't find a job. He then asked Chan what he thought about that. Chan replied that everyone prefers to pretend they are a serious company. Charlie himself had left his old job because he was being squeezed to the bone. There had to be a balance between work and pay. A company needed to make its employees feel rewarded for what they did. Then Charlie asked how he was supposed to do that. Chan replied that he was the one who had to figure that out. At that moment, Hannah appeared, asking what a company was. She was holding an axolotl plushie, looking completely happy. Charlie looked at her and asked what was up with that pale kid. Right away, Hannah hid behind Chan. Confused, Charlie asked why the kid was hiding behind him when he hadn't even done anything. Chan explained that she was a regular customer at the store, but Charlie replied that wasn't what he had asked. He wanted to know why she was hiding, if he hadn't even done anything. Chan replied it was because he looked angry, telling him he just needed to relax a bit. Charlie asked if he was trying to say there was something wrong with his face. Then Hannah approached Charlie and said that Mr. Chihuahua was a rainbow. Completely lost, he asked what she meant by that. Chan commented that, to him, Charlie looked more like a dog, but Hannah insisted he was a rainbow. She explained that when she looked at people, she saw colors like black or white, but in him she saw a whole rainbow. She said that at first, she thought he was a scary person, but realized he was actually very kind. She then apologized for thinking that way. Charlie replied that it was fine, but asked her not to interrupt because they were in the middle of an important conversation. Changing the subject, Chan asked if she shouldn't be at school. Hannah replied that there was a hero event happening that day. She ended up remembering it while walking slowly to school and decided to drop by the store first. Chan then asked how the friends she had made last time were doing. After that, he looked at Charlie and asked what the people who had left the company with him were doing now. Charlie replied he had no idea. They were probably all trying to find their own way to make a living. So Chan suggested that instead of overthinking what kind of company to build, maybe it would be better to start one together with the old colleagues who chose to leave because of him. After all, the person they didn't trust was already gone, so it would be even better to work together. Charlie replied that those idiots weren't crazy enough to join a startup. Chan said they could decide for themselves. He just needed to give them the option. If the worry was not being able to pay salaries, then he just had to tell them the truth and explain all the risks. They had the right to know, and they might still accept. Besides, it would be much more comfortable to work with people he already knew. He didn't need to try to build something massive right out of the gate. He also commented that Charlie had probably avoided contacting them because he felt guilty, but he couldn't just treat them like that. They used to be comrades. While he was speaking, Chan was already unlocking unlocking Charlie's phone. Taking advantage of the moment, he asked Hana if she had eaten anything yet. She replied that she hadn't. Then Charlie called one of his former colleagues, Flying Squirrel. On the other end of the line, Flying Squirrel asked why manager Charlie was calling. Charlie replied that he wasn't a manager anymore. He had already left the company and told Flying Squirrel to stop calling him that. Flying Squirrel fired back that he was older than him and deserved a bit more respect. Charlie retorted that if he didn't like it, he could talk to him however he wanted to. Then he got straight to the point. He said he was starting a business but didn't have anyone to work with yet. If he wanted in, great. If not, that was fine too. They could work together again. As soon as he hung up, Flying Squirrel replied via text, saying he was taking care of his kids at the moment, but told Charlie to send over the contract. He would sign it and send it back by lunchtime. Charlie commented that, apparently working like a dog at that old company hadn't been in vain. Then Chan asked how many people had resigned along with him. Charlie replied that there were 23. Chan said that meant he had 23 phone calls to make. Charlie replied that he would make every single one. Before stepping out, he told them they could eat whatever was on the table. Chan was happy for him and told Hannah she should take the chance to eat one of those snacks. Later, Charlie came back yelling into his phone. As soon as he walked into the store, he complained that one of those idiots had asked how he was supposed to send a contract that didn't even exist yet. When he saw Chan and Hana eating, he asked if Chan had already called everyone. Then he looked at Hana and asked if the guy at the counter looked after her from time to time. Chan said yes and asked why. Charlie replied that if he was going to look after her, he should do it right. He said the girl was nothing but skin and bones and needed to eat some real protein. Chan asked if he was trying to turn the girl into a fighter. After all, she was still just a kindergarten kid. Hana replied that he didn't need to worry. Back in kindergarten, she had come in third place in the foot race. Even so, Charlie pulled out 250,001 bills and handed them to Chan, telling him to feed the girl properly. Confused, Chan asked what was up with him. Had he come all the way there just to hand out money? Then he asked how the calls went. Charlie replied that they went well. The idiots were already setting up a meeting, and since everyone was broke, they would probably just order coffee. On top of that, a company he already had a maintenance contract with decided to do business with him again. It turns out that Idiot Beagle had illegally terminated the contract and run away after the employees resigned. In any case, he said he was heading out. After Charlie left, Chan commented that, in the end, everything had worked out. Later during the shift, Chan asked the manager if there were heroes in this world's history. Earlier, someone had mentioned a hero event, and if they were holding that kind of celebration, he figured it was because of some grand achievement. The manager replied that she didn't know how much of the history he already knew, but explained that there had been a great war in the past. He replied that he had heard a bit about it from Yunha. She said the different races fought a massive war, which was why elves faced so much discrimination. He then commented that it was easy to see why, because that great war started because of a single elf. He had cast the most destructive magic of the elven race right in the middle of a human city, causing the population to drop drastically. There was only one reason for it. The reckless advancement of technology was threatening the elves' world tree. In the end, it all turned into a conflict between magic and technology. Either way, that explosion caused massive casualties, not just among humans but across all races. Because of this, a war began between the greatest race and all the others, including humans. One of the humans who survived the explosion ended up becoming the hero. As for the reason he received that title, it was because the elf who started the war came to be called the Demon King by all the other races. Chan asked if the hero had defeated the Demon King all by himself. She replied not exactly, because a mage had helped him. Back then, the races were also fighting amongst themselves. Chan asked what had happened next, and if the Demon King had been defeated. At that moment, he noticed the manager got a bit downcast when touching upon the subject, and said she didn't need to talk about it anymore, that it was fine. She only replied that the details were recorded in history books, wished him a good shift, and left in silence. Chan found that very strange. When Nayuri arrived, she noticed that Chan had been quite busy that morning. The chairs were still pulled out, and the tables hadn't even been wiped down. She asked if a shift change like that had never happened with him before. Chan replied that something strange had occurred. He told her he was talking to the manager, and that, before she left, he asked about that hero event. However, when the conversation reached the part about the mage of the Great War, she reacted in a very bizarre way. Nayuri said she had learned in school that the mage was a traitor. According to history, he failed to do his duty, and as a result, the hero died. Chan commented that dying in combat was normal, regardless of the mage's presence, but Nayuri explained that, according to the accounts and testimonies regarding everything the hero achieved during the war, dying was practically impossible for someone like him. Chan asked how that was possible, joking that it sounded like a protagonist's cheat code. Nayuri explained that, using only a rusty sword given by villagers, the hero defeated countless monsters and enemies. He possessed immense charisma and overwhelming combat power. From what the story said, he was practically a god. There were also countless good deeds attributed to him, like abandoning a battle to rescue children from war-torn villages. Chan commented that he truly deserved to be called a hero. However, Nayuri said that, in the end, after a fierce battle against the Demon King, he died. Since no one could accept that such a powerful and kind hero had had been defeated. People placed all the blame on the mage. Chan remarked that the conclusion seemed rushed and strange. He said that, regardless of what had happened in the fight against the Demon King, if the hero's situation took a turn for the worse, there had to be a reason for it. Nayuri replied that the mage was the only person who witnessed the final battle between the hero and the Demon King inside the castle. Chan said that made absolutely no sense and asked what happened to the mage after the war. Nayuri replied that he was executed. Shocked, Chan asked if they really executed him without even hearing his defense. She explained that there was so much evidence against him that no one deemed it necessary to listen to his side of the story. They said the mage had summoned monsters using summoning magic, and those spells ended up massacring countless allies. After that, the execution of that mage became the blueprint for capital punishment in modern society. Since witch executions were established, that was the first and only time one had been carried out. At that moment, the bell rang, and Mayuri couldn't hear the rest of the class. She said she left because she didn't want to listen to that topic anymore. Even so, she thought that maybe the manager felt sorry for the mage because he was executed without even being able to defend himself. Chan asked if that was all she knew. Thinking for a moment, he commented that maybe that mage was still alive somewhere. Nayuri asked if, in his world, executed people stayed alive. He replied that there was no magic in his world, so who knew what could happen in another world. She joked that, the way he spoke, it sounded like that could happen in his world too. Right away, Chan started thinking about conspiracy theories, like aliens, reptilians, and the flat earth. Even so, he asked if she really didn't know anything else. Nayuri replied no, and asked why he didn't just talk to the manager directly. Chan said he had a feeling she wouldn't want to talk about it, and didn't want to bother her, or create an awkward atmosphere. Nayuri replied that it was nothing more than a feeling of his and that it probably wouldn't hurt to ask. After all, the two of them always got along great, and even if she didn't like the subject, they would probably go back to talking normally right after. Chan was impressed by her words, and commented that she seemed very mature. Nayuri, a bit embarrassed, replied that maybe she shouldn't have said any of that. Even so, Chan thanked her very much for the advice, and said he would ask the manager when he went back to work. He left the shop thinking that maybe he was worrying too much about something so simple. He just had to ask the next day. However, when he arrived at work, he saw that Nayuri was still there. She commented that it was very exhausting. Chan asked if the manager still hadn't shown up. Nayuri replied that, if her headphones hadn't broken, the situation wouldn't be so bad. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and still no sign of the manager. She said that when the captain runs the ship, all they could do was evacuate, joking about the situation. Chan replied that he knew it was complicated, but said they needed to calm down first. Then he asked if the manager really hadn't shown up, or sent any word. Nayuri replied that she only sent a message saying an emergency had come up, asked them to cover her shift, promised to pay overtime, and apologized. Nayuri replied by asking what kind of emergency that could be, since it was the manager's first afternoon shift, and ended the message by saying, "Please help." Chan asked Nayuri if she now understood how hard it had been for him when she ran away back then. She replied that he was usually very nice, but he could be quite petty at times like that. Chan said that was unfair and that she really shouldn't have run away. Then, he told her to go get some rest because she had worked hard all day and must be exhausted. He even asked if she wanted a coffee to help her get home. Nayuri replied no, because she had already had way too much coffee. If she drank one more, she'd end up having a heart attack. Chan said he would see her the next day then. She asked if he meant the next morning, reminding him that she had just worked 16 hours straight. Chan replied that, in that case, she still had 8 hours to sleep, and told her to hang in there. Nayuri ran off, complaining that she didn't want to. Watching her, Chan commented that it really was tough, and thought the poor girl had put in a lot of effort. He even decided to buy her a meal for when she returned to work. Shortly after, a female customer walked into the store. Chan asked if she was looking for something. Looking at her, he noticed those extremely bright eyes. The woman replied that she had already found what she was looking for, but since he asked, she would take another look. Chan said yes, of course, but soon began to find the situation strange. She was looking at everything except the products, looking like someone walking into a convenience store for the very first time. After a few moments, she picked up a product and commented that it looked very healthy. Chan only replied that it was good. Then she asked if she could take it with her. He explained that she could, but it cost 1,800 won. The woman was confused and asked what that 1,800 meant. Chan explained that it was a product, and that she needed to pay to take it. She asked him to wait a moment. She stared intently at the apple she was holding, and began to cry. Seeing that, Chan said that if she really needed it, she could just take it. He would pay for it, but in exchange, he only wanted one favor. He explained that it was already quite dark. There were many drunk people on the street, and that hour was dangerous, so he just asked her to take the apple and go straight home. The woman held the apple, and seemed to hear something. Chan was left clueless as to what was happening. Then she commented that it was a pity, but there was nothing to be done. She said that apple had been born redder than any other, had achieved everything it wanted, and no longer had any regrets. It was sad, but that was its life. Chan was completely bewildered and wondered if the apple had just given an opinion. Not knowing how to react, he just replied that it was fine and that he would put the fruit back on the shelf then. The woman smiled and said that, regardless regardless, it was true. She then commented that her husband had said the young man helping him was extremely kind and reliable. Chan asked if she happened to be Mr. Ulf's wife. As soon as he realized who she was, he commented that she looked very young and that he would have never imagined it. She asked playfully if he really thought she was young and revealed that she was around 90 years old. Chan quickly replied that, of course, she really did look 90. Inwardly, he thought he had never paid attention to the photo Ulf had shown him, but seeing her in person, she really looked much younger. She commented that she recognized him immediately and asked if her husband had talked about her. Chan replied yes. In fact, Ulf had even shown him a photo, but he hadn't paid much attention, let alone imagined that she would show up in person at the store. She apologized for not giving notice before her visit. Chan replied that it was no problem. After all, people didn't usually announce a visit to a convenience store. The woman then confessed, a bit embarrassed, that it was the first time in her life entering a convenience store. She said she had learned something new from him that day. She admitted she was a bit scared, but decided to come on her own because it was the first time her husband had praised someone so much. Chan was flattered and said Ulf was exaggerating. After all, he was just an ordinary convenience store clerk. But she replied no. Her husband was not the type to exaggerate. If he said so, it was because it was true. Precisely because she heard so many compliments, she wanted to meet him in person, even if she had to breach the security perimeter for it. Not understanding, Chan asked what she meant by security perimeter. She explained that she was considered an endangered species, and therefore, there were always people responsible for watching over her. Chan replied that he understood perfectly. If he were also watched all the time, he would certainly feel like running away too. At that moment, she received a message from Ulf, letting her know he was finishing work and would also head to the store. Chan offered her a chair to rest while they waited. He said he would keep her company until Ulf arrived. She replied that she had just had a great idea. She said that for the past 2 months, Chan had listened to her husband's stories, worries, and venting, even though he was always very busy. Chan replied that he only did it because he wanted to help him. She then commented that when a couple unites, they become one body and soul. As Ulf's partner, she thought it only fair to return the favor somehow. So she asked what he would think if, this time, she was the one to listen to his worries. Maybe she wouldn't be able to help him as much as he helped her husband, but she could certainly advise him on matters like work, age, or anything else. Chan asked if she had been the one to recommend that Ulf become a driver. She replied yes. She said he was completely bored and that it was also a wish of hers. Back then, he carried a heavy expression on his face. Ulf himself commented that he felt quite helpless for not being able to help him on the day they found the captain. He said he wanted to support him, but it seemed he didn't receive the same level of trust. According to her, Ulf asked her not to mention it, but she just couldn't keep it to herself. Hearing this, Chan thought that maybe they really had noticed his memories, even while pretending they hadn't, so he asked her to tell Ulf not to think that way. She replied that whatever his worry was, he should try to put it into words. It might not look like it, but she had a lot of life experience and was confident she could help him. After hesitating for a few moments, Chan said he didn't know if it could really be called a worry, but there was one thing he wanted to ask. He explained that he was talking to someone important about the heroes and mages of the past, but this person reacted in a very strange way when the subject shifted to mages and witches. Even after reading the history books, he had a feeling he would never understand that reaction. Therefore, he wanted to hear the version of someone who had actually lived through the war. More than the history of heroes and mages, he wanted to know the truth. The woman replied that there had always been many stories about heroes and mages. The newspapers at the time were constantly publishing headlines saying that the treacherous mage had betrayed the hero and had finally been captured. She admitted that her memory wasn't the best anymore, but she said she could still explain the true meaning behind the concept of a witch. She believed this would help him better understand the female mage he knew, because she herself had once been a witch. Finally, she said that the conversation would certainly be worth it, and revealed that one of the reasons she had come to meet him was precisely to tell this story. Chan thanked her very much for that, for her trying to carry those worries, but he didn't want her to feel uncomfortable with that conversation. Even so, she explained that she had thought a lot about it. In her view, because he was young, he had probably never heard of it. Chan thanked her for her trust, and then she began to tell everything from the very beginning. She was born from a flower bud, deep within a forest before the Great War began. Back then, the mana in her body was extracted almost non-stop. It was used as an energy source for research, and they conducted all kinds of studies on magic. All of it was agonizing. When the forest began to burn and the research came to an end, she was forced into the battlefield. Her special magic had already been analyzed during the experiments, so they placed her in situations where they believed she could be useful. Under strict surveillance and control, she was forced to do more and more. Her ability consisted of recreating the dream she had. Whenever she dreamed, the more vivid the nightmare was, the more mana it consumed. Because of this, she constantly needed even more mana. Even so, there was one thing she was sure of. There would always be someone kind to guide her along the way, and when she fell into a deep sleep, the one who saved her her was him. Ulf remained by her side the entire time as her assistant. While she slept, he would sing lullabies, even though his voice was completely tone-deaf. Chan asked how that connected to what he had asked before. She replied that among mages and witches, no one wanted to do those things. Everyone was forced to because of the war. That was what she meant. If it weren't for Ulf, she didn't even know what her fate would have been. Therefore, she asked Chan not to put all the blame on that witch's actions, as it was written in the history books. At that moment, Ulf showed up and said it was good to see that Chan was doing well. Chan replied that he was always the same, but it seemed the same couldn't be said for him. Ulf commented that he never imagined he would see her like that, but there was no helping it. Then, he introduced his partner Lily, and asked Chan if it was alright to talk to her in private. Chan replied yes, of course, and said he would stay at the counter. Ulf became very worried, and asked why Lily had left the house so late. It was already past 6 in the evening, and according to him, people started getting hurt on the streets after that hour. It was so dark that she could have even lost her way. Lily replied that she had been very careful. Ulf then said that if there were a flower growing on a cliff, he would fetch it for her. If she wanted a star from the sky, he would catch it too. But she explained that she only wanted to meet the man he talked so much about in person. He seemed like a truly extraordinary young man. Ulf replied that she had simply left without warning. Lily said she wanted to give notice before leaving, but there was the surveillance, and she was afraid it would end up causing trouble. He held her hand while she asked for forgiveness for leaving like that. Ulf said she could be both a blessing and a burden to him, but the reason he could still move forward with joy was precisely because she remained by his side. So he asked that if she ever planned to go out alone like that again, to at least let him know beforehand. He would find a way to make it happen. Seeing the two of them embracing so passionately, Chan wondered if that was how romance worked. Ulf commented that, by the way, he had interrupted their conversation. Chan replied that, actually they were already wrapping up. She was just giving him some advice about a story. Ulf asked what story that was. Chan explained that the manager had been acting a bit strange. When he asked about mages, she seemed to get downcast. Ulf replied that hearing about that subject brought back some old memories. Once, an army mage he had never seen before came looking for him. This mage warned him that he and his partner needed to be careful because they were being monitored by another mage. Thinking back now, Ulf believed they would have never managed to escape safely with Lily if it hadn't been for that warning. Lily asked if that female mage had brown hair. Ulf replied yes, and commented that even someone like him, who had lived through the war, would think that woman was truly dangerous. Noticing that Chan had become pensive, Ulf commented that the night air was getting cold. He said he would head back home with his wife, and wished Chan a good shift. As the two walked away talking about that mysterious mage, Chan received a message from the manager. He asked if something had happened. She replied that she wanted to talk to him, but in person. Chan asked if she was coming to the store. She said yes, but asked if he could tidy up a bit while he waited. Not understanding, he asked for the reason. She then replied that she was going to close the store that night. Shortly after, Chan saw smoke coming out of the storage room, and the manager appeared from there. He asked if she had used magic to get there, considering she usually just took the bus to avoid using magic. She replied that she was feeling lazy that day. Then she asked if he had already cleaned everything up. Chan replied that he had. When she snapped her fingers, all the lights in the store went out. Chan thought that was truly concerning. They hadn't closed the store even on the day of the portal, so something very wrong was happening. The manager just said they could take the night off and that she wanted to talk to him. Chan replied that it was fine. As they left the store, the manager commented that she didn't know any places in that neighborhood. Chan suggested going to the same restaurant where he had gone with Yunha. On the way, he asked if she had ever closed the store before. She replied no, that it was the first time, and admitted that it was actually kind of exciting. Chan said he was also looking forward to the conversation. When they arrived at the restaurant, the manager asked what he and Yunha had talked about there. Chan replied that they talked about the first time Yunha met the manager, how she had been saved back then, and also how the manager herself had saved him. He also told her about his personal fears, the ones he hid just to be able to keep working. The manager asked if that conversation had helped the two of them get to know each other better. Chan replied yes. He said he already knew Yunha was a good person. Then he commented that about an hour earlier, Mr. Ulf's partner had shown up at the store. Realizing that the manager's reaction the day before had been a bit strange, he ended up talking to her about it. That was when he heard the story of the hero and the mage, as well as her perspective on mages. After hearing all of this, the manager replied that regarding her absence that day, she had gone to see someone. There had been an emergency, and she just wanted to check on the person for a moment. It was purely personal business, unrelated to what he had asked. Even so, those two had some unpleasant thoughts. Since Chan also mentioned the conversation and the brown-haired mage, it ended up getting back to her. So she asked if he was wondering whether that mage was her. Chan replied that he couldn't say he had never thought about it. The manager then commented that he always claimed to care about the people around him, but asked if he had ever stopped to think about the reason he acted that way. Then, she answered her own question, saying it was because he was kind. Chan explained that he had a very difficult life from a very young age. He slept only a few hours a night and practically had no one by his side. During all that time, there wasn't a single person who truly helped him. Because of this, he decided he wanted to be the person who would help others around him, even if it was beyond what he was capable of doing. If he could help someone, even if it was just once and with something small, he already felt he could live without regrets. That was how he had led his life until then, although there was one person he could never forget. The manager asked if he also had a past he wished to hide. Chan replied yes and began to tell his story. His mother passed away when he was still very young. His father ran his own business and kept moving from place to place, until one day he simply vanished. From then on, he and his mother began to live in extreme poverty. They could barely afford a rented room and didn't have money to buy decent food either. Because of this, he was constantly mocked for being poor and would take out all his frustration on his own mother. Then, during high school, there was a school trip to a famous tourist city. The trip cost an amount that they could never afford. Neither he nor his mother. That was the day that left a wound between the two of them that could never be erased. But it was also the day he matured. That night, he managed to hear his mother crying alone in the living room. After that, he decided to stop with the nonsense and focus entirely on his studies. The manager commented that he grew up faster than he should have. Chan replied that he didn't have much of a choice. As the fried chicken arrived at the table, he continued telling his story, saying that from that moment on, he started living like a madman. He carried guilt for what he had done to his mother and also the weight of responsibility. Since his teacher always talked about the more troubled students, he would take other students' exercise books and spend hours studying. All that effort ended up paying off. His grades improved a lot until he became the top of his class. During summer break, he also started working to save money. The manager commented that his mother must have been very happy. Chan replied that he didn't tell her he was working, nor did he tell her about his grades. He wanted to show her everything, all at once. The college entrance exam was drawing near, and he wanted to surprise her. After that, he took the exam and did well. The manager asked what happened next. Chan explained that he waited about a month for the results to finally tell his mother everything. It was then that he received the news that she had been hospitalized with cancer. He dropped out of college and started working at a factory to pay for her treatment costs. The manager asked if there was no health insurance in his world. Chan replied that there was, but they could barely afford food, let alone insurance. He believed his mother had sacrificed her own health to take care of him. She had probably worked too hard, without rest and in very poor conditions. He shared that he was also affected by all of it. He began to hate the entire world and accumulated an immense amount of stress. Since he had nowhere to release all that pain, he ended up taking it out on his own mother. Today, he deeply regrets it. At the time, however, he believed that all the suffering he was going through was her fault. About 2 years after the treatment began, his mother apologized again, as she always did, and he responded in the worst possible way. He said he would only forgive her if she got better, and if life went back to the way it was before. That was the last day he saw her alive. Shortly after, he received a phone call informing him that she had passed away. The cause of death was shock brought on by the pain of chemotherapy. Then came the funeral, and he spent countless times blaming himself for everything. He thought that if he had been a more affectionate son, maybe she would have survived. After that, not much happened for a while. He was completely devastated for about 6 months. Later, he got a job at a company, the same one he worked at before coming to that world. Traveling for work and hanging out with his colleagues was fun in its own way. However, 2 years later, the company went bankrupt. In the end, he considered himself lucky to have found the manager. That was pretty much his entire life story. He didn't have much left to tell. The moment the manager asked if he really believed his mother had died because of him, the waiter politely appeared, informing them that the restaurant was closing. Chan replied that they were already leaving and apologized for staying past closing time. As they were walking out, Chan commented that they had come all that way, but in the end, only he had talked, and he didn't even get to hear her story. The manager replied that it was fine because she wanted to listen to him. On the way back, she asked if he would go, if they were to have a second round of conversation. Chan replied that he couldn't because he had to work. She then reminded him that she was his boss. Chan asked where they were going, and she replied that they could go to the warehouse basement. Confused, he asked why. She answered that now it was her turn to tell her story. Later, already in the warehouse basement, Chan commented that it was the first time he had entered that place for a reason other than that other incident. The manager asked if he had never been curious to explore the place. Chan replied never. There were many dangerous things there, so he never thought about entering. The manager took him to a specific room and explained that it was where she kept the memories of her life. It was like her home. Chan was surprised to see a cozy room with a sofa, bookshelves filled with books, and everything a person would need to live comfortably. He commented that it really looked like a family home. The manager replied that it was because she actually lived there. In reality, she had only transported the interior of the house, but that was the place where she lived as a child. Back then, she lived happily alongside her father and was just a little girl without a care in the world. Chan asked if she had been reading all those books since she was little. The manager replied that they were magic books. She explained that she never had to buy any because her father always did that for her. He used to say that even someone talented enough to learn on their own still needed to read a lot of books. They weren't rich, but her father worked hard so she could read whatever she wanted. Literature was fascinating, even if it didn't bring in much money. Before the war, when Chan saw that overcoat, the manager explained that it belonged to her father. The coat had self-repair functions, anti-magic enchantments, and managed to preserve itself very well over the years. Hearing this, Chan became curious and asked why a coat would need self-repair. She then replied that her father was a hero. When he left for the war, she was only 12 years old. And yes, he died because of her. After hearing this, Chan said he wanted to know her whole story. Later, the manager began to explain that before the war, the world was so peaceful that no one could even imagine something like that happening. If anyone had said back then that she would become a heroine and go to war, everyone would have burst out laughing. Of course, she had always been very good at magic and quite dedicated, but being talented at something and turning it into a profession were completely different things. One day, she was resting behind her father's cart while he pulled it to sell firewood. Suddenly, the sky lit up and several things began to fall. Naturally, they were falling right on top of them. She cast a barrier spell, and by the time she realized what was happening, everything around them was already consumed by chaos and flames. She put out the fires and did everything she could to help people. After that, she spent several days helping anyone who needed it. One day, some soldiers showed up at her house and said they needed her help. In exchange, they would develop her talent for magic. She threw a tantrum and refused the proposal because she didn't want to be separated from her father. She clung to the blanket she was sitting on now, cried, and complained a lot. Looking back, she believes she shouldn't have done that. She should have been braver. Because of her decision, her father decided to enlist as well. Even so, when she thinks about it today, she believes that maybe it was all destiny. Her father, who had never held a sword in his life, received a medal in just a few months. Chan was quite impressed and commented that maybe it really had been destiny. Instead of seeking any reward, the manager explained that her father just wanted to stay by her side. Back then, not even the army mages could keep up with her level anymore, so headquarters decided to assign them to work together. Thinking about it, it was wartime. Many children were separated from their parents. It didn't matter how it had happened. What mattered was that the two of them stayed together. It was a very difficult time, but they also had happy days. Chan asked what kind of work they did, and she explained that they did demolitions, healing, support, and occasionally participated directly in battles. Chan commented that he imagined she had gone through a lot during all those travels. She replied that they lived like that for 5 years. Then, on one of her birthdays, the commander of the Allied forces showed up and said there was a mission that only the two of them could accomplish. Chan asked if it was about the Demon King, and she confirmed it. The two of them set off together to the Demon King's castle. When Chan asked how she felt at that moment, she replied that she was calm. After all, it was part of the job, but she also believed that after that mission, the war would finally come to an end. After an incredibly difficult journey, they reached the castle and finally encountered the Demon King. Except, at that moment she said something she never should have said. The Demon King was a fake. Chan asked how she had figured that out. The manager explained that according to military intelligence, the enemy's specialty was primitive spirit magic. The summoner threatened the spirits to force them to obey. However, when her father pointed his sword at the Demon King, nothing happened. To clear any doubt, she asked her father to point his sword at one of the servants beside him. Instantly, the summoned spirits surrounded everyone there. When the battle began, the Demon King claimed there was no need for them to fight. He said that as long as they didn't try to kill him, he wouldn't attack. Chan commented that, for a villain, that sounded a bit pathetic. She replied that after causing thousands of deaths, it was easy to say that kind of thing. History books describe that clash as a great, bloody battle, but in reality, it all ended very quickly. Spirit magic was simple to nullify. If the enemy created a massive flame, she responded with pillars of water. Then came lightning, then metal and stone. That was her role during the fight. While she maintained the defenses, her father destroyed the spirits one by one, reaching the Demon King in just a few moments. At that point, she asked Chan if she looked young for her age. There wasn't a single wrinkle on her hands. But that wasn't a blessing. It was a curse cast by the Demon King before he died. And it didn't just strike her, but her father as well. At the moment of his death, the Demon King declared that the hero would end up exactly like him. He said the hero was a fake. At that very instant, the wound that was in the Demon King's stomach appeared on her father's body. It was a massive hole, and anyone would have died almost immediately. Chan asked what happened next. She explained that the Demon King also said her destiny would be just like her father's, that he would be remembered forever, not as a hero, but as a Demon King, and she would no longer be remembered as a mage, but known as a witch, condemned to live a life of eternal resentment and suffering. Furthermore, she would never be able to age again. After her father's death, she went back to the army. Chan asked why. She replied that she wanted to find out the truth. At the time, she still wasn't sure what had actually happened. However, as soon as she arrived, she was immediately dragged into a tent. There, she was accused of mass slaughter, harboring criminals, and various other crimes she had never even dreamed of committing. It was then that she realized why she had appeared so suddenly on that battlefield. There was a deal between the Demon King and someone, and she had ruined everything. Chan asked what she did next. The manager replied that at that point, she had nothing left to fear. She said that if they pushed her too hard, she would kill them all. Faced with this, they made a proposal. They promised to take care of her for a while and give her a new identity. Chan commented that they really had a lot of nerve. She agreed, but admitted that she ended up accepting the offer. In exchange, she cooperated with them until the final year. Then Chan decided to ask the question he had wanted to ask from the very beginning. He wanted to know why she opened that convenience store. The manager replied that one day, her father said he would like to have a job where he could talk to many people. She then shared that she had already lived for 100 years, a whole century. Just managing to survive all that time had been extremely difficult, but lately, everything had been very exhausting. That was why opening the convenience store turned out to be one of the best decisions she had made, because that was where she started feeling happy again. Later, she looked at the time and noticed it was already 4 in the morning. Chan commented that they had really talked a lot and said they could head back now. The manager replied that she still didn't know if she felt comfortable going inside yet and asked if he wanted to get some fresh air first. Chan said he didn't mind but asked how she would get home. She replied that she would use magic to go back directly and that she could also drop him off at his house. When they left the store, the manager asked a somewhat unexpected question. She wanted to know why his name was Chan. A bit embarrassed, he replied that it was written with Chinese characters and explained that, where he came from, it was common to choose names that way. She said she didn't know what Chinese characters were, so he explained that they worked as a system where each symbol had a meaning. The name Li Chan, for example, meant to shine. She found that very interesting. Even so, Chan commented that lately, he didn't like his own name very much. He felt he wasn't living up to its meaning. He then asked why she had suddenly asked that question. The manager explained that when she was a child, she read a classic novel called The Voyages of Belle Mail. Her father loved that book and would always read the story to her. It was precisely from there that her name came. She commented that the witch who killed the hero Belle Mail von Luina had disappeared, and that now all that remained was a simple convenience store run by a girl named Yubin. Then Chan commented that both of them had short names with few characters. She replied that was exactly why she had been curious. Next, she asked if, when she was in his world, she could write her own name that way. Chan replied that people would probably find her name very beautiful. She asked why. Did her name also have some meaning in his world? Chan became thoughtful. He explained that in Chinese characters, there really was a meaning, but there was another coincidence. In Hangul, bin meant empty, while Chan meant full. Literally, the two of them were opposites. Noticing that he was taking a while to reply, the manager asked why he was thinking so hard. Did he not know? Chan replied, a bit awkwardly, that he had forgotten. She found that ridiculous and asked how someone could forget something so important. He replied that, honestly, his head wasn't working very well, and that the alcohol was probably to blame. She said she would make sure to remind him of that meaning when he was sober. Chan replied with a yes ma'am, wished her a safe trip home, and tried to change the subject, but the manager wouldn't let him. She told him not to run away from the conversation because she had been curious about the true meaning of it for 2 months now. She asked him to remember it by next time. When Chan was already on his apartment street, walking back home, he began to reflect. He realized there were many similarities between his story and hers. Just like him, she also carried the guilt for her own father's death when she was still young. Furthermore, she had lived for 100 years, something that certainly must not have been easy at all. As he walked, he wondered why he had ended up in that world. Maybe he had finally found a purpose. Maybe, from then on, all the two of them needed to do was simply find a way to be happy. If you enjoyed the story, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below what you thought. That really helps the channel grow and motivates me to keep bringing you more content.